News of Rebirth has arrived. The bad news is that I have become a villain. Having been reborn as the antagonist Chen Qing, he resolves to embrace a life of indolence, disregarding any celestial scripts of destiny, and vows never to provoke the protagonist, seeking only to live a peaceful life. Yet, unexpectedly, he finds himself bound to a wife-adoring system, tasked with courting the destined empress, ultimately leading to marriage. This empress is none other than the protagonist's foremost beloved, and Chen Qing is resolute in his refusal. However, he soon learns that the protagonist must enter seclusion for 30 years, revealing that he has indeed reincarnated first. Faced with the overwhelming temptations of the system's bountiful rewards, Chen Qing laments, "Forgive me, protagonist. I have erred." Chapter 1. Rebirth and Courtship. Whose bride? The protagonist's. Awakening abruptly from slumber, Chen Qing swiftly organizes his thoughts. Has he truly been reborn? Not quite to be precise, he had reincarnated 18 years prior. But today, for reasons unknown, memories of his past life have suddenly resurfaced. In this life, just like in his previous one on Blue Star, he bears the same name. Yet unlike the mundane existence he once led, Chen Qing finds himself reborn in a fantastical realm known as the Tianxian continent. Here, the mighty cultivate to the pinnacle of power, reshaping the very heavens and the earth with a mere thought, capable of annihilating millions with a flick of a finger. Though endowed with considerable cultivation talent, Chen Qing is a debauched scion, born into the family of the prime minister of the Great Wu dynasty, having been pampered and spoiled since childhood. His father, Chen Qing, while ostensibly second only to the emperor, actually shares dominion over the realm with the Great Wu Emperor. Many crucial matters of state require his father's counsel before decisions can be made. In the court, a significant percentage of powerful ministers have pledged allegiance to Chen Qing. Thus, a saying circulates in the Great Wu dynasty: as long as Chen Qing desires, he can alter the very fabric of the world at will. After grasping all of this, Chen Qing involuntarily gasps, perplexed. Isn't this background a bit too formidable for a protagonist? Though it is his first time embodying a protagonist, Chen Qing, having perused numerous novels in his past life, is well acquainted with the trope of the underdog's resurgence. With exceptional cultivation talent and such a prestigious background, this does not resemble the script of an underdog's triumph. Could it be that I've taken the wrong script? Just as Chen Qing contemplates this conundrum, a mechanical, emotionless voice resonates in his mind. Name: Chen Qing. Age: 18. Gender: male. Identity information is being verified. System: confirming it is not an illusion or auditory hallucination. Chen Qing nearly loses his composure. A system, indeed, is the quintessential golden finger for protagonists in novels. Surely, I have received the protagonist script. With my remarkable talent, coupled with a prime ministerial lineage in this system, isn't this a surefire victory? Chen Qing could hardly fathom that such an extraordinary stroke of luck would befall him. As he revels in his fortune, another voice reverberates in his mind. Identity verification successful. The invincible wife-adoring system is now binding invincible wife-adoring system. While the term invincible is understandable, what could this wife-adoring entail? Before he can process this, the system's voice chimes in again. Invincible wife-adoring system binding complete. New task has been issued. Would you like to view it? Faced with a blue virtual panel that only he can perceive, Chen Qing hesitates before clicking the view button. Task 1. Within 3 days, marry the protagonist beloved, the destined heroine. Xianxiaaudiobooks. Task reward: immortal body. Description: upon acquisition, the protagonist shall attain eternal life, existing perpetually in the world. No force can obliterate your existence. Immortal? For merely marrying my destined heroine. Such a grand reward? Chen Qing nearly drops his jaw in astonishment, but he certainly did not anticipate that the system would be so generous from the outset. It's secure now. This truly solidifies his future. Closing the task interface, Chen Qing instinctively navigates to his personal attributes panel, eager to examine his foundational information, such as his talent grade. Name: Chen Qing. Age: 18. Gender: male. As he briefly scans these rudimentary details, his gaze shifts to the talent section, but before he can delve deeper, it quickly returns to the previous layer. Identity: there boldly states, "Villain, Chen Qing." This revelation leaves him momentarily speechless. "I am the villain." After some time, he finally comprehends the gravity of the situation. He initially suspects he is misreading the information. After several confirmations, it is indeed true he is the villain. Upon further reflection, if this is the case, then his talents and background begin to make sense. Damn, of all identities to be reborn with, why must it be a villain? Even a mere bystander would suffice. Chen Qing is utterly at a loss. Having read countless novels, he has never encountered a villain who could survive under the overwhelming power of those protagonists. He has unwittingly acquired a script that guarantees his demise. What's more, this system demands that he pursue the protagonist woman, the Destined Empress. Chen Qing can almost envision two figures, one in black and the other in white, beckoning him toward a door labeled life and death. No, I absolutely cannot play the role of the villain. I must not follow the script. Having finally secured the opportunity for rebirth, escaping a fate akin to that of a draft animal, Chen Qing is unwilling to squander it before he has even enjoyed a few days of this new life. Who knows if he will be granted another chance at rebirth after death? With this thought, he resolves to avoid any contact with the protagonist and all matters and individuals associated with him. As for the system's tasks, he can forego them since there are no penalties. Xianxiaaudiobooks, upon uttering this name, a vision of unparalleled beauty surfaces in Chen Qing's mind. As the son of the prime minister and a notorious dandy, he cannot escape an inevitable interaction with the Great Wu's foremost beauty, Xianxiaaudiobooks. Before awakening to his past lives' memories, Chen Qing had long coveted Xianxiaaudiobooks, even persuading his father, the prime minister, to implore the emperor to marry her to him. It seems that actually came to fruition. As memories become clearer and past life recollections gradually acclimate to his new body, Chen Qing recalls how his father readily agreed upon hearing his desire. Subsequently, under immense internal and external pressure, he even managed to convince the Great Wu Emperor to issue an edict granting him marriage to Xianxiaaudiobooks. Oh no, this won't do. I must find a way to annul the marriage. Or perhaps I could marry her first, obtain the immortal body, and then write a letter of divorce to sever ties? On one hand, Chen Qing yearns for the immortal body on the other. He fears that on the wedding day, the protagonist will arrive and slay him before he can secure the immortal body. It is vexing, indeed, caught in a perilous dilemma. It seems marrying her is fraught with complications, yet not marrying her poses its own challenges. Moreover, persuading his father, Chen Qing, who is resolute in his desire for this union, to abandon the marriage is a monumental task in itself. Just a moment ago, Chen Qing was reveling in the serendipity of having secured a splendid script. Now, he is overwhelmed with headaches. All those fortuitous circumstances have been utterly undermined by his identity as a villain. It is truly exasperating. While Chen Qing grapples with a whirlwind of emotions, uncertain of how to proceed tentatively, he inquired of the system, might you divulge some information regarding the protagonist of this realm? As the adage goes, know thyself and know thy enemy, and you shall never be defeated in 100 battles. Chen Qing meticulously plotted, aiming to comprehend his adversary before formulating a strategy. In response, the system promptly revealed a panel of information. Name, Yifeng, gender, male. He swiftly bypassed these somewhat trivial details and continued to delve deeper. Identity, fated protagonist, golden finger. Invincible system after 30 years of secluded training and sign-in. A sign-in system for seclusion? Seclusion? 30 years? Chapter 2. The Indulgent Father. Although the system appeared to be restrained from revealing extensive details regarding the protagonist's personal information, the lengthy sequence of system names provided Chen Qing with two pivotal insights. The first crucial piece of information was that the protagonist had awakened a secluded sign-in system, which, due to the system's constraints, prevented him from exiting until the passage of 30 years. The second vital insight was that, as the antagonist, Chen Qing should have awakened on the day when the protagonist completed his 30 years of sign-in, emerging invincible. However, for reasons unknown, he had awakened prematurely. This was undoubtedly not auspicious news for Chen Qing, as awakening ahead of schedule effectively granted him an additional 30 years of developmental time after acquiring a predetermined fatal script. This span of 30 years was more than sufficient for Chen Qing to leverage the invincible pampering wife system, strategically plotting against the protagonist's beloved, the Grand Martial Princess. xianxiaaudiobooks, to orchestrate a reversal of fortunes. With this in mind, Chen Qing resolved immediately he would not retract his decision regarding the marriage. It was imperative that he wed. First, he needed to secure the immortal body. With this immortal form in his possession, he would no longer fear being killed by anyone, including the protagonist himself. Chen Qing distinctly recalled the system stating that once he obtained the immortal body, no force could obliterate his existence. Thus, the pressing priority was to marry Xia Qingyue and acquire the immortal body. Subsequently, he would seek to investigate Xia Qingyue's past and interpersonal relationships to identify candidates for the protagonist's role. Regarding this matter, Chen Qing swiftly dispatched spies to gather intelligence. As the son of a powerful minister, he was not lacking in such personnel. After arranging for the spies to investigate, Chen Qing approached his father, Chen Xiong. "Qinger, why are you here today instead of enjoying the melodies outside?" Upon seeing Chen Qing, Chen Xiong disregarded the spies who had come to report urgent matters, waving them away to address him later. The spies, well aware of Chen Xiong's indulgence towards his only son, complied without further comment and promptly vanished. Chen Qing settled down beside Chen Xiong, plopping onto a stone bench. In contrast, Chen Xiong naturally moved behind Chen Qing to knead his shoulders. "Which brothel did you visit? Did they not know how to massage? Why are your shoulders still so tense? My skills are far superior to theirs." "Enough of that, father. When do you and the emperor intend for me to wed the princess?" Chen Qing was well acquainted with his father's temperament, accustomed to his actions of shoulder massaging. The emperor has yet to finalize the arrangements, likely stalling for time to find an excuse to postpone the matter, Chen Xiong replied, raising his hand to pat his chest. Assuring, "Rest assured, the woman you desire, your father will go to great lengths to bring her to you. Then I wish to marry the princess as soon as possible." Chen Qing, knowing his father possessed this capability, made his request without hesitation. When Chen Xiong paused his ministrations, sensing Chen Qing's earnestness, he suspected that Chen Qing had grown weary of play and was seeking to settle down. As a devoted father, Chen Xiong naturally hoped for his son to marry and bear children soon, thus ensuring the continuation of the Chen family line. Preferably today, the sooner, the better. Chen Qing was eager to awaken the immortal body. Even though the protagonist still had decades of seclusion ahead, Chen Qing was unwilling to waste a moment. "All right, I shall immediately enter the palace to present myself before the emperor and finalize this marriage," Chen Xiong declared, promptly ordering his attendants to prepare his attire and a noble steed. Riding a carriage was too slow. He intended to personally ride to the imperial palace to meet the emperor. During this time, Chen Qing patiently awaited his father's return. Before Chen Xiong arrived, he encountered the spy he had previously dispatched to investigate Princess Xia Qingyue. From the spy, Chen Qing gleaned information regarding a particular individual from the scant interpersonal connections, someone who, in his youth, had bravely intervened to protect Xia Qingyue from peril. Such a cliché childhood sweetheart trope was one Chen Qing had seen countless times before. Thus, he inquired of the spy, "Is that person named Yifeng?" The spy was taken aback, clearly unprepared for Chen Qing to already know the answer before he could speak. Nodding, he clasped his hands in salute, replying, "Indeed, young master. Good, you have worked hard." With that, Chen Qing summoned a spatial ring, retrieving a Qinquan bag and tossing it to the spy. "This contains 10,000 low-grade spirit stones as a reward." 10,000 spirit stones. The spy's heart raced at this revelation. Accepting the bag with both hands, he hastily knelt, exclaiming, "Thank you, young master." Already aware of Chen Qing's generous nature, he was nonetheless astonished that such a small task had earned him such a reward, causing his loyalty to surge. Determined, he resolved to serve Chen Qing diligently in the future, ready to risk everything. "Yes, young master." With a swift motion, the spy vanished, leaving no trace. Chen Qing reclined back, hands behind his head, gazing at the ceiling while reflecting on the findings regarding Yifeng, the treacherous accused, nearly leading to the execution of his entire family, while Yifeng inexplicably escaped the capital the very night Chen Qing's father was imprisoned. This was indeed a protagonist script. Chen Qing was certain that Yifeng had been bound by the system and directly transported to the sign-in location. Since Yifeng's disappearance, it had been less than half a year. This indicated that he still had 29 years to prepare. Realizing this, Chen Qing let out a sigh of relief. Now, all that remained was to patiently await favorable news from Chen Xiong. Chen Qing was acutely aware that, irrespective of the demands, Chen Xiong would go to great lengths to fulfill them. This had been the case throughout his life. Should the emperor refuse to permit Xia Qingyue to marry him today, Chen Xiong would likely resort to rebellion. "Excellent. The immortal body shall soon be mine," Chen Qing mused, a smile gracing his lips. As fate would have it, an incense stick later, Chen Xiong rode from the imperial palace directly to the doorstep of his residence. He pushed open the door and, upon noticing Chen Qing lounging in the courtyard, basking in the sun, hurried over. Qing'er, wake up. I have splendid news to share. At the sound of his father's voice, Chen Qing removed the folding fan from his face, sitting up to ask, did the emperor agree? Do not jest. If he dares to refuse, I shall immediately rally 100,000 soldiers to besiege the capital. Chen Xiong declared with utmost authority. All right, prepare yourself, change your attire, and hurry to the palace with me. They are already making arrangements for your wedding. Understood. Chen Qing promptly responded, rising from his seat. After two maidens assisted him in changing and washing his face, he joined Chen Xiong in a grand sedan chair, prepared to enter the palace and wed Princess Xia Qingwei, the future destined empress. Chapter 3. The main quest. As Chen Qing and Chen Xiong made their way to the imperial palace, within the palace, in the imperial study, Princess. His Majesty, stand aside. The princess strode up the steps, forcefully pushing open the doors of the study, disregarding the pleas of those nearby as she stormed inside. Upon hearing the commotion and glancing up to see his daughter's face ablaze with fury and defiance, Emperor Xiaqing sighed, setting aside the brush he had been using to review memorials. Knowing full well, why have you come here instead of preparing for your wedding? Father, I refuse to marry. Xia Qingwei declared, her voice resolute. To this, Xiaqing was not surprised. He had anticipated that Xia Qingwei would respond in such a manner. Thus, he retorted firmly, you must marry. Xiaqing's stance was notably more resolute than Xiaqing's. Father, could you truly bear to marry your daughter off to a scion like Chen Qing? That debauched wastrel? If you are intent on forcing me to wed such a base and shameless individual, I would rather die to preserve my virtue. Although Xia Qingwei had limited interactions with Chen Qing, most of their encounters involved a Chen Qing who had yet to regain his memories from his previous life, and who, enamored by her beauty, had persistently pursued her. However, based on public sentiment and the opinions of those around her regarding Chen Qing, Xia Qingwei harbored not a shred of affection for him. Rather, she loathed him deeply. She believed that such a parasitic presence, detrimental to both the people and the nation, ought to be eradicated. Thus, upon hearing Xiaqing's decree that she must marry Chen Qing, the self-righteous Xia Qingwei refused to acquiesce. Of course, the primary reason for her defiance was that her heart already belonged to another. Very well, summon someone to present the princess with a white silk ribbon. Xia Qingwei thought that by threatening to take her own life, her father, who had always been so loving, would retract his command. To her astonishment, Xiaqing nodded without a hint of hesitation. Before Xia Qingwei could utter a word, he preemptively stated, rest assured, once you depart, I, your father, along with all the members of the Xia family, will soon follow you. Upon hearing this, the calm Xia Qingwei began to understand that the rumors of the Chen family's overwhelming influence were not mere fabrications. She realized that Chen Xiong, as the prime minister, was exerting pressure on her father, threatening the lives of his kin and the fate of the Dawu kingdom, compelling Xiaqing to acquiesce and marry her off. With this realization, Xia Qingwei lowered her head, her eyes vacant, silently resigning herself to her fate. She softly uttered, if my life can be exchanged for the survival of my entire family and the perpetuation of the Dawu imperial power, I shall marry. Witnessing Xia Qingwei utter these words through gritted teeth, Xiaqing was filled with sorrow, lamenting his inability to contest the power of the aristocrats. He then waved his hand, signaling for the elderly eunuch to withdraw with the white silk. In the entire imperial study, only the father and daughter remained. Qingwei, your father will certainly do everything in his power to ensure you are not wronged by the Chen family. Beyond this, Xiaqing found himself unable to guarantee anything further to Xia Qingwei. She simply acknowledged with a soft then turned to leave, saying, then I shall take my leave. She was acutely aware that the Chen father and son were the true culprits, and lamenting others was futile. Following this incident, her already non-existent fondness for Chen Qing and Chen Xiong plummeted into negative territory. She vowed that even if Chen Qing possessed her body, he would never possess her heart. That heart of hers would forever belong to that singular figure. Upon exiting the imperial study, tears streamed down her cheeks as she thought, Fenggu, in this life, I am fated to be apart from you. If there is a next life, I will surely not betray you. Though the wedding was hastily arranged, the pomp and circumstance were not diminished in the slightest, with civil and military officials gathered in attendance. Even those ministers who typically opposed Chen Xiong attended out of respect for the martial emperor. When inquiries arose regarding Chen Xiong's absence and the whereabouts of the main characters, Chen Xiong raised his wine cup and laughed heartily. That young lad is rather impatient. He has already taken the bride home to prepare for the wedding night. This statement only served to further entrench the image of Chen Qing as a debauched scion in the minds of the attendees. Chen Qing, however, was unconcerned and had no intention of altering their rigid perceptions of him. To him, completing the system's designated marriage process even a second sooner would be a victory, as he was eager to acquire the immortal body. Without securing this, his heart would remain in a state of unrest. In the blink of an eye, at the Chen residence, Chen Qing stood outside the door of his bedroom. He took a deep breath, raised his hands, and pushed open the door to the festively adorned bridal chamber. As soon as he entered, the system panel popped up before him, accompanied by the voice of the system. Congratulations, host, for successfully completing the task. You have obtained the immortal body. Would you like to bind the immortal body immediately? Bind. Without hesitation, Chen Qing provided his response internally upon seeing the options presented before him. Binding the immortal body. Binding successful. Is that it? Chen Qing felt no substantial difference between before and after the binding. It seemed as though this body remained unchanged. Perhaps to quell Chen Qing's doubts, the system promptly reassured him. Rest assured, the immortal body has been successfully bound and is functioning very well. Since the system had made such a declaration, Chen Qing dismissed his uncertainties. Temporarily hiding the system panel, with the issue of the immortal body resolved, a new dilemma presented itself before Chen Qing. Prior to recovering his memories, he realized that, based solely on his recollections of Princess Xia, he could not naively assume that this woman would wholeheartedly dedicate herself to him. Moreover, she was burdened with the scripts of the destined female lead and the destined female emperor. It was akin to holding a hot potato. Discarding it was wasteful, yet keeping it was equally burdensome. Chen Qing had indeed considered the possibility of divorcing Xia Qingwei once he acquired the immortal body. However, should he pursue that course, the system would immediately unbind, and while the immortal body would not be retracted, he felt that relying solely on the immortal body to contest with the protagonist and escape the predetermined fate of death would be exceedingly difficult. After careful deliberation, Chen Qing ultimately resolved to leverage this woman while the protagonist was still sealed away for 29 years, extracting as many resources from the system as possible to combat the protagonist. Once he had attained sufficient strength, he would contemplate other matters. As a devoted reader of novels, Chen Qing believed he understood better than anyone the principle of a world where the strong held sway. Just as he was lost in thought, the system perfectly exemplified the phrase when sleep beckons, a pillow is offered. Main quest has been issued. Would you like to view it? Main quest. View. Intrigued, Chen Qing wondered what scheme the system had devised for him this time. Main quest. Ensure that Xia Qingwei willingly consummates the marriage with you. To accomplish this willingly was a daunting task, and Chen Qing found it hard not to suspect that the system was intentionally digging a pit for him. Given the dual tropes of childhood sweethearts and heroic rescues, along with the protagonist's halo, Chen Qing struggled to envision how the destined female lead, Xia Qingwei, could ever willingly consummate the marriage with him. Fortunately, this was merely the main quest. In Chen Qing's view, there must be a secondary quest. However, before he could delve into pondering the rewards of the main quest, the alluring prospect of the rewards seized his attention. Main quest completion reward. Attain the cultivation level of an emperor. Chapter 4. Is this considered pampering a wife? Gazing at the words that appeared on the Azure system panel before him, Chen Qing confirmed several times that the reward indeed entailed the cultivation level of an emperor. This reward was exceedingly generous. Having already integrated the memories of this life, Chen Qing understood well that in the Tianxian continent, the cultivation levels progressed from low to high as follows: Qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, out-of-body, spirit separation, integration, tribulation transcendence, great ascension, quasi-emperor, and emperor. Each grand realm further subdivided into 9 minor realms. An emperor represented the pinnacle of power within a realm, unrivaled by any other. Furthermore, due to the constraints of the heavenly Tao's order, only one emperor could exist in a given world, enjoying exclusive access to the fortunes bestowed by the heavenly Tao. For others to partake in this celestial fortune, there are but 2 paths: either vanquish the supreme emperor or await the depletion of his lifespan to usurp his position. However, the demise of the supreme emperor often heralds an epic conflict, for the throne is coveted by many, yet only one can ascend to it. This thought ignited a question in Chen Qing's mind. If I were to truly complete the task and consummate my union with Xia Qingwei, would I not directly replace the supreme emperor? The system promptly clarified. System rewards are not bound by celestial laws. The host may coexist with them or strike to seize the celestial fortune. Ah, so that is it. Reassured by the system's words, Chen Qing pondered why he would challenge the emperor, inviting unnecessary strife. In this second life, he yearned to live leisurely, savoring existence. The sole reason for fulfilling the system's tasks was to solidify his power, to reverse the doomed fate of a villain, and to survive amidst the protagonists. The struggle for dynastic supremacy held no allure for him. However, with his indestructible body and unrivaled cultivation, the prospect of living undisturbed, free from disturbance, was indeed tempting. Turning his gaze, he beheld the serene figure of the Grand Princess Xia Qingwei, draped in a red wedding gown, her face veiled, sitting silently on the bed, gulping nervously. Chen Qing worried whether, as a quintessential antagonist, sharing a bed with the protagonist's woman might lead to dire consequences. Would he incur the wrath of celestial retribution? With a heavy sigh, he lamented the inadequacy of this script compared to the tales of underdogs rising against all odds. Resolute, he decided to take things one step at a time. After preparing himself mentally, he approached Xia Qingwei. Noticing his approaching footsteps, her hands instinctively clenched into fists. Frankly, Chen Qing was somewhat apprehensive, fearing she might be concealing a dagger, poised to strike as he drew near. Fortunately, upon reaching her side, she made no sudden moves, allowing him to relax slightly. He then reached for the joyous scale placed nearby and lifted it beneath her veil. Their eyes met, and Chen Qing couldn't help but acknowledge her extraordinary beauty, fitting of the phrase stunningly beautiful, deserving of the title of the most beautiful woman of the Grand Wu dynasty. Her eyes, slightly reddened from previous tears yet feigning strength, evoked a sense of compassion within him. As silence enveloped them, Chen Qing awkwardly returned the joyous scale to its place, feeling somewhat lost in this moment of matrimony, particularly since this was his first wedding in both lives. The system's task required Xia Qingwei to willingly consummate their union, yet he couldn't force such an intimate act upon her. A glance at her icy gaze made it clear that any dip in favorability would be arduous to recover from, perhaps rendering the task unachievable for this lifetime. Ultimately, he felt that achieving the cultivation of a supreme emperor held greater importance than winning over such a beauty. Though Xia Qingwei was indeed the fairest of the Grand Wu dynasty, the Tianxian continent was rife with dynasties, and he could undoubtedly find another enchanting maiden akin to her. If he desired beauty, why sacrifice an entire forest for just a single tree? With the cultivation of a supreme emperor, he could attract not only earthly beauties but perhaps even celestial fairies. Having weighed his options, Chen Qing reached a decision. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he approached the table and poured himself a cup of tea to soothe his throat. Then, taking a pristine cup, he filled it and returned to Xia Qingwei, offering it to her. Please, have some water. Xia Qingwei remained silent. Yet after confirming that he had indeed sipped from the teapot without issue, she accepted the cup from his hands and drank it all at once. Truth be told, she too felt a pang of anxiety, wary of Chen Qing's next move, fearing he might reveal his true intentions and pounce upon her like a famished wolf. Yet, Xia Qingwei could not afford to refuse him. The most disheartening aspect was that to safeguard her royal lineage and the future of the Grand Wu, she had no power even to take her own life, leaving her at his mercy. Unbeknownst to her, Chen Qing's attention was not on her at all. On the suddenly appearing system panel, visible only to him, a message read, "Wife pampered successfully. Congratulations, host, you have received a random reward, 10 mid-grade spirit stones." Furrowing his brow at this notification, Chen Qing was perplexed. Pouring a cup of water could be classified as pampering? 10 mid-grade spirit stones were inconsequential given his background. Yet for impoverished families, earning such a sum could take an entire year of toil. Viewed from this angle, receiving 10 mid-grade spirit stones simply for pouring water was rather advantageous. He was left pondering whether there were any limitations. Gazing at the empty cup in Xia Qingyue's hands, a thought crossed his mind. He returned to the table, took the teapot, and refilled her cup. "You must be thirsty. Drink another." Xia Qingyue cast a curious glance at Chen Qing, but thought little of it. With one hand partially covering her face, she tilted her head slightly and drained the tea. "Wife pampered successfully. Congratulations, host, you have received a random reward. 1 strength attribute." Strength attribute? Initially, Chen Qing assumed that for such trivial acts as pouring tea, only spirit stones would be rewarded. To his surprise, not only were there no limits on the number of attempts, but the quality of random rewards varied significantly. Upon receiving the strength attribute point, he distinctly felt an influx of raw power coursing through his body, invigorating his limbs. Realizing this, Chen Qing became intrigued and poured another cup for Xia Qingwei. Though puzzled, Xia Qingwei complied, not wishing to offend or provoke Chen Qing. She drank the tea obediently. Chen Qing poured again. Xia Qingwei drank again. This cycle continued, and with each cup, her confusion deepened. Was Chen Qing mistaking tea for wine? She couldn't help but wonder if she should play along with the misunderstanding. As Chapter 5 unfolds, Xia Qingwei contemplated another possibility. Believing Chen Qing might be testing her loyalty through this method. Accepting her fate, she resolved to comply. After finishing yet another cup of tea, she raised a hand to her forehead, feigning dizziness. I feel so dizzy and tired." With that, she collapsed onto the bed, not wanting to give Chen Qing an excuse to challenge her royal family. "Wife pampered successfully. Congratulations, host, you have received a random reward, 1 speed attribute." Closing the system panel, Chen Qing observed Xia Qingyue sprawled on the bed, his brow furrowing once more. He had lived 2 lifetimes and had only heard of intoxication from alcohol, never of someone being drunk on water. Noticing her slightly trembling eyelids, he surmised she was pretending to sleep. However, he couldn't decipher her reasoning for doing so. It was certainly not out of a genuine desire to consummate their union. Unable to fathom Xia Qingyue's intentions, Chen Qing ultimately chose not to dwell on it. He gently removed her shoes and adjusted her posture. Was it about to happen? Feeling his movements, Xia Qingyue tensed, gripping her 10 crimson and rounded toes tightly. To Summer Qingyue's astonishment, Chen Qing did not pounce upon her like a famished wolf. Instead, he tenderly draped a blanket over her. Her delicate brows furrowed in confusion, pondering his intentions. Based on her preconceived notions of Chen Qing, she anticipated that, after she had fainted, he would have succumbed to his impulses long ago. The reasoning behind his actions eluded her. Conversely, Chen Qing was merely taking a gamble, wagering that removing Summer Qingyue's shoes and covering her with a blanket might qualify as an act of indulgence, thus meeting the criteria for a random reward from the system. As fate would have it, he was indeed correct. Wife pampering successful. Congratulations, host, you have received a random reward. 1 grade Qi pill x2. Qi pills. And 2 at that. This fortuitously validated another notion in Chen Qing's mind. Although the rewards were random, the more sincere the act of pampering his wife, the greater the quantity and quality of the rewards received. With this conviction, Chen Qing promptly summoned a basin of warm water. Lying in bed, Summer Qingyue discreetly opened her eyes a crack, observing his every move. When she saw him return with the water, her mind began to race. She speculated whether he might be regretting the prolonged charade of her feigned slumber and was contemplating splashing water on her to rouse her. Alternatively, perhaps he simply sought amusement through her discomfort. How perverse. Just as she muttered a silent curse, Chen Qing placed the basin beside the bed, wrung out a towel, and sat by her side, gently wiping the beads of cold sweat from her brow. Moved, Summer Qingyue dared not stir. The more tender he became, the more unsettling it felt to her, like an ominous calm before a tempest. Unperturbed by her thoughts, Chen Qing was engrossed in accumulating pampering rewards, reveling in the process. Wife pampering successful. Congratulations, host, you have received a random reward. 1 grade Qi pill x10. After completing the initial wash, he wrung out the towel again and continued to cleanse her face. Wife pampering successful. Congratulations, host, you have received a random reward. 2 grade moistening pills x1. With each reward collected, he repeated the process. Wife pampering successful. Congratulations, host, you have received a random reward. Free attribute x5. Wife pampering successful. Congratulations, host. You have received a random reward. 1 grade Qi pill x10. Chen Qing discerned that while the system did not restrict the repetition of pampering methods, a comprehensive set of actions was required. For instance, after wiping her face once, he had to cleanse the towel before he could trigger the next pampering reward. By the 12th time he wiped Summer Qingyue's face, she could no longer endure it. With a swift motion, she seized his wrist, sitting up with an expression rife with suspicion, demanding, "What do you intend to do? I noticed you had sweat on your face and thought to help you clean up." Chen Qing replied, only to realize the absurdity of his rationale. What sense did it make to wash someone's face multiple times? He had been so preoccupied with accumulating rewards that he failed to consider this. Thus, he hastily added, "I have a bit of a cleanliness obsession, so I tend to wash more often than others." "Is that what you call more often?" Summer Qingyue thought to herself, unable to voice her remarks. She had to concede that standing before Chen Qing, the son of a powerful minister with considerable influence, was far more daunting than being in the presence of Xia Cheng. "Continue." Then, she relented, releasing his wrist and reclining back onto the bed, adopting a posture of submission. Chen Qing glanced at her flushed cheeks, hesitated, and then withdrew his hand, deciding enough was enough. She was already clean enough. He sensed that if he continued, he might inadvertently harm her delicate visage. Through this singular method of pampering, he had amassed dozens of pills, including a significant quantity of 1-grade pills and even a few 2-grade pills, an undeniable profit. Chen Qing understood that attaining the cultivation level of an emperor was no easy feat, and before that, he could utilize these pills to bolster his strength. He was not inclined to squander his innate talent for cultivation. However, before that, he needed to accumulate more pampering rewards from Summer Qingyue. Just as his mind raced with new strategies for pampering, a faint sound reached his ears. Following the sound, he glanced at Summer Qingyue's abdomen, confident that the noise originated from within her. Observing her flushed complexion, an idea sparked in Chen Qing's mind. He hurried to the round table and returned with a platter of pastries. Summer Qingyue, mortified, clutched her stomach, her face a deep crimson, wishing she could disappear into the ground. The day's events had been overwhelming, and she had scarcely had a moment to eat, resulting in her current predicament. As a princess, She had always held herself to high standards in such matters. She never anticipated revealing such an embarrassing side in front of Chen Qing. Come, eat something. We cannot let you starve, Chen Qing urged, his voice gentle yet insistent. Hesitantly, Summer Qingwe opened her eyes and saw him presenting the platter of pastries before her. Propping herself up on her hands, she glanced from him to the plate, feeling an inexplicable sense of dissonance. This was a stark contrast to her rigid impressions of Chen Qing. Had he not been infamous in the Great Wu dynasty and uttered lewd remarks during their last encounter? She might have doubted whether she had married the wrong man and that he had been wronged. He's acting. This must be an act. She admonished herself. You must not be fooled by his false kindness. Her stomach growled once more, and casting aside her reservations, she shook her head to clear her thoughts and resolved to eat something, unwilling to allow Chen Qing to witness her embarrassment any longer. However, just as she reached for a pastry, Chen Qing preemptively whisked the plate away, without waiting for her to protest. He picked up a piece of pastry and held it to her lips, declaring, I will feed you. Why you can't do this? Summer Qingwe stammered, swallowing her words as she refrained from providing him with an opportunity to provoke her. With her lips slightly parted, she took a small bite of the pastry. Wife pampering successful. Congratulations, host, you have received a random reward. 1 grade chi pill x20. 20. Realizing the system deemed feeding his wife a more significant act of indulgence, Chen Qing's face lit up with joy. Have another bite. Summer Qingwe nodded, swallowing the morsel she had just bitten, and leaned in for another piece. Resolute, she vowed not to give Chen Qing a chance to lose his temper. She would comply with whatever he asked. Wife pampering successful. Congratulations, host, you have received a random reward. Mid-level yellow stage skill, mountain shaking palm x1. Eat. There is plenty more. If it's not enough, I can have the kitchen prepare more. Seeing the unexpected reward of a skill manual, Chen Qing's excitement surged, and he eagerly urged her to eat more. The prospect of a reward for each bite was utterly delightful. Summer Qingwe remained silent, obediently indulging in the pastries. As she finished one piece, Chen Qing promptly offered her another. Wife pampering successful. Congratulations, host, you have received a random reward. 2 grade moistening pills x5. Wife pampering successful. Congratulations, host, you have received a random reward. Free attribute x10. Wife pampering successful. Congratulations, host, you have received a random reward. Insight x5. Gradually, the once towering mound of pastries had diminished significantly. Chen Qing's feeding grew increasingly rapid, and so too did Xia Qingyue's consumption. As Chen Qing reached for yet another pastry, Xia Qingyue opened her mouth only to close it again, her eyes reflecting a dilemma. Apologies, I truly cannot eat anymore. It's all right. You can eat when you're hungry again, Chen Qing replied, showing no intention of forcing her. Just as he set down the pastry, he seized the opportunity to offer her a cup of tea. You choked, didn't you? Here, have some water. Concerned that Chen Qing might continue to pour water for her as he had before, Xia Qingyue accepted the cup while indicating, just 1 cup, please. All right. Wife pampering successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward. Low-grade yellow tier technique. Flowing cloud steps 1. Chen Qing was indifferent. Such matters were best approached with patience. He had no intention of gorging himself to the point of fattening Xia Qingyue to excess. After satisfying their appetites, what else could they do? Chen Qing pondered, while he racked his brain to accumulate wife-pampering rewards, thousands of miles away in the depths of Demang Mountain, within a nameless cave. A powerful wave of energy erupted from the depths, surging like a torrent, seemingly possessing the might to obliterate the heavens. Yet, the moment it reached the cave's entrance, an even mightier force erased its existence, revealing a barrier wall. This was precisely where the protagonist, Yi Feng, was in seclusion to sign in. Excellent. I have finally refined that pill I signed in for during the day. I never expected that a mere 5th grade pill would enable my cultivation to break through to the out-of-body realm. At this rate, it won't be long before I step into the quasi-emperor realm and attempt to attain the title of emperor. By then, none shall be my equal in this world. Yi Feng clenched his fist, his eyes brimming with confidence and determination. Besides thoughts of his father and younger sister, revenge also occupied his mind. Accompanied by the image of a stunning figure, Xia Qingyue's enchanting visage floated before him as if she were merely an arm's length away. Qingyue, you must wait for me. In 30 years, when I return with the power of an emperor, I shall fulfill my childhood promise and take you as my bride. Yi Feng believed in Xia Qingyue's feelings for him, confident that she would endure until his triumphant return. After reflecting on the affection the dog emperor had for Xia Qingyue, he reassured himself that she would not be forced to marry someone she did not love. After this self-comforting thought, Yi Feng chose to resume his cultivation. Aside from cultivation and sleep, he had little else to occupy his time, confined within the cave by the barrier, unable to escape. from the moment the system bound him. It mandated that he remain in this cave for a full 30 years of sign-ins before he could emerge. The system's operation was quite simple. It refreshed the sign-in opportunity daily, with the rewards being a matter of luck, and once the time passed, the opportunity would be lost. However, Yifeng could never have imagined that Xia Qingyue not only married but was currently lying on the same bed as Chen Qing. To be precise, Xia Qingyue was sitting cross-legged on the bed while Chen Qing stood behind her, massaging her back and shoulders. Wife pampering successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward. High-grade yellow tier weapon, Moonslaying Sword 1. Wife pampering successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, Earth Escape Talisman 5. A splendid spree of rewards. In contrast, Xia Qingyue felt an increasing pressure. Her body tensed as she could not comprehend Chen Qing's series of actions and what his intentions might be. With the removal of shoes and the covering with blankets, fetching water for her face, personally feeding her, and now tirelessly massaging her shoulders, Xia Qingyue could not help but entertain a bold thought. Could it be that Chen Qing, weary of his former life as a debauched scion, sought to marry an ordinary person and settle down? Uncertain and reluctant to inquire further, she chose to continue indulging Chen Qing's whims. Unbeknownst to her, she had unwittingly become a tool for Chen Qing to accrue system rewards. While Chen Qing reveled in his achievements, Xia Qingyue found herself under immense pressure, her heartstrings taut at all times. Let us pause here. Chen Qing then realized how dissolute his previous self had been before regaining his memories, leaving this body in such a deplorable state. After only a brief period of this exertion, he was already panting heavily. Resolute, he vowed never to neglect his cultivation again and to restore his body's former vitality. After catching his breath and easing his fatigue, Chen Qing glanced outside. The day was still young, and he asked Xia Qingyue, "My lady, would you care to take a stroll? Clear your mind." Chen Qing considered that even if he and Xia Qingyue lacked the essence of a married couple, they still bore the title. Calling her my lady was fitting. My lady. Upon hearing him address her thus, Xia Qingyue felt strange and awkward. In a voice barely above a whisper, she asked, "I do not like to impose on others. However, if you wish for me to share a chamber with you willingly, we may begin at once." At this, Xia Qingyue instinctively shifted her waist and hips, distancing herself slightly. "Thank you, young master. Please grant me a little more time." Chen Qing was not surprised by her reaction and replied, "How you address me in private is of no consequence, but in public, it is best to refer to me as your husband. This will alleviate many troubles for you and me." "Very well." Xia Qingyue nodded in agreement. Regardless of whether Chen Qing spoke from the heart, for her, every second she could delay was a blessing. She anticipated that changes would soon occur in the court, such as the downfall of the Chen family. More eagerly, she awaited her Feng Gu to return as promised, riding on a rainbow cloud to rescue her from peril. Chapter 7. The Struggle to be a Good Person. Despite her lack of romantic experience, having spent 18 years enclosed within high walls, Xia Qingyue was not inclined to alter her perception of Chen Qing or to develop feelings for him based solely on these circumstances. She understood a fundamental truth. In this world, humans are terrifying to ghosts, and ghosts are aware of the malice in human hearts. She had heard and witnessed too many treacherous souls, willing to resort to any means for power, valuing lives as mere chaff. This, indeed, referred to Chen Qing's father, Chen Xiao. Compared to Chen Qing's transformation and his desire to be a good person, Xia Qingyue leaned towards the belief that he was merely playing a role. As for his motives, Xia Qingyue had yet to decipher them. She did not intend to waste too much energy on this matter, since Chen Qing wished to act. She would accompany him in his performance, enduring him, accommodating him, and appeasing him. Before long, they changed from their festive red wedding attire into regular clothing and exited the Chen family estate. Chen Qing was aware that his father had dispatched guardians to secretly protect him, prepared for various unforeseen circumstances, especially since he had made numerous enemies within the court. Thus, he did not bring any servants along, wishing to avoid their interference with his plans. This was akin to a date, albeit a fictitious one, devoid of genuine affection. There was no need to have a third party around to disrupt the ambience. Shortly after leaving the Chen residence, Chen Qing led Xia Qingyue to a food street. Recalling that as a princess, she had spent her life in the palace, learning various etiquettes, and had likely never had the opportunity to experience the mundane world. A glance over his shoulder confirmed his suspicion. Upon arriving at the food street, Xia Qingyue's face illuminated with excitement and curiosity. Candied hawthorn. They're selling candied hawthorn. Sweet and crispy candied hawthorn. Hearing the vendor's call, Xia Qingyue's gaze darted over. Memories flooded back to her mind of 3 years prior when Yifeng had stealthily climbed over the wall to bring her the candied hawthorn she had longed for. It was the first time she had ever tasted candied hawthorn. The thin, crisp sugar coating paired with the tartness of hawthorn was simply delightful. In the haze of her thoughts, Xia Qingyue seemed to catch a fleeting glimpse of Yi Feng, the one who had once brought her candied hawthorns. Yi Ge, however, upon regaining her senses, she realized that the figure before her was not Yi Feng, but Chen Qing. The candied hawthorn in his hand, however, was strikingly similar. Here, have a taste, Chen Qing offered, extending the freshly purchased treat towards Xia Qingyue. Although she expressed her thanks verbally, her heart was a tumult of emotions as she accepted the candied hawthorn from him. Taking a small bite, the flavor was reminiscent of the past, yet she could not muster a smile. After all, he was not the person she longed for. Wife pampering successful. Congratulations, host, on receiving a random reward. Yellow tier superior technique. Flowing cloud palm 1. After obtaining the coveted reward, Chen Qing noticed that Xia Qingyue had finished the string of candied hawthorns. He turned back to the vendor, requesting to purchase all the remaining candied hawthorns. Faced with this unusual behavior from the notorious Chen Qing, the vendor was nearly brought to his knees in desperation, fearing that accepting the money might cost him his life. After hastily presenting a stick adorned with several strings of candied hawthorns to Chen Qing, the vendor scampered away as if his feet were greased, disappearing into thin air. Chen Qing turned back, feeling somewhat awkward as he glanced at Xia Qingyue, wanting to convey that it was not his intention to withhold payment, but rather the vendor's refusal to accept it, concerned that this incident might undermine his earlier efforts. He summoned the protector. Greetings, young master. The protector materialized instantly. Catch up to him and hand over the money, Chen Qing instructed. It was essential to maintain the appearance of a performance in front of the destined heroine. Understood, the protector replied and vanished on the spot, epitomizing the phrase coming without a trace, leaving without a shadow. Subsequently, Chen Qing approached Xia Qingyue, holding an entire stick of candied hawthorns. He presented it to her with an air of authority, stating, "Take as many as you desire." Initially intending to collect rewards string by string, Chen Qing reconsidered and pondered if a quantity could lead to a qualitative change. Ignoring the bewildered expression on Xia Qingyue's face as she cradled the nearly towering stick of candied hawthorns, Chen Qing's attention was fully focused on the system panel that had just appeared, his expression filled with anticipation. Wife pampering successful. Congratulations, host, on receiving a random reward. Inferior spiritual treasure, King of Hell Needle 5. Spiritual treasure, King of Hell Needle? Chen Qing immediately opted to view the detailed description. King of Hell Needle. To the one pierced, it is as if the King of Hell has issued an edict. A brief yet potent phrase that conveyed immense gravity. When the King of Hell himself issues a decree, one must ponder who among the masses would possess the strength and audacity to refuse. In Chen Qing's eyes, it was a remarkable life-preserving artifact. Upon closing the system panel, he discovered that Xia Qingyue had vanished. Has she fled? He mused, but that was hardly the case. He soon found her distributing the candied hawthorns to a group of ragged, disheveled little beggars hiding in an alley. Truly, the destined heroine possessed a kind heart. Chen Qing reflected. After distributing all the treats, Xia Qingyue returned to him, explaining, "I cannot eat that many on my own. Please do not blame them." In essence, she implied that if there were blame to be cast, it should be directed at him, not the innocent children. Upon hearing this, Chen Qing felt a pang of bitterness. Altering preconceived notions proved to be a challenging endeavor. Fortunately, he had awakened early. Otherwise, the title of a notorious troublemaker might have been firmly affixed to him. Change. When would such opportunities arise? He could only continue to follow the script, meeting his demise at the hands of the protagonist, fulfilling the role of the villain. Since my lady has said so, I shall acquiesce, Chen Qing declared with a doting expression. Upon hearing him refer to her as my lady, Xia Qingyue responded with a somewhat strained smile, thanking him. Thank you, dear husband. Wife pampering successful. Congratulations, host, on receiving a random reward, 100 mid-tier spiritual stones. Chen Qing harbored serious doubts about whether this system, like himself, was a blank slate in matters of affection. Fortunately, this allowed him to reap substantial rewards with minimal effort. He hoped the system would continue to excel. Wife pampering successful. Congratulations, host, on receiving a random reward, Fireball Talismans 5. Wife pampering successful. Congratulations, host, on receiving a random reward, Charm Attribute 10. In the time that followed, Chen Qing led Xia Qingyue on a delightful exploration of various local delicacies, such as dragon beard candy, baked cakes, and water chestnut cakes. To Xia Qingyue, each treat was delectable, yet deep within her heart. She yearned to share these moments with her beloved Yi Ge. Chen Qing, however, chose to remain silent about this, recognizing that as the future destined empress, Xia Qingyue was still quite innocent and had yet to awaken. Her face could not conceal her true feelings. Why the urgency? Why was Chen Qing in a hurry? The individual secluded in the mountains, diligently cultivating, was not in a rush. Why should he be? Compared to that, there were matters of greater concern. He sensed eyes lurking in the shadows, a gaze distinctly hostile and unlike that of the protector. Chapter 8. You are concealing your talents. The hostility was palpable, sending a chill down Chen Qing's spine, akin to a cold wind seeping into his garments. Suddenly, a dozen masked figures clad in black emerged from all directions. Their weapons gleaming, they incited screams of terror from passers-by, who fled in panic. Chen Qing reacted swiftly, recognizing that these individuals were targeting him. He reached out, grasping Xia Qingyue's wrist, pulling her protectively behind him. He cast her a reassuring glance, saying, "Do not fear, I will handle everything." Wife pampering successful. Congratulations, host. On receiving a random reward, Insight 20. Insight. Chen Qing was quite pleased with this reward, for in the realm of the fantastical, a cultivator's level of insight often determined the ceiling of their potential. Insight is a facet of talent, typically predetermined at birth, yet with the system at his disposal. Chen Qing could cultivate insight values through his acts of pampering. With sufficient insight, it was not impossible to comprehend a technique merely by glancing at its manual, or even to achieve enlightenment and forge a unique technique of his own. Thus, Chen Qing viewed this reward as immensely valuable, wishing for more. Do not fear. I will handle everything. In contrast, the simplicity of Chen Qing's words had a profound impact on Xia Qingyue's heart. She could not fathom why the reputedly arrogant and unscrupulous scion, faced with such life-threatening peril, would prioritize her safety above all else. In her mind, such a self-serving individual should have abandoned her to flee. After all, the protector assigned to Chen Qing had been dispatched to pursue the candied hawthorn vendor to settle the debt. Xia Qingyue's emotions were a tumultuous blend of complexity. Her preconceived notions of Chen Qing began to waver. Could it be that he had been concealing his true talents? Perhaps he intentionally masqueraded as a wastrel to divert attention from his existence, biding his time until he could astound everyone with his capabilities. History is replete with such examples of individuals who have risen to greatness. The more she pondered, the more apprehensive she became. Chen Xiong, a powerful minister, posed a formidable challenge to the great martial dynasty, even compelling the martial emperor to regard him with deference. Now, with the addition of a scheming, ambitious son of the chancellor, Xia Qingyue's thoughts coalesced into a singular realization. The great martial dynasty was in peril. However, a single remark from Chen Qing inevitably caused a stir within Xia Qingyue's heart. If you wish to confront me, so be it. Yet, I implore you to spare the innocent and allow her to depart. Upon hearing this, the group of black-clad figures exchanged glances, and the leader spoke. We shall not harm her, but she cannot be permitted to alert anyone. As long as you comply with your fate, she shall remain unharmed. Their agreement or disagreement held little significance for Chen Qing. What truly mattered was the system's perspective. Wife pampered successfully. Congratulations, host. You have received a random reward, a high-grade shadow puppet of the mysterious tier. Note, the power of a shadow puppet is equivalent to that of a peak-stage spiritual exit practitioner. Peak-stage spiritual exit? This far surpassed the strength of the guardian Chen Xiong had left beside Chen Qing. What a tremendous gain. A trump card added, under the sovereign's foot. To kill on the streets. Do you still regard the law with any reverence? Just then, a voice from Xia Qingyue caught Chen Qing's attention, prompting him to wave his hand and conceal the system panel, taken aback. He had anticipated that in such a situation, Xia Qingyue would remain silent, hoping fervently for these assassins to eliminate him. To his surprise, she invoked the sovereign and the laws of Great Xia, attempting to intimidate the assassins. The laws of Great Xia? Upon hearing this, the assassin chuckled derisively, for his very existence was a contempt for the law. Killing him is a righteous act. No matter the justification, murder remains murder. His wickedness ought to be judged and punished by the law. Observing Xia Qingyue's earnest defense, Chen Qing found it hard to imagine the trials she would face on the path to becoming the Destined Empress. So innocent, yet ill-suited for the imperial throne. Enough of this nonsense, brothers. Let us act swiftly and decisively, commanded the assassin. One of them immediately brandished a blade, rushing toward Chen Qing with lethal intent. Chen Qing, in turn, summoned his spiritual energy, executing the previously acquired reward, the yellow-tier mid-grade technique, Mountain Shaking Palm. With his current comprehension, it took merely a fleeting glance to grasp its essence. As he unleashed the technique, his spiritual energy coalesced into a colossal hand-shaped apparition, striking the assassin and sending him flying several meters away. Crashing to the ground, he scarcely had time to struggle before losing consciousness. The remaining assassins turned to their fallen comrade, their expressions darkening. Clearly, they had not anticipated that this so-called debauched scion was, in fact, a practitioner. Though they possessed some martial skills, they were all ordinary folk, devoid of spiritual roots, thus incapable of cultivation. They understood well that even a perfected martial artist could not hope to rival a practitioner at the entry level of spiritual cultivation. In an instant, they faltered, gripped by fear. They had assumed that with Chen Qing's guardian dispatched, he was left alone, and with their numbers, they could easily overcome him, an opportunity bestowed by fate. Little did they know, Chen Qing had been secretly cultivating. Witnessing this scene, Xia Qingwei became further convinced of her earlier assumption that Chen Qing was merely concealing his prowess. This fellow was indeed no ordinary wastrel. Just then, as the assassins were left bewildered, a commanding voice resonated from afar like thunder. Bold scoundrels, do not harm our young master. Indeed, it was the guardian who had returned. Chen Qing then turned and grasped Xia Qingyue's hand, saying, let us depart. Following Chen Qing's lead, Xia Qingyue instinctively turned to glance back at the assassins, but he halted her, advising, I suggest you refrain from doing so. You might find it difficult to sleep tonight. Meeting Chen Qing's gaze, she sensed his understanding of her thoughts, prompting him to add, this world operates on the principle of the survival of the fittest. In other words, if they had the chance to kill me, they would not hesitate. To this, Xia Qingyue offered no rebuttal. She longed to contest Chen Qing's assertion but recognized the validity in his words. Behind them, the guardian merely raised a hand, and the few assassins were annihilated, flesh and bone evaporating from existence. When mortals confront practitioners, especially those of advanced realms, there is simply no opportunity for resistance. Elsewhere, Chen Qing led Xia Qingyue to a small stall selling candy figures. As he focused intently on crafting the sugary creations, Xia Qingyue summoned her courage to inquire. You have been playing a part all along, wishing others to perceive you as a debauched scion, while in truth, you have been concealing your talents and cultivating in secret? Is this how you regard me? While Chen Qing verbally acknowledged her question, internally, he perceived this as a promising sign. Earning Xia Qingyue's willingness to share a chamber would necessitate shedding his rigid image as the first step. Your performance today is entirely different from your former self. Xia Qingyue observed candidly. Chen Qing remained silent, engrossed in his work. Words would pale in comparison to allowing Xia Qingyue to ponder and imagine on her own. Just as he anticipated, her perception of his silence led Xia Qingyue to conclude that he had indeed been caught off guard, too weary to offer a defense. You and Chen Xiong are conspiring to overthrow the entire Great Wu dynasty, are you not? Marrying me is but a means to quell the populace in the aftermath of your rebellion. Using our union as a guise, Xia Qingyue continued her analysis. The candy vendor had long since fled, fearing for his life should he linger any longer. Chen Qing did not rush to respond. He completed the final stroke of his artwork and carefully lifted the finished candy figure from the paper. It was a chibi version of Xia Qingyue. What do you think? Does it resemble you? Chen Qing inquired. Answer me. Is your Chen family plotting rebellion? The answer to this question was of utmost importance to Xia Qingyue. Observing her resolute demeanor, Chen Qing sighed. Rest assured, at least for now, we harbor no such intention. Moreover, the change of dynasties is a natural occurrence. After all, this land was not originally named Xia, was it? Faced with Chen Qing's words, Xia Qingyue found herself at a loss for a rebuttal. She was well aware that the Great Wu dynasty was also founded upon the corpses of countless individuals. Yet, at least during its century-long reign, it had not been embroiled in constant warfare, leaving its citizens in despair and disarray. Xia Qingyue recounted the merits of the Great Wu, seeing her grow increasingly passionate. Chen Qing interjected, rest easy, you are now my wife, and the emperor is my father-in-law. Why would I conspire against my own kin? Here, my dear, have some candy. Chen Qing once more extended the candy figure toward her. Xia Qingyue accepted the confection, still tinged with skepticism. She asked, do you truly believe this? Are you really not planning a rebellion? Indeed, truly. As long as you remain my wife for a day, I vow that the Chen family shall never rebel. To dispel her doubts, Chen Qing raised his hand in solemn oath. Xia Qingyue acquiesced with a hum. Little did she know, Chen Qing's ambitions extended far beyond the confines of the Great Wu dynasty. Regaining her composure, she examined the candy figure in her hand. How beautiful! Having been preoccupied with other matters, Xia Qingyue now realized that this candy figure, crafted by Chen Qing's own hands, depicted her. It was not merely lifelike, but indeed rather charming. She had not expected Chen Qing to possess such a skill. Wife pampered successfully. Congratulations, host. You have received a random reward, a foundational cultivation gift pack. Note, upon use, it will elevate your current strength to the peak of the foundational stage with a single touch. A cultivation gift pack? An instant enhancement of power. Chen Qing calculated that his current cultivation was at the second layer of spiritual refinement. Achieving the peak foundational stage would mean a leap of 16 minor realms. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. It was well worth my earnest efforts in painting. Chen Qing was immensely satisfied with the reward, eagerly confirming its use. Chapter 9, Undulation. Would you like to use the Foundation Establishment Skill Gift Package? Use. Without hesitation. The Foundation Establishment Skill Gift Package is now in use. Foundation Establishment Skill Gift Package successfully utilized. The host's current cultivation has reached the pinnacle of Foundation Establishment. As the system notified him, Chen Qing immediately felt the Dan Sea expand significantly, filled with a powerful energy that coursed through the meridians, permeating every limb and bone. He had indeed broken through to the pinnacle of Foundation Establishment. Such a level of cultivation, prior to joining a sect, could certainly be regarded as an impressive achievement. Even the entrance requirements of major sects merely demanded reaching the second or third layer of qi refinement. If Chen Qing were to participate in assessments with his pinnacle Foundation Establishment cultivation assessments, there would be no need for any. He could directly join the inner court, select a personal master, and enjoy the privileges of a prodigy. However, at present, Chen Qing had no intention of joining a sect. What could a sect offer him? It would be wiser to strategize early and invest more thought into winning over Xia Qingwei, ensuring she willingly consummates their union, thus attaining the cultivation of an emperor. At that point, possessing both an immortal body and imperial cultivation, he would not need to provoke the main characters. Should they dare to challenge him, he would surely eliminate them. Concealing the system panel, he glanced at Xia Qingwei, who was staring blankly at the candy figurine, motionless. Go ahead, eat it. Don't worry, it's not poisoned. She replied, it's too beautiful. I can't bear to eat it. Unable to contain herself, Xia Qingwei expressed her true feelings. Chen Qing seized the opportunity, saying, oh, what is there to hesitate about? If you want to eat it later, I can draw you another. Xia Qingwei hesitated, gazing into Chen Qing's autumn-like eyes, which shimmered with a fleeting ripple she herself had not noticed. Given that Chen Qing had spoken so boldly, Xia Qingwei feared that refusing to eat might lead him to misunderstand her intentions. With that thought, she parted her lips and took the candy figurine, savoring the sweetness as it melted in her mouth, filling her senses with delight. As they walked, Chen Qing noticed something peculiar about Xia Qingwei's gait. Wait, he suddenly called out. Before Xia Qingwei could respond, he crouched down and lifted her skirt, revealing her delicate ankle. What are you doing? Xia Qingwei exclaimed nervously. When did this happen? Why didn't you say anything sooner? Seeing her ankle, bruised and reddened, Chen Qing wore an expression of reproach. It's nothing, just a minor injury. You needn't worry. In truth, when they had encountered the assassin, Chen Qing had pulled Xia Qingwei behind him, and due to the uneven ground, she had twisted her foot. That won't do. Chen Qing stepped forward, turning his back to her. Climb on. I'll carry you back. Such a rare opportunity to dote on his wife. How could he let it slip away? Xia Qingwei hesitated. On one hand, she was reluctant to have too much physical contact with Chen Qing. On the other hand, they were in a bustling market, surrounded by many onlookers, which made her feel quite embarrassed. If you don't get on, I might rebel, Chen Qing said with feigned seriousness. Don't scare me. I'll do as you say, Xia Qingwei replied, even though she recognized his words as mere jest. She stepped forward and climbed onto his back. Chen Qing supported her thighs, reassuring her to hold steady before rising to his feet. Throughout the journey, Xia Qingwei buried her face deep in Chen Qing's back, avoiding the gazes of those around them. Reflecting on the last time she had been carried like this, it had been during an attack by beasts. Leaving her paralyzed with fear, saved by Yifeng, she swiftly pushed those thoughts aside. The more she pondered, the more guilt she felt towards Yifeng. He was, after all, in a perilous situation, while she was here with another man. Oh, displaying affection are we? The cheerful voices of children nearby caused Xia Qingwei's face to flush even deeper. Though she could hide her face, her crimson ears betrayed her embarrassment. Upon realizing that the one carrying her was the notorious Chen Qing, the children's families hurriedly covered their mouths, kneeling on the ground, pleading for his forgiveness. Chen Qing paid them no mind, focusing instead on something more pressing. Wife pampering successful. Congratulations, the host has received a random reward. 4th grade Heavenly Xian Pill 1. A 4th grade pill. Chen Qing was eager to refine this pill to enhance his strength. He mused that if things continued this way, perhaps before he could win over Xia Qingwei, he would achieve the status of an emperor, thanks to the copious rewards from the system. A question arose in his mind. System, if I were to attain the status of an emperor ahead of time, would that render the rewards ineffective? Rest assured, host. The system's rewards will always yield a 1 + 1 = 2 effect. That is good to hear. Chen Qing felt reassured upon hearing the system's response. Possessing dual emperor cultivation? For him, that was not merely enticing, it was profoundly alluring. 1 layer of emperor strength was sufficient to dominate the entire heavenly Xian continent. Possessing dual layers of emperor cultivation would grant him unparalleled authority throughout the ages. Not to mention, with his immortal body, he could persist in the world, ceaselessly cultivating and enhancing his prowess. Before long, Chen Qing carried Xianxiaaudiobooks back to the Chen residence, into their marital chamber. After gently placing her on the bed, he summoned someone to fetch medicine. He instructed Xianxiaaudiobooks to sit on the bed, lifting her foot to remove her shoes and socks, revealing her delicate and fair little foot. Observing her bashful demeanor and her repeated attempts to retract her foot, Chen Qing confirmed that, unlike in his previous life, women in the heavenly Xian continent were much more conscious about having their feet seen. It might sting a little, bear with it, Chen Qing said, dipping his fingers into the ointment, preparing her for the application. Xianxiaaudiobooks nodded, pressing her lips together. Noticing her readiness, Chen Qing began to apply the ointment with great tenderness. Aside from an initial sting, Xianxiaaudiobooks soon felt the pain dissipate, replaced by a warm sensation. Watching Chen Qing diligently and meticulously apply the medicine, her heart was anything but calm. As a sheltered princess, untainted by the complexities of the world and raised in the depths of the palace, being treated so tenderly by a man made her wonder. If it weren't for Feng, what would her relationship with him be like? Just as this thought crossed her mind, Xianxiaaudiobooks suddenly jolted back to reality. Startled by her own musings, she quickly withdrew her foot and told Chen Qing, "It's all better now. Wife pampering successful. Congratulations. The host has received a random reward, communication jade symbol 2. With the reward secured, Chen Qing felt indifferent. Upon examination, he found that this communication jade symbol was akin to a smartphone from his previous life, perhaps even more powerful, allowing for unfettered communication over vast distances. He could not think of an immediate use for it, and decided to store it in his system backpack. Since that has settled, it's getting late, you should rest, Chen Qing suggested as he stood up. And you? Xianxiaaudiobooks felt a twinge of anxiety being alone with him in the room. I'll be cultivating. Chen Qing found a spot, sat cross-legged, and swiftly entered a meditative state with the pill in hand. Feeling the overwhelming and terrifying spiritual pressure emanating from Chen Qing, Xianxiaaudiobooks was now utterly convinced that he was no ordinary scion of a wealthy family. She lay down, turned over, and closed her eyes. Xianxiaaudiobooks exerted every effort to recollect the myriad moments shared with Yifeng, fearful of falling into the same confusion as before, developing unwarranted feelings for Chen Qing. Rest assured, Feng Qingwei will never act in a manner that betrays your trust. My heart will eternally belong to you. In the blink of an eye, it was the hour of the rat. Within the nameless cave of Demang Mountain, Yifeng concluded his meditation. After half a year of seclusion, he had become accustomed to this moment when he would open the system panel, utilizing the recently updated sign-in opportunity. He wondered what formidable rewards awaited him this time. How splendid it would be if they could facilitate his early exit. Yifeng fantasized about reuniting with his father, younger sister, and ultimately achieving a lasting bond with his childhood sweetheart, Xianxiaaudiobooks. Chapter 10. Has the favorability increased? He dismissed his thoughts, focusing instead on the system panel before him, which displayed one remaining sign-in opportunity. Without hesitation, Yifeng clicked, confirm sign-in. Signing in. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received a reward. An army of 100,000 death warriors. An army of 100,000, all loyal solely to me. Upon verifying the contents of the reward, Yifeng was overwhelmed with joy. With this army of death warriors, even without cultivation, he could contend with a martial emperor. The thought filled him with pride. He imagined that upon his emergence, the martial emperor, realizing his peak cultivation and the presence of 100,000 death warriors, would no longer look down upon him or dismissively refuse his proposal to marry Princess Xianxiaaudiobooks. Most importantly, Yifeng was certain that this mere army of 100,000 was not the limit of the system in the coming 29 years. It was entirely plausible to amass not just hundreds of thousands, but millions, even billions. His mind began to wander, envisioning a day when he would lead an army of billions to dominate the entire Tianxian continent, proclaiming himself king, triumphantly marrying Xianxiaaudiobooks. Just the thought sent shivers of exhilaration down his spine. He raised his arm to wipe the drool from the corner of his mouth and swallowed hard. Subsequently, Yifeng closed the system panel, adjusted his meditative posture, shook his head to clear away extraneous thoughts, and resumed his cultivation. Sign in, cultivation, sign in, cultivation. After half a year, he had grown accustomed to this repetitive rhythm. Though monotonous, the tangible sense of his strengthening had its own charm. Meanwhile, on the other side, after an entire night of cultivation, Chen Qing had successfully broken through a significant boundary, reaching the golden core stage. With the help of various scattered pills and his innate talent, he ascended to the second layer of the golden core stage just as the sun rose on the horizon. Opening his eyes, he noticed a beam of sunlight filtering through the paper window, illuminating Xianxiaaudiobooks' face. Chen Qing rose and moved closer, using his body to shield her from the glaring light. Husband successfully pampered his wife. Congratulations, host, you have received a random reward. a top-grade defensive technique. The Diamond Body Protection Technique 1. Just as Chen Qing had hoped, this could be considered an act of pampering, and he had received an impressive reward. He happened to need a defensive technique, and the system had conveniently provided one. Chen Qing silently began to cultivate this technique. Unbeknownst to him, Xia Qingyue had already awakened, merely pretending to sleep. She was astonished that Chen Qing had indeed cultivated throughout the night. Initially, she had worried, fearing that if she fell asleep, Chen Qing might take liberties, which had kept her awake. Ultimately, however, she succumbed to fatigue and drifted into slumber, only to awaken now, noticing the sunlight streaming in through the window, dazzlingly bright. Just as Xia Qingyue resolved to open her eyes and sit up, she heard Chen Qing's footsteps approaching. Thus, she chose to continue feigning sleep, believing she would catch him in some hypocritical act, thinking he could not maintain the facade. Little did she know, she had underestimated his sincerity. Xia Qingyue was genuinely surprised that Chen Qing would be so gentle and considerate, willing to delay his cultivation to shield her from the blinding sunlight. Unbeknownst to her, Chen Qing's actions stemmed solely from his desire for the pampering reward, devoid of any ulterior motives. Nevertheless, the effect was precisely what he had desired. The unexpected rewards did not end there. Chen Qing stood in place, practicing the Diamond Body Protection Technique for a full hour, comprehending it to the third layer. Currently, Xia Qingyue, still an ordinary person without awakened abilities, could not perceive this advancement. To her, Chen Qing had genuinely shielded her from the sun for 2 hours. Xia Qingyue believed herself not to be a heartless person. How could one who is not cold-hearted remain unmoved? In her perception, Chen Qing's actions over the past couple of days had clearly positioned him as the best person in her life, aside from Yifeng and her father, Xia Cheng. As a husband, he was indeed a perfect match. No, I cannot continue to dwell on this. Realizing she had betrayed Yifeng once again, Xia Qingyue quickly stifled her thoughts and sat up in bed. Just then, Chen Qing, having finished his cultivation, immediately ordered warm water to be brought in, eager to personally wash Xia Qingyue's face. How could he let this opportunity to earn pampering rewards slip away? I can do it myself. Before Xia Qingyue could finish her sentence, Chen Qing firmly rejected her, insisting that he should handle such matters. Unable to resist his insistence, Xia Qingyue finally gave in, watching him prepare the face cloth, and ultimately could not help but ask, "Why are you so good to me?" She had no recollection of any past entanglement between her and Chen Qing at any point in their lives. "You are my wife. As your husband, is it not my duty to treat you well?" Chen Qing retorted earnestly. His words left Xia Qingyue momentarily speechless. Seeing Chen Qing's serious expression, she realized that, indeed, it was only natural for a husband to treat his wife well. Coming to this realization, Xia Qingyue understood that Chen Qing was genuinely earnest in fulfilling his responsibilities as a husband, while she herself had been fickle. The more she thought about it, the more a sense of guilt began to swell within her heart towards Chen Qing. "Come, my lady, close your eyes. I will wash your face," Chen Qing said with anticipation, eager to see what kind of pampering reward he might receive. Xia Qingyue obediently complied. Chen Qing placed the warm towel upon her face. "Pampering successful. Congratulations, host, you have received a random reward. 10 third-grade Chiyudan. Third-grade pills. 10 of them." Chen Qing distinctly recalled that the last time he washed Xia Qingyue's face, the quality and quantity of the rewards were nowhere near this high. Why? Chen Qing was perplexed. The system then provided an explanation. The strength of the target's favorability towards you also affects the quality and quantity of pampering rewards. Oh, so that is how it is. Upon receiving the system's detailed clarification, Chen Qing's confusion was finally resolved. Wait a moment. However, in the next instant, he realized something was amiss. If the favorability was a factor in determining the rewards level, then an increase in rewards must imply that her favorability towards him had risen. "Yes, host," the system affirmed. How intriguing. Chen Qing was instantly intrigued, feeling that if this continued, he would soon be on the verge of reaching the cultivation level of a great emperor. After thoroughly cleaning the towel, Chen Qing turned back to wash the face cloth again. Although he didn't wash it as many times as before, once would hardly suffice. As she gazed at Chen Qing's bustling figure, Xia Qingyue's heart was a tumult of emotions. Several times, she found herself on the verge of speaking, only to falter. Upon witnessing him wring out the cloth and turn towards her, she clenched her teeth, steeling herself, and inquired, "If you have no intention to use me for rebellion, then why do you wish to marry me?" In response, Chen Qing, while gently wiping her face, countered, "Does madam truly believe that my desire to marry you stems solely from a wish to exploit you for insurrection?" Xia Qingyue was rendered speechless. Wife pampering successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward. Insight 10. Seizing this opportunity to bridge the distance with Xia Qingyue, Chen Qing continued, "Might madam believe in love at first sight?" "Love at first sight?" Xia Qingyue's expression was one of bewilderment. Indeed, Chen Qing affirmed with a nod, before turning back to rinse the cloth, adding, "From the very first moment I beheld you, I was gripped by an overwhelming desire to share my life with you. And in that instant, I knew you were the one I wished to possess, now and forever." In their shared gaze, Chen Qing's performance reached its zenith. As a reincarnated individual, he had certainly encountered many forms of affection, and such cliché declarations were hardly foreign to him. The ripples of emotion that danced in Xia Qingyue's eyes were a clear testament to the impact of his words. The subsequent system reward further confirmed this. Wife pampering successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward. Insight 20. On the other hand, upon realizing Chen Qing's true sentiments, Xia Qingyue found herself understanding him completely. She harbored a similar feeling for Yifeng. Just a single glance had sufficed for her to recognize him as the one. As their eyes met, gazing into the soulful visage of the man before her, Xia Qingyue couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt. In her heart, she mused, "If it were you, you would surely understand me, wouldn't you? In this life, I am destined to let you down, but perhaps in another life." Wife pampering successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward. Charm 20. Wife pampering successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward. Insight 30. After repeatedly receiving the wife pampering reward 6 or 7 times, Chen Qing finally decided to relent on the matter of washing her face. Once everything was completed, he resolved to take Xia Qingyue with him to pay respects to his father, Chen Xiong, in her capacity as his daughter-in-law. Xia Qingyue did not refuse. She had grown accustomed to such affairs. She thought, even if it were merely a charade, it would be prudent to perform the role of a wife well. At least until Yifeng's return, in order to ease Chen Qing's heart and alleviate his feelings of guilt. Before long, the two arrived at the grand hall of the Chen residence. Chen Xiong, seated in the position of head of the family, stroked his beard upon seeing Chen Qing and Xia Qingyue approach, and laughed heartily. "A perfect match. Truly a perfect match. Father, Qingyue has come to offer you tea," Chen Qing announced. "Excellent, excellent," Chen Xiong exclaimed with delight. "Please, enjoy your tea." Xia Qingyue stepped forward, presenting the tea she had prepared in advance. However, she still found herself unable to address Chen Xiong, the notorious treacherous minister, as father. "Very good." Chen Xiong accepted the cup, his smile widening. "Take a sip of tea." He then produced a spatial ring and handed it to Xia Qingyue, saying, "This is but a small token from your father. Accept it, and if it is insufficient, do not hesitate to ask for more." "Thank you." Xia Qingyue glanced at Chen Qing, and upon seeing him nod, she accepted Chen Xiong's goodwill. Following this, Chen Xiong placed the teacup on the table and quickly moved to Chen Qing's side, pulling him aside to whisper, "How is it? What progress has been made?" "What progress?" Chen Qing feigned ignorance. What else could it be about? "Naturally, it pertains to the continuation of the Chen lineage," Chen Xiong replied, his excitement evident. "Such matters cannot be rushed. Patience is required," Chen Qing replied, shaking off his father's hand as he walked back towards Xia Qingyue. "Did you not wish to return to the palace? Come, I shall accompany you. Then I will take my leave for now." Xia Qingyue felt a sense of trepidation in the presence of Chen Xiong, despite his seemingly amiable demeanor. Chen Xiong acknowledged her, then ordered his servants to prepare a carriage to escort Chen Qing and Xia Qingyue to the palace. Watching their departing figures, Chen Xiong suddenly gasped, feeling as though his son had become considerably more handsome than before. This aura was reminiscent of a celestial being descending to earth. Truly, he was a member of the Chen clan, worthy of being my son, Chen Xiong. Ultimately, this realization served to rationalize everything. Meanwhile, Chen Qing and Xia Qingyue settled into the carriage. As the wheels began to turn, Xia Qingyue offered the spatial ring, saying, "This is far too valuable. I cannot accept it." She had caught a glimpse of the ring's contents, which held a staggering 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. Setting aside Chen Qing's intentions, the mere presence of the spatial ring and those spirit stones was enough to confirm her suspicions that Chen Xiong was indeed a treacherous minister. After all, even the current martial emperor would find it no easy feat to produce 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. What reason is there for you not to accept? You are my wife, a daughter-in-law to Chen Xiong. Not only 100,000 spirit stones, but even 1,000,000,000 would be entirely justified, Chen Qing declared. Though in his heart, he contemplated how he would exact a significant retribution from Chen Xiong once their affairs were settled. Spirit stones serve as the definitive currency for cultivators, while also being exceptional resources for cultivation. Cultivators can absorb the spiritual energy contained within spirit stones to refine and enhance their abilities. The quality of a spirit stone directly correlates with the amount of spiritual energy it contains. However, once the spiritual energy is depleted, the spirit stone becomes worthless. Merely a useless rock. Very well. Given that Chen Qing had spoken so definitively, Xia Qingwei had no choice but to temporarily accept it, deciding to safeguard it for the time being. Once Yifeng returned, she would return every last bit, ensuring that she owed him nothing. Not long after, the carriage approached the gates of the imperial palace. Upon seeing the Chen family crest emblazoned on the carriage, the guards dared not utter a word, let alone impede their passage for identification. They were acutely aware that in the Great Wu, the Chen family's carriage was indistinguishable from the emperor's dragon carriage. Should they attempt to stop it, their heads would not suffice as a price. Before long, the carriage came to a halt, and Chen Qing and Xia Qingwei alighted. Come. Be careful not to fall. Chen Qing seized the opportunity to assist Xia Qingwei, ensuring she did not stumble. Wife pampering successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, Longevity Fruit X1. Chen Qing glanced at the details of the reward. Consuming this fruit would extend one's life by 100 years. To someone like him, who possessed immortality, it was of no use. However, he could easily envision how many would flock to him, seeking to trade for this longevity fruit. For now, he placed it into his system's inventory. The time passed as Xia Qingwei graciously played the role of hostess. At Chen Qing's request, she decided to give him a thorough tour of the palace. With her previous life's memories of the palace being sparse and her aversion to such rule-bound places, she was nevertheless determined to provide Chen Qing, a traveler from another world, with the opportunity to expand his horizons. After a delightful exploration, they arrived at the Imperial Garden, where an array of rare and exotic sights greeted them, with the gentle babbling of water in the background. Just as Chen Qing was about to speak, a discordant voice broke through the tranquility with scornful mockery. How amusing. Just moments ago, one claimed to uphold their integrity at all costs, yet here they are, frolicking with the son of a treacherous minister, laughing and enjoying themselves. The word son of a treacherous minister struck Xia Qingwei's ears like a thunderclap. Turning her head, she observed Chen Qing's countenance instantly darkening. Xia Qingwei, alarmed, hastily remarked, "My younger siblings are somewhat unrefined and speak without thought. Please do not take offense. Rest assured, I am not so easily provoked." Chen Qing gently patted the back of Xia Qingwei's hand, which gripped his arm, before proceeding towards the pavilion where several princes and princesses were gathered. With no other recourse, Xia Qingwei followed closely behind. As Chen Qing approached, the previously indignant princes and princesses displayed expressions of concern and fear. They had heard tales of his arrogance and tyranny. They understood that mere royal titles could not intimidate him. Just half a month prior, a prince had clashed with Chen Qing and had been struck twice in front of numerous ministers. Despite the royal disgrace, the martial emperor merely reprimanded Prince Chen Xiong for lack of discipline, imposing a half-year salary deduction, while Chen Qing faced no repercussions. For someone of Chen Xiong's high rank, such a penalty was but a trifling matter. This incident further underscored the extraordinary power wielded by the Chen father and son within the Great Wu dynasty, to the extent that even when a prince was assaulted, the martial emperor could only turn a blind eye and issue a lenient punishment. As Chen Qing was about to ascend the steps of the pavilion, a figure suddenly materialized. "Your Highness, the young princesses and princes are still quite young and lack the ability to articulate themselves. I beseech you to show leniency." The middle-aged man, unfamiliar to Chen Qing, was clearly a Peak Foundation establishment cultivator, likely a hidden protector of the royal children. "Do you truly believe that a mere Foundation establishment cultivator can obstruct my path? Begone." Chen Qing unleashed his oppressive aura. "Golden core." The guard gasped in shock. Little did he expect that the notorious scoundrel, reputed to be devoid of talent, was indeed a cultivator. Not only that, but this youth, only a few years his junior, had already surpassed him in cultivation level, having practiced for decades. The guard, unable to withstand Chen Qing's imposing presence, felt as though an invisible mountain pressed down upon him, causing his knees to buckle and bow before Chen Qing. Golden core. Upon learning of Chen Qing's current cultivation level, not only Xia Qingwei, but also the princes and princesses were equally astonished and frightened. The person they had known as the son of a treacherous minister was utterly transformed. Among them, only one possessed any cultivation talent, supported by abundant royal resources, yet they had only reached the third layer of qi refining. How could Chen Qing, only slightly older than themselves, have ascended to such an unattainable realm? Reflecting on their previous assumptions of Chen Qing as a mere wastrel, they felt a burning shame, as if they had been soundly slapped in the face. They could not help but wonder, if he was a wastrel, what did that make them? As Chen Qing passed by the still subdued guard and approached the young royals, he inquired, "What were you just saying about my wife?" The gathered company bowed their heads, too intimidated to respond. "Do you think her pitiable, ridiculous, deserving of sympathy? Who among you knows that if she does not yield to me, 100,000 iron cavalry would breach the city gates today, annihilating your Xia clan?" Chen Qing pressed further. Xia Qingwei's heart jolted at his words. She suddenly realized that Chen Qing's fury was not merely directed at their derogatory remarks about him as the son of a treacherous minister, but rather at the slander against her name, prompting him to seek redress on her behalf. Successful in spoiling the wife. Congratulations, host. You have received a random reward, 10 shadow puppets. 10 shadow puppets with peak out-of-body realm strength. Chen Qing was taken aback, not anticipating such a bountiful reward. Indeed, his actions were motivated by a desire to defend Xia Qingyue's honor as her husband, which he deemed a form of affection towards her. His instincts proved correct. As for his own reputation, that mattered little. Chen Qing's sole focus was on showering his wife with affection to earn rewards and attain the cultivation level of an emperor. He was convinced that with sufficient strength, eminent scholars would advocate for him. Upon Chen Qing's proclamation, the princes and princesses began to recognize the sacrifices Xia Qingyue had made for them, for the entire Great Wu royal family, and for the nation's future. They felt their faces flush with shame. Out of respect for Qingyue, I shall refrain from holding you accountable. Take heed. Having achieved his objective, Chen Qing lost interest in further banter with the young royals and turned to leave. He retracted his oppressive aura, granting the kneeling guard a measure of relief. Yet, he remained unwilling to rise, content to kneel. As a cultivator, the guard understood the principle of respecting the strong. Madam, this imperial garden holds many beautiful sights. Shall we explore further? Chen Qing suggested as he approached Xia Qingyue. Madam, noticing her silence, he waved his hand before her eyes. All right. Xia Qingyue suddenly snapped back to reality and agreed, departing the pavilion alongside Chen Qing. Along the way, she couldn't help but steal glances at him with her bright eyes. Suddenly feeling as though the world had misjudged Chen Qing, deceived by his remarkable performance. He was not the debauched youth they believed him to be. Rather, he possessed a depth of character, understanding how to temper his brilliance and develop discreetly. Though Xia Qingyue had not been deeply immersed in the world of cultivation, she recognized that achieving Golden Core Realm at Chen Qing's age required both talent and diligence, both of which he possessed in abundance. The more she observed him, the more inscrutable he appeared, as if gazing into an abyss, a sense of helplessness enveloping her. It was difficult to fathom where the future of the Great Wu would lead if Chen Qing continued to grow unchecked. Pondering this, Xia Qingyue hesitated, contemplating whether she should distance herself from Chen Qing when Yifeng eventually returned. She did not believe Yifeng could rival Chen Qing. If the time came when Xia Qingyue was to abandon everything, disregarding the royal family and the fate of the Great Wu to elope with Yifeng, she knew she could never bring herself to do so. After weighing her options, based on Chen Qing's recent treatment of her, she resolved to remain by his side, believing that sacrificing herself could grant time for the Xia clan's survival. At the very least, she could persuade Chen Qing not to conspire with Chen Xiong to rebel, igniting a civil war that would lead to untold suffering. To her, sacrificing her own well-being to preserve the lives of countless others was undoubtedly a matter worth considering. After much contemplation and weighing the benefits, Xia Qingyue ultimately solidified her determination to stay beside Chen Qing, prepared to sacrifice herself for the sake of many. Fengge, it seems our destinies are not intertwined in this life. Perhaps we shall meet again in another. Chen Qing, lacking the ability to read minds, was unaware of Xia Qingyue's innermost thoughts. However, he caught sight of a nearby swing and conceived a new method to shower her with affection and earn rewards. Chapter 13, Audience with the Emperor. Noticing a swing in the distance, Chen Qing said, "Come, let us take a look." He naturally took Xia Qingyue's hand and led her to the swing, encouraging her to sit. "Hold on tight, be careful not to fall." He then circled around to support her from behind, gently pushing her forward. As the swing swayed back and forth, Chen Qing's system panel appeared, and a notification resonated in his mind. Successful in spoiling the wife. Congratulations, host, you have received a random reward. 50 first-grade Qi refining pills. Though only first-grade Qi refining pills, the quantity was quite ample. As Chen Qing perused the rewards, his hands moved incessantly, pushing the swing forward once more. Pet wife success. Congratulations, host, you have received a random reward. 50 grade 1 bone refining pills. Chen Qing had initially believed that such rewards were not so easily obtained, expecting a cooldown period before the next could be triggered. To his astonishment, the system proved to be boundless. Since the system was so generous, why should Chen Qing hold back? He continued to push. Pet wife success. Congratulations, host, you have received a random reward. 5 escape talismans. Pet wife success. Congratulations, host. You have received a random reward. 10,000 middle grade spirit stones. Pet wife success. Congratulations, host, you have received a random reward. 50 grade 1 Qi refining pills. Subsequently, Chen Qing indulged himself thoroughly for a full hour. During this time, Xia Qingyue urged him several times, expressing concern that he might tire himself out. However, Chen Qing reassured her that he felt an inexhaustible reservoir of energy within. In truth, this minor consumption was trivial for someone of his golden core realm cultivation. Had it not been for Xia Qingwei showing signs of dizziness and nausea, Chen Qing would have never ceased after just 1 hour. He could have swung for an entire day. Meanwhile, on the other side, the martial emperor Xia Cheng learned from the kneeling guard in the pavilion, who had been subdued by Chen Qing's pressure, that Chen Qing had not only embarked on the path of cultivation, but had also broken through to the golden core realm. The golden core realm. This young man had actually entered the golden core realm. Xia Cheng was taken aback, with Chun Xiong already a source of headache. Now another cultivation prodigy emerged. Xia Cheng felt increasingly precarious in his royal seat. Master Xiao, what is your opinion regarding this child? Xia Cheng inquired, turning to the national master, Xiao He, an 18-year-old in the golden core realm, though Chun Guo must have invested considerable resources into his cultivation. Such talent is exceedingly rare throughout the Great Wu. If left unchecked, he will undoubtedly become a significant threat. Xiao He provided his insights. However, given the influence Chun Xiong currently wielded in the court, coupled with the 100,000 iron cavalry stationed outside the city, moving against him would be as difficult as climbing to the heavens. Furthermore, Xia Cheng had a foreboding sense that with the revelation of Chun Qing's prodigious talents, especially after he wed his most cherished princess, Xia Qingwei, the number of those swaying towards Prime Minister Chen Xiong would only increase. Xia Cheng, who prided himself on his adeptness in the art of imperial manipulation, never anticipated that he would find himself utterly ensnared by the father-son duo of Chen Qing and Chen Xiong. Therefore, Your Majesty, in my humble opinion, it is imperative to maintain a steady stance towards the Chun father and son. We must not provoke them. Once the mask is torn, it would bring more harm than good, Xiao He advised. With a sigh, Xia Cheng waved his hand dismissively. I understand. You may leave. Just then, the news of Chen Qing's golden core status reached Chun Xiong's ears. My son is a golden core cultivator? A golden core cultivator at 18? What a marvel! Chen Xiong exclaimed, bursting into hearty laughter. This was undoubtedly one of the most joyous events for him recently, aside from Chen Qing's wedding. To celebrate, he lavishly distributed gold and treasures throughout the Chun residence, embodying the spirit of wealth and indulgence. Returning to Chen Qing, after sufficiently enjoying himself, he decided, upon Xia Qingyue's suggestion, to visit the imperial study to meet his esteemed father-in-law, the emperor. Although he had crossed paths with him a few times before, they had not exchanged many words. Chen Qing's purpose for visiting Xia Cheng was also to assure him that the Chun family harbored no rebellious intentions, and that the throne would remain in the hands of the Xia family. Moreover, he intended to have Chun Xiong assist in stabilizing the throne. In the imperial study, upon learning that Chen Qing wished to see him, Xia Cheng found himself puzzled, uncertain of Chen Qing's intentions. Nevertheless, he instructed the eunuch to invite both Chen Qing and Xia Qingyue into the study. Qingyue pays respects to father, Xia Qingyue greeted. Observing this, Chen Qing, even if he did not wish to show Xia Cheng any deference, felt compelled to honor Xia Qingyue with a respectful gesture, stating, Chen Qing pays respects to my father-in-law. No need for excessive formalities. Come, take a seat. Xia Cheng feigned calmness. Soon, the eunuch brought forth 2 stools, and Chen Qing and Xia Qingyue settled across from Xia Cheng. I am unaware of what brings my esteemed son-in-law to seek me, Xia Cheng queried directly. Today, I come to clarify the Chun family's stance, Chen Qing replied candidly. Oh, the Chen family's stance. Xia Cheng's interest was piqued. Indeed, the Chen family will not rebel, nor will we stand against the Xia dynasty. Please rest assured, Your Majesty, Chen Qing asserted resolutely. How can I trust you? Xia Cheng inquired, probing the legitimacy of Chen Qing's authority to make such declarations. Although the entirety of the Great Wu knew that Chen Xiong was exceedingly indulgent towards his son, Xia Cheng found it hard to believe that Chen Xiong would heed Chen Qing's counsel on such a monumental matter. It is quite simple. Given Your Majesty's extensive network, you must have already discerned my cultivation talents. Should he persist in rebellion and commit acts of treason, I shall do everything in my power to thwart him. Standing alongside Qingyue to ensure her absolute safety. This statement, while directed at Xia Cheng, was truly meant for Xia Qingyue, who stood beside him. The effect was immediate. Xia Qingyue never imagined that Chen Qing would stand in opposition to his own father for her sake. Memories of Chen Qing's words about love at first sight flooded her mind. He was serious. Very well, I believe you. Xia Qing chose to trust Chen Qing, partly because he had no better options, and partly due to the sincerity reflected in Chen Qing's demeanor, which convinced him that he was not speaking falsehoods. After some pleasantries, Chen Qing decided to leave the floor open for Xia Cheng and Xia Qingyue to converse as father and daughter. He then rose to exit the imperial study. Having not had the chance to check the pet wife rewards amidst his performance, he was now eager to see the results. The moment he stepped out of the study, he disregarded the eunuch's inquiries and summoned the system panel with a wave of his hand, instantly checking the reward notifications. Pet wife success. Congratulations, host. You have received a random reward, 100 shadow puppets. 100 shadow puppets. Did that not imply possessing 100 figurative hands of the out-of-body realm? Moreover, these were 100 puppets utterly loyal to him. Chen Qing's face lit up with excitement. This was a tremendous windfall. In the current Great Wu dynasty, the existence of out-of-body realm cultivators was undoubtedly formidable, let alone the substantial number of over 100. The shadow puppets he now commanded were more than sufficient for him to establish a significant power. Having bound the system for less than 2 days, he had already amassed over 100 out-of-body realm puppets. As time passed, he could not help but speculate boldly. Would it be possible to summon puppets of the quasi-emperor or even emperor realm, as Xia Qing's icy heart gradually melted towards him, granting him an increasing share of her affection? Anticipation. Utter anticipation. If he could indeed amass a legion of quasi-emperors and a multitude of emperors, what fear would the protagonist have? Afterward, Chen Qing composed himself, planning to find a quiet place to pass the time while awaiting the conclusion of Xia Qingwe and Xia Cheng's private conversation in the imperial study. Meanwhile, within the study, beset by guilt during his private moments with Xia Qingwe, Xia Cheng found it difficult to maintain his usual ease. After a lengthy pause, he finally managed to ask, "Qingwe, how does he treat you? He hasn't bullied you, has he?" Xia Qingwe shook her head, asserting, "My husband treats me exceptionally well, accommodating me in every way and safeguarding my interests." Xia Cheng was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, expressing relief. "That is indeed good, very good." He then deftly shifted the topic. "I never anticipated that this lad has been concealing his prowess all along, deceiving me and everyone else. At such a young age, he has already reached the golden core stage. His future is boundless. After today, I fear that various sects will be clamoring to recruit him." With this thought, Xia Cheng felt fortunate to have such a son-in-law. Otherwise, should he grow and stand against them, he would be far more formidable than a mere power-hungry official like Chen Qing. "Rest assured, father, I have faith in him. Since he has vowed not to be adversarial towards the Great Wu, he shall surely uphold that promise." Xia Qingyue's words signified a complete transformation in her perception of Chen Qing, imbued with considerable trust, regardless of the world's opinions. In her eyes, Chen Qing was no longer the debauched scion of a wealthy family, lost in indulgence. "Indeed, I too am willing to place my trust in him." Xia Cheng couldn't shake the feeling that a certain distance had emerged between him and Xia Qingwe, making it impossible to maintain their previous intimacy. Attempting to empathize with her perspective, he understood her sentiments. As a father, Xia Cheng could only strive to mend the rift with his daughter. He not only gifted Xia Qingwe, but also bestowed upon Chen Qing a grand estate named Qingyun, befitting a prince, complete with dozens of servants and ample wealth for their lavish lives, all considered as dowry. Xia Qingwe accepted everything without hesitation, fully aware that these gifts were not solely for her, but also for Chen Qing. Wishing to express her thoughts, Xia Qingwe initially believed that she would converse endlessly with Xia Cheng as she once did. However, reality proved her wrong. Both she and Xia Cheng sensed an invisible barrier between them. Deep down, she harbored some resentment towards her father for his decisive choice to sacrifice himself for the sake of the family and the nation. She yearned for Xia Cheng to step outside his role as a monarch and assume the perspective of a father, if only for a moment, and act selfishly for her benefit. Soon realizing that their conversation had reached an impasse, Xia Qingwe opted to excuse herself, citing Chen Qing's wait outside as a reason. Watching her retreating figure, Xia Cheng raised his hand and called out, "Qingwe, take care of yourself. If you ever need anything or feel wronged, you can always return. Your father will always support you." "Thank you, father." With that, Xia Qingwe exited the imperial study, and the eunuch gently closed the door behind her. Xia Qingwe turned to the elderly eunuch stationed outside and inquired, "Has Lord Husband passed by here?" "Princess," the old servant saw the prince consort heading in that direction. The eunuch gestured with his hand. Xia Qingwe acknowledged him and followed the indicated path. Not long after, she peered around the corner of the corridor and spotted Chen Qing at the far end. It was a silhouette she recognized at once. Just as she was about to call out to him, Chen Qing's indifferent voice interrupted her. "You've been following me for so long. Are you not planning to reveal yourself?" Xia Qingwe hesitated for a moment. Suddenly, applause echoed from behind her. "Well done, young master. Your keen eyesight is commendable." As someone stepped out from behind a pillar, Xia Qingwe swallowed the words she had prepared. Despite having no prior impression of the man based solely on his profile, she could sense an overwhelming aura of a powerful cultivator emanating from him. "Here to kill me?" Chen Qing asked bluntly. "Astute," the man replied with a sinister smile. "If you forego resistance and accept your fate, I can make your end a tad less painful. This is the imperial palace. Killing here would defy the emperor's authority." Chen Qing countered. "Such matters do not concern you." The man drew a sharp sword. Chen Qing's words reminded him that this was indeed the imperial palace, necessitating a swift resolution. Peak of the Golden Core? No wonder he dares to challenge me. Chen Qing surmised that this individual's background was likely connected to the masked assassins who had previously attempted to ambush him on the street. Peak of the Golden Core. Upon hearing those 5 words, Xia Qingwei felt a surge of urgency. Although she had not yet embarked on the path of cultivation, she understood that even a minor difference in realms could create an insurmountable chasm for cultivators without the support of magical artifacts or techniques. The disparity between the Golden Core stage and its peak was glaringly evident. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Xia Qingwei resolved to inform her father and implore him to dispatch powerful cultivators from the royal family to assist Chen Qing. This decision was instinctive, never once considering whether Chen Qing's demise at the hands of this man would be beneficial or detrimental to her. Yet just then, a remark from Chen Qing halted her in her tracks. The peak of the Golden Core is impressive, but you're still not qualified to kill me. Were these words uttered by anyone else, Xia Qingwei would have undoubtedly doubted their authenticity. However, hearing it from Chen Qing, she felt no skepticism whatsoever. A curiosity arose within her. What methods would Chen Qing employ? Not qualified. Chen Qing's assertion elicited laughter from the man, shattering his previously aloof demeanor. He inwardly chastised himself for paying heed to the last gasps of a dying man. As the sword-wielding man advanced, enveloped in a murderous intent, Chen Qing remained composed. Opening his system panel and selecting the shadow puppet. Chapter 15. Beauty in the Eyes of the Beloved? Chen Qing had longed for an opportunity to test the combat prowess of the shadow puppet, and the man had unwittingly presented him with the chance. He opted for a shadow puppet, ensuring he would not bully the man excessively. His choice would be a singular puppet. Should the man realize that Chen Qing was about to employ an out-of-body stage ability to transcend 2 major realms and confront him at the Golden Core stage, his complaints would surely be endless. Once he confirmed the activation of the shadow puppet and completed the bond, Chen Qing could summon it freely without the need for the system. It had merged with his shadow and could be released at any moment. With a mere thought. The next instant, the man halted, acutely aware of the ripples forming in Chen Qing's shadow, as if a stone had been cast into water. Furrowing his brow, he recognized this as an unprecedented occurrence. To his astonishment, he then witnessed a figure emerge from Chen Qing's shadow. Upon closer inspection, he realized that this entity was not human, but a lifeless creature clad in tightly fitted armor, exuding no semblance of life. Attack! Chen Qing commanded the shadow puppet casually. The shadow puppet, devoid of speech, responded with action, darting swiftly past Chen Qing and closing the distance to the man in an instant. The man's eyes widened as he attempted to raise his sword to counter the assault, only to be met with an overwhelming pressure descending upon him from above. He felt as though his limbs were burdened by mountains, rendering him immobile. Out-of-body stage. He managed to force out 3 words with great difficulty. The shadow puppet's arm morphed into a blade of darkness, swiftly slashing at his throat, sending his head soaring into the air. Out-of-body stage. The man's dying words clearly reached Xia Qingwei's ears from a distance. She discerned that the creature summoned by Chen Qing possessed formidable strength. Yet she could not have anticipated that its power would be sufficient to annihilate a peak Golden Core cultivator with a single strike. Moreover, she was utterly unprepared for the revelation that the creature possessed the cultivation of the out-of-body realm. A cultivator at the out-of-body stage, willingly at his beck and call, was an astounding notion. Witnessing this event firsthand, Xia Qingwei suddenly realized that while she understood Chen Qing to be a man of hidden talents, she had been oblivious to the depths of his concealment, which far surpassed her imagination. What she had previously witnessed was merely the tip of the iceberg. Contemplating this, Xia Qingwei allowed a faint smile to grace her lips. She mused on how the world perceived Chen Xiong as a treacherous minister wielding power over the court. Yet they remained unaware that the true terror of the Chen family resided in Chen Qing. The seemingly disdainful scion they dismissed as nothing more than a privileged wastrel reliant on familial connections. As for Chen Qing, after vanquishing the man and eliminating this threat, ensuring that no other assassins lurked nearby, he commanded the shadow puppet to return to his shadow, remaining in a state of readiness for further orders. And what of Xia Qingwei? Chen Qing could easily detect even the peak Golden Core cultivator who had been following him. How could he possibly overlook an ordinary person like Xia Qingwei, who had yet to awaken her potential and embark upon the path of cultivation? He had long sensed her presence and was unbothered by the opportunity to showcase his formidable side to her. Aware of the age-old truth that beauty often admires the hero, he understood that in any era, the strong were invariably favored by more of the fairer sex. Their gazes locked, and Xia Qingwei comprehended that Chen Qing had indeed noticed her. No longer wishing to conceal herself, she stepped out from behind the wall. To be candid, she felt an overwhelming sense of trepidation, worrying whether Chen Qing might resort to violence due to her discovery of his secret. It was only at that moment that Xia Qingyue truly believed Chen Qing had no intention of staging a rebellion to usurp the Great Wu dynasty. For his vision and ambition transcended such trivialities. Chen Qing, perceiving Xia Qingyue's thoughts, reassured her, "Rest assured, my lady. For us as husband and wife, this is no secret. And I would not resort to silencing you through violence. Besides, I could not bear to do so." His words, coupled with a gaze full of affection, caused Xia Qingyue's cheeks to flush a delicate shade of red. Regrettably, the system deemed this display insufficiently affectionate, offering no reward. That being said, what was that creature that hid within your shadow? Xia Qingyue inquired curiously, much like the deceased assassin, failing to regard the shadow puppet as human. "It is a magical artifact, which you may understand as a puppet that obeys my commands, possessing strength comparable to that of an out-of-body realm cultivator." Chen Qing divulged without reservation. His intent was clear, to make Xia Qingyue feel that she was not considered an outsider. A magical artifact? A puppet? Comparable to an out-of-body realm cultivator. Xia Qingyue marveled at the profound intricacies of the cultivation world, realizing she was only just beginning to scratch the surface. "How many more such artifacts do you possess?" She pressed on, eager to grasp the true extent of her husband's capabilities. Naturally, she prepared herself for the possibility that Chen Qing might decline to answer. "Many," he replied, deliberately withholding a specific number to avoid the impression of deception should he summon more shadow puppets later. The emphasis was on the significance of detail. "Many." Xia Qingyue ceased her inquiries, having gleaned substantial information from Chen Qing's confident assertion. She began to believe that if Chen Xiong truly intended to raise an army to rebel against the Great Wu dynasty, Chen Qing possessed the strength necessary to thwart him and avert a catastrophic conflict. This thought ignited a flicker of anticipation within Xia Qingyue for the day when the world would come to recognize the true nature of Chen Qing. "Should I inform my father about the assassination and urge him to pursue the perpetrators?" She shifted the topic. "There is no need. This matter has likely already reached your father-in-law through our spies." Chen Qing waved a hand dismissively, assisting Xia Qingyue into the carriage, cautioning her to be careful. Successful in spoiling wife. "Congratulations, host, you have received a random reward, 20 charm points." Since Chen Qing had spoken thus, Xia Qingyue refrained from pressing further. "Sit tight," she said, glancing at Chen Qing as he entered the carriage, lifting the curtain. For some reason, she suddenly felt that he appeared significantly more dashing and charming than before. Although beauty is often considered predetermined, Xia Qingyue could not bring herself to believe that a person's appearance could transform so dramatically. Yet she undeniably sensed that both Chen Qing's looks and demeanor had undergone a substantial enhancement. At that moment, an ancient saying flitted through Xia Qingyue's mind. "Beauty lies in the eyes of the beholder." Impossible. Absolutely impossible. She fervently shook her head, hastily dismissing the notion that she could harbor feelings for Chen Qing, that her heart could be swayed. After all, her time spent with him barely amounted to 2 days in total. Xia Qingyue was unwilling to accept that her decade-long affection for Yi Feng could be so easily supplanted. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Before she could persuade others, Xia Qingyue first sought to convince herself. "My lady, why is your face so flushed? Are you unwell?" Chen Qing inquired, gently tucking a strand of Xia Qingyue's hair behind her ear, leaning in closer until their foreheads touched. The entire gesture flowed effortlessly, devoid of any hint of awkwardness. Chapter 16. The second prince as she gazed at Chen Qing's face, mere inches away, and felt the closeness that allowed them to hear each other's breaths. Xia Qingyue's already rosy complexion deepened in hue. She raised her hands to gently push against his chest, retreating slightly, averting her gaze from his eyes, and nervously said, "I am fine, merely unsettled after witnessing blood earlier." Successful in spoiling wife. "Congratulations, host, you have received a random reward, 23rd grade refining pills." After obtaining what he desired, Chen Qing acknowledged that he had not considered her feelings thoroughly and promised not to frighten her like that again in the future. Xia Qingyue replied softly, feeling as though Chen Qing's meticulous care and gentleness were akin to a mire, gradually pulling her into its depths. Subsequently, the carriage began to roll steadily toward the Chen family residence. Upon their arrival at the gates of the Chen household, it was already midday. Sensing the motion, Xia Qingyue slowly opened her eyes, only to discover that she had unknowingly fallen asleep. As her gaze fell upon Chen Qing's handsome visage, words such as carved features and starry eyes instinctively surfaced in her mind. She quickly averted her eyes, fearing the misunderstanding that might arise from the notion of beauty in the eyes of the beholder. Yet, in the next moment, a greater embarrassment washed over her as she realized that she was being cradled in Chen Qing's arms. Numerous Chen family servants cast glances in their direction. "Why you put me down? I can walk on my own," Xia Qingyue stammered, burying her face in Chen Qing's embrace. "There's no need for concern. It's merely a few steps. And I have the strength for that," Chen Qing reassured her. Seeing that she could not persuade him otherwise, Xia Qingwei acquiesced, allowing him to carry her. Criticism? Xia Qingwei was well aware of the fact that she was already married to Chen Qing. What was there to criticize about a husband carrying his wife? Having witnessed Chen Qing's formidable side, she no longer held unrealistic hopes for her connection with Yifeng, even if Yifeng were to appear before her at that moment. For the sake of the Xia royal family and the stability of the entire Great Wu dynasty, Xia Qingwei would never agree to leave with him or betray Chen Qing. However, the emotions harbored in her heart cannot be easily dismissed. To put it more plainly, she has already become Chen Qing's, while her heart still belongs to Yifeng. Yet, unbeknownst to her, the weight of Yifeng in her heart is gradually tilting. Subsequently, Chen Qing carefully carried Xia Qingwei to the bedroom, treating her as if she were a delicate porcelain artifact, gently placing her on the bed and tucking her in. Aware that nobles in the palace often take afternoon naps, Chen Qing refrained from disturbing Xia Qingwei and quietly exited the room. Xia Qingwei clutched the blanket with both hands, her gaze vacant. The scene of Chen Qing pressing his forehead against hers in the palanquin involuntarily flashed through her mind, followed by the moment he held her close. The more she pondered, the hotter her cheeks became, her heartbeat resonating like a drum in her ears. No, what am I even thinking about? Shaking her head vigorously, Xia Qingwei forced herself to shut her eyes, striving to empty her mind and drift into sleep, lest her thoughts continue to spiral into chaos. Little did she realize, even if she fell asleep, some matters would still evade her grasp. A perfect testament to the adage that what one thinks during the day, one may dream of at night. Meanwhile, just outside the door, Chen Qing summoned the system panel to review the rewards earned from his previous actions aimed at winning his wife's affection. Wife pampering successful. Congratulations, host. You have received a cultivation experience package. A cultivation experience package? With only these 5 succinct words, Chen Qing found it difficult to ascertain how much his cultivation could increase after using it. Regardless, he thought, let us use it first and see how much it can raise. Embracing this mindset, Chen Qing focused his thoughts, selected the cultivation experience package, and used it. Using the cultivation experience package. Usage successful. The host's current cultivation has surpassed the 2nd level of the nascent soul realm. Previously at the 2nd level of the golden core realm, he was now at the 2nd level of the nascent soul realm, equivalent to a significant leap in cultivation. Chen Qing's face lit up with unbridled joy. There was no doubt that cultivation and comprehension were the rewards he currently desired most. Closing the system panel and leaving the courtyard, Chen Qing felt invigorated, as if bathed in the warmth of spring. However, just as he stepped out, he noticed the butler waiting outside the door. What is it? Chen Qing inquired. Young master, the master requests your presence, the butler reported earnestly. Lead the way. Yes. Following the butler, Chen Qing arrived at his father Chen Xiong's study, where the butler stood guard outside. Father, you called for me? Chen Qing asked. I have uncovered the mastermind behind the 2 groups that attempted to assassinate you, Chen Xiong stated, continuing to write with his brush. Who is it? Chen Qing asked directly. The 2nd prince. Chen Xiong looked up to meet Chen Qing's gaze and revealed the answer. The 2nd prince? Does he intend to use this method to vie for the throne? Upon hearing this, Chen Xiong's face lit up with delight, proud of his son's astuteness. Indeed, he seeks to establish his reputation through such means, using your and our family's infamy as stepping stones to his ascension. The 2nd prince had been enrolled in the Tianyu sect since childhood, and the assassin sent to kill you was from the inner sect of Tianyu. Realizing this, Chen Qing discerned the underlying intention. The Tianyu sect aimed to support the 2nd prince's claim to the throne. Clever. Chen Xiong's admiration for his son only deepened. With such talent and intellect, what future could possibly elude you? He continued, this will not be their last attempt. Future assassinations targeting both you and me will only increase. With this, Chen Xiong indirectly inquired whether Chen Qing intended to take the initiative. Aware that his son had been concealing his brilliance and pretending to be a wastrel, he recognized the need to consider Chen Qing's opinions more seriously. The 2nd prince? The Tianyu sect? Chen Qing chuckled. They are nothing but a group of rabble. Hardly worth mentioning. Even though Chen Qing was not yet a match for an entire sect, with his immortal body, he was confident they could not kill him. He could outlast them. Hearing this, Chen Xiong was not offended by his son's apparent arrogance. Instead, he believed that Chen Qing's boldness must stem from a solid foundation. However, Chen Xiong refrained from pressing for more details. Some matters were best left unspoken. Father, setting aside the 2nd prince and the Tianyu sect for now, there is a matter I wish to discuss with you. Chen Qing's expression turned serious, as he decided to retrieve a substantial sum from the system. What business could there be between us, father and son? Just say what you wish, Chen Xiong replied, thumping his chest, encouraging Chen Qing to speak candidly. Before that, I hope you can tell me whether you harbor any rebellious intentions? Chen Qing countered, or rather, do you wish to become emperor? Become emperor? Chen Xiong waved his hand dismissively, I have no interest. The reason I have come this far is merely a matter of survival in the political arena. If one does not devour others, one risks being devoured. To put it plainly, everything Chen Qing did was for self-preservation, and he had long exhausted all options. Under the external propaganda of the Daxia royal family, he had become known as a treacherous minister, the source of all calamities. Chen Qing was indifferent to this. It was better to be feared and respected than to be looked down upon and trampled. In light of this, I have assured the emperor that the Chen family will not rebel. Father, withdraw the 100,000 iron cavalry stationed outside the city. Or at least move them further away to alleviate the emperor's psychological burden, Chen Qing proposed. No, if we withdraw those 100,000 iron cavalry, how will our safety be guaranteed? Chen Qing was unable to acquiesce, as he feared that the royal family might turn against them. His concern stemmed from the lessons of history that could not be ignored. Hearing this, Chen Qing did not hastily press for further persuasion. Shadows shifted behind him, and a shadow puppet emerged. Upon noticing it, Chen Qing reacted swiftly, turning around to draw a sword from its rack, pointing it at the shadow puppet. How dare you trespass into the Chen residence? Chen Qing raised his hand to gently deflect the sword that was poised near his ear, saying, Father, there is no need to panic. This is a shadow puppet controlled by me. A shadow puppet? Upon hearing Chen Qing's explanation, Chen Qing recalled having heard similar information from his spies. Was it you who killed the assassin sent by the Tianyu sect? Chen Qing asked, lowering his sword but not yet sheathing it. Indeed, Chen Qing nodded. This shadow puppet is equivalent to a peak out-of-body realm cultivator. Upon realizing this, Chen Qing felt a mix of astonishment and delight. He was curious about where Chen Qing had acquired such a powerful puppet. Logically, he should have been aware of any disturbances within the capital. Considering this, Chen Qing felt not fear but rather pride in his son. Realizing that he had given birth to an exceptionally talented offspring, the continuity of the Chen family lineage was no longer a concern. I possess over 100 such puppets. Chen Qing began, but before he could finish, Chen Xiong's mind was already in turmoil. Over 100? That would mean possessing more than 100 peak out-of-body realm cultivators. Moreover, there were over 100 steadfast and utterly loyal peak practitioners of the out-of-body realm who would never entertain thoughts of betrayal. Seizing the moment, Chen Qing continued. In your esteemed opinion, can these 100-plus shadow puppets ensure the safety of both you and me, Father? Indeed, absolutely, Chen Xiong exclaimed, if memory served him right. The current head of the Tianyu sect was merely at the out-of-body realm, and even that did not surpass the prowess of Chen Qing's puppet. It finally dawned upon him, the true reason behind Chen Qing's audacity to deride the Tianyu sect and the second prince of the Dawu dynasty as mere clay chickens and rotten dogs. This was not arrogance, but rather a confidence rooted in strength. Withdraw the troops. I shall issue the order for those 100,000 iron cavalry to retreat from the capital at once. Although Chen Xiong was uncertain of Chen Qing's intentions, he firmly believed that his son would not lead him astray. Convicted in his heart that Chen Qing was playing a grand game, he, as a father, merely needed to support him without overreaching. Success in pampering the wife. Congratulations, host. You have received a random reward, 10,000 shadow puppets. Though he had anticipated a generous reward, the sight of the words on the system panel still left Chen Qing momentarily stunned. Indeed, the 100,000 troops were not merely to appease the martial emperor or the entire Xia royal family. It was solely to convey to his wife, Xia Qingwei, his genuine feelings for her. Exchanging 100,000 iron cavalry for 10,000 shadow puppets, equivalent to the peak of the out-of-body realm, was not merely advantageous, it was an extraordinary profit. As long as Chen Qing willed it, with a mere blink, he could summon 10,000 shadow puppets to dominate the entirety of Dawu. Upon learning of the retreat of the 100,000 iron cavalry outside the city, the martial emperor's heart, which had been suspended for nearly a decade, finally found tranquility. It seemed that Qingwei had indeed found a worthy son-in-law for him. Xiaocheng remarked with satisfaction. Beside him, the national master, Xiao He, hesitated to speak. If you have something to say, do not hesitate, for we are not strangers, Xiaocheng urged, noticing the change in his expression. Now that the external threat has dissipated, Your Majesty, why not take this opportunity to eliminate Chen Xiong? This thorn in Dawu's side? Xiao He leaned closer, lowering his voice to speak into Xiaocheng's ear, wary of eavesdroppers. That is inadvisable. Even now, many officials in court are still aligned with Chen Xiong. Acting recklessly would only backfire, leading to turmoil both within and outside the court. Moreover, my greater concern is not Chen Xiong, but rather Chen Qing. I consider myself well-versed in human nature, yet I find myself unable to decipher Chen Qing. He did not believe that Chen Qing would fail to foresee that, upon the retreat of the 100,000 iron cavalry, he might take action against the Chen family. Thus, if Chen Qing dared to command Chen Xiong to retreat, He must possess leverage that would prevent Xia Cheng from acting against him. Consequently, Xia Cheng chose to observe the situation. Little did he know, this decision would directly save the Xia royal family from the brink of annihilation. The leverage in Chen Qing's hands far surpassed that of the 100,000 iron cavalry. Should Xia Cheng desire to maintain dignity, Chen Qing would not hesitate to assist him in reclaiming it, even transforming Xia into Chen. Of course, if Chen Xiong truly wished to avoid the burdens of being an emperor and the scorn of the world, Chen Qing would not mind hastening the plot, supporting his wife, Xia Qingwei, to become the empress. Back in the imperial study, after clarifying Xia Cheng's stance, Xiao He refrained from mentioning the annihilation of the Qin family, and instead brought up another matter. I have discovered that the assassin who attempted to take Chen Qing's life within the palace earlier hails from the Tianyu sect. The Tianyu sect? Is this related to the second prince? Xia Cheng paused, halting his writing. He did not believe that the Tianyu sect was merely acting to eradicate evil and protect the nation. Among the entire Xia clan, the only one with close ties to the Tianyu sect was his second son. Most likely, Xiao He concluded. Go, have the body disposed of at that ungrateful son's doorstep. Xia Cheng's reasoning for this was to warn the second prince not to act recklessly. Whatever he could uncover, the Chen family could equally discover. If matters escalated, he would not be responsible for the consequences and would simply collect the remains. Understood. At the Chen residence, Xia Qingwei suddenly sat up in bed, startled awake. She had just experienced a most terrifying dream. In her dream, she and Chen Qing were a loving couple, inseparable and enviably affectionate. The dream spanned a long duration, from their initial acquaintance and mutual affection to entering the bridal chamber, marrying, having children, and ultimately growing old together, facing the afterlife hand in hand. And then Xia Qingwei was abruptly awakened. She could not fathom why she would dream such a thing. What was even more unsettling was that, within the dream world, the man she admired and loved, Feng Ge, was nowhere to be found, as if he had never existed at all. Xia Qingwei dared not delve further into her thoughts, fearing that not only her body had betrayed Yi Feng, but that her heart might also have followed suit. Gently patting her chest, she reassured herself. It was just a dream. There is no need to dwell on it. Dream? What dream? At that moment, Chen Qing's voice came from beyond the beaded curtain. And nothing. Xia Qingwei trembled slightly, her tone betraying her unease as she hastily denied it. Such matters were not something she could divulge to Chen Qing. Is that so? Observing her reaction, Chen Qing ceased his inquiries, moving closer to kneel by the bedside and assist Xia Qingwei in putting on her shoes and socks. The servants have prepared dinner. Let us hurry and go. Watching Chen Qing's earnest face as he helped her with her footwear, Xia Qingwei felt a complex mix of emotions. You really don't have to go to such lengths. The more Chen Qing treated her well, the more she felt indebted to him, for within her heart still resided another man whom she could never betray. Moreover, Xia Qingwei was increasingly worried that one day she would be unable to resist Chen Qing's advances, sinking into his embrace, and not only her body, but her heart would ultimately betray Yi Feng. We are a married couple, having worshipped at the ancestral hall together. As your husband, it is only natural for me to treat you well. Who in the world would dare to dispute that? His words were beautifully articulated, and the rewards were equally splendid. Success in pampering the wife. Congratulations, host, you have received a random reward, mastery in calligraphy. Chen Qing privately believed that this reward of calligraphy would hold significant value in a fantastical world set in ancient times. As the saying goes, a letter reveals the person. Possessing exquisite calligraphy could prove advantageous in crucial moments. It emphasizes the notion that possessing multiple skills is never a burden. To be able to elevate a simple act of changing his wife's shoes into a top-tier skill, what could be more commendable? In contrast, as Xia Qingwei listened to Chen Qing's heartwarming words, she inwardly scoffed. A married couple? When did we ever participate in such a ceremony? Xia Qingwei, not in a daze, recalled that she had just finished preparing herself, having yet to even see the guests attending the wedding banquet before being whisked away by Chen Qing like a thief. Her mind was racing with thoughts. Yet she said little, merely responding affirmatively as she left the chamber with Chen Qing to partake in dinner. At the grand dining table, laden with delicacies, only Chen Qing, Xia Qingwei, and Chen Xiong were present. Chen Qing was the first to pick up his chopsticks, serving Xia Qingwei a piece of stir-fried meat. Here you go, my lady. You've worked hard today. Do enjoy. Success in pampering the wife. Congratulations, host, you have received a random reward. Speed attribute 20. My lady, this dish is the chef's specialty. You simply must try it. Success in pampering the wife. Congratulations, host, you have received a random reward. Perception 30. My lady, I see your complexion is pale. You might be lacking in vitality. Here, have some duck blood to replenish yourself. Success in pampering the wife. Congratulations, host. You have received a random reward. Top-tier armor 1. Chen Qing seized this opportunity with keen insight, racking up rewards with great satisfaction. With a remarkable increase of 100 points in comprehension, Chen Qing would have continued to improve, had it not been for the towering mountain of food in Xia Qingyue's bowl, which seemed on the verge of toppling over. My lady, please eat first. Once you have finished, I shall serve you whatever you desire, Chen Qing said with a tender expression. Xia Qingyue nodded gently, observing the affectionate interaction between the couple. Chen Xiong, as a father, felt a profound sense of satisfaction. He envisioned that it would not be long before his status would elevate. His mind wandered to the delightful image of his grandson calling him grandfather. Father, what are you thinking about? Noticing Chen Xiong's silly grin, Chen Qing couldn't help but inquire. Of course. A grandson would be splendid, and a granddaughter would also be welcome, ideally, one of each. The more the merrier, Chen Xiong replied. Chen Qing furrowed his brow in confusion, wondering why his father was discussing such matters. Upon realizing that Chen Xiong desired Xia Qingyue to bear a son and daughter for the Chen family, Xia Qingyue lowered her head and remained silent. She understood that this was an inevitable expectation, yet she was not mentally prepared for it at the moment. Cough, cough. Realizing his faux pas, Chen Xiong covered his mouth with his fist and cleared his throat, regaining his serious demeanor as he shifted the topic. Qinger, I have complied with your request and withdrawn the 100,000 iron cavalry stationed outside the city. He then turned to the astonished Xia Qingyue, stating, regardless of how outsiders have judged the Chen family in the past, your decision is now my decision. The Chen family will never engage in treasonous acts. Xia Qingyue remained silent, still in shock, gazing at Chen Qing with disbelief. She could hardly fathom that he had truly persuaded Chen Xiong to remove the thorn that had long been embedded in her father's heart. The withdrawal of those 100,000 iron cavalry significantly diminished the possibility of the Chen family plotting rebellion. Xia Qingyue was perplexed as to why Chen Qing would take such action. Was it for her sake? Simply because she was his wife? At that moment, Chen Qing seized the opportunity to grasp Xia Qingyue's delicate, jade-like hand, assuring her, I will not go back on my word regarding what I promised you. Thank you, my husband. Xia Qingyue did not pull away. The way she addressed him carried a touch more sincerity than before. Chen Qing was no fool. He could discern from her gaze that this gesture held considerable weight. Unfortunately, having already received a reward for pampering his wife, he could not repeat it. However, for Chen Qing, the deeper Xia Qingyue's feelings for him, the greater the quality and quantity of the rewards would be, a worthwhile endeavor. My husband. My hand is a bit sore, could you perhaps? Xia Qingyue cast her gaze downward at Chen Qing's firm grip on her hand. Apologies, my apologies. I was reckless. Chen Qing released her hand. Afterward, the three continued their dinner. Whenever Xia Qingyue's bowl became less filled, Chen Qing promptly refilled it, seizing the opportunity to earn more rewards. Pampering wife successful. Congratulations, host, you have received a random reward. Yan Wang Needle X20. Pampering wife successful. Congratulations, host. You have received a random reward. 3rd grade Tianyang Pill X100. Pampering wife successful. Congratulations, host, you have received a random reward. Shadow Puppet X5. Xia Qingyue also found the opportunity to hand over the gold, silver, and jewels that represented her dowry, gifts from her father, through her spatial ring, to Chen Qing, along with a set of royal-level estate and several servants. Chen Qing suggested they hold off on moving to avoid leaving Chen Xiong alone in the vast Chen residence. Whatever my husband decides, Xia Qingyue replied, indifferent to where they would live, she would defer to Chen Qing's judgment. Before long, the family finished their dinner. Chen Qing learned from the servants that a lantern festival would be held in the capital that night and proposed that he and Xia Qingyue attend together. Seizing the chance to pamper his wife, Xia Qingyue nodded in agreement. Unknowingly, she had grown accustomed to engaging in such couple-like activities with Chen Qing. Chapter 19. Can spiritual power be used this way? Leaving the task of cleaning the dishes to the servants, Chen Qing and Xia Qingyue bid farewell to Chen Xiong and exited the Chen family residence together. The Chen estate was not far from the Lantern Festival venue, and they opted to walk there. My lady, if you feel tired, I can carry you, or I could hold you, Chen Qing offered. Hastily, Xia Qingyue replied. Though I am a princess, I am not so delicate. A few steps will not tire me. Chen Qing did not press the issue, whether Xia Qingyue agreed or not. He felt he had gained. Sensing that Chen Qing might misinterpret her response, Xia Qingyue added, of course, I do not mean to imply any disdain. I simply wish to convey that I am not so fragile. I understand, he replied as they continued walking, the crowd becoming denser with each step. To her surprise, the Lantern Festival outside the palace was far more crowded than she had anticipated. The throng of people surged like a school of fish, densely packed and bustling. Suddenly, she felt someone grasp her hand, startling Xia Qingyue and causing her to tremble slightly. Looking down, she instinctively tried to pull away. But upon recognizing that it was Chen Qing who held her hand, she halted her thoughts. Chen Qing quickly spoke, "There are many people here. I do not wish to lose my lady." Xia Qingwei softly acknowledged him, allowing Chen Qing to hold her hand without resistance. Understanding his good intentions, she had no desire to be ungrateful. Pampering wife successful. Congratulations, host, you have received a random reward. Cultivation level increased by 5 small realms. Though it was not as dramatic as the last time, where he had ascended an entire realm. Moving from the 2nd tier of the nascent soul realm to the 7th tier was still a commendable reward for Chen Qing. After walking a bit further, the brilliant lights of the lanterns came into view, accompanied by an increasingly thronging crowd. Noticing someone was about to collide with Xia Qingwei, Chen Qing swiftly wrapped his arm around her slender waist, pulling her into his embrace protectively. Xia Qingwei rested against Chen Qing's chest, her fists lightly clenched. Aware of his reasoning, she neither resisted nor voiced any complaints. Rather than reproaching Chen Qing, she found herself internally chiding her own racing heart, which seemed to echo loudly, nearly drowning out the jubilant sounds of hundreds around them. Pampering wife successful. Congratulations, host, you have received a random reward. Comprehension 100. 100 in comprehension? Chen Qing nearly failed to suppress the smile creeping at the corners of his mouth. This reward exceeded his expectations by a significant margin. He resolved to find a technique to test just how elevated his comprehension had become once the Lantern Festival concluded. Merely observing the value was insufficient to convey the extent of his progress. It seemed they could not proceed further. Xia Qingwei felt a twinge of regret. There was still a considerable distance to the prime viewing area for the lanterns. The folk lanterns were as enchanting as those she had seen in the palace, if not more so in scale. Sensing Xia Qingwei's disappointment, Chen Qing again encircled her waist, gently advising, "Hold on to me." Oh, although she was uncertain of Chen Qing's intentions, Xia Qingwei instinctively complied, pressing close to him and wrapping her arms around him. In the next moment, Chen Qing propelled himself into the air, leaping several times until they reached the highest pavilion nearby. "Lady, hold on tight. Be careful not to fall," Chen Qing cautioned. Xia Qingwei, momentarily speechless, gazed out at the countless lanterns illuminating the surroundings, their vibrant colors captivating her senses. From this angle, the scene is magnified 100-fold in its awe-inspiring beauty. "How exquisite!" Summer Qingwei exclaimed. Pet spoiling successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, 20 longevity fruits. Regarding this reward, Chen Qing's thoughts remained unchanged, as he schemed to exchange it with those of formidable cultivation levels for magical artifacts or to forge valuable connections. As one nears the end of life, longevity becomes exceedingly precious. Chen Qing keenly understood the ancient wisdom that an inch of time is worth an inch of gold, and an inch of gold cannot buy an inch of time. Immortals. Truly, they are immortals. Just look at them. How can you not achieve what they have? I wish to do so, but do you grant me spiritual roots? Alas, why am I not blessed with such an exceptional companion? Though the faces of the two were obscured, their aura was undeniably extraordinary. The crowd buzzed with speculation. Realizing that she had become the envy of many due to Chen Qing, Summer Qingwei felt an unexpected thrill of pride well up within her. After confirming that Summer Qingwei was steady on her feet, Chen Qing resolved to bring a whimsical idea from his mind into reality. He swiftly rotated his hands, coalescing a sphere of azure spiritual energy. Once the sphere reached the size of an orange, he propelled it into the sky, where it detonated with a resounding boom, scattering hundreds of fiery trails, transforming into a dazzling display of fireworks that greatly enhanced the Lantern Festival's charm. Gazing upwards at the splendid fireworks, Summer Qingwei's lips parted slightly, her eyes shimmering with wonder. Pet spoiling successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, 1 low-grade Earth rank moon-cutting sword. With the plan proving viable, Chen Qing conjured additional spheres of spiritual energy, each adorned in distinct hues. One after another, they ascended into the heavens, and in the next instant, a kaleidoscope of red, yellow, blue, green, cyan, indigo, and violet fireworks erupted, blanketing the night sky in breathtaking beauty. Pet spoiling successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, 50 grade 5 strengthening pills. Pet spoiling successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, 200 in insight. Pet spoiling successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, 100 free attribute points. Note: free attribute points can be allocated to any attribute at the host's discretion. The fireworks delighted the onlookers, and Chen Qing reveled in the plethora of rewards from spoiling his wife. Some Qi refinement cultivators exclaimed in astonishment, "Is spiritual energy truly capable of such applications? No wonder he secured an immortal partner while we must attend the Lantern Festival alone." A lesson learned. Indeed, this is a genuine lesson. Learned? With our current cultivation, Even producing a single firework of such magnitude is a daunting task. He must be at the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage or beyond. My heavens! The pinnacle of the Golden Core stage. Such strength and ingenuity. What an enviable partner he is. Noticing the admiration in his junior sister's gaze directed at Chen Qing, the senior disciples around her began to entertain thoughts of apprenticing under him. How could they not admire a master who is both powerful and adept at captivating the hearts of beautiful women? Should Chen Qing become aware of their intentions, he would merely respond, "I do not accept disciples." As for the time that followed, Chen Qing ceased his actions, not due to exhaustion of spiritual energy, but because the remaining energy had found a new purpose. His gaze sharpened, becoming as piercing as a blade. Chapter 20. Enjoying the pressure? Indeed. Chen Qing sensed once more the murderous intent directed at him. Upon reaching the 7th layer of the nascent soul stage, his perception expanded and sharpened. With a brief mental assessment, he easily deduced the identity of the pursuers, most likely the second prince, and by extension, the Tianyu sect behind him. In Chen Qing's view, following the exposure of the assassination plot, the second prince would not retreat but rather, driven by fear of retribution from the Chen family and the prospect of facing justice, would tread down a path of extremity. As for the Tianyu sect, feeling slighted by the murder of their inner disciples, they, believing themselves to be a formidable faction, would undoubtedly seek retribution. Of course, Chen Qing did not rule out the possibility of certain righteous heroes desiring to eliminate the son of a powerful minister to gain renown and glory. However, this possibility was swiftly dismissed by Chen Qing for a simple reason. It is no easy feat for common factions to amass so many cultivators. Within his perceptive range, Chen Qing discerned that there were no fewer than 30 individuals, the weakest among them at the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage, and some even at the apex of the nascent soul stage. To orchestrate an assassination against me, they certainly went to great lengths. Chen Qing did not believe they could succeed. The rationale was straightforward. Given his background and talent, even without the system, he would undoubtedly pose a considerable threat. Furthermore, he was bound by a marriage contract with the destined female protagonist. With the protagonist yet to emerge from seclusion, it would be nonsensical for a major antagonist to meet their end prematurely. In Chen Qing's eyes, only the protagonist or someone like Summer Qinghue, the destined heroine, could pose a lethal threat to him. Someone wishes to kill you? Summer Qinghue interpreted much from the sharpness in Chen Qing's gaze. Oh, did my lady discern this? Chen Qing asked, astonished. Have you considered your reputation throughout the Great Wu dynasty? I dare say there are not enough rooms within the imperial palace to accommodate all who wish for your demise. Summer Qinghue retorted with a roll of her eyes. And what of you? Do you wish to kill me? Chen Qing teased. Summer Qinghue hesitated. Had it been before her marriage to Chen Qing, she would have readily replied in the affirmative. However, after coming to know his true self, she found herself unable to provide a definitive answer. If my lady desires my life, I am ever ready to offer it, Chen Qing said, taking her hand and placing it over his heart. I am not a murderer. Why would I desire your life? Summer Qinghue withdrew her hand, turning her back. Is my lady reluctant to take my life? Chen Qing, seeing her demeanor, could not resist teasing her further. Alas, such empty banter, lacking actionable substance, failed to trigger any rewards from the system. Feeling caught between agreeing and disagreeing, Summer Qinghue turned slightly. Someone seeks to kill you, and yet you remain so frivolous. I shall ignore you. A group of insignificant wretches, let me dispatch them at once. No sooner had Chen Qing spoken than, illuminated by the moonlight, dozens of shadows erupted from his own shadow, merging into the night. Meanwhile, elderly, when shall we make our move? There seem to be quite a number of them. Shall we wait until the Lantern Festival concludes to ambush them on their return? A disciple inquired. Absolutely not. Delays invite unforeseen complications. This matter must be resolved swiftly. Elderly promptly dismissed the disciple's suggestion. He was acutely aware that those above him lacked patience. With the elder's words ringing clear, the disciples, respecting his authority, unsheathed their swords and daggers, their faces alight with murderous intent, utterly oblivious to the ominous shadows beneath their feet. In the next moment, before the disciples of the Tianyu sect could react, shadowy figures sprang forth from the darkness, their hands morphing into blades, pressing against the throats of all the disciples. Before they could even grasp the gravity of the situation, their throats were slit, blood gushing forth in torrents. They perished in terror. Elderly watched in horror as dozens of his disciples were slaughtered in an instant by these inhuman entities, his heart swelling with rage and overwhelming fear. What are you? I am an inner gate elder of the Tianyu sect. If anything were to befall me, even if you fled to the ends of the earth, you would be relentlessly pursued by the Tianyu sect, living in perpetual fear. Elderly attempted to intimidate the shadow puppets, making them comprehend the gravity of the situation. However, they were merely puppets. What use was it to speak of such matters to them? Shortly thereafter, Chen Qing's voice resonated from above. Elderly hastily raised his gaze, only then realizing Chen Qing's presence. Although his cultivation was indeed superior to Chen Qing's, his anxiety rendered him incapable of perceiving much. Puppets? Did you create all of these? Elderly had initially believed that the sect had assigned him an excessive number of accompanying disciples, but now it appeared they had provided too few, with merely one encounter. He was utterly annihilated. Take action. Chen Qing had discerned from Elder Li's words that the mastermind behind all of this was undeniably linked to the Tianyu sect. Thus, this individual had lost all value for manipulation. Do you wish to kill me? It will not be so easy. Do you truly believe I am of the same ilk as them? Upon finishing his words, Elder Li unleashed the oppressive aura of his peak nascent soul cultivation. In terms of cultivation level, it was undeniable that Chen Qing fell short, yet Chen Qing commanded shadow puppets, each at the pinnacle of the out-of-body realm, overwhelming Elder Li by an entire great realm. Do you enjoy pressure? At Chen Qing's thought, dozens of shadow puppets simultaneously exuded their oppressive force. Boom, boom, boom. The plethora of peak out-of-body pressures descended upon Elder Li like a series of colossal mountains, crashing down upon him. His knees buckled under the weight, and he collapsed heavily to the ground, shattering the bluestone tiles beneath him. This is the out-of-body realm, the pinnacle. Elder Li found himself prostrate on the ground, feeling 1,000-fold heavier, struggling to utter those few words. As realization dawned upon him, all fighting spirit evaporated. He could scarcely fathom that Chen Qing possessed dozens of puppets at the pinnacle of the out-of-body realm. Such combat prowess could easily level the entire Tianyu sect, let alone a mere inner-gate elder like himself. Little did he know, these shadow puppets were merely the tip of the iceberg compared to the vast number Chen Qing truly commanded. No, please don't kill me. I surrender. I admit defeat. I am willing to swear an oath to the heavens, pledging my eternal loyalty to you, even to the point of sacrificing my flesh and blood, never to betray. Faced with Chen Qing's overwhelming strength, Elder Li chose to submit, seeking to serve him as master. I refuse, Chen Qing stated without a hint of hesitation. He had not yet fallen so low as to accept any random individuals under his command. Elder Li's potential was evident, yet it was a mere flicker. He held no value for further utilization. Moreover, Chen Qing understood the path the Tianyu sect must take and did not require his guidance. Upon uttering these words, he willed the shadow puppets to intensify their pressure. With a resounding crash, Elder Li's corporeal form was crushed into oblivion, shattered into countless fragments. Chapter 21. How has he become handsome again? After executing all of this, Chen Qing commanded the shadow puppets to sever the heads of all present Tianyu sect disciples and take them, retreating into the dark realm that housed them. As for those headless corpses, Chen Qing chose to leave them behind as a warning to someone. Following this, Chen Qing returned to the side of the worry-stricken Xianxiaaudiobooks, appearing rather leisurely despite having slain dozens without a single drop of blood staining him. Madam, it is all resolved, no need to worry. So soon? During this time, Xianxiaaudiobooks had remained facing away from the battlefield, as Chen Qing instructed. He was concerned that witnessing too much bloodshed might frighten her into nightmares, preventing her from sleeping. The Destined Empress? That would be a matter for the future. For now, Xianxiaaudiobooks had yet to awaken, appearing to Chen Qing as a delicate and fragile creature in need of protection. Most importantly, there were rewards to be gained. How could this not be considered pampering his wife? Wife pampering successful. Congratulations, host, you have received a random reward, Charisma 50. Charisma? To Chen Qing, this was the least useful reward. Compared to appearance, he would much prefer to enhance his strength. Of course, looking good was not entirely without its merits, at least. A pleasing exterior could foster a sense of closeness in most interactions. Meanwhile, as the 50 points of charisma were credited, they influenced Chen Qing's demeanor and overall image. When Xianxiaaudiobooks glanced at him again, she found herself momentarily captivated. With her brows slightly furrowed, she could not shake the impression that Chen Qing seemed considerably more handsome than before. Closing her eyes and gently shaking her head, she opened them once more to confirm. It was no illusion. He had indeed become more handsome. In light of this, Xianxiaaudiobooks clung to her initial belief that one's appearance does not undergo drastic changes after reaching adulthood, no matter how much one's looks may alter. The underlying structure remains constant, let alone experiencing such a remarkable transformation in just a few days. Could it be that I have truly developed feelings for him? Aside from the possibility of love being blind, Xianxiaaudiobooks could think of no other rational explanation. Chen Qing, oblivious to her thoughts, spoke. Madam, it seems this lantern festival must come to an early conclusion. When faced with issues, Chen Qing preferred not to procrastinate. If a matter could be resolved today, he would not allow it to linger until tomorrow. Since the Tianyu sect did not wish to maintain their dignity, Chen Qing was more than willing to assist them in preserving it. Those severed heads must be returned intact. Are you planning to take action against the Tianyu sect? Xiao Qinghua pondered briefly and quickly deduced Chen Qing's intentions. You witnessed today's events, madam. I offered them an opportunity for repentance. Yet they not only remained unrepentant, but escalated their efforts, sending stronger assassins to take my life. If I continue to endure, what does that make me? A man of 7 feet? Chen Qing asserted. Though the Tianyu sect may not rank among the top 10 sects, their strength should not be underestimated. Wouldn't this be too reckless? Xiao Qinghua expressed her concerns. Why not wait until tomorrow? I shall go to the imperial palace and inform my father, allowing him to take care of this matter for you. She worried that Chen Qing might act impulsively and endanger himself. Regardless, she, Xiao Qinghua, had now gained the title of his wife, and as such, how could she stand by and watch him walk into danger? Are you worried about me, madam? Chen Qing shifted the topic. What? Am I not allowed to worry about you? Xiao Qinghua puffed her cheeks slightly, retorting with indignation. She felt as though she was the only one worrying, while Chen Qing maintained an air of nonchalance. Of course you can. You are my wife. Aside from my old man, no one has more right to worry about me than you. Chen Qing replied earnestly. Xiao Qinghua let out a light huff. Just as she was about to speak, Chen Qing interjected. Since you are so concerned for my well-being, why not accompany me to the Tianyu sect? Should anything happen, your status as a princess would deter them from acting recklessly, wouldn't it? Chen Qing's reasoning was simple. Words could not compare to witnessing reality. He wanted Xiao Qinghua to see for herself who was stronger, he or the Tianyu sect. All right, Xiao Qinghua agreed, finding Chen Qing's reasoning sound. The plan was to leverage her identity as a princess to intimidate the Tianyu sect, ensuring they would be held accountable if they dared to act against Chen Qing in the future. If they could not even maintain their own dignity, then the emperor himself would be summoned. If the Tianyu sect truly wished to sever ties, the Xiao royal family would not be easily trifled with. Thank you, madam. For this journey to the Tianyu sect, I shall rely entirely on your protection, Chen Qing said as he took hold of Xiao Qinghua's arm, feigning weakness. Observing Chen Qing's demeanor, Xiao Qinghua found it difficult to reconcile him with the chaotic demon king perceived by others. In fact, she felt he appeared somewhat endearing. Leave it to me. As she contemplated her thoughts, Xiao Qinghua nodded emphatically, giving her consent. Once their ideas aligned, Chen Qing swiftly lifted Xiao Qinghua from the ground. What are you doing? Xiao Qinghua exclaimed, startled. The mountain is steep and the road long. Does the lady intend to walk? Chen Qing inquired. Isn't there a carriage? Xiao Qinghua's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Even with the fastest horse, it would take at least 2 days to travel from the capital to Tianyu sect, but with my pace, it would take no more than half an hour, Chen Qing analyzed, presenting the options before Xiao Qinghua. 2 days, rather than the expenditure of time. Xiao Qinghua was more concerned that the longer they delayed, the more the Tianyu sect would be consumed by hatred upon learning that their dispatched disciples had all perished at Chen Qing's hands, leading to a more severe desire for vengeance. To avert an irreparable situation, Xiao Qinghua responded with action instead of words, lifting her hands to encircle Chen Qing's neck. A wise choice, Chen Qing remarked, a faint smile gracing his lips. With a swift motion, he enveloped his feet in spiritual energy and began to leap rapidly between the rooftops, as light as a swallow, akin to a fleeting ray of light. In the blink of an eye, half an hour had passed. Chen Qing carried Xiao Qinghua, employing his agility to traverse from Dao City to Xianfeng Mountain, where they beheld the Tianyu sect, a structure perched upon the clouds, only half of its form visible. Who dares to intrude upon the Tianyu sect? The guards at the foot of the mountain, upon seeing Chen Qing and the unfamiliar Xiao Qinghua, immediately raised their long spears and shouted. Their eyes scrutinized Chen Qing and Xiao Qinghua, glancing hastily at Chen Qing before lingering longer on Xiao Qinghua. Without waiting for Chen Qing, Xiao Qinghua declared their purpose. The guard responded, surely you don't wish to join the Tianyu sect? It is not yet time, but if you can provide sufficient sincerity, I might consider making an exception and allow you both to ascend the mountain. What kind of sincerity do you require? Xiao Qinghua inquired. Her primary aim for coming to the Tianyu sect being peace talks. Though displeased by the guard's extortion, she maintained her composure, probing for answers. Just a few spirit stones will suffice, the guard replied lewdly, his eyes turning lascivious as he licked his lips. Wife pampered successfully. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward. 30 rank, 5 Gale pills. On Chen Qing's end, he had just claimed his reward for carrying Xiao Qinghua. Upon hearing the guard's words and witnessing his lecherous demeanor, he promptly concealed the system panel, summoned the previously obtained Earth-grade low-tier moon-slashing sword with one hand, and with the other, grasped Xiao Qinghua's shoulder, pulling her closer. Taking advantage of her being turned away from the guard, he unleashed a brilliant sword light that could rival the brightness of the full moon. Chapter 22, A Determined Stand. The guard at the mountain gate was instantly obliterated under the vast sword light emanating from Chen Qing, his body exploding into a gory mess, flesh and bones disintegrating. saturating the ground beneath them in crimson. Wife pampered successfully. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward. Earth-grade upper-tier formation, dragon trapping, array 1. While pampering his wife was one matter, Chen Qing considered himself a rather selfish individual in certain aspects. Xia Qingyue, regardless of the circumstances, was now his nominal spouse. In a world where strength reigned supreme, how could he tolerate a guard, weaker than himself, coveting his legitimate wife? It was a matter of life and death. Only to realize his thoughts. Having lived anew, Chen Qing was unwilling to endure any grievances, having suffered enough in his previous life. It's all right now. Chen Qing gently released his hold on Xia Qingyue, speaking softly. All right, Xia Qingyue replied quietly, turning to look. Although she did not witness any severed limbs, the pool of blood left little doubt regarding the fate of the guard. Did she think Chen Qing was violent? No. Xia Qingyue did not perceive it that way at all. She understood clearly that Chen Qing's act of drawing his sword and killing was entirely for her sake. No matter how innocent Xia Qingyue was, she could not fail to comprehend that the guard had openly coveted her beauty, attempting to exchange her body for a chance to ascend the mountain, which prompted Chen Qing's ruthless action to eliminate him. With such a domineering husband who fiercely protected her, how could any woman resist? In truth, Xia Qingyue felt no resentment towards Chen Qing. Rather, a strange, indescribable thrill stirred within her. Yet, before she could ponder further, a voice of authority resonated from the mountain above. Bold ruffians, daring to slaughter within the Tianyu sect, slaying my disciples, seeking death. No sooner had the voice faded than dozens of disciples fell like meteors from the mountain, swiftly encircling Chen Qing and Xia Qingyue. The elder who had spoken, adorned in the garb of a senior, stood with arms crossed atop a series of high steps, gazing down condescendingly at Chen Qing and Xia Qingyue. How audacious you are! I am the first princess of the Xia clan. Your people showed disrespect to the royal family. My husband acted to eliminate him, which is already a leniency. I advise you not to be obstinate. Xia Qingyue stepped forward, unafraid of the glinting blades, resolutely standing alongside Chen Qing. The first princess? Xia Qingyue? So it is her. No wonder she captivates the heart so. Upon learning of Chen Qing and Xia Qingyue's identities, the disciples of Tianyu sect hesitated, unsure of how to proceed. Their gazes shifting towards Elder Lin Tian for direction. Princess Xia Qingyue. Through her identity, Lin Tian swiftly deduced that Chen Qing was the enemy that both the Tianyu sect and the second prince sought to eliminate. He never expected this fellow would deliver himself right to their doorstep. A wicked smile curled upon Lin Tian's lips as he perceived this as a splendid opportunity to establish merit and ascend to the core faction of the second prince. Thus, Lin Tian seized the moment and raised his voice. The princess is being held hostage by a villain. What are you waiting for? Quickly act to slay the rogue and rescue the princess. In the darkness, where visibility was poor and surrounded by their own, fortified by the Tianyu sect. Even if the royal family pursued the matter later, Lin Tian believed he could deflect blame by claiming that he acted out of a fervent desire to save the princess. Moreover, with the second prince's backing, Lin Tian was confident that killing a notorious villain, whom everyone wished to see eradicated, would not incur punishment. He was willing to take a gamble. What do you intend to do? He is my husband. If you dare to harm a hair on his head, I, the princess, will never forgive you, and the Dawu royal family will not spare your Tianyu sect. Xia Qingyue exclaimed urgently, her words spilling forth without much thought. Upon hearing this, the Tianyu sect disciples, who had been poised to strike, faltered, retracting their steps. Lin Tian was puzzled. It was said that the first princess was forced into marriage with this wastrel. Why was she now so protective of him? Upon reflection, Chen Qing was, after all, Xia Qingyue's husband. As a princess, Xia Qingyue likely felt compelled to uphold her dignity. However, deep down, she probably wished for Chen Qing's demise. Who could possibly harbor affection for a man with nothing but infamy? Did you not hear the elder's command? Attack, slay the villain, and rescue the princess. Lin Tian reiterated insistently, aiming to solidify his stance as one who acted out of righteousness for the royal family's safety. And what of the Chen family? A joke. What did a mere mortal family amount to against a celestial sect? No matter how powerful, in Lin Tian's eyes, they were but ants. Who dares to strike? You cannot harm him. As the disciples of the Tianyu sect advanced menacingly, Xia Qingyue spread her arms wide, resolutely shielding Chen Qing behind her. Observing her obstinacy, Lin Tian, with a self-satisfied smirk, remarked, Princess, your nocturnal visit has likely gone unannounced to others. In this vast expanse, should any mishap occur, it is feared that no one would be aware. His words no longer veiled a suggestion. They were an unmistakable threat to Xia Qingyue, warning her that should she continue to be obstinate, she too would face annihilation. Just as Chen Qing prepared to act, he found himself unexpectedly benefiting from Lin Tian's parting words. With this declaration, the stakes had irrevocably changed. I vow not to retreat an inch today. If you possess the courage, strike me down alongside him. Xia Qingyue declared with unwavering resolve, pledging to stand firm with Chen Qing. Very well. I shall be magnanimous and grant you this pair of faithful lovers your wish. Attack, Lin Tian commanded, with the elder's order echoing and bolstered by his preceding statements. The disciples understood that there was no turning back. They resolved to share in their glory or downfall. As they closed in with their swords drawn, Xia Qingyue, untrained in martial arts or cultivation techniques, was seized by fear and tightly shut her eyes. Yet her feet did not falter. She remained steadfastly positioned in front of Chen Qing, hoping her royal status would deter them from committing regicide. My lady, you may open your eyes now. Chen Qing's gentle voice broke through the tumult of emotions and the rapid drumming of her heart. Slowly, Xia Qingyue opened her eyes, only to find that the multitude of Tianyu sect disciples that should have been before her had inexplicably vanished. In their stead, she beheld Lin Tian, now seated on the steps, his face a mask of terror, trembling as if he had witnessed the sky itself collapsing. Thus, the events that had unfolded became apparent to Xia Qingyue. However, as she turned her head, she wondered why the shadow puppets were nowhere to be found. Given her understanding of Chen Qing's cultivation level, at the Golden Core stage, it seemed implausible for him to have dispatched so many disciples in an instant. Chapter 23. He is still concealing his strength. Then, Xia Qingyue's gaze fell upon the long sword in Chen Qing's hand, dripping with blood. A daring thought surged within her. Could it be that he was the one who had slain all those Tianyu sect disciples? Was this the power one would expect of a Golden Core cultivator? The next moment, Lin Tian's panicked exclamations quickly dispelled her doubts. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could one so young possess the power of the nascent soul stage? Lin Tian vehemently denied the possibility. The nascent soul stage. Xia Qingyue felt a surge of astonishment and elation. She had not anticipated that Chen Qing, who had only recently been at the Golden Core stage, could have ascended to the nascent soul stage in such a short span of time. Convinced that Chen Qing was a rare talent in cultivation, she mused that with a little more diligence, his prowess would soar even higher. Or perhaps, he was still hiding his true abilities. Her large, glistening eyes fixated on Chen Qing, filled with curiosity about how much more he had yet to reveal. My lady, the scene ahead may be somewhat gruesome. If you fear, it would be wise to close your eyes. Chen Qing gently released his hold on Xia Qingyue and stepped towards Lin Tian. Wait, don't come any closer. What are you planning to do? You wouldn't dare to kill me, would you? How bold. I am an inner elder of the Tianyu sect. Should you take my life, there will be no room for retreat between you and the sect. Lin Tian, aware that he was no match for Chen Qing, resorted to invoking the might of the Tianyu sect in an attempt to intimidate him. Anyone who harbors murderous intent against my lady must perish. Chen Qing brandished his sword. At his words, Xia Qingyue opened her eyes, gazing at the imposing figure of Chen Qing, sword raised high, and felt a stirring in her heart. Spare his life. Yet, Chen Qing disregarded the plea, delivering a swift and decisive blow. The head rolled down the steps, bouncing as it fell. Lin Tian's headless body collapsed shortly thereafter, blood gushing from his severed neck, flowing down the steps in a gruesome display. The scene caused Xia Qingyue's heart to constrict, and she found herself swallowing repeatedly. You! How dare you! The elder at the forefront, witnessing Lin Tian's decapitation, was overcome with grief. His name was Lin Wei, Lin Tian's elder brother, a high elder of the Tianyu sect, accompanied by a dozen other inner elders. What could possibly deter me? Chen Qing replied, unflinching, flicking the blood from his sword, sending droplets cascading to the ground like vivid flowers. This child exhibits brutality, seemingly possessed. Today, we, the elders of the Tianyu sect, shall eradicate this threat. Lin Wei drew his sword, pointing it at Chen Qing. The other inner elders followed suit. It seemed that he and Lin Tian were indeed brothers. For before committing their foul deeds, they never forgot to hoist the banner of righteousness. As a senior elder, Lin Wei's strength far surpassed that of Lin Tian. Chen Qing recognized that Lin Wei had reached the out-of-body stage, superior to himself. Knowing he could not match him in direct combat, Chen Qing opted to retreat to Xia Qingyue's side. Seeing this, Lin Wei chuckled menacingly. Now you're afraid? Planning to escape? Too late. Attack. He reminded the elders not to harm the princess, lest it complicate matters with the royal family. The elders nodded in unison and, with a single step, charged towards Chen Qing, their weapons gleaming ominously. Chen Qing had been anticipating their descent into folly. Kill. With that command, a shadow puppet leaped forth from the realm of darkness, its arm transforming into a broad blade, which it swung with ferocity. The dozen elders were instantly shredded into countless pieces beneath the overwhelming force of the blow. The blade's wind did not relent. It grew fiercer, further dismembering the remains into a fine mist of blood. In a single strike, Chen Qing had decimated the ranks of the inner elders of the Tianyu sect. This spectacle left Lin Wei utterly astounded. His body trembled. What on earth is this creature? Lin Wei attempted to discern the nature of the shadow puppet, but sensed not a hint of life. A puppet? Lin Wei was uncertain and sought to uncover the specifics of its cultivation, but could not. The only certainty was that, like himself, it was likely at the out-of-body stage. Do you think that such a grotesque entity can challenge the Tianyu sect? Utterly delusional, Lin Wei declared, not hesitating to engage the shadow puppet. With the deaths of the inner elders on his conscience, he knew he must take action to avoid blame from the sect leader. Raising his sword, he summoned his most powerful technique, the Heavenly Water Sword technique. Spiritual energy surged like waves as Lin Wei thrust his sword toward the puppet. In response to this onslaught, the shadow puppet executed a simple, yet devastating downward strike. This blow not only dismantled Lin Wei's proud technique, but also reduced his sword to ashes. Lin Wei's eyes widened in horror as he witnessed his hands, under the invisible force, shatter inch by inch, flesh turning to vapor, bones reduced to dust, spreading forth. Lin Wei attempted to evade, but found himself unable to escape. Before he could react, he was engulfed in a cloud of blood mist, suspended in the air. As for Chen Qing, rather than reveling in the demise of Lin Wei and the others, his focus remained on the system panel before him. Before the arrival of the esteemed elder Lin Wei, the system, based on Lin Tian's words directed at Xia Qingwei before his demise, concluded that taking a life would count as a display of affection for his wife. However, it was only now that Chen Qing found the opportunity to examine his rewards. Affection successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward. Earth grade mid-tier art. Great devastating palm 1. Affection successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward. 50 grade 5 heavenly guardian pills. Affection successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward. 200 insight points. 200 insight points? Without the system's elaboration, Chen Qing understood that these 200 points were undoubtedly a contribution from Lin Tian. He deduced that not only did Xia Qingyue's feelings for him influence the quality and quantity of the rewards, but the strength of the opponent also had a similar effect. Splendid. Unfortunately, once the rewards reached Lin Tian, they came to an abrupt end. After all, the individuals arriving afterward were all, without exception, coming for him. Thus, no matter how many shadow puppets he killed, he could not trigger the system's reward criteria. Closing the system panel, with a mere thought, dozens of shadow puppets emerged from the dark realm, each carrying the severed heads of Tianyu sect disciples. Today, he would annihilate the entire Tianyu sect to send a clear message to those who harbored ill intentions towards him. They should carefully consider whether they possess the qualifications to act against him. Chapter 24. Do you even qualify? In the grand hall of Tianyu sect, a disciple stumbled in, crawling and panting, and collapsed on the floor. This is terrible. What is the matter? Such disarray is unbecoming. The sect leader, Lu Wuyan, expressed his dissatisfaction. He thought, with himself as the sect leader, what calamity could truly befall them. Reporting to the sect leader, all the elders who went to assist Elder Lin Tian have been slaughtered. As the disciple uttered these words, Lu Wuyan's previously calm demeanor transformed dramatically. He sprang from his seat, exclaiming, What? What did you say? Elder Lin and the others are all dead? Indeed, sect leader, this disciple witnessed it with his own eyes. There is no exaggeration. The disciple quickly recounted the events in a concise manner. That puppet possessed an out-of-body realm cultivation level. Lu Wuyan had indeed heard that if a craftsman reached a sufficiently high level, the puppets they crafted could rival those of human cultivators. However, encountering a puppet of such strength capable of unilaterally slaughtering several sect elders was a first for Lu Wuyan. Very well, it seems I must intervene personally. After all, it is merely a puppet with strength comparable to the out-of-body realm. I shall ensure they return to whence they came. Lu Wuyan declared resolutely, rising from his chair. Reporting to the sect leader, it is not just one but dozens. Each holding the severed heads of our disciples we previously sent to the capital. The disciple quickly clarified. What? How many did you say? Lu Wuyan staggered, doubting his own hearing. After killing the elders, that wretched boy summoned dozens of identical puppets. The disciple recounted the events without holding back. Dozens of out-of-body realm puppets? Lu Wuyan gripped the armrest of his chair, returning to his seat, caught in a dilemma. Sect leader, they have breached our defenses. Another Tianyu disciple rushed in. Very well. I understand. Lu Wuyan realized that when misfortune strikes, it cannot be avoided. He now believed that the best option was to seek reconciliation with Chen Qing. For the disparity in their strengths was not as vast as he had initially assumed. The Tianyu sect could not easily crush Chen Qing. Additionally, he prepared for contingencies, instructing his disciples to be ready to respond to his orders and activate the sect's protective formation. The protective formation was the Tianyu sect's strongest trump card, requiring the combined strength of the entire sect to activate. If Chen Qing was unwilling to reconcile, Lu Wuyan contemplated. The sect's formation coupled with his own strength should suffice to eliminate Chen Qing and the numerous puppets he commanded, albeit at a significant cost. Understood. The disciple acknowledged. Hastening to leave the grand hall, Lu Wuyan followed closely behind, intending to confront Chen Qing. Soon, the two parties met. Hearing and seeing were one thing. But witnessing the dozens of floating shadow puppets left Lu Wuyan profoundly unsettled. The pressure they exuded far surpassed that of human cultivators of the same realm. Lu Wuyan's gaze swiftly locked onto Chen Qing, who stood on a flying sword, cradling Xia Qingwei. Young Master Chen, regardless of the misunderstandings between us, you have already taken this life. The weight of your grievances should have diminished. I have fine tea in my residence. Why not sit down and discuss this amicably? Lu Wuyan lowered his stance. Xia Qingwei remained silent, reflecting that in this world, strength dictated respect. Had Chen Qing lacked the necessary power, how could he compel Lu Wuyan to bow so low? She feared that had Chen Qing not been formidable, Lu Wuyan would have already ordered his disciples to charge forth with swords drawn, to rend him and Chen Qing into 1,000 pieces. A desire to cultivate began to stir within her. She realized she could not forever remain sheltered behind others. On Chen Qing's side, upon hearing Lu Wuyan's invitation to tea and discussion, he coldly retorted, "Tea with me? Do you even qualify? Do you even qualify? Do you even qualify?" The phrase echoed incessantly in Lu Wuyan's mind. His smile froze and vanished. He could no longer recall the last time someone had spoken to him in such a manner. But he was certain that the grass on his grave now loomed far taller than himself. "Young Master Chen, I concede that you possess great talent. Yet arrogance is not a virtue. You must understand that there is a saying, there are people beyond people, and heavens beyond heavens." Lu Wuyan attempted to counsel Chen Qing, urging him to reconsider waging war against the Tianyu sect. Kill. Chen Qing had no desire to engage in further dialogue with Lu Wuyan. He was not there to negotiate peace, but to obliterate the sect. Why waste words on those who were as good as dead? How audacious. Infuriated by Chen Qing's lack of respect, Lu Wuyan declared, "The sect is not afraid of you. Activate the formation." With Lu Wuyan's resounding command to activate the formation, over 10,000 Tianyu sect disciples simultaneously infused their spiritual energy into the formation stones. In the next moment, the stones lit up successively, connecting with one another to form a grand formation diagram. Once the diagram was fully illuminated, beams of light shot into the sky, crafting an even larger formation diagram above, enveloping the entire Tianyu sect. This formation, named the Dragon Transformation Formation, was a mid-tier, mystical-grade formation, more than sufficient to obliterate you. As Lu Wuyan's voice faded, countless streams of spiritual energy coalesced in midair, transforming into a colossal dragon apparition towering dozens of feet high. The Dragon Transformation Formation. If Chen Qing recalled correctly, he had recently encountered a formation known as the Dragon Confinement Formation, which was an upper-tier Earth-grade formation. I wonder if my current insight will allow me to comprehend this formation? Chen Qing did not hastily command the shadow puppets to act. The Dragon Transformation Formation had yet to fully activate. With a mindset of experimentation, he opened his system backpack, selected the Dragon Confinement Formation, and began to comprehend it. No sooner had he closed his eyes than he opened them again. Not for any other reason, but because this formation, reaching the Earth grade and nearing the Heaven grade, had already been comprehended to a significant extent by him. Chen Qing had contemplated the sheer terror of his current comprehension speed. Yet he never imagined it would reach such an astonishing level. Mastering the top-tier Earth-grade formation in the blink of an eye was no trifling feat. Should he speak of this, it would surely leave those self-proclaimed genius formation masters feeling utterly ashamed and devoid of confidence, perhaps leading them to abandon their craft altogether. A high level of insight indeed allows one to act with impunity. The Jiao Long Grand Formation has been established, and today marks the demise of the two of you. At this juncture, Lu Wuyan could no longer extricate Xia Qingwei from this predicament. To slay the current imperial son-in-law was already an affront to the royal family. What was one more princess to fear? Should the great Wu truly pursue the matter, the extinguished lives would merely be an issue of his own words. Little did he know, this decision would unwittingly bestow upon Chen Qing a remarkable gift, as the system stirred with anticipation. Chapter 25. The Ancestor emerges from seclusion. Once the Jiao Long had fully materialized, Lu Wuyan, as the sect master, soared into the air, towering above the dragon's head. He formed seals with his hands, then brought two fingers together and pointed forward, declaring, "Annihilate." With that single word, the Jiao Long's massive maw opened wide, unleashing a deafening roar that echoed through the heavens and earth, surging toward Chen Qing and Xia Qingwei. Witnessing such a breathtaking spectacle, with the Jiao Long's colossal form resembling a mountain, Xia Qingwei had never encountered such grandeur before. She felt diminutive and powerless. In stark contrast, Chen Qing remained composed, exuding the confidence of one unperturbed by the collapse of Mount Tai before him. After all, this mere protective grand formation was of a far inferior realm compared to the confining dragon formation he had mastered. Even though Chen Qing had not yet comprehended the confining dragon formation to its utmost perfection, vanquishing this protective Jiao Long was well within his capabilities. With a surge of spiritual power, the confining dragon formation illuminated in an instant, unfurling into a cylindrical prison that ensnared the Jiao Long within. Subsequently, thick chains shot forth from the void, wrapping tightly around the dragon's massive body. With a tremendous effort, he forcefully tore apart the protective Jiao Long of the Tianyu sect, reducing it to scattered spiritual energy, which returned to the cosmos. Earth-grade formation. You are indeed an Earth-grade formation master. As the formation shattered, Lu Wuyin and the others were met with a backlash, spitting out blood, their faces etched with disbelief. An Earth-grade formation master. Upon witnessing Chen Qing wield the formation to dismember the Jiao Long, breaking the formation with such dominance, Xia Qingyue was already taken aback and astounded. She never anticipated that in addition to being a cultivation prodigy, Chen Qing also possessed knowledge of formations. Hearing Lu Wuyin utter the words Earth-grade formation master sent her heart racing with tumultuous emotions. The hierarchy of formation masters is not as intricate as that of martial cultivators, comprising merely 4 realms: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow. Moreover, formation masters are far rarer than their martial counterparts at the same level. Their talent is a rare find, making them coveted by various factions. Not to mention, a talent like Chen Qing, excelling in both martial cultivation and formation mastery, was a dual genius of extraordinary caliber. Xia Qingyue firmly believed that once this matter became known, the top-tier powers would undoubtedly clash over Chen Qing, resulting in a bloody struggle. She was even more convinced that with Chen Qing's talent, intellect, and cunning, he would undoubtedly rise to become a formidable overlord in the future. Xia Qingyue had never felt such confidence about a matter before. Surrender. We concede. From this day forth, the Tianyu sect is willing to completely submit to young Master Chen, to serve you faithfully, only asking for our lives to be spared. Realizing he was no match for an Earth-grade formation master, Lu Wuyin clutched his chest and conceded. It is too late, Chen Qing replied coolly. He had never intended to spare Lu Wuyin or the Tianyu sect. As he had previously stated, Chen Qing had granted them an opportunity they chose not to cherish. Therefore, he could not be blamed for being ruthless and eliminating all threats. Young Master Chen, please leave a path for us, so we may meet again in the future. If you do not believe me, I can swear an oath before the heavens, never to betray you. Why must you go to such extremes? Lu Wuyin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, a glimmer of malice flashing in his eyes. If you had the chance to kill me, would you spare me simply because I begged for mercy? Chen Qing's question left Lu Wuyin momentarily speechless, for the answer was self-evident, a resounding no. With no option left, Lu Wuyin steeled himself and shouted, Lu Wuyin, the 18th sect master of the Tianyu sect, calls upon the ancestor to emerge and save our sect. This kind of theatrics was all too familiar to the reborn Chen Qing. It was commonplace for a sect to have a venerable ancestor, a powerful figure in its lineage. A bunch of useless fools. Indeed, a voice that sounded aged yet filled with vigor broke through the air. In the blink of an eye, a figure clad in a long robe appeared beside Lu Wuyin, with white hair, brows, and beard. I greet the ancestor. Lu Wuyin knelt quickly, seeing the ancestor had truly manifested. The other disciples of the Tianyu sect followed suit, bowing in reverence. Upon witnessing the ancestor's appearance, they were filled with elation. Wonderful. The ancestor has emerged. We are saved. It turned out the ancestor had not passed away. They had all assumed otherwise. With the ancestor's intervention, it mattered not whether that young man was a formation master. He would surely be annihilated with ease. Believing they now had a powerful ally, their change of attitude was astonishingly swift. With the ancestor to back them, they paid no heed to Chen Qing's identity as a formation master. My lady, did you see that? Should you ever tread this path in the future, never harbor pity for your enemies. Remember, showing mercy to an adversary is cruelty to oneself. Chen Qing used this example to remind Xia Qingyue. Thank you for the reminder, my husband. I understand now. The vivid example before her left Xia Qingyue unable to refute. Accepting Chen Qing's advice with an open heart. Hiss. Chen Qing inhaled sharply, his gaze fixated on Xia Qingyue. What? Is there something on my face? Xia Qingyue inquired, puzzled by his intense stare. No. Chen Qing shook his head, merely finding that his lady seemed to be growing increasingly adept at referring to him as her husband. Startled by his words, Xia Qingyue's cheeks flushed crimson, akin to someone who had consumed wine. She turned her head away, softly murmuring, You are so improper. The Tianyu ancestor and Lu Wuyin, let alone the other disciples of the Tianyu sect, could hardly believe their eyes. Their venerable ancestor had emerged from seclusion. Yet Chen Qing appeared completely unfazed, even taking time to flirt with Xia Qingyue, showcasing their affection. This fellow was far too audacious. How dare he disregard the ancestor of the Tianyu sect? Who would not be incensed? Such arrogance was unparalleled. They had seen arrogance, but never one so brazen. Truly, he must have the audacity of a bear and leopard combined. The two of them would surely pay for it later. Please, ancestor, take action swiftly and eradicate these two ignorant fools. The cries for blood echoed relentlessly. The disciples of the Tianyu sect harbored such intense animosity towards Chen Qing for good reason. When he had previously utilized the confining dragon formation to slay the protective Jiao Long, they had suffered a backlash, causing at least two of them to drop down in cultivation. How could they not harbor resentment? How could they not hate? As long as Chen Qing lived, their grievances would remain unresolved. Very well, you insolent brat. Today, I shall see just how capable you truly are. The Tianyu ancestor, already displeased by Chen Qing's dismissive attitude, felt his killing intent surge at the collective outcry. He unleashed his peak out-of-body realm power without reservation. A mere peak out-of-body realm, making such a clamor. One might think you are an emperor. Chen Qing scoffed. You seek death. The corners of the Tianyu ancestor's mouth twitched, his bloodlust boiling. Chen Qing, uninterested in further banter, unleashed a wave of shadow that surged forth from beneath his feet, obscuring the heavens and eclipsing the moon. Visibility plummeted. In a fleeting moment, a multitude of shadow puppets, each on par with the pinnacle of the out-of-body realm, was unleashed. Chapter 26, Annihilation of the Sect. Over 10,000 shadow puppets materialized in an instant, standing solemnly above the heads of the disciples of Tianyu sect, creating a scene both majestic and grave. Witnessing this spectacle, the previously clamorous disciples who had been clamoring for the ancestral figure of Tianyu to eliminate Chen Qing and Xia Qingyue on the spot fell into an immediate silence. Each disciple stood agape, their mouths agape, yet unable to utter a single word, the silence profound, as still as a graveyard. The sound of a falling needle could be discerned. Even the expressions of the ancestral figure and the sect master mirrored that of the disciples, devoid of any distinction. What are these? Tianyu's ancestral figure, lacking a concrete understanding of the shadow puppets, turned to the sect master Lu Wuyan, inquiring. Replying to the ancestral figure. These appear to be puppets, each puppet equivalent to. Lu Wuyan hesitated. Equivalent to what? Speak swiftly. Tianyu's ancestral figure, displeased by Lu Wuyan's reticence at such a critical moment, urged him on. The cultivation level of these puppets is equivalent to that of an out-of-body realm practitioner. Can puppets possess the cultivation of an out-of-body realm practitioner? Before Lu Wuyan could finish his explanation, Tianyu's ancestral figure hastily interjected. Lu Wuyan shook his head and corrected. They are comparable to the pinnacle of the out-of-body realm. The pinnacle of the out-of-body realm. At this revelation, Tianyu's ancestral figure staggered, nearly plummeting from the air. He had not forgotten that his own cultivation was merely at the pinnacle of the out-of-body realm. Yet Chen Qing had summoned over 10,000 puppets of the same caliber in the blink of an eye. Even if Tianyu's ancestral figure expended every ounce of spiritual energy within him, he might not be able to vanquish even two of these shadow puppets. A potent sense of helplessness and dread swiftly enveloped his entire being, an ineffable sensation. Turning to Xia Qingyue. Although Chen Qing had previously informed her of his numerous shadow puppets, she could never have anticipated that numerous referred to the ability to summon thousands effortlessly. At this moment, Xia Qingyue's anxious heart found solace, finally comprehending why Chen Qing exhibited no fear of the formidable Tianyu sect, boldly proclaiming the annihilation of the sect. If she were granted command over these 10,000 shadow puppets, she would possess the same confidence. Simultaneously, she grasped a crucial truth. In the grand scheme of Dawu, the true threat had never been Qin Xiong, the power-hungry minister, nor the 100,000 iron cavalry outside the city, but rather Chen Qing himself. Compared to these 10,000 shadow puppets, it was no exaggeration to say that they amounted to naught. Reflecting on this, Xia Qingyue felt a surge of gratitude for her initial agreement to marry Chen Qing. Otherwise, if he were to unleash his wrath, who within the entire Dawu dynasty could bear the brunt of his fury? She was increasingly convinced that with Chen Qing as her husband, as long as he remained steadfast, the grand ambitions of the Dawu dynasty would endure for millennia, an endeavor not beyond reach. Upon realizing this, the last remnants of resentment regarding her forced marriage dissipated from Xia Qingyue's heart. Sacrificing herself for the eternal glory of the Xia royal family was worthwhile, undeniably so. Moreover, Xia Qingyue no longer regarded marrying Chen Qing as a sacrifice. Lost in her thoughts, she suddenly heard Tianyu's ancestral figure declare from a distance. Zhang Heng is willing to lead the entire Tianyu sect to submit to the elder. We implore the elder to show mercy and spare us. Witnessing the ancestral figure kneeling in surrender, those opportunistic disciples who had wavered in their loyalties naturally followed suit. We beseech the elder to show mercy and spare us." The disciple's fickle demeanor repulsed Chen Qing, who could scarcely muster a response, his heart issuing a silent command for slaughter. The myriad shadow puppets, shrouded in darkness, moved like specters, rapidly appearing behind the multitude of Tianyu sect disciples, their hands transforming into blades. One hand seized a long mane of hair, the other swiftly slitting throats. And with a forceful tug, heads and bodies were severed. In but a breath, the entire assembly of Tianyu sect disciples, including the sect master and elders, fell collectively. Henceforth, the name of Tianyu sect would cease to exist. Chen Qing did not engage in any actions to erase the evidence, allowing the shadow puppets to leave the corpses untouched before retreating into the shadows. He intended for the entire world to witness the fate that befell those who dared oppose him. Hide. Why should he hide? The protagonist was still in seclusion, possessing an indestructible body and a system. If he did not exhibit some arrogance, how could he justify his standing? Living a second life was not meant to be spent in subservience. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, Chen Qing embraced Xia Qingyue's waist and spoke, "My lady. With the annihilation of Tianyu sect, we may now return and rest peacefully." Indeed, Xia Qingyue had grown accustomed to such intimate contact with Chen Qing, showing no resistance. Instead, she proactively wrapped her arms around him to prevent any misstep, everything appearing so natural. The reason Chen Qing sighed was due to his anticipation regarding the rewards the system would bestow for the countless lives he had claimed. Since activating the Binding Dragon Array, he had scarcely taken the time to examine the system panel, the red notification dot blinking incessantly. With a heart full of excitement, Chen Qing summoned the system panel. Wife-Pampering successful. Congratulations, host, on receiving a random reward. Heavenly Grade Low-Tier 7-Star Flying Blade. Heavenly Grade. Chen Qing's expression shifted in surprise. The dragon had proven worthy of a heavenly grade weapon. Driven by curiosity, Chen Qing clicked to view the details. 7-Star Flying Blade can be manipulated with thought. The greater the mental strength, the farther the attack range, slaying enemies across a distance of 10,000 miles with but a thought. Note, the 7-Star Flying Blade can be upgraded by devouring blood energy. Each star lit on the blade allows for the split and control of an additional flying blade. Devouring blood energy to upgrade. Confirming he had read correctly, Chen Qing hurriedly produced the 7-Star Flying Blade and flung it toward the direction of the Tianyu sect. Xia Qingyue, though puzzled, wisely refrained from inquiring further. She merely needed to know that Chen Qing would not harm her. Despite their brief acquaintance, Xia Qingyue felt exceptionally confident in this regard. In the next moment, the 7-Star Flying Blade reached the ruins of Tianyu sect, its blade positioned vertically. Following that, countless streams of blood energy converged upon it, resembling drifting red silk, all consumed by the 7-Star Flying Blade. The blood upon the ground evaporated, and the corpses visibly withered at an alarming rate, reduced to mere skin and bones. Subsequently, upon completing the devouring of blood energy, the 7-Star Flying Blade returned to Chen Qing's hand. Grasping the hilt, he glanced at the blade, which now had 2 stars illuminated. Including the one originally present, Chen Qing could now manipulate 2 7-Star Flying Blades simultaneously with his mental prowess. This reward was beyond his satisfaction. He released it, temporarily storing it in the system's backpack. Now was not the time to squander on the 7-Star Flying Blade. Chen Qing still had a grand prize awaiting him. He eagerly anticipated what kind of quality rewards would arise from the demise of an ancestral figure, a sect master, along with 10,000 Tianyu sect disciples. Chapter 27, Sacred Body. To be frank, Chen Qing felt a sense of gratitude towards Lu Wuyan and Tianyu's ancestral figure for their ill-fated desire to eliminate both him and Xia Qingyue. Otherwise, should he have slain them without such intentions, there would have been no rewards for pampering his wife. Chen Qing clicked to view the next system notification. Wife pampering successful. Congratulations, host, on receiving a random reward. 10,000 swords sacred body. Sacred body. If memory served Chen Qing correctly, there existed 3,000 physiques in this world. Possessing one of them marked one as a paragon among paragons, not only enhancing physical prowess, but also accelerating cultivation speed and granting formidable talents. The sacred body ranks among the top 100 formidable physiques within the grand classification of 3,000. Chen Qing couldn't help but ponder system. What position does the 10,000 sword sacred body hold among these 3,000 physiques? The system promptly responded to the host. The 10,000 sword sacred body ranks 17th on the list of 3,000 physiques. It belongs to the foremost sacred body of sword cultivators. 17th, the foremost sacred body of sword cultivators. Upon hearing the system's reply, Chen Qing felt his throat constrict, swallowing with a sense of overwhelming joy. This added yet another advantage for him in his endeavor to oppose the protagonist. Eager to harness the power of the 10,000 sword sacred body to enhance his cultivation, He believed that combined with his current terrifying comprehension, he would achieve remarkable results with minimal effort. With this thought in mind, Chen Qing closed the system panel and hastened towards the Chen residence with increased speed. Xia Qingyue sensed Chen Qing's acceleration and clutched him tighter, burying her head deep within his embrace. Chen Qing raised his arm, shielding her head from the fierce winds along the way. Noticing this, Xia Qingyue smiled gently. Meanwhile, Chen Qing had acquired what he desired, achieving two benefits at once. Successfully pampered your wife. Congratulations, host, you've received a random reward, 55th rank Tianyuan pills. Simultaneously, news of the annihilation of the Tianyu sect by an unknown powerful entity reached various ears through numerous spies, including those of the Great Wu dynasty and Emperor Xia Cheng. What did you say? The Tianyu sect has been slaughtered? Upon hearing this, Xia Cheng was shaken, rising abruptly from his dragon throne. Your Majesty, the entire sect. Over 10,000 souls, from the lowest servants to the elders, and even the Tianyu ancestor, were all mercilessly slain. Severed limbs and heads. The spy provided even more detailed information. Xia Cheng hesitated, raising his hand only to let it fall again, slowly returning to his throne. With a moment's contemplation, he swiftly deduced the perpetrator behind this calamity. It could only be him. Noting the spy's peculiar gaze, Xia Cheng waved his hand. You may leave. The spy vanished immediately. It seems we have all underestimated him, Xia Cheng remarked to the national advisor, Xiao He, who was still in a daze, taking a long while to respond. Indeed, to eradicate a sect overnight is truly astonishing. Xiao He felt relieved that Xia Cheng had not heeded his earlier advice to act hastily against Chen Qing and eliminate the threat entirely. Otherwise, the Great Wu dynasty might have already lost its Xia surname, and his own fate would be easy to predict. Henceforth, he resolved not to oppose him. As you command. Your Majesty, Xiao He replied, bowing respectfully. Afterward, Xia Cheng ordered someone to summon the second prince, Xia Su, to the imperial study. At that moment, Xia Su had just learned from his confidant about the massacre of the Tianyu sect. How could this happen? How could this happen? Xia Su paced anxiously within his chamber, utterly perplexed. What about the ancestor? Where is our Tianyu sect's ancestor? He stepped forward, seizing the man's collar and demanding urgently. To the second prince. The body of the Tianyu ancestor is among the deceased. Upon hearing this, Xia Su felt his legs weaken, collapsing into a chair, as if he had aged several years in an instant. He understood all too well that without the support of the Tianyu sect, his chances of contending for the throne had drastically diminished. Just then, a voice echoed from outside, Second Prince, His Highness summons you to the imperial study. Xia Su responded dully, following the eunuch who delivered the message to the study. Soon, the eunuch stood guard at the door. While Xia Su pushed open the door and entered, he saw Xia Cheng, who was diligently reviewing documents late into the night. Son pays his respects to father. Xia Su said, bowing. Do not send anyone to trouble Chen Qing again, Xia Cheng said, barely glancing at Xia Su. What does father mean? I do not understand. Xia Su replied, already troubled by the Tianyu sect's demise. Now, being summoned to the imperial study only to be told not to target the son of a treacherous official made him even more agitated. Bang! Xia Cheng, seeing that Xia Su not only failed to restrain himself but also dared to question him, slammed the brush onto the table. You ungrateful son. Are you not satisfied with the destruction of the entire Tianyu sect? Do you wish to bring ruin upon the Xia royal family as well? The Tianyu sect? Xia Su's mind raced, his eyes widening as he tentatively asked, Father, are you implying that the destruction of the Tianyu sect is connected to the Qin family? Before Xia Cheng could respond, Xia Su hurriedly denied it. How could that be possible? Though the Qin family holds some power in the Great Wu dynasty, they are not strong enough to contend with an entire sect, let alone annihilate the Tianyu sect. What if I told you that the one who destroyed the sect was none other than Chen Qing? Xia Cheng's words left Xia Su speechless. He could hardly fathom that Xia Cheng would jest about such a matter. Enough. From this day forth, I sentence you to a year of solitary reflection, barred from leaving the palace. If you dare to act recklessly again, do not blame me for severing our familial ties. Xia Cheng supported his forehead with one hand while waving the other, urging Xia Su to leave and not provoke him further. Xia Su hesitated, knowing that resisting Xia Cheng at this moment would only lead to his downfall, so he replied, Yes, I shall obey. He turned, leaving with vacant eyes, muttering softly to himself, How could this be possible? How could this be possible? Seeing Xia Su depart, Xia Cheng remained uneasy, ordering strict surveillance over him, warning that any misstep would result in dire consequences for the entire clan. Back at the Chen residence, successfully pampered your wife. Congratulations, host. You've received a random reward, 50 in comprehension. Successfully pampered your wife. Congratulations, host, you've received a random reward, 10 swift movement talismans. Chen Qing had already helped Xia Qingyue wash up, tucked her under the blankets, and activated the pampering rewards to bolster his resources for his upcoming cultivation. Where are you going? Chen Qing inquired as Chen Qing turned to leave. I am going to cultivate nearby, Chen Qing replied. Chen Qing responded with an "oh," watching as he sat cross-legged not far away, beginning to gather energy for cultivation. Chen Qing closed her eyes, preparing to rest. Her eyelids fluttered slightly. After a while, she softly spoke, "If you are tired, you may come to bed." Chapter 28, Rising Above. All right, Chen Qing replied without standing up. Fully aware that Chen Qing's suggestion to come to bed held no hidden meaning, he continued to sit cross-legged on the floor, focusing intently on his cultivation. Meanwhile, Chen Qing turned over, her cheeks flushed, surprised that she had spontaneously uttered such shameful words. Chen Qing had indeed interpreted her words correctly. Her suggestion to come to bed was purely that, with no ulterior motives. In the vast bedroom, there was only one bed. She could hardly ask Chen Qing to sleep elsewhere. If others were to learn of this, it would undoubtedly provoke much gossip. Yet, if Chen Qing truly could not restrain himself and wished to do something more, Chen Qing would not resist too fiercely. Though she still harbored feelings for Yifeng, she understood that her fate with him was irrevocably sealed. Lost in her thoughts, Chen Qing had drifted into slumber, no longer the anxious girl who had first entered the Chen residence, perpetually on guard against Chen Qing. Meanwhile, Chen Qing spoke little and began to utilize the 10,000 sword sacred body and his comprehension to cultivate and refine his energy, enhancing his cultivation. In no time, he broke through from the 7th layer of the Yuan infant realm to the 8th layer. It was worth noting that this was achieved without the aid of any medicinal pills, relying solely on his innate talent and the surrounding spiritual energy, which was hardly abundant. Under such circumstances, to achieve such rapid progress, Chen Qing could not help but smile at the corners of his mouth. With a grand gesture, he took out all the elixirs from his system backpack, arranging them around him in a splendid display. As he consumed bottle after bottle of elixirs, his cultivation level ascended swiftly. At the same time, in the nameless cave of Demang Mountain, Yifeng concluded his meditation and suddenly opened his eyes wide, exhaling heavily. After an entire day of cultivation, he had only broken through 3 minor realms, a bit slow, indeed. If only he could sign in for an unparalleled cultivation technique or enhance his physique to accelerate his training. With this thought in mind, Yifeng summoned the system panel and saw that his sign-in attempts had reset. He clicked the sign-in option with eager anticipation. Signing in, sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a low-grade heavenly technique, the Sunflower Secret Manual. Heavenly Technique. Upon confirming that he had not misread, Yifeng was overwhelmed with joy and sprang from the stone bed. Excellent. With this heavenly technique, my cultivation speed will surely enhance significantly. He immediately switched to his system backpack and retrieved the Sunflower Secret Manual. However, the name of the manual was not as domineering as Yifeng had imagined. Alas, why ponder so much? If it is a heavenly technique, how could it possibly be weak? With immense anticipation, Yifeng opened the first page, only to be confronted with a striking line. To practice this technique, one must first castrate oneself. His brow furrowed tightly, and Yifeng was left in stunned silence for a long while. Doubting his vision, he rubbed his eyes and leaned closer to confirm. To practice this technique, one must first castrate oneself. Yifeng was no fool. He understood what castration entailed. System, are you playing tricks on me? After a prolonged moment of stupor, Yifeng slowly exhaled a frustrated remark, seriously questioning the system. In response, the system, which only possessed the sign-in function, remained utterly silent, exuding an air of tranquility. It was not the first day he had bound to the system. The torrent of curses that filled Yifeng's mind ultimately coalesced into a single complaint. I bound you to grow stronger, and yet you wish to ruin the latter half of my life. He callously tossed the Sunflower Secret Manual aside, deeming such a thing an unwelcome burden in his system backpack. Xianxiu was still waiting for me. How could I possibly castrate myself? Yifeng was unwilling to sacrifice a fleeting cultivation speed for the sake of a stunning beauty. The future was long, and wasting a sign-in attempt was something Yifeng could accept without grievance. Forget it. Back to cultivation. After suppressing his anger, Yifeng resumed his meditative posture, choosing not to dwell on the Sunflower Secret Manual, instead deciding to transform his fury into motivation, diligently advancing his cultivation, in order to hasten the passage of this monotonous day and prepare for the next sign-in. Meanwhile, Chen Qing remained blissfully unaware of the happenings within the cave of Demang Mountain. However, in stark contrast to Yifeng, Chen Qing made rapid progress. Bolstered by his sacred physique and innate talent, after refining the last elixir, he had elevated his cultivation from the 8th level of the nascent soul to the 7th level of the out-of-body realm. Indeed, as a villain, his cultivation had already surpassed that of the protagonist Yifeng, rising to prominence as he left him trailing behind. Moreover, after exhausting his elixirs, Chen Qing had also cultivated all previously obtained techniques to their peak perfection. It was only through this training that he realized the terrifying nature of high comprehension. Requiring little effort, he grasped the techniques with mere glances. So simple, it was almost absurd. Exhaling a breath of turbid air to calm the boiling sea of elixirs. Chen Qing rose from the ground. Glancing out the window, he noted that dawn had yet to break. Recalling the words of Xianxiaaudiobooks before she fell asleep, Chen Qing shed his outer garments and climbed into bed. Xianxiaaudiobooks was not in a deep sleep. Sensing someone join her, she slowly opened her eyes. Yet her body remained unmoving, aware that it was Chen Qing who had finished his cultivation and was now resting in a shared space with a solitary man and woman. Sharing the same bed under a single blanket, it would be disingenuous to say that Xianxiaaudiobooks felt no tension. Her heart raced faster, and her cheeks grew increasingly warm. Yet, as time passed, the anticipated movements behind her never came, coupled with Chen Qing's steady breathing. Xianxiaaudiobooks soon realized that her feelings were merely a product of her own imagination. Her complexion, far from cooling, only deepened in hue. The guilt she felt towards Yifeng surged. If she continued to indulge in such fanciful thoughts, not only her body but her heart would inevitably follow suit. She decisively halted her musings, tightly closing her eyes in an attempt to clear her mind of distractions. The more one thinks, the more chaotic it becomes. In the blink of an eye, the sky brightened, and a ray of sunlight streamed through the window. Xianxiaaudiobooks gently opened her still sleepy, autumn water-like eyes. Just as she intended to shift her position, she discovered something pressing down on her. Quickly realizing that it was a hand, the owner of which was all too obvious. Upon this realization, Xianxiaaudiobooks understood that she was currently cradled in Chen Qing's embrace. She contemplated escaping, but considering that Chen Qing had labored through the night, she could not bring herself to disturb him. Thus, she remained still, opting to sleep a little longer. Even if sleep eluded her, she had to rest, otherwise. Being held like this by a man, despite being her husband, would only lead her to a whirlwind of thoughts. However, what Xianxiaaudiobooks did not know was that for cultivators, especially those at the out-of-body realm, sleep was not of paramount importance, it was optional. Nevertheless, in pursuit of completing his primary task and attaining the cultivation level of an emperor, Chen Qing did not mind indulging in some rest and fostering physical contact with Xianxiaaudiobooks. With their bodies in close proximity, how could their hearts remain distant? Chapter 29. Early Initiation into the Path of the Empress. My lady, you smell delightful. Which fragrance pouch do you use? Chen Qing inquired, leaning closer to Xianxiaaudiobooks' neck. Did I wake you? Xianxiaaudiobooks retorted. My lady need not feel remorse. I sleep more soundly than most, so I cannot rest for long, Chen Qing explained. Upon hearing this, Xianxiaaudiobooks felt reassured, believing that her movements had not disturbed Chen Qing. My lady has yet to answer my question. Chen Qing continued the earlier topic. I do not use any fragrance pouch, Xianxiaaudiobooks denied. No fragrance pouch? Then it must be your natural scent. No wonder it is so pleasant. How ticklish. Please stop sniffing. Xianxiaaudiobooks felt increasingly awkward and squirmed. Chen Qing tactfully ceased, adding, my lady, your natural fragrance, I fear, will attract butterflies to you during the season of transformation. They will hardly have the time to gather nectar. Do you really think it is so exaggerated? Upon speaking, Xianxiaaudiobooks recalled that indeed, during that season, butterflies would often accompany her and linger nearby. After a brief exchange, Xianxiaaudiobooks turned to face Chen Qing directly. In the close proximity of their gazes, she hesitated to speak, feeling bashful under Chen Qing's scrutiny. What troubles my lady? Chen Qing feigned ignorance. After a moment of composure, Xianxiaaudiobooks steeled herself and earnestly stated, Husband, I have something I wish to discuss with you. My lady need only speak, anything concerning you. I shall exert every effort to assist, Chen Qing assured with unwavering resolve. Upon hearing this, Xianxiaaudiobooks felt a stirring in her heart. She genuinely sensed Chen Qing's kindness towards her. To be honest, I wish to cultivate as well. After experiencing the events of the past few days, Xianxiaaudiobooks' desire to cultivate had intensified, especially after witnessing Chen Qing's battle against the Tianyu sect. It made her acutely aware that in this era, where the strong hold sway, mere connections and intellect were insufficient. One must possess formidable strength. Xianxiaaudiobooks has been nurtured in luxury since childhood, with the martial emperor doting on her, wishing to shield her from the chaos of conflict and thus sparing her from any engagement with matters of cultivation. Not only has she never practiced, but she has also never tested her innate talent, remaining oblivious to the presence or absence of spiritual roots. Consequently, she yearns for Chen Qing to accompany her to assess her spiritual root aptitude. Is this the first step toward paving her path to ascendancy as the Destined Empress? Chen Qing, harboring his own thoughts, readily agrees, expressing, no problem. Thank you, my husband. Xianxiaaudiobooks beams with delight. However, Chen Qing hesitates, deliberately withholding information. However, what? Xianxiaaudiobooks' smile vanishes, replaced by confusion. If my wife is truly a once-in-a-millennium cultivation genius and surpasses me in prowess, Would she not heartlessly forsake her husband? Observing the pitiful and aggrieved expression on Chen Qing's face, Xia Qingwei recognizes his pretense and nearly bursts into laughter. After all, she had witnessed him single-handedly obliterating a sect with sheer dominance just the previous night. The contrast was indeed stark. Those unaware might genuinely mistake Chen Qing for an innocent little creature. If my husband doubts, I swear that should I ever wrong you in the slightest, may the heavens strike me down. Sighing, Chen Qing gently places his finger upon Xia Qingyue's delicate lips, smiling, my dear wife, with such intent, I am already content. There is no need for oaths. Subsequently, Chen Qing and Xia Qingwei rise from their slumber. Wife pampering successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, 54th rank beauty pills. Naturally, Chen Qing seizes the opportunity to accumulate rewards, assisting Xia Qingwei with her attire. In turn, she helps him dress, though she lacks a system, and thus cannot obtain rewards for pampering her husband. My dear, I suddenly recall acquiring a bottle of beauty pills by chance. Would you be interested? Chen Qing inquires. Beauty pills. Xia Qingwei is well aware of their immense value. Coveted by the palace concubines who would go to great lengths and expend vast sums to acquire them, priceless treasures. If memory serves, a single first-rank beauty pill can preserve one's youth for a year and could fetch over 10,000 spirit stones at an auction. Second-rank beauty pills are even rarer, demanding exceptional skill from the alchemist and scarce materials. Consuming one could rejuvenate the skin for 5 years, even restoring vitality to those in their 80s or 90s. If my husband has any surplus beauty pills, Xia Qingyue's voice trails off, her modesty preventing her from continuing. As a woman, she naturally desires to maintain her youthful allure. Chen Qing promptly retrieves the freshly acquired bottle of beauty pills from his system bag, encased in a white jade vial, and presents it to Xia Qingwei. Possessing immortality inherently includes everlasting youth, rendering the pills unnecessary for him. Instead, he seeks to exchange them for greater, more potent treasures as a reward for his wife. Xia Qingwei gingerly accepts the vial, opening it to discover no less than 30 or 40 pills, exclaiming in astonishment. So many. My husband, may I inquire the rank of these beauty pills? She gazes up at Chen Qing. 4th rank, he replies. Fourth rank. Xia Qingwei gasps, her hand trembling, nearly dropping the vial, but she steadies her grip just in time. In her mind, she calculates, a single 4th rank beauty pill is worth at least 100,000 top-grade spirit stones and can maintain youth for a century. Even the capital's auction house might not easily present such a commodity. And here is Chen Qing, effortlessly offering dozens. It dawns on her that everything from the previous night was merely the tip of the iceberg concerning his true capabilities. I only need one, the rest. Xia Qingwei begins, but Chen Qing interrupts. If my wife truly regards me as her husband, as family, then accept them all. Joking aside, he cannot let this opportunity for reward slip away. Very well then. With Chen Qing's insistence, Xia Qingwei reluctantly acquiesces, taking a single beauty pill to consume, securing a century of preserved youth. She then queries, husband, would you like one? No need. These beauty pills are solely for you. Chen Qing graciously declines. Should he take even one, the quality of the rewards he receives next could diminish. Xia Qingwei refrains from pressing further, assuming Chen Qing must have already consumed some prior to this. As she stores the beauty pills in her spatial ring, Chen Qing eagerly opens his system panel, eager to see what quality of wife-pampering reward he can obtain for giving away 54th rank pills. The system panel manifests before him. A line of text appears. Wife pampering successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward. Heavenly Tier Premium Thunder Spiritual Root 1. A Heavenly Tier Premium Spiritual Root. And one renowned for its dominance in thunder? Chen Qing's lips curl into an uncontainable smile at the sight of the reward. After all, his current spiritual root talent is merely a mid-grade Earth Tier Water Spiritual Root. A Heavenly Tier Spiritual Root is exceedingly rare throughout the Great Martial Dynasty. A Heavenly Tier Premium Spiritual Root, based on what Chen Qing has learned, is likely unparalleled. This singular Heavenly Tier Premium Spiritual Root is simply exhilarating. Chen Qing immediately opens his system bag, selects the Heavenly Tier Premium Thunder Spiritual Root, and confirms the binding. Binding Heavenly Tier Premium Thunder Spiritual Root. Heavenly Tier Premium Thunder Spiritual Root binding successful. Notably, upon binding the Heavenly Tier Premium Thunder Spiritual Root, Chen Qing's originally possessed mid-grade Earth Tier Water Spiritual Root did not vanish. Both roots coexist harmoniously. Chen Qing is both astonished and elated. Dual spiritual roots. One Earth Tier and one Heavenly Tier. It is hard to fathom how rapidly his cultivation speed will accelerate. 54th rank beauty pills yielding such a reward is exceedingly advantageous. He eagerly anticipates the pampering rewards that await once Xia Qingwei embarks on the path of cultivation. The items given away not only promise high-quality returns, but, After winning Xia Qingyue's heart, he will also gain a formidable ally in the Destined Empress. Truly a twofold advantage. My husband? Seeing Chen Qing lost in thought, seemingly entranced, Xia Qingyue calls out to him. I'm fine. Let us proceed, Chen Qing replies, regaining his composure as he dismisses the system panel and departs the Chun residence alongside Xia Qingyue. Early on, Chen Qing certainly would not miss this opportunity to earn pampering rewards. Even the smallest morsel is worth savoring. Who knows, perhaps fortune will smile upon him, and a grand prize will emerge unexpectedly? He casually purchases a few pastries. Wife pampering successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward. Comprehension value 30. Not a bad return. Chen Qing reflects that if his comprehension value continues to rise like this, one day, even if a heavenly tier technique lies before him, he will grasp it in an instant. Should that day come, a brilliant idea surfaces in his mind. He must find an excuse to visit the technique pavilions of the major sects, if only for a glance. As for why he only attempted to earn pampering rewards once, Chen Qing would have liked to try more, perhaps by hand-feeding Xia Qingyue the pastries, but the throngs of passers-by made her shy. My husband, where are we headed? Xia Qingyue, noticing Chen Qing's silence regarding their destination, inquires with curiosity. At the Qing sect, the sect leader shares a close friendship with my father, which conveniently allows us to utilize their territory for testing your talents, Chen Qing explained. I see, Xia Qingyue replied, choosing not to inquire further. Subsequently, the two rented a carriage and took their seats. Although the Qing sect is not far from the capital, traveling on foot would take at least half a day. Chen Qing had originally intended to fly there directly on his sword, but considering Xia Qingyue's mortal constitution, he was worried it might exhaust her. Moreover, Chen Qing had additional plans in mind. My dear, since we are alone in this carriage, surely you are not shy? Come, allow me to feed you. Chen Qing picked up a piece of horseshoe cake and brought it to Xia Qingyue's lips. With the situation as it was, Xia Qingyue no longer refused, opening her cherry-red lips to partake in the delicacy Chen Qing offered. Wife pampered successfully. Congratulations, host, you have received a random reward, 20 free attribute points. Wife pampered successfully. Congratulations, host, you have received a random reward, 100 third-grade Qi nourishing pills. Wife pampered successfully. Congratulations, host. You have received a random reward, 10 fourth-grade herbs, cold moon grass. With each bite came a reward, which pleasantly surprised Chen Qing. Unfortunately, Xia Qingyue was not a glutton. After just a few bites, she shook her head, signaling she was full. With no other option, Chen Qing had to take advantage of the situation, finishing off the remaining cakes to satisfy his own hunger. After an indeterminate amount of time, the carriage suddenly jolted. Chen Qing, quick-witted, instinctively shielded Xia Qingyue's head to prevent her from colliding with the window frame. Wife pampered successfully. Congratulations, host. You have received a random reward, 1 immortal brew. Just as Xia Qingyue was about to inquire about the commotion, a cacophony of hoofbeats echoed from outside the carriage. Following a series of shouts, coarse voices rang out. Get out of the carriage now. Pay the toll, or leave your lives behind. Hurry, you're wasting my time. And you might end up losing both your lives and your wealth. Upon hearing this, Xia Qingyue understood they had encountered bandits. However, she felt no fear, glancing at Chen Qing beside her, as if his presence alone rendered the heavens collapse insignificant. Madam, remain seated. I shall investigate, Chen Qing declared as he stood. Be careful, my husband. As the saying goes, it's better to be safe than sorry, Xia Qingyue cautioned, not insisting on accompanying him, knowing she would only be a hindrance. Chen Qing lifted the carriage curtain and stepped outside. A glance revealed the driver kneeling on the ground, too frightened to utter a sound. Boss, look at this lad's attire. He must be wealthy. We ought to extort him handsomely, the bandit leader declared without reservation. However, he hesitated to speak, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized Chen Qing's face. Suddenly, his eyes widened. You are the son of Chen Xiong, Chen Qing. Ah, I'm quite renowned, am I? Chen Qing responded, surprised. Since you are young Master Chen, we apologize for the disturbance. Please allow us to pass. The bandit leader, no fool, understood that provoking the son of a prominent figure was unwise. In the realm of Dewu, who did not know that the name Chen Xiong represented half the kingdom, and who could ignore the fact that he had only one precious son, whom he cherished immensely. If even a hair on Chen Qing's head were harmed, it would not be long before the iron cavalry of Dewu descended upon their stronghold. Without further ado, Chen Qing summoned a shadow puppet. While the bandit leader and his men were uncertain about the nature of the shadow puppet, they felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from it. Young Master Chen, this is all a misunderstanding. Let us resolve this amicably. There is no need for bloodshed, the bandit leader pleaded, having heard of Chen Qing's ruthless reputation. Seeing Chen Qing remain unmoved by his words, the bandit leader, in desperation, added, Young Master Chen, our Black Wind stronghold has survived this long, due to the protection of powerful beings. If this escalates to a life-and-death struggle, it will benefit neither party. Summon Master Zhang, he shouted. Summon Master Zhang, echoed the bandits in unison. In the next moment, a white mist arose, and an elder, dressed in a long robe and holding a whisk, emerged from it. Who dares disturb my cultivation? Master Zhang inquired, his face stern. Master Zhang, we are in dire circumstances, and thus we seek your assistance. Please do not take offense, the bandit leader said, bowing and smiling ingratiatingly. The spectacle of Master Zhang's entrance was impressive, and Chen Qing observed that he was merely at the foundation establishment stage. He had indeed hooked his line. Chapter 31, The Three-Tiered Alchemist. Thanks to his past life of indulging in novels, Chen Qing was well versed in various tropes, particularly the scenario of facing the old with the young. Considering the distance from the Black Wind Mountain to the capital, it was neither far nor near. This band of robbers, daring to ambush travelers, must have some form of backing. Chen Qing sought to exploit this very backing, aware that he needed to raise the stakes to maximize his rewards. Indeed, the so-called Master Zhang had been lured out. Despite being merely a foundation establishment cultivator, the rewards associated with him far outweighed those of dozens of bandits. Concerned that the system might not acknowledge his efforts, Chen Qing raised his voice, declaring, "Rest assured, my lady, as long as I am here today, they shan't harm a hair on your head." Hearing Chen Qing's words and witnessing his formidable silhouette against the curtain, Xianxiaaudiobooks felt her heart flutter. How dare these insignificant pests be so audacious in the presence of my esteemed self? Master Zhang exclaimed, his disdain palpable as he waved his whisk, conjuring a powerful gust that sent dust and stones flying, followed by a thunderous crash as a tree, thick as a man's waist, was violently uprooted and shattered. The bandit leader, seeing this, was elated and hastily said, "Master, calm your wrath. Let us all take a step back to avoid unnecessary conflict." Master Zhang, however, merely scoffed, looking down upon them with contempt. In the next instant, Chen Qing concentrated his thoughts, and the shadow puppet raised its foot and stomped down. A vast, overwhelming force descended upon Master Zhang and the bandits. The horses beneath them let out piercing whinnies as their legs were crushed, and the bandits tumbled from their mounts. Before the bandit leader could comprehend the situation, he saw Master Zhang, who had been similarly prostrate, trembling in fear. Soul Formation Realm. Spare me, Immortal. There was no need to calculate the disparity between the soul formation and foundation establishment stages. The mere utterance of Immortal made the bandit leader acutely aware of the gravity of their predicament. Chen Qing had no intention of wasting words. A glance at the shadow puppet was all it took. The puppet's arm came crashing down with devastating force. "Please spare us, Immortal. I offer myself." With a resounding crash, the ground shook, and Master Zhang alongside the bandits were obliterated, their blood splattering everywhere. The shadow puppet swiftly moved, retrieving a storage pouch from the carnage, cleansing it of blood with spiritual energy before kneeling before Chen Qing, presenting it with both hands. Chen Qing accepted the storage pouch, teasing, "Did you think I needed your offerings? Even in death, these treasures remain mine." Following this, Chen Qing gestured for the driver to continue on their journey as planned. Upon returning to the carriage, he dispatched the earlier shadow puppet to swiftly ascend the mountain and eradicate the remaining bandits. Certainly, the most paramount task is to seize all the treasures they have accumulated over the years for oneself. As the saying goes, even the tiniest morsel of a mosquito is still flesh. Chen Qing possesses the patience to accumulate wealth little by little. Who knows what hidden opportunities may arise? Are all matters resolved? Summer Qingyue inquired, meticulously scrutinizing Chen Qing for any signs of injury. Despite the knowledge that those individuals combined were no match for even a single finger of Chen Qing, it is always prudent to exercise caution. Fortunately, Chen Qing indeed bore no injuries. A mere throng of commoners, hardly worth mentioning. Chen Qing waved his hand dismissively, signaling Summer Qingyue not to concern herself. Subsequently, with the coachman's call and the crack of the whip, the carriage resumed its journey. "Is that a storage bag?" Summer Qingyue recognized the object in Chen Qing's hand. Indeed. Chen Qing nodded, having acquired it from a foundation establishment cultivator, curious about the treasures it might conceal. "Madam, you may open it," he offered, handing the storage bag to Summer Qingyue. Compared to this storage bag, Chen Qing found himself far more intrigued by the act of vanquishing that band of mountain thieves and the reward for pampering his beloved wife. Summer Qingyue exclaimed softly as she accepted the storage bag from Chen Qing, while he summoned the system panel to check the reward notifications. "Wife pampered successfully. Congratulations, host. You have received a random reward. Experience pack for a third-rank alchemist 1. Chen Qing noted that using this experience pack would elevate him to a third-rank alchemist with a mere click, akin to the experience gained in martial cultivation. After martial prowess and array mastery, he was now to embrace the identity of an alchemist. Chen Qing believed in the adage that possessing multiple skills is never a burden. So he selected and utilized the pack. Utilizing third-rank Alchemist Experience Pack. Utilization successful. In the next moment, Chen Qing distinctly felt an unfamiliar yet profound memory of alchemy flooding into his mind, encompassing various formulas, methods of refinement, and herbal identification techniques. It swiftly integrated with his current consciousness, leaving him to ponder how long it might take to ascend to the 9th-rank alchemist level with his current comprehension. The standards for alchemist advancement differ from those of martial cultivators. One need only successfully refine a 9th-rank elixir to achieve the title, without the necessity of ascending through ranks. Chen Qing resolved to seek an opportunity to test this. Upon further inspection, he was startled by the next notification. Wife pampered successfully. Congratulations, host. You have received a random reward. Formula for 3rd-rank Nourishing Chi Pill 1. Having just become a 3rd-rank alchemist, he was immediately bestowed a formula for a 3rd-rank pill. Chen Qing pondered whether this was mere coincidence or a testament to the system's thoughtfulness. Wife pampered successfully. Congratulations, host, you have received a random reward. Comprehension 150. Slaying a Foundation Establishment cultivator, yielding 150 points of comprehension, was an undeniable boon for Chen Qing, significantly bolstering his potential to reach the 9th-rank alchemist realm. Just as Chen Qing closed the system panel, a sudden scream from Summer Qingyue pierced his ears. Madam, what is the matter? He nearly drew his sword in alarm. What on earth is in here? Summer Qingyue exclaimed, tossing the storage bag away in disgust. Chen Qing, puzzled, bent down to retrieve the storage bag, opened it, and infused his consciousness within. Upon inspection, he could not help but curse, truly. One can know a person's face, but not their heart. That old lecher. The storage bag contained only a few scattered spirit stones and pills, while the rest was filled with women's intimate garments. Lacking the ability to use spiritual sense, Summer Qingyue could only examine the contents piece by piece, leading to an understandable dismay upon discovering such items. Retaining the spirit stones and pills, she conjured a flame in her palm and incinerated the entire storage bag to ashes. You must not have seen what was inside beforehand and are deliberately teasing me, are you? Summer Qingyue chided playfully. Madam, I am wronged. If you do not believe me. The coachman witnessed the entire affair. He can attest that I have not seen what was in there, Chen Qing explained. If you still doubt, I can swear to the heavens. If I lie even once, may I be struck by lightning. Oh, there's no need for that. Summer Qingyue raised her hand gently to silence Chen Qing, unwilling to let him make such a grave oath. Chen Qing smiled knowingly, lifting his hand to grasp Summer Qingyue's delicate one. Madam, do you not find this scene somewhat familiar? Upon hearing this, Summer Qingyue recalled a moment when she had wished to make a similar oath, and Chen Qing had acted in the same manner towards her. It seemed that the mutual understanding between them was indeed growing deeper. Chen Qing teased. Chapter 32. Heavenly Grade Superior Spiritual Root. Who is becoming increasingly attuned with you? Summer Qingyue retorted, though her heart was filled with unspoken sentiments. Chen Qing merely smiled knowingly, choosing not to elaborate further. The carriage continued its journey towards the Qing sect. In the blink of an eye, a stick of incense's worth of time passed. With a sigh from the coachman, the carriage gradually came to a halt. The sound of the coachman announcing, "Young master, young lady, we have arrived," reached them. Chen Qing lifted the curtain. Madam, please. He disembarked first, then assisted Summer Qingyue down from the carriage. Wife pampered successfully. Congratulations, host, you have received a random reward. 53rd rank Moon Spirit Pills. A simple gesture yielded a commendable reward. Presently, Chen Qing was adept at the art of pampering his wife, ensuring every detail was attended to without neglect. Observing Summer Qingyue reaching for her coin pouch, the coachman quickly shook his head and waved his hands. No need, no need. Were it not for the young master's timely assistance, I fear my life would have long been lost to Black Wind Mountain. How could I possibly charge you too? Since the coachman had spoken so, Summer Qingyue did not insist further, expressing her gratitude as she walked up the mountain alongside Chen Qing. Unlike the Tianyu sect, once Chen Qing disclosed his identity at the Qing sect, they encountered no obstacles, no one dared impede them. None wished to challenge the authority of a sect master, especially considering the rumored close friendship between Chen Qing and Chen Xiong. The stakes were too high, and the gamble too uncertain. Upon ascending the mountain, before entering the outer courtyard, they encountered an elder dressed in the robes of a sect elder stationed at the entrance. Upon noticing Chen Qing's arrival, the elder promptly approached. Bowing respectfully, I have the honor of meeting you, young Master Chen. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the Grand Elder of the inner courtyard of Qing sect. Li Sifan. Elderly, Chen Qing replied, then stated his purpose. To test Summer Qingyue's spiritual root aptitude, he inquired whether it would be convenient to proceed. No problem. Of course, Li Sifan, initially expecting a difficult request from Chen Qing for personally visiting, felt a wave of relief upon learning it was merely to test Summer Qingyue's spiritual root aptitude. Young Master Chen, Princess, please follow me. Li Sifan gestured for them to proceed. They exchanged glances and nodded, following Li Sifan to the aptitude testing grounds. At the center of the testing area stood a massive crystal stone. Through Li Sifan's explanation, they learned that by simply placing their hand on the crystal, they could ascertain the attributes and quality of their spiritual root aptitude. Summer Qingyue glanced at Chen Qing, who nodded in encouragement. With determination, Summer Qingyue clenched her fists and ascended the testing platform. Your Highness, please, Li Sifan gestured. All right, Summer Qingyue acquiesced, raising her hand as her long sleeve slipped down, revealing her fair, delicate arm as she reached out to touch the icy crystal. As a radiant light shimmered and the crystal became enveloped in frost, a line of text materialized upon its surface. Heavenly Grade Superior Ice Spiritual Root. Heavenly Grade Superior. Not only was Li Sifan taken aback by the result, but Chen Qing's eyes also widened in astonishment. He marveled, truly befitting of the destined female protagonist, endowed with a heavenly grade superior spiritual root. Fortunately, Chen Qing had previously obtained a more formidable heavenly grade supreme thunder spirit root, preventing him from feeling inadequate. Moreover, with Xia Qingyue's current status as his esteemed wife rather than an adversary, her strength only served to benefit him further. Heaven, a heavenly grade supreme spirit root. It is unlikely that another exists throughout the vast Wu dynasty. Who is this woman? Could she be seeking to join our Qing sect? With her on board, our sect would undoubtedly evolve into an immortal force for all eternity. As word spread that someone was undergoing the awakening of a heavenly grade supreme spirit root, more and more disciples of the Qingshang sect gathered to witness the spectacle, including several top-ranking geniuses. Xia Qingyue's heavenly grade supreme talent was already astonishing, and coupled with her unparalleled beauty, many male prodigies felt an immediate urge to forge a bond with her upon their arrival. To secure such a partner, they believed, would render their lives complete. Seeing through their thoughts, Chen Qing stepped onto the stage and inquired of Li Sifan, an elderly, if he might borrow the testing stone. Of course, Li Sifan replied, recalling that Chen Qing had previously tested his talent, which had seemingly been of the Earth grade. While Earth grade was commendable, it paled in comparison to heavenly grade supreme. Yet, such a sentiment was one Li Sifan would never dare voice aloud. My lady, prepare to witness your husband's demonstration, he said with a confident smile as he brushed past Xia Qingyue. All right, she replied, her tone somewhat stiff, as she had not anticipated possessing the world's most exceptional spirit root. Simultaneously, the term my lady echoed distinctly in the ears of all present disciples. As cultivators, their senses were far more acute than those of ordinary individuals. Did you hear what he called her? One whispered. If I heard correctly, it was my lady. My lady? How could he, of all people, be worthy of marrying such a stunning woman with such extraordinary talent? Observing her expression, they surmised that this was likely her first talent test. Now that she was aware of her exceptional gift, she would surely not settle for a partner as mediocre as Chen Qing. This was destined to end in severance. Indeed, at the moment the results were revealed, it was clear they belonged to entirely different worlds. Upon hearing the cacophony of voices, each more certain than the last, Xia Qingyue felt an immediate aversion. She did not consider herself a heartless wretch, nor had she ever contemplated severing her marital ties with Chen Qing. With a cold glare, she silenced the onlookers, who quickly fell silent, realizing their indiscretion had displeased her. For someone with such supreme talent, destined to be pursued by all major factions, they dared not offend her. In their hearts, they would revere her like an ancestral deity. With unwavering conviction, they resolved to treat Xia Qingyue with the utmost respect, fearing to cross her, lest a mere word from her could jeopardize their very lives. As they quieted down, Xia Qingyue felt her mood lift considerably. Coming back to her senses, she turned her gaze towards the testing stone, eager to discover Chen Qing's talent. Meanwhile, Chen Qing approached the talent stone, raising his hand to touch the crystal. Boom! As a torrent of immense power surged forth, surrounding waves dissipated to reveal numerous flashes of lightning patterns, while the crystal gradually displayed a line of words. Heavenly Grade Supreme, Thunder Spirit Root. Chapter 33, Supreme Comprehension. As the words materialized on the testing stone, some gasped in disbelief, unable to utter a word. Others rubbed their eyes repeatedly, blinking to affirm they were not hallucinating. Is this real? Could it be that I'm seeing things? Another Heavenly Grade Supreme Spirit Root? Hallucination? Surely we can't all be imagining this. To witness two Heavenly Grade Supreme Spirit Roots emerge at once. When did such extraordinary gifts become so commonplace? The Thunder Spirit Root, renowned for its dominance, was already a top-tier attribute, and with its Heavenly Grade Supreme quality, his future prospects were boundless. Who had just claimed that no one was worthy of the lady? Would they dare step forward now? Upon realizing that not only Xia Qingyue, but also Chen Qing possessed a heavenly grade supreme spirit root and supreme talent. Those who had spoken so recklessly moments before immediately withdrew, shrinking back into the crowd. The once hopeful suitors for Xia Qingyue quickly repressed any burgeoning affection. They understood that such a partner was beyond their reach. They lacked the courage to provoke a prodigy endowed with a heavenly grade supreme thunder spirit root. No. From their perspective, it was more fitting to describe Chen Qing as the pinnacle among prodigies. Hearing these remarks, Xia Qingyue, as his wife, felt a surge of satisfaction, proudly lifting her chest. Those who were aware were praising Chen Qing, while those who were not might mistakenly believe they were extolling her virtues. Meanwhile, the elder in charge of the awakening ceremony, Li Sifan, who had lived for over a century, had never witnessed such an event. Once he regained his composure, he extended an invitation to Chen Qing and Xia Qingyue. Might you consider joining our Qing sect? I assure you, as the Grand Elder, I will guarantee your place. However, midway through his statement, Li Sifan hesitated, aware that, given the current influence and resources of Qing sect, they were unworthy of such prodigies. One was already a rarity, let alone two with heavenly grade supreme talent. Even if Chen Qing and Xia Qingyue wished to join, the sect would need the capability to retain their allegiance. Once news of their supreme talent spread, all major sects would undoubtedly vie for their attention. Such a monumental affair could not be safeguarded. Considering this, Li Sifan promptly retracted his offer, saying, now that your talents have been measured, may I inquire if young Master Chen has any further requests? I have long heard that your Qing sect's scripture pavilion houses countless treasures. Might we have the opportunity to broaden our horizons? Chen Qing resolved to let his supreme comprehension shine in this moment. Certainly, right this way, Li Sifan replied, his intention straightforward. Even without the relationship between the sect leader and Chen Xiong, merely based on Chen Qing and Xia Qingyue's talents. What harm could it be to grant them one or two techniques? Should Chen Qing and Xia Qingyue later become dominant figures, a mere word of gratitude could transform the fate of the entire Qing sect, elevating it to a top-tier power. Subsequently, Chen Qing and Xia Qingyue followed Li Sifan to the Qing sect's scripture pavilion. According to Li Sifan's explanation, the pavilion consisted of 4 levels, arranged by the elements: heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow. The first level contained 4,000 yellow grade techniques, the second level, 500 mysterious grade techniques, the third level, 48 earth grade techniques, and the fourth level, 3 heavenly grade techniques. Young Master Chen and Princess, feel free to select any technique from the earth, mysterious, or yellow levels. The heavenly grade techniques were not withheld out of reluctance. Rather, as an elder, Li Sifan lacked the authority to grant access to them. Heavenly grade techniques were considered a core asset of the sect, with only the sect leader entitled to determine who could learn them. Even as the chief elder, he held no power in such matters. Thank you, elderly. Chen Qing then turned to Xia Qingyue, saying, my lady, shall we proceed inside? MHM. Xia Qingyue replied with a gentle nod. With profound gratitude, Chen Qing reflected on the kindness shown to him, not only for the arduous journey he undertook to awaken his spiritual roots and talents, but also for the rare opportunity granted to an outsider like him to select a cultivation technique within the esteemed technique pavilion. The trio ventured into the pavilion, where Chen Qing bypassed the first 2 floors and ascended directly to the third with Xia Qingyue. This third level was markedly more spacious than the previous 2, with the shelves sparsely arranged. Chen Qing and Xia Qingyue separated to select techniques suited to their individual needs. Although the task was to select a single technique, Chen Qing, possessing an exceptional comprehension ability, casually flipped through a few pages and committed an entire earth grade technique to memory, grasping a significant portion of its essence. Li Sifan, observing from the side, found himself puzzled by Chen Qing's reading speed and wondered what he could possibly comprehend. Unbeknownst to him, within that brief moment, Chen Qing had already mastered all 48 earth grade techniques, standing just a step away from achieving perfection, merely a matter of time. As Chen Qing returned the last technique to its original place, Li Sifan approached him, inquiring, what is the matter? Do these techniques not meet your standards, young Master Chen? While these techniques are indeed commendable, they differ from my cultivation methods, Chen Qing mused, contemplating whether he could ascend to the 3rd floor for a glimpse of the 3 celestial grade techniques. He wished merely to cast a glance. Li Sifan, discerning the implications of Chen Qing's words, hesitated momentarily on how to respond. Then, a voice resonated in his mind, urging him to proceed to the 4th floor. Yes, Li Sifan mentally acknowledged, clearly aware that the voice belonged to none other than the sect leader of Qing sect. Young Master Chen, the sect leader has commanded me to escort you to the 4th floor, Li Sifan said, stepping aside and gesturing for him to enter. Thank you. Chen Qing replied with a smile. Upon seeing the 2 ascend to the 4th floor, Xia Qingyue chose not to follow. She felt that the earth grade techniques were already immensely profound and sufficient for her to comprehend for some time. She believed that Chen Qing's ability to ascend to the fourth floor was a testament to his superior talent. Xia Qingwei resolved to advance step by step in her cultivation. Before long, Chen Qing, guided by Li Sifan, arrived at the fourth floor. There were 3 reading tables, each displaying a technique enveloped in a powerful aura. These were the Ice Heaven Profound Technique, the 9 Heavens Thunder Method, and the Golden Bell Body Technique, all classified as inferior celestial grade techniques. Chen Qing was not disheartened. For a sect like Qingcheng, possessing 3 celestial grade techniques was indeed a remarkable feat after confirming with Li Sifan that he could approach and examine the techniques. Chen Qing moved closer and perused each one. Despite their formidable nature, with Chen Qing's current comprehension level, he easily memorized and understood a considerable amount of their content. He had already devised a plan. Once Xia Qingwei selected her Earth grade technique, he would reward her with a cherished gift. He was eager to discover what kind of reward he would receive for imparting the Ice Heaven Profound Technique to her. Curious about the potential benefits of a celestial grade technique compared to an Earth grade one. Young Master Chen, may I inquire which of these 3 techniques has captured your interest? Li Sifan asked, noticing Chen Qing had put down the Golden Bell Body Technique. I shall choose the 9 Heavens Thunder Method, as it aligns with my spiritual root attributes. Chen Qing declared, taking hold of the technique to prevent Li Sifan from growing suspicious. As for the eventual transmission of the Ice Heaven Profound Technique to Xia Qingwei, he reasoned that the world was vast, and this technique was not exclusive to the Qingqing sect, who could guarantee that other copies did not exist elsewhere. Most importantly, he had merely glanced at it. How could he find time to steal knowledge? Chen Qing was willing to be candid, yet it was uncertain whether anyone would believe him. Very well, please proceed to the training room to cultivate, young Master Chen, Li Sifan conveyed simply, indicating that the 9 Heavens Thunder Method could not be taken away but could be practiced within the pavilion's training room for as long as desired. Excellent. I appreciate your guidance. Elderly, Chen Qing nodded, recognizing the opportunity to integrate the numerous Earth grade techniques with the 3 celestial grade techniques, fully assimilating them into his own practice. Noticing Chen Qing and Li Sifan descending from the 4th floor, Xia Qingwei hastily approached. She picked up a technique titled Pride of the 9 Lotus Technique, an intermediate Earth grade method, and addressed Li Sifan. Elderly, I have chosen this technique. Very well, Princess, please follow me and join young Master Chen in the training room. Li Sifan gestured courteously. All right. Along the way, Chen Qing cast a glance at the Pride of the 9 Lotus technique in Xia Qingyue's hands. Recalling that it was an ice-based technique consisting of 9 layers, capable of transforming one's spiritual energy into a massive ice lotus. With each level of advancement, the size of the ice lotus would multiply. Upon reaching the 9th layer's perfection, a singular ice lotus would descend, capable of instantaneously freezing vast territories and entombing countless lives. It was indeed a technique well suited for Xia Qingyue's cultivation. My wife has quite the discerning eye, Chen Qing admired silently. However, in comparison to the Ice Heaven Profound Technique he possessed, the Pride of the 9 Lotus Technique still paled in comparison. Subsequently, the two entered their respective training rooms under Li Sifan's guidance, who remained vigilantly stationed just outside the door. Success in cherishing the wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, a 100,000-year spirit pet, the 9 Nether Undying Dragon. Note, the spirit pet possesses 100% loyalty to the host. Locked for life, unable to betray. Absolute obedience. How much? Chen Qing was initially disheartened that he could not share a training room with his wife, preventing him from immediately imparting the Ice Heaven Profound Technique to Xia Qingyue for the coveted reward. However, he was soon captivated by the pet reward he had earned for her selection of an intermediate Earth grade technique. 100,000-year spirit pet. Chen Qing confirmed this multiple times. Certain he had not misread. Indeed, it was a 100,000-year spirit pet. If memory served him correctly, a 1,000-year beast could raise a city, and a 10,000-year beast could annihilate a nation. This 100,000-year spirit pet belonged to the Undying Dragon lineage. Even as a prodigy, Chen Qing found it hard to contain his imagination. The phrase capable of destroying heaven and earth sprang to mind. This system truly had a knack for surprising him. With his stakes significantly increased, Chen Qing felt an overwhelming joy. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, Chen Qing settled into a cross-legged position, determined to swiftly comprehend the several Earth grade techniques along with the 3 celestial grade techniques to their utmost perfection. Meanwhile, Xia Qingyue diligently followed the instructions of the Pride of the 9 Lotus Technique, immersing herself in her cultivation. As time passed gradually, the news of Chen Qing and Xia Qingyue awakening their top-tier talents circulated widely, spreading through the mouths of individuals like those from the Celestial Secrets Pavilion and the Jianghu's myriad informants, reaching the ears of various factions across the great martial dynasty. This naturally included the martial emperor, Xia Cheng. Could you repeat that? What spiritual root talent does Qingyue possess? Xia Qing's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the spy before his desk, seeking confirmation once more. Your Majesty, the princess has gone to Qingsheng sect for her talent awakening, and the testing stone revealed her to possess an extraordinary celestial-grade ice spiritual root. This was the fourth time the spy had reiterated the identical response. A celestial-grade ice spiritual root, splendid. I never anticipated my precious daughter to be a once-in-a-century, no, a once-in-a-thousand-years genius. The joy in Xia Qing's heart was evident on his face. His gaze shifted to the national master, Xiao He, as he inquired, National Master, do you believe I should have reconsidered agreeing to the marriage between the Chen family and Qingyue so hastily? Although Chen Qing's ability to annihilate the Tianyu sect in a single night is indeed formidable, the celestial-grade ultimate spiritual root he possesses signifies a potential destined for supremacy. Before Xiao He could contemplate a suitable response that would avoid offending either party, the kneeling spy at the front of the hall spoke again. Your Majesty, Duke Chen has also ascended to the stage for the talent awakening. Hadn't he already tested his talent? I seem to recall it was of the earth grade. Xia Cheng, somewhat uncertain, glanced at Xiao He. He vividly remembered scolding Chen Qing multiple times for squandering his innate gifts in a life of indulgence. In response, Xiao He clasped his hands and remarked, Your Majesty speaks truly. Duke Chen indeed possesses a mid-grade water spiritual root of the earth grade. In response to Your Majesty, after Duke Chen ascended the stage, the testing stone indicated he possesses a celestial-grade ultimate thunder spiritual root, the spy reported verbatim. Thunder, a thunder spiritual root. Celestial-grade ultimate. Xia Cheng abruptly stood from his dragon throne. Xiao He's expression likewise shifted dramatically, disbelief etched upon his face. Are you certain the information is accurate? Xia Cheng reiterated. I would stake my life on its veracity, the spy affirmed. Enough, you may withdraw. Xia Cheng waved his hand dismissively. Yes, I take my leave. Once the spy departed, Xia Cheng's gaze returned to Xiao He. National Master, why has this mid-grade earth spiritual root suddenly transformed into a celestial-grade ultimate spiritual root, and moreover, a more domineering thunder-type spiritual root? Xia Cheng pondered the inexplicable nature of this occurrence. Your Majesty, I once encountered an ancient text detailing a prodigy endowed with dual spiritual roots, capable of cultivating two types of spiritual roots simultaneously, Xiao He recalled. Dual spiritual root talent. Are you suggesting he possesses not only a mid-grade earth-water spiritual root, but also a celestial-grade ultimate thunder spiritual root? Realizing the implication of Xiao He's words, Xiao Qing's mouth fell agape. Even he, who prided himself on his extensive knowledge, found it difficult to fathom the future accomplishments of Chen Qing, a being endowed with two exceptional cultivation talents. It seems I have underestimated him. It is not he who aspires to Qingyue, but rather Qingyue who aspires to him. Xia Cheng had no choice but to accept this truth, no longer daring to entertain even the slightest notion of separating the two. He had to concede to the passing of time. Indeed, the younger generation is becoming increasingly extraordinary. Upon returning to the Qingxing sect, all disciples, whether engaged in fierce combat in the training grounds, leisurely wandering about, or indulging in romance within the bamboo groves while their master was preoccupied, unanimously paused their activities and gazed skyward. They beheld numerous colossal flying vessels soaring above, casting shadows that obscured the sun. Chapter 35, The Countenance of an Emperor. Where did all these flying vessels come from? Is some sect declaring war on us? If war were to ensue, we would see vessels equipped with cannons. Observing the totems adorning the ships, it appeared to be the Tianjin sect. The Tianjin sect. Aren't they one of the top 10 powerful sects in the martial world? Our Qingqing has always maintained a non-interference policy with them, hasn't it? Fool, is there any need to say? The Tianjin sect is undoubtedly here for that young couple with top-tier talents. Once this statement was made, the others quickly understood and accepted it as the truth. Why is no one here to welcome the Tianjin sect? From above, a middle-aged man's voice echoed through the mountains. Although the disciples of Qingsheng were displeased, they could only swallow their grievances, knowing the Tianjin sect's esteemed status as one of the top 10 powerful sections. They could not afford to provoke them. Hearing this, the grand elderly Sifin found himself cornered and ordered someone to guard the entrance of the cultivation room in his stead. He swiftly made his way into the air, arriving within mere paces of the shouting man. Grand elderly Sifin of Qingqing sect, I salute you, fellow Taoists. Li Sifin clasped his hands respectfully. When dealing with one of the top 10 powerful sects, due respect must be shown. As the Grand Elder, he had no desire to engage in conflict with the Tianjin sect, fully aware that should a battle ensue, Qingsheng would likely be removed from the annals of history. Enough with the pleasantries, hand over the individuals. Even when faced with the sect's Grand Elder, the middle-aged man exhibited no courtesy, his tone commanding. In an era where strength reigned supreme, he considered himself a powerful figure and thus felt no need to show deference to Li Sifin, who he deemed weaker. Individuals? What individuals do you seek? Li Sifin feigned ignorance. pretending not to understand. Those two prodigies with celestial-grade ultimate spiritual roots. I shan't repeat myself. The middle-aged man emphasized. Such talents are not ones that your Qing sect is qualified to retain. Fellow Taoist, you may not be aware, but these two have not formally joined our Qing sect. They merely borrowed our cultivation rooms for their training. Whether they choose to leave with you remains to be seen until they conclude their seclusion, Li Sifan replied candidly. His greatest concern had indeed materialized, arriving sooner than he had anticipated. He deduced that the interest in Chen Qing and Xiaqinyue's talents was not limited to the Tianjin sect. They were simply the first to arrive. Take me to them. The middle-aged man demanded, fully aware of Li Sifan's thoughts. His purpose was to seize the two prodigies before other sects could, nurturing them to ensure the Tianjin sect's ascendancy as the foremost sect in the future. Right this way, fellow Taoist. Li Sifan, wishing to avoid trouble for himself and the Qing sect, stepped aside. Seeing that Li Sifan was somewhat compliant, the middle-aged man did not press him further. As they traveled, Li Sifan learned that the middle-aged man's name was Zhao Tianyu, an inner sect elder of the Tianjin sect. Before long, Zhao Tianyu was led by Li Sifan to the cultivation rooms within the scripture pavilion. Taoist Zhao, the two individuals are within, Li Sifan indicated toward the adjacent cultivation rooms. Open up, Zhao Tianyu demanded, still maintaining an air of superiority. Taoist Zhao may not be aware, but once the doors to our cultivation rooms are closed, they can only be opened from the inside, Li Sifan explained. In that case, I trust you won't mind if I employ some forceful measures? Zhao Tianyu said, producing a gleaming sword forged from mysterious iron. Before Li Sifan could respond, Zhao Tianyu continued, rest assured, we shall compensate you fully for any damages. Our Tianjin sect is a reputable and righteous sect. His words preemptively decided the matter, leaving Li Sifan no opportunity to voice his objections. Realizing that Zhao Tianyu had drawn his sword, Li Sifan swallowed the words he had intended to say. Otherwise, he could not guarantee whether the sword would strike him first or the stone door. Seeing that Li Sifan made no objections, Zhao Tianyu felt a surge of pride and arrived at the door of Xiaqinyue's cultivation room. Raising his sword, he infused it with spiritual energy, preparing to forcibly break the door and seize the prodigies. As for Xiaqinyue and Chen Qing's wishes, they were of little concern, at least for now. Zhao Tianyu did not believe they possessed the capability to resist him or the Tianjin sect. Just as he was about to bring his sword down, a thunderous rumble echoed as the stone door slowly opened. Without revealing himself, Chen Qing's voice resounded first. What audacity! Who dares to disturb my wife's cultivation? With a gentle wave of his hand, a formidable surge of spiritual energy rushed toward Zhao Tianyu like a mountain tidal wave. Naive. The same sentiment echoed in Zhao Tianyu's mind. In his eyes, Chen Qing was not yet fully fledged and lacked the qualifications to contend with him. He swiftly swung his sword down, intending to shatter Chen Qing's attack and teach him a lesson. However, as the blade descended, Zhao Tianyu found himself unable to advance even a fraction further, despite exerting all his strength. What astonished Zhao Tianyu even more was that the sword, crafted from mysterious iron, had become riddled with densely packed cracks, reminiscent of a spider's web. Even though Zhao Tianyu exerted all his strength, he was unable to alter the inevitable outcome of the shattered sword blade. Metal shards flew in every direction, grazing his face, leaving him with naught but the hilt of the sword in his grasp. In the next moment, the force with which Chen Qing struck out transformed in Zhao Tianyu's eyes into a monstrous flood, propelling him several meters away, crashing him into a supporting pillar of the Grand Hall, creating a significant dent. Despite Chen Qing's relatively brief period of seclusion and his primary focus on cultivating techniques, he had inadvertently elevated his cultivation to the 8th layer of the out-of-body realm. In stark contrast, Zhao Tianyu, whose strength rested at the 5th layer of the out-of-body realm, was 3 minor realms beneath Chen Qing, and, without the aid of magical artifacts, was naturally no match for him. The 8th layer of the out-of-body realm. The elderly Sifan, who witnessed this spectacle, was utterly astonished. He was aware of Chen Qing's exceptional talent, but had not anticipated that, at such a young age, his cultivation would surpass his own by such a considerable margin. With such talent, given time, he would undoubtedly emerge as a formidable contender for the title of emperor. Li Sifan regarded Chen Qing as possessing the potential of an emperor. 8th layer of the out-of-body realm. Zhao Tianyu, clutching his chest, rose from the ground. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with his thumb, he feigned calmness and said, "Indeed, you are a promising talent in cultivation. Young man, join my heavenly sword sect, and I assure you, the sect will spare no effort to mold you into an unparalleled genius, a future overlord, a figure who stands above the rest." This was not merely an empty promise. Zhao Tianyu genuinely believed that the heavenly sword sect could achieve such a feat, and Chen Qing had no reason to refuse. His words were heartfelt, and his demeanor sincere, a stark contrast to the way he had addressed elderly Sifan. as if he were an entirely different person. After all, who could contend with Chen Qing's superiority? Reflecting on the status and influence Chen Qing would possess upon joining the Heavenly Sword sect, Zhao Tianyu had even fewer reasons to consider him an adversary. He clearly understood the distinction between himself, an elder, and Chen Qing, a prodigy. Conversely, Chen Qing paid no heed to Zhao Tianyu's words, his attention solely on the system panel that had emerged before him, eager to claim his reward for protecting his wife. Chapter 36. You may submit to me. To ensure his wife's cultivation remained undisturbed by outsiders, how could this not be deemed as indulging her? Wife indulging success. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward. Cultivation increased by 5 minor realms. Fortunately, the system did not disappoint Chen Qing's expectations. This advancement elevated his cultivation to the 4th layer of the Spirit Division realm. Although he had only ascended 5 minor realms, the significance of each realm increased with higher cultivation levels. As he progressed, the cultivation of a minor realm would eventually equate to that of a major realm in the earlier stages. To achieve such a substantial enhancement with a mere gesture was immensely satisfying for Chen Qing, leaving him with no grounds for criticism against the system. Uncertain of Chen Qing's thoughts, Zhao Tianyu inquired, noticing that Chen Qing seemed entirely indifferent to his presence. A mere Heavenly Sword sect hardly matches my ambitions. The Heavenly Sword sect bore no ties or affections towards his father, coupled with Zhao Tianyu's previous demeanor. Chen Qing had no inclination to offer him a favorable response. Not worthy. At this, Zhao Tianyu's lips twitched. He had witnessed arrogance, but nothing compared to Chen Qing's audacity. Upon reflection, it was understandable. As Chen Qing was indeed an exceptional talent bestowed with top-tier gifts, how could he not carry a sense of pride befitting such abilities? Your words are misguided. The Heavenly Sword sect ranks among the top 10 powers in the vast martial world, producing countless sword path prodigies, making it the most suitable place for you. Regardless of Chen Qing's hostile attitude, Zhao Tianyu had no choice but to humble himself, attempting to win favor with his warm demeanor against Chen Qing's cold indifference. There was no alternative. A disciple possessing a heavenly-grade spiritual root was undeniably invaluable to the Heavenly Sword sect. I have no interest. Leave quickly and do not disturb my wife's cultivation. Chen Qing waved his hand dismissively. Zhao Tianyu wished to say more, but a piercing glance from Chen Qing silenced him, causing him to swallow his words. For the first time, he felt an overwhelming pressure from someone so much younger than himself. This scene elicited a subtle smile from Li Sifan, who took pleasure in Zhao Tianyu's evident humiliation. Feeling a sense of vindication. Clap, clap, clap. At that moment, applause resonated from behind. Li Sifan turned to see a familiar figure, his pupils dilating in recognition, Sun Ji, the sect master of the Heavenly Sword sect. The sect master had come. Li Sifan had not anticipated that such a prominent figure would come to the Qing sect for the sake of a disciple. Upon the sect master's arrival, Zhao Tianyu adopted an even more subservient demeanor, hastily kneeling on one knee and cupping his fists in salute. Sun Ji paid no heed to Zhao Tianyu, not even sparing him a glance, as if reprimanding him for his incompetence in handling this matter for so long. Zhao Tianyu dared not utter a word, remaining in his kneeling position. As Sun Ji remained silent, he felt too intimidated to move. Soon, Sun Ji approached Chen Qing, exuding an authoritative presence. Young friend Chen, should you wish to join my Heavenly Sword sect, I, as sect master, can assure you that you need not participate in any assessments. You will directly enjoy the status of a holy son and become my personal disciple. The Heavenly Sword sect will spare no expense in nurturing you into a future supreme being, to bypass any assessments and directly enjoy the status of a holy son. Even Li Sifan, an elder of the outer sect, felt a stir of temptation at such words. The resources available to inner disciples of a top 10 sect were beyond the imagination of ordinary folk, let alone those designated as holy sons. Furthermore, the status of a personal disciple of the sect master could be described as being one step below the sect master themselves. You wish to take me as your disciple? Chen Qing chuckled. He quickly discerned that Sun Ji was at the 4th layer of the Spirit Division realm, equal to his own strength. It was difficult to find a reason to become his disciple. What? Do you believe my sect unworthy? Sun Ji revealed his cultivation. The pressure emanating from the 4th layer of the Spirit Division realm enveloped the entire cultivation hall. Zhao Tianyu felt an immediate heaviness in his body. And even elderly Sifan found his knees buckling uncontrollably. Sun Ji did not wish to overly diminish Chen Qing's confidence and spirit, fearing it might damage his resolve. So he deliberately restrained his aura. However, to his astonishment, Chen Qing faced his pressure as if it were inconsequential, wearing a calm expression. You are indeed unworthy. Having extended an invitation, there was no need for Chen Qing to hold back. With a similar display of strength, Chen Qing released his own pressure. The 4th layer of the Spirit Division realm. The expressions of Sun Ji, Li Sifan, and Zhao Tianyu mirrored one another, akin to encountering a ghost. They knew of Chen Qing's exceptional talent, but they were utterly unaware that his current cultivation could rival that of the sect masters of the top 10 sects. Recalling his earlier remarks, Sun Ji felt his face flush with embarrassment. Chen Qing was indeed correct. He lacked the qualifications to accept Chen Qing as a disciple. At Chen Qing's age, Sun Ji had still been a mere errand boy, struggling with his cultivation. With this in mind, Sun Ji steeled himself and spoke again. Indeed, I have underestimated you, young friend Chen. Thus, if you are willing to join the sect, you may directly become the vice sect master. What do you say? Having regained his composure after witnessing Chen Qing's strength, Sun Ji was not resentful. Rather, he was more eager to recruit him into the Heavenly Sword sect. He emphasized that, despite the title of vice, within the Heavenly Sword sect, the position, authority, and resources you would possess would be indistinguishable from those of the true sect master. In a bid to win over Chen Qing, this unparalleled genius, the unparalleled genius among geniuses, Sun Ji was ready to go all out. An 18-year-old sect master of a top 10 sect. Li Sifan and Zhao Tianyu exchanged a glance, both swallowing hard in unison. How they wished to take Chen Qing's place. If such a scenario were to unfold for them, they would undoubtedly agree without hesitation. It wouldn't be long before they could shed the subordinate label above their heads and ascend to the status of true masters. I have stated before, your Tianjian sect cannot accommodate my aspirations, Chen Qing reiterated. He then added, however, should your Tianjian sect choose to submit to me, I might consider it. Upon hearing these words, Sun Ji, Zhao Tianyu, and the others were all taken aback. How audacious! To suggest that one of the top 10 sects, the Tianjian sect, should willingly submit, and even then, he would only consider it. Even the usually impassive Sun Ji could not suppress a flicker of barely concealed anger on his face. He felt that Chen Qing was far too arrogant, underestimating the profound heritage of the Tianjian sect and disregarding the stature of its master. At that moment, a sudden commotion outside broke the tension. Elder, something terrible has happened. Li Sifan turned to the newcomer and asked, what is it? Calm down. Take a breath and explain slowly. Elder, many flying boats have arrived outside. Representatives from the top 10 sects are gathering, demanding to see us. Chapter 37. He still has the sacred body. The top 10 sects have all arrived. The speed at which this news spread was far quicker than Li Sifan had anticipated. Young Master Chen, there is a teleportation array set up in the back mountain. If you wish to avoid being disturbed by these individuals, I can immediately summon someone to activate the array, transporting you and Her Highness the Princess away from the Qing sect, Li Sifan disclosed. Let us meet them. It would be a shame to interrupt my wife's cultivation, Chen Qing replied, eager for more visitors, particularly formidable ones, as this would exponentially enhance the quality of the rewards he would receive for safeguarding Xianxiaaudiobooks training. With an indestructible body and the addition of a 10,000-year-old nether undying dragon, the combined forces of the top 10 sects of a mere great martial dynasty held no terror for Chen Qing. What audacity he possessed to stand against the might of the top 10 sects. Moreover, the individuals arriving were not limited to just those 10 sections. Sun Ji did not believe that mere spirit division realm cultivation could sustain Chen Qing's arrogance. As Chen Qing passed by him, he suddenly halted, advising, Sun Sect Master, I urge you to consider my earlier words carefully. Some opportunities, once missed, cannot be reclaimed. Sun Ji remained silent, yet in his heart, he held Chen Qing's words in disdain. He did not believe that the esteemed Tianjian sect had fallen to the point of needing to rely on the loyalty of someone like Chen Qing for survival. Seeing Chen Qing's figure recede, Sun Ji quickened his pace to follow, eager to witness how Chen Qing, solely relying on his spirit division cultivation, intended to contend with the various forces. Zhao Tianyu and Li Sifan closely trailed behind. Upon reaching the outer hall of the Techniques Pavilion, Chen Qing looked up to see dozens of flying boats crowding the sky above Qing's sect, dramatically reducing visibility and creating a scene of immense scale and pressure, reminiscent of an apocalyptic vista. Fortunately, Li Sifan had foreseen the purpose of their visit. Otherwise, one might truly mistake this day for the Qing sect's day of reckoning. Oh, Sect Master of Tianjian, you still have a penchant for sneaking around. An elder stood at the bow of a ship, surveying the crowd, and upon noticing Sun Ji, he jested. Sun Ji dismissed him, his focus solely on Chen Qing. The elder, not wishing to waste time on Sun Ji, turned his attention to Chen Qing, astounded. So young, yet you have reached the spirit division realm. What a prodigy, an unparalleled genius. Upon hearing this, the various sect leaders emerged from their cabins, transforming into streaks of light as they swiftly appeared at the ship's bow. They had only known that Chen Qing and another woman possessed extraordinary talent, but they were unaware that at just 18, Chen Qing had already entered the spirit division realm. Their resolve strengthened. They were determined to recruit Chen Qing into their ranks. As more individuals harbored this intent, The atmosphere thickened with tension. This person, we of the Haoyang sect shall claim him. You Haoyang sect have quite the audacity, daring to compete with our Tianshui sect for him? This lad's talent is exceptional. Neither your Haoyang sect nor Tianshui sect has the qualifications to train him compared to our Zhenghai sect. Enough with the pleasantries. Those who are unconvinced can face me in battle first. If you can defeat me, then we can discuss taking him. The atmosphere grew increasingly charged, and seeing their elders and sect leaders brandishing their weapons, the accompanying disciples quickly drew their own, waiting for the signal to engage. Watching the various factions' powerful figures vying for his allegiance, ready to clash, Chen Qing couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. However, back to the crux of the matter, he held no regard for any of these forces. If they were to submit to him, that would be another story. One might call it submission in a flattering sense, yet less charitably. It was no different from being a lackey. Contemplating this, a bold idea formed in Chen Qing's mind. If you find this situation troublesome, allow me to propose a solution. Oh, what insight do you have? Someone inquired with curiosity. In the next moment, all eyes turned to Chen Qing. Since it is difficult, how about all of you swear an oath to the heavenly Tao, pledging your allegiance to me? Chen Qing offered what he believed to be the optimal solution. At this proclamation, silence fell upon the multitude, thousands standing still, as silent as a graveyard under the cloak of night. No one had anticipated that Chen Qing's grand proposal would be for all sects to bow and submit to him. Whether to deem this young man as confident or foolish was up for debate. Sun Ji, standing to the side, also shook his head with a sigh. Perceiving Chen Qing's overreaching arrogance, believing that his high starting point and smooth path had inflated him to a near pathological extent, he remained oblivious to the unyielding truth that there are always greater beings beyond one's own. Arrogant, to think we would submit to you. No matter how high your talents, you currently lack the capability. It appeared that after joining a sect, Chen Qing would require diligent honing of his temperament. Such disdain for others could lead to perilous outcomes. The elder thought he might propose something insightful, only to find it a waste of effort. No one took Chen Qing's words seriously, dismissing him as having lost his mind to utter such nonsensical claims. Chen Qing had anticipated this reaction. In an era where strength reigns supreme, mere words are insufficient. He activated his sacred body. The myriad sword sacred body unleashed its might, sword intent flooding forth. After binding with the myriad sword sacred body, Chen Qing awakened a divine ability, allowing him to command countless divine swords for his own use. With a single thought, the members of the Tianjian sect sensed something amiss. Their swords, sheathed at their waists, suddenly stirred with unrest. Hey, my sword! Before they could react, the swords flew from their sheaths, and soon, an increasing number of swords, uncontrollable, soared towards Chen Qing. Chen Qing stood upon a flying sword, ascending to a height of 100 feet, with 10,000 swords hovering behind him, forming an overwhelming barrier, their blades slowly lowering to lock onto the various factions. Witnessing their swords being wielded against them, the sword cultivators felt a profound discomfort. At that moment, someone shouted, "Sacred body." This is the first sacred body of the sword Tao, the myriad sword's sacred body. What? Not only does he possess a top-tier spirit root of the heavenly level, but he has also awakened a sacred body. The heavens seemed exceedingly partial to him. Envy. I am so envious. Even those who are accustomed to being envied by others, the renowned prodigies of various sects, could not help but feel a pang of jealousy upon learning that Chen Qing not only possessed the supreme thunder spirit root of the celestial grade, but had also awakened the first sacred body of the sword path. The extraordinary talents that Chen Qing possessed weighed heavily upon them, rendering them breathless, as if an invisible hand was tightening around their throats. Are you all qualified? Chen Qing inquired of the assembly. Some fell silent, while others stammered, unable to articulate a coherent response. In such a scenario, even if they truly believed Chen Qing was unworthy, they dared not voice their opinions for fear of incurring his wrath and fostering enmity. Is the sacred body not sufficient? Chen Qing had initially wished to conceal his ace, the nine-nether undying dragon, for a while longer, but faced with the pressing circumstances, he had no choice but to reveal it. With the opportunity to subdue multiple factions within reach, there was no rationale for retreat. One must risk the hunt to catch the wolf. Chen Qing anticipated consolidating these forces swiftly, allowing the dust to settle and earning his reward for cherishing his wife. Chapter 38, Defying Heaven. The Demon Emperor as a Pet. A glance towards the distance revealed that all the prominent and influential factions of the great martial dynasty had gathered. Chen Qing, with no further hesitation, resolved to summon the nine-nether undying dragon. In an instant, an overwhelming pressure, akin to the might of the ocean, descended from the heavens, leaving the multitude gasping for breath. Not even the elders, nor even figures of prominence such as Sun Ji, could resist as their knees buckled, succumbing to the inclination to kneel in submission. The disciples were even more overwhelmed, having already prostrated themselves. Even with their utmost effort to marshal their spiritual energy against this divine might, it was akin to ants attempting to move a colossal elephant, utterly futile. Struggling to lift their heads, they beheld the tumultuous skies, a chaotic spectacle shrouding the blazing sun. The clouds churned violently, and from the eye of the storm, a colossal dragon head descended, a sight so vast it was beyond comprehension. Merely locking eyes with the golden orbs of the dragon, imbued with countless strands of Tao rhythms, caused many disciples with weaker minds to roll their eyes back and faint on the spot. Amidst the thunder and lightning, the radiant brilliance unveiled the dragon's 100-foot frame, partially obscured within the clouds, intensifying the awe it evoked. A dragon, a member of the dragon clan. Such overwhelming pressure could only belong to a beast of at least 100,000 years old. A demon king? No, a demon emperor. Flee. We must escape immediately. Yet, their bodies betrayed them, refusing to obey. Why would a 100,000-year-old demon emperor manifest in the mortal realm? Had some fool offended a power from the upper realms, prompting the annihilation of countless beings in this world? No one doubted the 9 nether undying dragons' capability to fulfill such a grim fate, except for Chen Qing. No one present could maintain a standing posture against the oppressive aura of the 9 nether undying dragon. In stark contrast, Chen Qing appeared utterly unfazed, standing tall and composed as if untouched by the dragon's might. The elders and sect leaders, whose realms surpassed Chen Qing's, were left perplexed. Despite their greater cultivation, they could not withstand the demon emperor's divine presence. What allowed Chen Qing to remain unperturbed and steadfast? The reasoning eluded them completely. Yet, the answer soon unfolded before their eyes. The 9 nether undying dragon slowly inclined its massive head, lowering itself towards Chen Qing, until its crown was level with the mountain peak. Chen Qing stepped forth, leaping onto the dragon's head, hands clasped behind him, resembling an otherworldly celestial descending upon the earth. His audacity left the onlookers in shock. How dare he ride atop the head of a demon emperor? Such recklessness seemed suicidal, if he wished to perish. He should not drag the innocent beings of this realm into his demise. Chen Qing's actions genuinely terrified the gathered crowd. No one had anticipated his audacity to disregard even the 100,000-year-old demon emperor. Yet, gradually, some began to sense a disquieting truth. Wait, something felt amiss. Why did the demon emperor show no signs of resentment for being trampled upon? As this notion spread, more individuals came to this realization. Although Chen Qing stood above the demon emperor, the latter exhibited no signs of anger or defiance. Soon, a terrifying thought took root in the minds of onlookers. To conquer a 100,000-year-old demon emperor, though unprecedented, was a reality before their eyes. How could they deny it? There seemed to be no other reasonable explanation. Either they would swear an oath of eternal servitude, or face death. Elevated above them like a celestial sovereign, Chen Qing surveyed the crowd. The once mighty flying vessel now appeared insignificant in his eyes. With a celestial-grade supreme talent, the first sacred body of the sword path, and a 100,000-year-old demon emperor as his pet, it was hard for anyone to believe such a convergence of extraordinary traits could belong to a single individual. Each of these attributes alone could have incited a sensation throughout the dynasty, even the continent. As he gazed upon Chen Qing, who stood imperiously on the dragon's head, Sun Ji, the sect leader of the Heavenly Sword sect, finally comprehended the significance of Chen Qing's earlier reminder in the training hall. Having lost the opportunity to be the first to cling to this powerful figure, he observed as others were caught in indecision, unable to commit. Seizing the moment, he knelt forth, raising his voice. Sun Ji is willing to lead the Heavenly Sword sect in pledging allegiance to young Master Chen. Sun Ji was a man of intelligence. He understood that the first to declare loyalty often leaves a lasting impression. No sooner had he spoken than he resolutely swore an oath to the heavens, pledging that should he harbor any thoughts of defiance, the heavens themselves would erase him from existence. What? Even the leader of the Heavenly Sword sect has submitted. What about us? The Jade Balance sect is willing to submit to young Master Chen. The Eternal Night sect is willing to submit to young Master Chen. The Sea of Heaven sect is willing to submit to young Master Chen. More and more sect leaders express their willingness to submit and follow Chen Qing, swearing oaths of eternal loyalty, vowing never to betray him. As for those still clinging to the hope of clandestine communication through sound transmission, reluctant to submit, Chen Qing's patience was limited. 1,000 shadow puppets, each at the peak of the out-of-body realm, surged forth from their shadows without warning, thrusting blades through throats or piercing hearts. With a swift motion, he twisted the blades to extract their heart's blood, watching those who had never been afforded a chance to resist, their lives forcibly extinguished, lying lifeless upon the ground with horror etched upon their faces. The remaining sect sighed in relief, grateful for their early submission. Little did they expect that Chen Qing, accompanied by the 9 nether undying dragon, had yet more astonishing treasures to unveil. The elders and sect leaders recognized at a glance that these shadow puppets lacked life, being a type of magical artifact. Capable of summoning 1,000 of such artifacts, each on par with the peak of the out-of-body realm, Chen Qing had demonstrated his might. After witnessing these events, they felt no sense of grievance. Instead, they regarded the opportunity to align themselves with Chen Qing as a tremendous fortune. Meanwhile, within the training room of the Divine Technique Pavilion, Xia Qingwei had successfully memorized the entirety of the cultivation method for the Pride of the Nine Lotus technique. Furthermore, she had smoothly cultivated it to the first level, deciding to emerge. She turned to find that the training room where Chen Qing had been was now devoid of any presence. Thus, she turned to the Qing sect disciple stationed outside the door and inquired, "Pray tell, what of the individual that was within just now?" The disciple, without any hesitation, divulged every detail regarding the various factions that had sought information, relaying it all to Xia Qingwei. A wave of alarm washed over her. "Oh no, my husband is in trouble." With this thought racing through her mind, Xia Qingwei instinctively sprang into action, hastily departing the cultivation chamber. As a practitioner, despite her current limitations, she could not bear to let Chen Qing face the impending crisis alone. However, upon emerging from the chamber and witnessing the scene outside, she quickly comprehended that there was no crisis at all. Her meager strength would scarcely have the opportunity to be of service. Chapter 39, Ascension to the Ninth Grade. The Heavenly Sword sect was willing to serve their master loyally, braving mountains of blades and seas of fire without a second thought. The Divine Concealment sect would offer their very lives and souls for their master. The Harmony sect vowed to eliminate all enemies of their master. The fervent declarations of loyalty echoed above her, threatening to rend the heavens asunder. What truly unsettled Xia Qingyue's heart were the names of the Heavenly Sword sect, the Divine Concealment sect, and the Purple Yang sect. Though she had only just embarked on the path of cultivation, she had frequently heard tales of the 10 great sects from others. Silently, she summarized in her mind that all 10 of the formidable sects had pledged their allegiance. Following their gaze, she beheld, amidst the tempest of thunder and lightning, the colossal form of a dragon that obscured the sky, causing her legs to weaken. Yet, as her gaze rose, and she beheld Chen Qing towering above the dragon's head, her heart, which had been racing, only quickened further. Witnessing the submission of these powerful factions, Xia Qingwei had already begun to connect the dots, but seeing these illustrious figures bow before her husband, Chen Qing, still left her profoundly shaken. The ambition her father had longed to achieve in his dreams seemed to be effortlessly realized by him. Even as his wife, Xia Qingwei could not help but feel an overwhelming sense of inadequacy in the face of Chen Qing's extraordinary strength, a feeling that seeped deep into her bones, evoking a sense of futility in striving to catch up to him. Xia Qingwei had witnessed her father, Xia Cheng, wear a troubled expression, fearing that the unbridled growth of the 10 great sects would threaten the very foundation of the Great Wu dynasty, yet he seemed powerless against those cultivators. Now, with Chen Qing having subdued the 10 great sects and numerous other factions, he inadvertently alleviated a considerable burden for the Great Wu dynasty. Xia Qingwei wished to trust Chen Qing. After all, he had stated he would not rebel or act against the Great Wu dynasty, and she believed he would hold to his word. Chen Qing, unaware of Xia Qingyue's presence, was entirely absorbed in the system panel that had appeared before him. Wife's favor reward distributed. Wife's favor successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward. 9th grade Alchemist Experience Pack 1. 9th grade. Chen Qing's eyes widened. A 9th grade alchemist was a rarity not just in the Great Wu dynasty, but even across the vast Tianxian continent. Few could be found. Furthermore, the experience pack provided by the system would allow him to become a 9th grade alchemist without relying on chance, solely through his own prowess. Excellent. This is splendid. No longer will I need to worry about high-tier elixirs. Can't buy them. Then I'll craft them myself. Chen Qing eagerly selected the Alchemist Experience Pack and confirmed its use. Initiating use of 9th grade Alchemist Experience Pack. 9th grade Alchemist Experience Pack successfully utilized. In the next moment, a torrent of alchemical knowledge surged into Chen Qing's mind, seamlessly integrating with his being. To aid in retaining this newfound knowledge, the system also enhanced the strength of his spiritual power. This was an unexpected boon. Closing the system panel, Chen Qing's gaze swept across the area, catching sight of Xia Qingyue who had emerged from her retreat. He waved dismissively at the gathered factions, saying coldly, "Depart." In unison, they complied, redirecting their flying vessels, returning whence they came without daring to linger. With the Heavenly Tao as their witness, who would dare defy Chen Qing's command? Even absent the Heavenly Tao, they would not risk enmity with him. The presence of the 9 nether undying dragon only hinted at the depths of Chen Qing's hidden power. The more they were left in the dark, the more they speculated. And the more they speculated, the greater their reverence and loyalty became. Soon, Chen Qing leapt down from the dragon's head, and the nine-nether undying dragon gradually concealed its head within the clouds, parting the mist to reveal the azure sky, radiant sun illuminating the world anew. My lady, you have emerged from your retreat so swiftly. Chen Qing approached Xia Qingyue, inquiring with concern, has your cultivation been proceeding smoothly? Indeed. I have committed all the principles of the proud world 9 lotus art to memory and have cultivated it to the first layer, Xia Qingyue responded earnestly. Truly, you are worthy of being my wife, Xia Qingyue. Your speed of cultivation is nothing short of monstrous. Chen Qing praised. In terms of monstrosity, none in this world could rival you, my husband. Having just witnessed everything, Xia Qingyue felt utterly unqualified to consider herself a prodigy in front of him. Then, the voice of elderly Siphon rang in her ears. We pay our respects to the sect master. Both Chen Qing and Xia Qingyue turned to look. Before Chen Qing could acknowledge the elder due to his father's standing, he was addressed as uncle out of respect. Lu Wu, the sect master of the Qing sect, knelt with a thud, palms pressed to the ground, and proclaimed, I, Lu Wu, the sect master of Qing, vow to establish a heavenly Dao oath, leading the entire Qing sect in loyalty to you, my lord. Chen Qing was neither surprised nor inclined to engage in pleasantries regarding familial ties with Lu Wu. A clear distinction was made. Having accepted Lu Wu's heavenly Dao oath, the master-servant contract was formally established. Lu Wu, you may rise. Chen Qing stepped forward to assist Lu Wu to his feet. Xia Qingyue observed this scene, sensing that Lu Wu would not be the last to submit to Chen Qing's authority. Resolute, it was clear that with control over the 10 great sects and various factions, Chen Qing had become the true and unquestionable king of this land, no longer needing a throne to assert his identity. After exchanging a few courteous remarks, Chen Qing expressed his desire to borrow the alchemy chamber of the Qing sect. Of course, everything within the Qing sect is at your disposal, my lord. Should you require any elixirs, I will have someone deliver them to you without delay, Lu Wu assured him. Chen Qing shook his head, clarifying, I do not seek elixirs. Rather, I wish to attempt alchemy myself. Ah, I see. This way, please. Understanding Chen Qing's true intentions, Lu Wu led the way without further ado. You can also refine elixirs? Xia Qingyue inquired curiously, trailing closely behind Chen Qing. In her view, or perhaps in the general perception, it was exceedingly rare for an individual to possess a single talent. If Xia Qingyue recalled correctly, Chen Qing currently wielded talents not only in martial arts and formations, but also in beast taming and puppet manipulation. Now, would he also add alchemy to his repertoire? Wasn't he that pushing the limits of prodigyhood? Xia Qingyue felt her confidence as a cultivator waning rapidly. Chen Qing, however, responded candidly, this will be my first attempt. I have never refined elixirs before. Is that so? Upon hearing Chen Qing's answer, Xia Qingyue surmised that he merely wished to test his aptitude for alchemy. Unbeknownst to many, Chen Qing spoke nothing but the truth. He had never concocted elixirs prior to this moment, yet he was undeniably a genuine 9th-rank supreme alchemist. Chapter 40. Is this what you call a first-time alchemy? Upon arriving at the alchemy pavilion of the Qing sect, Lu Wu sought out the finest alchemist within the sect, a gentleman by the name of Du Yuan. Through Lu Wu, Chen Qing learned that Du Yuan was a 5th-rank alchemist, responsible for overseeing all affairs within the alchemy pavilion. Master, should you have any requests, do not hesitate to command him, Lu Wu stated. Du Yuan bowed in respect to young Master Chen. He had already heard rumors concerning the recent significant events that transpired within the Qing sect. Observing Lu Wu address Chen Qing as master, Du Yuan comprehended that the Qing sect had largely submitted to Chen Qing's authority. With even the sect leader in submission, how could Du Yuan dare to act otherwise? All thanks to you, Alchemist Du, Chen Qing replied courteously. Not at all. It is my honor, Du Yuan responded succinctly, leading Chen Qing into the alchemy pavilion, with Xia Qingyue and Lu Wu following closely. Lu Wu's presence was motivated by a concern that someone within the pavilion might lack discernment and offend Chen Qing, thereby inviting calamity upon the Qing sect. Even if the chances of such an incident were minuscule, Lu Wu was unwilling to take that risk. As the saying goes, caution brings longevity to a ship. Before long, under Du Yuan's guidance, Chen Qing arrived at his designated alchemical chamber. A glance revealed shelves lined with an abundance of medicinal herbs, numbering in the thousands. At the center of the chamber stood a massive alchemical furnace, towering at the height of 2 men, inscribed with the characters Blazing Fire Cauldron. Chen Qing immediately discerned that this furnace was a low-grade, earth-tier treasure. This cauldron was a fortuitous acquisition of mine. Young Master Chen is welcome to use it at his leisure, along with all the medicinal herbs within this chamber. Du Yuan generously offered. Thank you, Chen Qing replied succinctly. He then approached the cauldron, his mind flooded with countless alchemical recipes, eventually selecting a 6th-rank formula. It wasn't that Chen Qing doubted the system. Rather, upon extending his consciousness throughout the chamber, He realized that the quality of the herbs available was only sufficient for concocting 6th-rank elixirs, as Chen Qing deftly manipulated the opening of numerous cabinets simultaneously. Extracting copious amounts of herbs, Du Yuan, a 5th-rank alchemist, could not help but be somewhat astonished. The herbs Chen Qing selected were indicative of a desire to concoct 5th-rank elixirs. Concocting 5th-rank elixirs? Xia Qingyue's brows furrowed. She distinctly recalled Chen Qing stating moments ago that this was his first attempt at alchemy. Who begins their alchemical journey with 5th-rank concoctions? Xia Qingyue was utterly perplexed by Chen Qing's intentions. Lu Wu, however, remained silent, deeming the potential waste of a few herbs inconsequential as long as his master, Chen Qing, was pleased and satisfied. To put it bluntly, everything within the Qingsheng sect now belonged to Chen Qing, even if he were to set the alchemy pavilion ablaze. Lu Wu would not utter a word of complaint, but rather commend his fiery endeavor. As Chen Qing commenced preparations for alchemy, igniting the spirit wood, Xia Qingyue approached Du Yuan and quietly inquired, "Alchemist Du, what impact will attempting a 5th-rank elixir for the first time have?" While alchemy may seem straightforward, the intricacies involved are profound, and even a minor error could result in a catastrophic explosion. The higher the rank of the elixir, the more devastating the explosion would be. If a 5th-rank elixir were to explode, the entire alchemy pavilion would likely be reduced to rubble. As Du Yuan absorbed her words, he suddenly took a deep breath. Connecting the dots. First-time alchemy, 5th rank? He swallowed hard, tentatively asking Xia Qingyue, "Could it be that young Master Chen is the one you speak of?" Xia Qingyue pursed her lips tightly and nodded. "This?" Du Yuan's body trembled, quickly approaching Lu Wu. "Sect leader, this is unacceptable. It is far too dangerous." "Fear not. I shall oversee everything." Lu Wu raised his hand, interrupting Du Yuan to prevent him from dampening Chen Qing's enthusiasm while also mentally preparing for the possibility of an explosion. He certainly did not wish for the alchemy pavilion to be truly reduced to ashes. Chen Qing was well aware of the concerns held by the three and did not rush to engage in a verbal dispute. Firmly believing that actions held more weight than words, he methodically introduced the herbs into the cauldron, guiding the flames of the spirit wood with his spiritual energy to commence the melting of the herbs. Initially, Du Yuan shared the same apprehension as Xia Qingyue and Lu Wu regarding Chen Qing's first attempt at alchemy potentially leading to an accident. However, as time passed, Du Yuan began to sense something amiss. Chen Qing's alchemical techniques were far beyond those of a novice. His methods were astoundingly adept. The timing and control of the flames were executed to perfection. Simply observing Chen Qing's process proved immensely enlightening for Du Yuan, who felt a breakthrough approaching in the bottleneck that had plagued him for years. Marvelous. Truly marvelous. Du Yuan could not help but exclaim in admiration. Marvelous? The term left Xia Qingyue and Lu Wu bewildered as they struggled to grasp the significance. Before Xia Qingyue could process the situation, Du Yuan turned to her with an expression of excitement, urgently confirming, "Your Highness, are you certain that young Master Chen is indeed attempting alchemy for the first time?" "Yes." He himself stated that he had never concocted elixirs prior to this, Xia Qingyue affirmed, not believing that Chen Qing would deceive her. She then inquired, "Is there a problem?" "Forgive my candor, but young Master Chen's proficiency in alchemy has likely surpassed mine several times over. This is not a mere first attempt. He is evidently a titan within the realm of alchemy." Du Yuan spoke earnestly from the depths of his heart. A titan within the realm of alchemy? Xia Qingyue understood the profound weight of such a statement coming from a 5th-rank alchemist. This was the first time she had witnessed Du Yuan hold anyone in such high esteem. Ignoring their conversation, Chen Qing focused on the cauldron, observing as the impurities of the herbs were entirely reduced to ashes, leaving only droplets of shimmering golden liquid that resembled liquid gold. Chen Qing decisively added more spirit wood to intensify the flames. When the opportune moment arrived, he shouted, "Congeal." In the next instant, a searing white wave of energy erupted from the cauldron, accompanied by a rich fragrance of herbs. A mere whiff invigorated the senses, filling one with vitality. "It's done. It's done. The elixir has successfully congealed." Du Yuan's excitement surpassed even his own experience in crafting a 5th-rank elixir. After all, he had just witnessed the birth of a historical moment, a legend. A 5th-rank alchemist of such youth was unprecedented, a sight never before seen. Successfully congealed? Xia Qingyue's expression was one of disbelief. To concoct a 5th-rank elixir on one's first attempt, what remarkable talent must that entail within the alchemical community? As the smoke dissipated, Du Yuan swiftly moved ahead of the others, hastening to Chen Qing's side. "May I inquire, young Master Chen, how many elixirs have you successfully concocted?" Du Yuan calculated that, given the herbs utilized, he would have managed to create at least 3 5th-rank elixirs himself. Chen Qing opened his palm, revealing 7 gleaming elixirs floating above, radiating golden light. Could this be the elixir patterns? Du Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment as he recognized the shimmering patterns on the elixirs. Upon further inspection, he was certain that these were indeed elixir patterns. Elixir quality is typically categorized into 4 grades: upper, middle, lower, and exceptional, with an additional classification known as elixir patterns, which often signifies the highest quality achievable by an elixir. With the same quantity of herbs, not only did Chen Qing produce double the number of elixirs, but all were of the elixir pattern grade. Du Yuan felt his pride as an alchemist being ruthlessly trampled upon. He comprehended the truth of there are always greater talents beyond the horizon. Indeed, as the saying goes, generations of talent arise, each leading the way for centuries. As the conversation unfolded, Du Yuan suddenly inhaled sharply, bending over to closely inspect the handful of elixirs in Chen Qing's grasp. Astonishment washed over him. No, this cannot be. This is not a 5th grade pill. It is a 6th grade elixir. A 6th grade? Both Xia Qingyue and Lu Wu exclaimed in unison, their faces betraying their immense astonishment. The mere notion of continuing to amplify the term prodigy seemed insufficient to encapsulate Chen Qing's extraordinary talent. His capabilities, not only universal but also unparalleled, were indeed terrifying. With their limited perspectives, they could scarcely fathom the heights to which Chen Qing might ascend in the future. An emperor? That would be far too modest. Before Xia Qingyue and Lu Wu could fully process the revelation, an event even more astonishing unfolded before their eyes. Du Yuan, taking 2 steps back towards Chen Qing, knelt without hesitation and bowed deeply, beseeching, I implore you, Master Chen, please accept me as your disciple. At that moment, Du Yuan had never been so completely convinced by anyone as he was now. He firmly believed that if he could become Chen Qing's apprentice and absorb even a fraction of his wisdom, his own future might one day align with the title of Supreme. Master Du, please rise. I have only just begun my journey into the art of alchemy, and there are matters I have yet to comprehend myself. How could I possibly take on a disciple and lead them astray? Chen Qing's words were eloquent, yet they merely masked his desire to avoid the hassle. Of course, had Xia Qingyue made such a request, he would have readily acquiesced. As for Du Yuan, being a stranger, he felt it best to decline. Before Du Yuan could speak, Chen Qing added, however, if Master Du wishes to exchange insights on alchemical experiences, I am always open to such discussions. Absolutely, absolutely. With Chen Qing's invitation laid bare, even Du Yuan, no matter how shameless, could not press further. The prospect of exchanging knowledge with Chen Qing was appealing. Perhaps, in time, a genuine mentorship could blossom. Subsequently, Chen Qing approached Xia Qingyue, offering her the elixirs he held. My lady, please consume these pills and refine them. I shall protect you as you cultivate. Very well. Xia Qingyue did not contemplate refusing Chen Qing's kindness, fearing that such an act might create distance between them. Indeed, even she had to concede that the closeness she felt with Chen Qing was undeniable. Seeing that Chen Qing intended to safeguard Xia Qingyue during her cultivation, Lu Wu shared a knowing glance with Du Yuan. Understanding the unspoken cue, Du Yuan complied, and they departed the alchemy chamber together. As the door to the alchemy room gradually closed, only Xia Qingyue and Chen Qing remained within. Unable to contain herself, Xia Qingyue asked, Husband, do you not think you are exceedingly generous towards me? Am I not allowed to be good to my only wife? Chen Qing countered. That may not be the case. There are countless beautiful women in this world, and you may yet encounter other cherished companions, Xia Qingyue replied, her heart unexpectedly heavy at the thought. In the Dawu dynasty, it was commonplace for noble families to have multiple wives and concubines. Xia Qingyue had always believed she could handle such matters with grace. If Chen Qing chose to marry others, even if it meant relegating her to a lesser position, it would not trouble her. Yet, upon envisioning such a scenario, a smile faded from her face, and a weight settled in her heart. I have but one wife, and that is sufficient, Chen Qing declared, gently taking Xia Qingyue's hand, his gaze filled with unwavering sincerity. Locking eyes with Chen Qing's steadfast and earnest expression, Xia Qingyue felt a flicker of brilliance in her own. Blushing, she quickly averted her gaze and murmured, let us, cultivate. Indeed, Chen Qing replied with a tender smile, his eyes brimming with affection. Then, Xia Qingyue settled into a cross-legged position, taking one of the elixirs Chen Qing had personally refined and placing it in her mouth to begin her refinement. As the elixir dissolved, a notification flashed before Chen Qing's eyes. Wife-pampering successful. Congratulations, host, you have received a random reward. Supreme Bone 1. Supreme Bone. Chen Qing understood all too well that possessing such a bone signified the potential to become a supreme powerhouse, greatly accelerating one's cultivation speed. Moreover, each supreme bone contained a unique treasure technique. The rarity of supreme bones was legendary, often appearing alongside the birth of a child, regarded as a blessing from the heavens. When discovered, if the family possessed strength, they would rise in stature. If they were ordinary, they risked having their bones forcibly extracted, stripping them of their innate gifts. The history of such occurrences was littered with countless bloody conflicts. Chen Qing was quite pleased with this reward. He clicked to select and fuse, eager to uncover the unique treasure technique contained within. Fusing Supreme Bone, fusion successful. In the next moment, a technique titled 10,000 Dragon Spear Technique materialized in Chen Qing's mind. This technique had no upper limit. With each layer of cultivation advanced, one could unleash the power of a dragon. 10,000 layers would yield the might of 10,000 dragons. As he pondered the potential of the 10,000 Dragon Spear Technique, Chen Qing felt only two words resonate within him: monstrous. He yearned to cultivate it to the 10th layer, eager to witness the astonishing spectacle of wielding the power of 10,000 dragons in a single strike. While he envisioned the future, the system prompted him once more, revealing that Xia Qingwei had begun to refine her second elixir. Wife-Pampering successful. Congratulations, host. You have received a random reward. Heavenly Grade Supreme Technique, Heaven-Slaying Sword. No further investigation was necessary. Just the mention of a Heavenly Grade Supreme Technique alongside the name Heaven-Slaying Sword was enough for Chen Qing to grasp its immense power. Coupled with the 10,000 Sword Saint body, the might of this sword would be exponentially magnified. As Xia Qingyue's refining pace accelerated, the rewards Chen Qing received multiplied. Wife-Pampering successful. Congratulations, host. You have received a random reward. Heart-Guarding Mirror X10. Heart-Guarding Mirror can withstand 10 fatal blows. Even an Emperor's strike could be deflected without harm. Such an item was of little use to Chen Qing, who possessed an indestructible body, yet he contemplated bestowing it upon his father, Chen Xiong, or his wife. Xia Qingwei. Wife-Pampering successful. Congratulations, host, you have received a random reward. Insight 500. How much? Chen Qing nearly lost his composure, but thankfully managed to stifle his excitement. The number 500, coupled with the term insight, truly ignited his passion. The higher the insight, the more adept he would be at mastering top-tier techniques, such as the Heaven-Slaying Sword and the 10,000 Dragon Spear Technique. Wife-Pampering successful. Congratulations, host. You have received a random reward. Shadow Puppets X10 000. The reward of Shadow Puppets was something Chen Qing could never have too much of. The more, the merrier. Meanwhile, as they reveled in their fortune, a spy from the dynasty returned to the imperial palace, determined to report all that had transpired within the Qingcheng sect to the sovereign. Chapter 42. I will never fail you. Upon entering the imperial study, the spy immediately knelt and bowed, greeting the sovereign. The martial emperor Xia Cheng frowned slightly, having just seen another spy arrive shortly after the last had departed. He set down the pen he had been using to review documents and inquired, "Has something occurred at the Qingcheng sect? Your Majesty, news has spread among various powerful factions, including the top 10 sects, that Lord Chun and Her Highness the Princess have awakened their extraordinary talents, prompting a flurry of attempts to recruit them." Upon hearing this, Xia Cheng's furrowed brow relaxed, for he had anticipated such events. He understood that the awakening of Chen Qing and Xia Qingyue's top-tier talents could not remain a secret. In this world, there exists no impenetrable wall. Once those sects learned the truth, they would undoubtedly vie fiercely to bring the two into their ranks. Xia Cheng wished for Chen Qing and Xia Qingyue to join the royal family's sect and serve the imperial lineage. Yet he was painfully aware that the Great Wu lacked the authority to retain them. Forcing their stay would only squander the unparalleled gifts of Chen Qing and Xia Qingyue. Thus, rather than attempting to control them, Xia Cheng was more curious about which faction they would ultimately choose to align with. Report to His Majesty. Lord Chun and Her Highness the Princess have not joined any faction, the spy responded. Not joined. Those sects are unlikely to relent, are they? Xia Cheng expressed his concern that this might incite conflict, potentially endangering Xia Qingyue. He knew well that these sects would not easily let such prodigies slip through their fingers. Should another sect entice them away, it would shatter the delicate equilibrium that had long been established. Your Majesty, Lord Chun has singularly subdued all the sects that came, compelling them to swear an oath of allegiance to the heavenly way, vowing never to betray him for eternity, the spy disclosed. Even having witnessed it firsthand, Xia Cheng found it hard to believe when the words left the spy's lips. You are not deceiving me, he exclaimed, rising from his throne, shaken by the revelation. Suspecting the spy had lost his wits to joke in such a manner. This is what I have witnessed, word for word, with no embellishment. May your Majesty discern the truth. To bolster his credibility, the spy swore by the heavenly way, declaring that should he utter a single falsehood, he would perish on the spot. Once the spy rendered his oath and nothing untoward occurred, Xia Cheng could no longer doubt him. In the Tianxian continent, none dared to jest with the heavenly way, not even the emperors. All 10 powerful sects have submitted to him, Xia Cheng reconfirmed. Indeed, all 10 sects, without exception. The spy nodded emphatically. Afterward, Xia Cheng pressed the spy for further details regarding the entire incident. The spy, not daring to conceal anything, recounted every aspect truthfully. I understand. You may withdraw. Report to me with any further news at any time. Yes, I take my leave. Once the spy departed, Xia Qing remained alone in the imperial study, weighed down by heavy thoughts. Demon Emperor's spirit pet, top-tier heavenly root, 18 years old and at the spirit separation realm. He repeated these phrases to himself. Despite Chen Qing having demonstrated through his actions that he had no intentions of usurping the Xia royal family's control over the Great Wu dynasty, the power he exhibited filled Xia Qing with dread, and he could not shake his unease. He worried that if Chen Qing continued to grow boundlessly, would he still remain as steadfast towards Xia Qingwei as he was now? On the other side, as a father, Chen Xiong had learned of the happenings within the Qingsheng sect through the spies he had placed there. Unlike Xia Qing, a broad grin nearly split Chen Xiong's face as he joyously exclaimed, "Good, good indeed. An 18-year-old spirit separation realm master, not only possessing a top-tier heavenly lightning root, but also having tamed a demon emperor's spirit pet. My precious son is truly unparalleled." Chen Xiong no longer questioned Chen Qing's decisions. If the Chen family truly sought rebellion, why would they need an army of 100,000 cavalry? Given the current situation, it seemed that a mere word from Chen Qing would compel Xia Qing to relinquish the throne willingly. Any negligence could lead to the demise of not just the Xia royal family, but the entirety of the Great Wu dynasty. Although he did not know when Chen Qing had grown to such a terrifying stature, it mattered little. Chen Xiong felt immense pride. He mused that he must have accumulated considerable virtue in a past life to deserve such a remarkable son. The more he contemplated, the more his heart swelled with joy. In his elation, he generously rewarded the entire household, inviting them to share in his happiness. Back at the Qingqing sect, success in pampering my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, a top-tier heavenly artifact, the Jinshin stone. Xia Qingwei had already refined the last 6th grade elixir, elevating her cultivation to the pinnacle of the foundation establishment realm, just a step away from the golden core realm. Chen Qing could only marvel at her cultivation speed, which truly befits the Destined Empress. If he were not utilizing his advantages, he would undoubtedly be left in her dust. Fortunately, she was not his enemy, but rather his beloved wife. "My lady, how does it feel to embark upon the path of cultivation?" Chen Qing inquired as he observed Xia Qingyue's eyes, now sharper and more spirited than ever. "It feels extraordinary. I feel as though I have been reborn. My rapid advancement in cultivation is entirely thanks to my husband's elixirs." Xia Qingyue spoke with genuine gratitude, not mere pleasantry. Unbeknownst to her, the benefits Chen Qing reaped were far beyond the reach of the 7 elixirs. Merely having high cultivation was insufficient to establish herself among the cultivators. His wife still required a powerful technique. Chen Qing felt it was time to bestow upon Xia Qingwei the Ice Heaven profound skill. He was eager to discover what quality of reward he would receive for gifting a heavenly tier technique. "A powerful technique," Xia Qingwei remarked. "I have already cultivated the Aoshi 9 Lotus technique to the 1st level." "Not enough." Chen Qing raised his hand, his fingertip gently touching Xia Qingyue's brow. "Not enough?" Before Xia Qingwei could comprehend the meaning behind his words, she felt a surge of unfamiliar memories flood into her mind. It was a technique. A heavenly tier inferior technique known as the Ice Heaven profound skill. Heavenly tier technique. Xia Qingyue's face was one of disbelief, unable to fathom that Chen Qing had gifted her such a precious technique. No amount of words could express the sincerity of one's actions. The better Chen Qing treated Xia Qingwei, the more guilt she felt. After contemplating for a while, she suddenly clenched her fist, determination etched on her face as she proclaimed, "I, Qingwei, shall never betray you in this life. If anyone dares to bully my husband, I shall be the first to object. Then, I shall rely on my lady to protect me. You must strive to grow stronger," Chen Qing replied with a smile, feeling he had taken another significant step closer to the realm of emperors. "Absolutely. I shall begin my training at once." Without delay, Xia Qingwei closed her eyes to absorb the Ice Heaven profound skill that Chen Qing had imparted to her. Meanwhile, Chen Qing summoned the system panel, preparing to draw his rewards. Chapter 43, 10 consecutive draws. Success in pampering my wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, the Heavenly Demon Sacred Body. Once again, a sacred body. Chen Qing first checked the ranking of the Heavenly Demon Sacred Body among the 3,000 physiques, discovering it was significantly higher than the 17th rank of the 10,000 Sword Sacred Body, placing it at 11th rank, just a step away from the top 10 Supreme Sacred Bodies. Next, Chen Qing examined the effects of the Heavenly Demon Sacred Body. In addition to enhancing cultivation, physique, and bone structure, the Heavenly Demon Sacred Body would grow stronger alongside its wielder, transforming into an external Tao body of unlimited size. An external Tao body, the ability to increase strength and size without limits. This aspect was particularly enticing to Chen Qing, as he combined the 2 sacred bodies within him. He could not help but envision what it would be like to one day possess all 3,000 physiques together. Closing the system panel, he glanced at Xia Qingwei, who was now enveloped in an aura of coldness, her presence exuding an impenetrable barrier as she diligently cultivated the ice heaven profound skill. Drawing slightly nearer, a delicate layer of frost enveloped the surroundings, its chill piercing to the bone. Observing this, Chen Qing pondered that since he had nothing else to occupy his time, it would be a splendid opportunity to refine all the medicinal materials within this alchemy chamber into pills, thereby presenting them to Xia Qingwei for her cultivation, while simultaneously accruing a substantial reward for his devotion to her. Without further ado, he sprang into action. The cabinets of herbs swung open, and a torrent of medicinal herbs flowed towards the alchemical furnace like a myriad of streams. If Du Yuan, the chief alchemist of the Qingcheng sect, had been present, he would undoubtedly have been left agape, for in his understanding, the simultaneous refinement of two distinct pills was an unheard-of notion, akin to a fantastical tale. Moreover, Chen Qing was currently refining no fewer than 7 or 8 varieties of pills at once. Were it not for the limited capacity of the furnace, he would not have hesitated to concoct a dozen different pills simultaneously. The combination of his profound understanding and the skills of a 9th-grade supreme alchemist rendered this endeavor a trivial matter for Chen Qing. Little did he know, however, that if the Alchemist Alliance were to learn of this, it would create a significant ideological upheaval for those alchemists still adhering to traditional methods, leaving them in existential doubt. In their perspective, pills ought to be refined one at a time. The mere thought of concocting 2 or even multiple varieties simultaneously was unthinkable. A slight miscalculation in the refinement of even a single type could lead to the destruction of the pill, or worse, an explosion of the furnace. Chen Qing, however, was undeterred as pills continued to emerge in rapid succession. In the deep of night, once Xia Qingwei had cultivated the ice heaven mystique to the second layer and felt she had reached a bottleneck, she decided to take a brief respite. Withdrawing her spiritual energy back to her dantian, she calmed the tumultuous sea of pills within, exhaling a long breath of tranquility, and then slowly opened her eyes. To her astonishment, she beheld a sky full of stars, seemingly within arm's reach. Rubbing her eyes and looking again, she realized that what she thought were stars were, in fact, countless floating pills. There were so many pills that Xia Qingwei could not possibly count them all. She estimated there were at least 1,000, with the lowest grade being 3rd grade and many among them reaching the 6th grade. Notably, every single pill was adorned with vibrant flame-like patterns. "My lady, have you completed your cultivation?" Chen Qing inquired. "I have just finished refining the last batch of pills." At his words, Xia Qingwei turned to see a dazzling array of pills soaring out from the furnace, merging with the sea of pills around them. It was the first time she had heard of or witnessed someone refining multiple types of pills simultaneously. She mused, could such feats be accomplished merely by possessing sufficient strength? Lacking knowledge of alchemy, she refrained from making any presumptuous judgments, replying, "I have cultivated the ice heaven mystique to the 2nd layer, and I feel somewhat fatigued. I wish to take a moment to rest and contemplate how to break through the bottleneck to the 3rd layer. The future is long, my lady. There is no need to rush. Pursuing speed excessively may lead to a perilous path," Chen Qing said. Retrieving a storage bag and drawing in the thousands of pills he had just refined, he then approached Xia Qingwei, taking her hand and placing the storage bag in her palm. "My lady, these pills are for you to use. Once you have exhausted them, I shall refine more for you." "Thank you, my lord." The excitement in Xia Qingwei's heart was plainly visible on her face. She did not refuse Chen Qing's kindness. She understood that to fulfill her earlier promise to him and grow stronger, these pills were indispensable. After storing the bag in her spatial ring, she added, "My lord, I wish to find a suitable location to test the xianxiaaudiobooks lotus technique alongside the ice heaven mystique." "That is quite simple," Chen Qing replied readily. As they left the alchemy chamber, he activated a system panel that only he could perceive, intending to collect the rewards earned from his labor over the past few hours. Wife's devotion successful. Congratulations, host, for receiving a random reward. 3,000 body quality, 10 consecutive draw chances. 3,000 body quality, 10 consecutive draws. Chen Qing felt as though the system had read his thoughts, manifesting precisely what he desired. However, if he could truly wish for anything, he hoped for a grand experience package for attaining the level of an emperor. The system remained silent. As Chen Qing resolved to utilize the 3,000 body quality 10 consecutive draw chances, he caught a glimpse of the alchemist Du Yuan and the sect leader Lu Wu, who had been waiting just outside the door without moving a step. Chen Qing politely declined Lu Wu's suggestion to stay the night, preferring instead to find a location for Xia Qingwei to test her strength. Lu Wu, not wishing to impose, readily acquiesced, while Chen Qing's words were met with respect. Together with Du Yuan, they bowed deeply, declaring, "We bid farewell to our lord." Once Chen Qing and Xia Qingwei soared away on their sword, the two men released a collective sigh of relief, lifting their heads. Shortly thereafter, They arrived at the alchemy chamber, where the scene before them nearly left them speechless. It's all gone? Du Yuan was not lamenting the loss of the materials. Rather, after inspecting the furnace, he found not a shred of residue. In disbelief, he exclaimed, "No residue left behind?" In such a short time, Master Chen actually refined every single medicinal material in this alchemy chamber into pills. What grade does this equate to in the alchemist community? Lu Wu, who had little knowledge of alchemy, asked bluntly. He felt that Chen Qing's alchemical prowess, evidenced by his earlier deftness and the current scene, surely exceeded the 6th grade. I was uncertain before, but now I am quite sure. Master Chen's ability to refine 6th grade pills is solely due to the materials in this chamber being suited for 6th grade refinement, and not a reflection of his limitations. Du Yuan's statement solidified Lu Wu's suspicions. According to Master Du, what grade of alchemist is our lord most likely to be? Lu Wu inquired, curiosity evident in his tone. 9th grade supreme, Du Yuan replied, his expression resolute, devoid of jest, more certain than ever about this assertion. 9 grade supreme. Lu Wu swallowed hard upon hearing Du Yuan's words. A 9th grade supreme alchemist could not be found anywhere in the entire great martial dynasty, nor in the vast lower realms. An 18-year-old 9th grade supreme alchemist, Lu Wu paced back and forth, repeatedly uttering this phrase. Eventually, all his thoughts coalesced into a single sentiment. Truly, he is my lord. Previously, Du Yuan felt it somewhat unreasonable that Lu Wu, a sect leader, would consider someone as a master. However, in this moment, Du Yuan regretted not having prostrated himself faster. He lamented that he had only considered becoming Chen Qing's disciple, never contemplating that he could also serve him as a master. Meanwhile, Chen Qing held Xia Qingyue's slender waist as they soared through the skies on his flying sword, extending his consciousness to cover the land and search for suitable targets to serve as her practice stones. Simultaneously, he accessed the system panel, activating the backpack function and selecting the 3000 body quality 10 consecutive draws. Confirming use. Executing 10 consecutive draws. 10 consecutive draw success. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the Heavenly Blade Body 1. 3000 body quality ranking, 500. 10 consecutive draw success. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the Lightning Body 1. 3000 body quality ranking, 98. 10 consecutive draw success. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the True Phoenix Body 1. 3000 body quality ranking, 14. 10 consecutive draw success. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the Saint Body of 10,000 Poisons 1. 3000 body quality ranking, 10. 10 consecutive draw success. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the Mountain Moving Body 1. 3000 body quality ranking, 800. Overall, the 10 consecutive draws proved advantageous for Chen Qing. He secured 3 bodies within the top 100 and, notably, even drew the 10,000 Poison Supreme Body, which ranked among the top 10. Reaching the pinnacle, all poisons of the world converge into one. With a single breath, one could slay countless beings. Even gods could fall to this venom. Closing the system panel, Chen Qing halted the flying sword, ceasing its advance. Xia Qingyue tilted her head back, gazing at Chen Qing with a look of curiosity. Chen Qing took the initiative to explain, "I have found a worthy opponent for you." Excellent. In her inaugural battle, Xia Qingyue exhibited no trace of fear. Instead, she was filled with exhilaration, her blood surging with anticipation. "If you manage to defeat it, I shall bestow upon you a grand prize to aid you in your ascent to supremacy." The grand prize Chen Qing referred to was a unique constitution. Once extracted, it would be stored within the system's inventory, allowing Chen Qing the choice to bind it to himself or gift it to another. This presented a perfect opportunity to rationalize a method of rewarding Xia Qingyue. It settled then. The fire of battle ignited in Xia Qingyue's eyes, burning brighter than before. Subsequently, Chen Qing guided the flying sword downward. The sword hovered, a mere foot above the ground, and the two descended. Before them lay a cavernous opening. "Your adversary awaits within," Chen Qing gestured. "Very well." Xia Qingyue swallowed hard, inhaled deeply, and, steeling her resolve, strode toward the cave. Simultaneously, her right hand unfurled, quietly manifesting a crystalline ice lotus, palm-sized. Just as she approached the cave entrance, a thunderous roar erupted from the depths, summoning a gale that howled ferociously. Boom! The force of the wind slammed against her, akin to being gently brushed by an unseen hand. A beast? Xia Qingyue's pupils constricted. From the mere sound of the roar, she could envision the colossal creature lurking in the darkness of the cave. It would be a lie to say she felt unperturbed. Yet, with Chen Qing at her back, a wave of reassurance washed over her. Unwilling to disappoint his expectations, her gaze transformed, steely with determination. Then came the sound of heavy footsteps and low growls drawing nearer. In the next moment, a gigantic bear appeared before Xia Qingyue, towering like a small mountain. She had to tilt her head back to its utmost limit to catch a glimpse of its face. The massive bear extended its dark claws, swinging a paw toward Xia Qingwei with lethal intent. Reacting swiftly, she unleashed the ice lotus in her grasp, striking the bear's paw directly. Instantly, the ice seemed to possess a life of its own, rapidly spreading and enveloping the bear's entire arm in an icy grip. The bear swung its paw, crashing it against the cave wall in a desperate bid to shatter the frost. Little did it know that while it might break the surface ice, it could not dispel the cold that had already infiltrated its flesh, reaching its very tendons and marrow. Soon, the entire limb became unresponsive, blossoming with ice flowers from within, breaking through the skin, with blood flowing forth only to freeze once more. Roar! The bear emitted a heart-wrenching howl. Excellent. It's effective. Seizing her moment, Xia Qingwei evaded the bear's attack, summoning more ice lotuses to launch at the colossal beast. One after another, the ice lotuses struck true, and as the frigid aura permeated deeper, the bear's body became a canvas of ice flowers, even sprouting from its eyes, mouth, and ears. Not only that, but within the unseen depths of its organs, meridians, and bones, the same chilling fate awaited. This method of attack is rather artistic, Chen Qing murmured, observing the bear, which had been completely encrusted in ice, its cultivation spanning a century. He had initially thought this bear would provide Xia Qingwei ample opportunity to hone her skills. Yet it turned out to be a one-sided massacre, a term that would not be an exaggeration. Is this truly the Destined Empress? At merely the pinnacle of the Foundation establishment stage, her prowess was astounding. Chen Qing could not help but wonder how terrifying her strength would become when she ascended to greater heights. Dearest, I have won. Xia Qingwei exhaled a sigh of relief, returning to Chen Qing with a beaming smile, her expression reminiscent of a child who had accomplished a good deed, eagerly awaiting praise from an elder. My lady, you are truly remarkable. Chen Qing raised his hand, gently ruffling her hair. I am not a child, Xia Qingwei retorted, though a smile danced at the corners of her lips. The acknowledgement from Chen Qing filled her with genuine joy. Without further ado, Chen Qing decided to reward her as promised. He pretended to tap her brow with his fingertip while simultaneously opening the system panel and selecting True Phoenix Body. Would you like to bind the True Phoenix Body to the target, Xia Qingwei? Yes. Binding in progress, binding successful. After much deliberation, Chen Qing deemed the True Phoenix Body most fitting. As for the earlier mentioned Supreme Poison Body, he intended to reserve it for himself, having already bound it in advance. This is the Sacred Body, the True Phoenix Sacred Body. I have actually awakened a Sacred Body. Overwhelmed with excitement, Xia Qingwei soon realized, wait. This Sacred Body was bestowed upon me by you, my dear. Indeed, Chen Qing affirmed with a nod. Hearing his response, Xia Qingwei was momentarily taken aback. It was the first time she had heard of a Sacred Body being gifted. She could not help but ponder the true nature of her husband. Dearest, you have been so incredibly kind to me. I truly do not know how to repay you. Xia Qingwei understood the significance of a sacred body, a treasure coveted by many yet unattainable in a lifetime. At this point, Xia Qingwei even began to suspect that her own awakening of a top-tier spiritual root was intricately tied to Chen Qing. After all, how could she have coincidentally awakened such a premier talent? The more she thought about it, the greater her sense of indebtedness to Chen Qing grew. She felt as though accepting his kindness without reciprocation weighed heavily on her conscience. Does my lady truly wish to do something for me? Chen Qing saw through Xia Qingwei's thoughts, recognizing her reluctance to voice it. After all, as the destined heroine, such behavior was understandable. Xia Qingwei nodded gently. Her fair cheeks flushed. Chapter 45. Please close your eyes, my dear. May I request a kiss? Chen Qing did not beat around the bush, nor did he rush to seize the moment. For an ordinary woman, this might be acceptable, but as a villain aiming to win over the Destined Empress, he naturally had to proceed with caution. Once this door was opened, many matters would become significantly easier in the future. As the saying goes, 1 leads to 2, and 2 leads to 3. A kiss? Xia Qingwei's beautiful eyes sparkled, her heart brimming with shyness that she could not conceal. Though she had anticipated such a request from Chen Qing, she found herself blushing profusely, akin to a ripened fruit, as if a gentle squeeze would release its juices. While contemplating whether this request was perhaps too hasty, Xia Qingwei's voice, softer than silk, broke through her thoughts. You close your eyes. Success. Just follow your lady's lead. Chen Qing acquiesced, standing still as he slowly closed his eyes. After a moment, he felt a soft pressure against his right cheek. That's enough. Xia Qingwei's voice had grown even lighter than before. Chen Qing opened his eyes, his fingers brushing the spot where Xia Qingwei had just kissed him. I thought, what did you think? Nothing. Observing Xia Qingwei's shy demeanor, Chen Qing understood that merely kissing her cheek had already required considerable resolve. If he were to request a kiss on the lips, she would likely be so flustered that she would become tongue-tied or frozen in place. Meanwhile, Xia Qingwei, though Chen Qing had not explicitly stated it, had already connected the dots to what he wished to convey. Should she be vague? Even though Xia Qingyue was currently overwhelmed with embarrassment, Chen Qing had not made his intentions clear, leaving her with the option to proceed as she wished. However, the thought of Chen Qing, who even now continues to consider her feelings, coupled with the countless lavish gifts he bestows upon her without a hint of reserve, fills Xia Qingyue with a profound sense of guilt. Upon this realization, she also acknowledges that merely kissing his cheek feels rather juvenile. Furthermore, the bond they share is that of a married couple. Indeed, between him and her lies a marital relationship, and it is entirely natural for spouses to kiss. This is a matter of course, devoid of any reason for shyness. Xia Qingyue finds a point of persuasion within herself, before convincing others. She has first persuaded her own heart. Husband, please, close your eyes once more. Again? Just as he was about to summon the system panel to check on the rewards for gifting the holy body. Chen Qing is taken aback by these words from Xia Qingyue. Alright. Before he could comprehend the situation, he followed Xia Qingyue's instruction and closed his eyes. This time, the familiar softness conveyed through their lips enveloped him. Chen Qing opened his eyes, surprise etched upon his face. Madam, the hour grows late. We should return swiftly. Xia Qingyue raised her hand, her voice trembling slightly, interrupting Chen Qing's words. She felt that continuing this conversation would compel her to seek a hiding place until she regained her composure. No crevice? Then she would simply dig one. For a cultivator of her caliber, it would not be a daunting task. Observing Xia Qingyue's enchanting and endearing demeanor, Chen Qing suddenly felt that embarking on a journey through life with such a woman, sharing the splendor of the future, was indeed a splendid choice. Leave? You shall not. Chen Qing had barely begun to speak when voices from the side interrupted. Xia Qingyue quickly regained her composure, her gaze shifting to one of coldness. Following the sound, 7 or 8 disciples clad in training garb emerged from behind the trees, brandishing swords and blades. Beautiful one. Surrender the techniques you just employed and imprint a slave seal upon yourself for this young master, and your life shall be spared, declared their leader, revealing a pressure of the golden core realm that loomed over Xia Qingyue. He discerned her to be merely at the peak of the foundation establishment stage. And with their numbers, he was emboldened to covet the earth-grade techniques she possessed. As for Chen Qing, a weakling who could only hide behind a woman when faced with demonic beasts, he was hardly worth his attention. Under the cover of his divine sense, Chen Qing had already detected this group. He just hadn't anticipated that they would not merely pass by, but would also dare to covet his woman. As he raised his hand, a colossal hand, spanning several dozen feet, emerged from the void, its mere existence forcing the disciples to their knees. As if rooted to the ground, the divine sense realm. The leading disciple gasped in shock, unable to fathom that the seemingly delicate man before him was, in fact, a master of the divine sense realm. Just as he wished to plead for mercy, he witnessed the massive hand descending upon them. Everything transpired too swiftly, leaving them no opportunity to beg for mercy or to defend themselves. The entire group, along with the surrounding trees, was obliterated beneath that colossal hand, reduced to mere dust, leaving behind a palm imprint several feet deep. Xia Qingyue stood to the side, looking down in astonishment at Chen Qing's formidable power, with just a casual strike. He had wrought such terrifying destruction. Her gaze towards him now held a hint of admiration. It is often said that heroes find it difficult to resist the allure of beauty. Xia Qingyue privately believed that swapping the positions of the words hero and beauty would be equally valid. Subsequently, the shadow puppet they had dispatched returned to Chen Qing's shadow, emerging in a kneeling posture with 7 storage bags presented in both hands. Chen Qing glanced at Xia Qingyue, wanting to ask if she wished to open the blind bags. Xia Qingyue vigorously shook her head, her entire being radiating refusal. Chen Qing understood that she still bore the psychological shadow from their last experience with a storage bag. Very well, I shall take care of it, he said, not pressing the matter. With a flick of his hand, the 7 storage bags floated into the air, and he opened them himself. Pills, spirit stones, jewelry, and weapons drifted out. While Chen Qing naturally had little interest in pills, spirit stones, or jewelry, one particular item caught his attention, a scroll of parchment that resembled a map. He raised his hand, and the parchment flew into his grasp. Untying the red string, he unfurled the parchment, and indeed, it was a map. Heavenly Origin Secret Realm? Based on the location, it seems to be exactly where we are now. Xia Qingyue leaned in to observe, reaching this conclusion. Chen Qing then turned towards the bear cave, chuckling. No wonder these fellows appeared in such a place. The entrance to that secret realm lies within this cave. Madam, shall we venture inside? Chen Qing entrusted the decision to Xia Qingyue. Secret realms are rare and often conceal immense opportunities. Such chances must not be squandered. Xia Qingyue's attitude was unmistakably clear. She did not wish to waste this fortuitous opportunity that had presented itself. All right, let us not delay. We must set off quickly to avoid further interruptions. Chen Qing had yet to explore a secret realm and was curious about what wonders it might hold. Good, Xia Qingwei agreed. And the two proceeded into the depths of the cave, their figures gradually disappearing into the darkness. Relying on his divine sense, they navigated through the cave effortlessly, despite the complete absence of light. Soon, they reached the innermost part of the cave. Before them stood a tall black stone tablet, with no other paths in sight. With his discerning eye, Chen Qing clearly saw an array inscribed upon the stone tablet. He unleashed a thread of spiritual energy, activating the array, which materialized into a luminous blue diagram. Instantly, a swirling portal opened up. Entering this door will lead us to the heavenly origin secret realm, Chen Qing explained. Taking a deep breath, Xia Qingwei looked at him with unwavering determination. Husband, I am ready. Seeing Chen Qing's hand raised, Xia Qingwei understood and placed her hand atop his. Chen Qing gently intertwined his fingers with hers. Although Xia Qingwei felt shy, she mimicked his actions, locking their fingers together. Together, the two stepped into the portal. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves in another world, still nestled within a forest. The difference was that the spiritual energy here was far more abundant than in the outside realm. What rich spiritual energy! Xia Qingwei clearly noticed this. Sensing that cultivation here would significantly enhance her progress. Let us seek opportunities first. Once we find them, we can cultivate at our leisure, Chen Qing articulated his plan. I will follow your lead, husband, Xia Qingwei acknowledged, fully aware that in unfamiliar territory, listening to the strong was undoubtedly wise. As they explored, Chen Qing expanded the range of his divine sense to its maximum, ensuring that not even the slightest breeze or rustle escaped his notice. Confirming that there were no dangers in the vicinity, Chen Qing summoned the system panel, noting the persistent red indicating that his reward for pampering his wife remained unclaimed. Wife pampering successful. Congratulations, host, for receiving a random reward. 10 insight opportunities. Insight opportunities? Chen Qing understood the concept of insight but was uncertain whether the system's interpretation aligned with his own understanding. After reviewing the detailed description, he realized just how extraordinary these insight opportunities were. Using one not only allowed for the immediate mastery of any grade of technique to its utmost perfection, but also facilitated breakthroughs and the ability to challenge bottlenecks. Moreover, they could be utilized to cultivate a personal, exclusive technique tailored to one's circumstances, with various methods of application, boundless in potential. In critical moments, they could prove immensely valuable. Continue to explore further. Successful in pampering the wife. Congratulations, host, for receiving a random reward, a heaven-grade exquisite divine weapon, the Emperor's Spear. A heaven-grade weapon, and an exquisite one at that. Crucially, it is a spear, perfectly complementing the unique treasure technique Chen Qing previously acquired from the Supreme Bone, the 10,000 Dragon Spear technique. Chen Qing was quite pleased with these two rewards. Shutting the system panel, his attention was soon drawn to other matters, a vast expanse of high-grade herbs, all at least of the third rank. My goodness, truly, this secret realm is remarkable, brimming with such abundant spiritual herbs. Upon officially embarking on the path of cultivation, what once appeared ordinary to Xia Qingwei now shimmered with vitality. Indeed, there is an abundance, Chen Qing concurred. At a glance, those unaware might mistake them for mere weeds. Husband, let us hastily split up and gather these herbs. With these, you should be able to concoct quite a number of elixirs, Xia Qingwei suggested. Chen Qing nodded in agreement. Husband, your hand, Xia Qingwei softly reminded. Hand. Upon hearing her words, Chen Qing belatedly realized that since entering the secret realm, his hand had remained intertwined with Xia Qingwei's. It is a rare opportunity to hold my wife's hand. I truly loathe to let go, Chen Qing sighed. It's not that exaggerated. If you wish to hold my hand, you may do so at any time, Xia Qingwei replied, following Chen Qing's lead. It's a promise, Chen Qing seized the opportunity. Eagerly agreeing. Xia Qingwei felt an inexplicable unease but could not articulate it, so she chose not to dwell on it and began busily gathering herbs, placing them into her spatial ring. Observing this, Chen Qing joined in. The spiritual herbs were exceedingly delicate and required careful handling. Meanwhile, outside, at Demang Mountain, Hu Yifeng raised his hands, gently lowering them to his dantian, stabilizing his breath. After a day of diligent cultivation, he believed he had reaped substantial rewards. Opening the system panel, he noted that his daily sign-in count had been updated, praying fervently that he would not sign in for those dreadful techniques that required self-harm for power. With that thought, he cast a disdainful glance at the discarded sunflower scripture in the corner. He then raised his hand and clicked the sign-in button. Signing in. Hu Yifeng quickly closed his eyes. After a long moment, he cautiously opened them, and a line of text gradually became clear before him. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, for receiving a Death Soldier 1. A Death Soldier. Hu Yifeng certainly knew what a Death Soldier was, but he harbored other concerns. He clicked to view the details, eager to confirm. Upon discerning the results, he let out a long sigh of relief, exclaiming, I didn't expect it to be a death soldier with peak strength in the out-of-body realm. Excellent. This is even stronger than my current abilities. Hu Yifeng was acutely aware of the influence possessed by out-of-body realm cultivators within the Great Martial Dynasty. Some sect leaders might not even be as formidable as the death soldier in his possession. With this thought, Hu Yifeng's spirits soared. What a pity. The quantity is a bit limited. If I could sign in for hundreds or even thousands of such death soldiers, wouldn't I be invincible? At the very least, I could establish a top-tier force. With his cultivation steadily improving and various extraordinary rewards accrued daily through sign-ins, Hu Yifeng felt that when the day arrived for him to emerge from seclusion, he would undoubtedly astonish the world. Unbeknownst to him, his arch-rival Chen Qing had already signed in for 20,000 such death soldiers, and the number only continued to grow. While Hu Yifeng reveled in his fortune and resumed his cultivation, eagerly anticipating what powerful rewards he would sign in for the next day, Chen Qing and Xia Qingwei had already harvested every visible herb in sight. Who would have thought there would be so many? Xia Qingwei rejoiced, grateful that she was now a cultivator. Had she been in her previous frail state, she likely would have been utterly exhausted. You've worked hard, my lady. Here, have some fruit to replenish your energy. Chen Qing offered her a pear-shaped fruit. What a beautiful fruit. Xia Qingwei, disregarding its origin, took a sniff. It was fragrant and took a bite. It was both crisp and sweet. Though small, the fruit was incredibly juicy. With each bite, it burst with flavor. Within a few bites, Xia Qingwei had devoured it entirely. Wait, why do I feel like I cannot describe this sensation? After finishing the fruit, a surge of energy coursed through her body, amplifying her strength considerably. Husband, what exactly is this fruit? Xia Qingwei could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired. Longevity fruit. Chen Qing replied. Longevity fruit. Could it be that the energy surging within me is life force? Xia Qingwei suddenly realized. Indeed, Chen Qing nodded. Consuming one of these longevity fruits can extend your life by a century. It can extend life by 100 years with just one fruit. Xia Qingwei exclaimed, her eyes wide. How many people spend their entire lives seeking methods of longevity, only to achieve it so effortlessly with a single fruit? This is something Xia Qingwei had never anticipated. Husband, why didn't you mention this sooner? Such a precious item should not be used merely to quench thirst. Xia Qingwei suddenly grasped the significance. Actually, it's not that precious. If you feel thirsty, I have plenty more. Chen Qing casually produced a dozen more longevity fruits. Xia Qingwei had intended to say something, but upon seeing the fruits capable of extending life by thousands of years, she was at a loss for words. Successful in pampering the wife. Congratulations, host, for receiving a random reward, 100 longevity fruits. Well, now there are even more, Chen Qing silently grumbled. No, it's unnecessary. I am not thirsty now, and my lifespan is sufficient. You should keep them, Xia Qingwei politely declined. The longevity fruit, which could extend life by 100 years, was already overwhelming for her to consume even one. All right, I shall keep them. If you wish for more, I will have plenty, Chen Qing assured her. Without a hint of boasting, for he indeed had more than enough. Xia Qingwei forced a smile. She wished to say more, but she noticed Chen Qing's expression suddenly shift, his gaze sharpening, causing her to tremble. With a swift motion, he grasped something small and black in his hand, a slender black snake with emerald green eyes. The black snake opened its mouth and exhaled a cloud of dark mist, which enveloped Chen Qing's face. Following this, a chilling voice echoed. You have fallen victim to my heart-eating poison. If you wish to live, you must obediently follow my instructions. Chapter 47. A commendable technique. It belongs to me now. Chen Qing paid no heed to the sinister, aged voice. With a firm grip, he crushed the black snake's emerald eyes, causing it to perish instantly. You possess a great deal of audacity, daring to slay my carefully nurtured spiritual pet. The elder's displeasure was palpable, etched across his face. However, he quickly regained his composure, reasoning that it was only natural for Chen Qing to harbor resentment. After all, how many people relished being deceived? A mere spiritual pet was trivial enough, if need be. He could simply cultivate another in the future. The elder then contemplated how to extract as many benefits as possible from Chen Qing. Thus, he spoke, young man. I am quite interested in the longevity fruits you possess. Hand them over. Noting Chen Qing's indifference to his words, the elder continued, you are afflicted with heart-eating poison, and only I possess the antidote. If you do not receive it within the duration of a stick of incense, you shall suffer a gruesome death. The purpose of his proclamation was to remind Chen Qing that his life was in his hands. To survive, he must comply with his demands, leaving no room for defiance. Hearing this, Xia Qingwei momentarily panicked. She had not anticipated that this heavenly origin secret realm harbored more than one teleportation entrance. To comprehend who can enter the secret realm is a task that, while seemingly straightforward, bears significant implications. One cannot help but worry that Chen Qing might fall victim to the insidious poison laid by the elder. Yet, Chen Qing merely chuckled, exuding confidence. Before the elder could continue boasting about the potency of his poison, Chen Qing splayed his fingers, summoning a stream of inky black venom that coalesced in his palm, forming a pulsating sphere. How could this be possible? As an alchemist, the elder was acutely aware that the nebulous black orb in Chen Qing's hand was none other than the heart-eating poison he had previously unleashed upon him. You are also a poison cultivator? The elder could conceive of no other explanation that made sense. So, it turns out that my husband is also a poison cultivator. At this moment, xianxiaaudiobooks finally grasped why the heart-eating poison, which the elder had extolled so extravagantly, had no effect on Chen Qing. Surprised? Not in the least. With Chen Qing's extraordinary talents, xianxiaaudiobooks no longer felt astonished. Rather, it seemed only fitting that he should be omniscient and omnipotent. That was the essence of who he was, deserving of such recognition. Unbeknownst to Chen Qing, he had unwittingly become an image of greatness in xianxiaaudiobooks' eyes. Meanwhile, the elder was drenched in cold sweat, his previous ease evaporating, leaving a complex expression as he felt an unprecedented pressure. He knew all too well that if things continued this way, not only would he fail to obtain the longevity fruit, but his very life would be at stake. He had to eliminate these two youngsters swiftly. With this thought, the elder resolved not to waste any more time. Channeling his spiritual energy into the serpent-headed staff, he clutched in his right hand. He raised it high and struck down with great force. Instantly, a whirlwind erupted. Rising like a pillar, and with a resounding crash, it revealed the phantasmal image of a colossal purple serpent. The elder infused the venomous snake with his spiritual energy and pointed his staff forward. The spectral serpent immediately opened its gaping maw and lunged at Chen Qing. Seizing the opportunity to nourish his supreme body of 10,000 poisons, Chen Qing welcomed the assault with open arms. He unfurled his fingers, resembling a black hole. And in an instant, he devoured the approaching serpent's shadow, the supreme body. And it is the first supreme body of our poison cultivation lineage, the supreme body of 10,000 poisons. The elder was taken aback. This was an incredible opportunity he had long dreamt of possessing. Once, he believed that the supreme body of 10,000 poisons was nothing more than a myth concocted by practitioners from millennia past. Now, as the long-desired supreme body appeared before his eyes, the elder found no joy, for he understood better than anyone that his life was drawing to a close. Meanwhile, having absorbed the serpent, Chen Qing not only enhanced his supreme body of 10,000 poisons, but also mastered the associated poison technique. With a flick of his hand, 9 spectral venomous snakes emerged from his palm, each the thickness of an arm, ultimately transforming into towering forms that opened their ravenous maws, looming over and encircling the elder. The elder's eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth agape enough to fit an entire fist, his legs buckling beneath him as he sank to the ground. Chen Qing, unfazed, refused to grant him any time for contemplation. With a thunderous roar, the 9 serpents simultaneously exhaled black mist, cascading upon the elder like a torrential downpour. How could his flesh and blood withstand such an overwhelmingly enhanced toxin? His flesh evaporated rapidly, leaving behind nothing but a set of stark, white bones, which too were ultimately corroded into nothingness. What a terrifying method of execution. Gulping, xianxiaaudiobooks was momentarily stunned, swallowing hard. Subsequently, Chen Qing clenched his fist, dissipating all 9 venomous serpents. The shadow servant presented the elder's belongings, offering a spatial ring. Upon infusing his consciousness into it, Chen Qing was mildly astonished. Wow, this old fool has amassed quite a treasure. Roughly estimating, the resources contained within could sustain an ordinary person's cultivation for a decade or more. Without hesitation, Chen Qing handed the spatial ring to xianxiaaudiobooks, saying, "I have no need for these. My dear wife, you take it." "Thank you, husband," xianxiaaudiobooks replied, accepting it dutifully. Just as Chen Qing stated, those items were indeed of no use to him. It was better to offer them to his beloved, thus earning some rewards for pampering her. Pampering successful. Congratulations, host, on receiving a random reward. Shadow Servant 10,000. Fortunately, Yifeng remained in seclusion, unaware of the unfolding events. Otherwise, upon discovering that his pride, the peak out-of-body realm Death Warrior, was casually surpassed by Chen Qing, who gained another 10,000. He would undoubtedly question his very existence, not to mention spewing blood and despair. The minor incident involving the elder did not deter the duo from continuing their exploration of the heavenly origin secret realm. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves deeper within the forest. "This is the spirit spring pool," xianxiaaudiobooks exclaimed, realizing why the density of spiritual energy had consistently increased along their journey. This must also be a form of opportunity within the secret realm. Her gaze turned to Chen Qing. "If we cultivate in this spirit spring pool, Our cultivation speed will be at least 5 times that of the outside world, Chen Qing elaborated. 5 times the cultivation speed. Xia Qingwei was astounded. Then you go first, my lady. I will set up a barrier nearby. Chen Qing was determined not to let outsiders witness his wife in such a vulnerable state. All right. Thank you for your hard work, husband. After watching Xia Qingwei step into the spirit spring pool, Chen Qing swiftly formed hand seals, each faster than the last until they became a blur. With a resounding incantation, array, activate. The ground-level superior array, dragon binding array, rapidly enveloped a 10-mile radius. Once everything was confirmed to be in order, Chen Qing removed his shoes and socks, stepping into the spirit spring pool. The water was shallow, barely reaching his ankles. He made his way to the center of the pool, where spiritual energy was most abundant, and sat cross-legged, not far from Xia Qingwei. Not only was Xia Qingwei intrigued by the 5-fold cultivation speed, but Chen Qing too found it immensely appealing. Such opportunities were indeed rare. More importantly, with his comprehension, dual supreme bodies, and heavenly grade spiritual root, the increase in cultivation speed that Chen Qing could experience would far exceed a mere 5 times. Without delay, he entered a state of cultivation, increasing his cultivation base, mastering the 10,000 dragon spear technique, practicing the heavenly grade cultivation method, being multifaceted. A trait often seen as a flaw in others was instead second nature to Chen Qing. In no time, a force erupted from Chen Qing, centered around him. Xia Qingwei, without opening her eyes, furrowed her brow slightly. Had her husband broken through so quickly? A tremendous sense of pressure washed over her. Despite being hailed as a top-tier genius, she could not help but feel a sense of inadequacy when confronted with Chen Qing's terrifying talents. All she could do was devote herself to diligent cultivation, striving to catch up to him, not aiming to stand shoulder to shoulder with him, but at the very least to be able to glimpse his back. Time passed gradually. Chen Qing had broken through 3 realms, reaching the 7th layer of the spirit-severing realm. Xia Qingwei's pace was slightly slower. Yet she successfully advanced to the Golden Core realm, persistently pushing towards the 2nd layer of the Golden Core. While they thrived in their endeavors, those from the outside world, also within the Heavenly Origin Secret Realm, had noticed the presence of the Dragon Binding Array. An array, and a superior ground-level array at that. An advanced array master has entered the Heavenly Origin Secret Realm. Whatever had necessitated such a protective array must surely be a treasure of the highest caliber. What should we do? Are we to simply watch as they carry away the top-tier treasure? At this moment, someone proposed, though the ground-level array is formidable. We are numerous and come from various sects. Why not join forces to break the array? Once we seize the treasure, we can divide it among ourselves. The others glanced at one another, acutely aware that the chances of breaking the array alone were minimal, with no other options. They expressed their agreement to collaborate on the array's breach, one after another. These sounds, carried from 10 miles away, were distinctly heard by Chen Qing, who was immersed in fervent cultivation in the spirit spring pool, diligently enhancing his prowess. Since they seemed intent on courting death, Chen Qing had no qualms about utilizing their lifeblood to nourish his blade. The 7-star blade still had a considerable distance to go before it could illuminate all 7 blade stars. Under his perceptive gaze, Chen Qing surveyed the surroundings, noting that most of these individuals were of a similar age to himself. Based on their cultivation levels, combined with their ages and attire, it was evident that they were all renowned prodigies from their respective sections. Chen Qing meticulously examined the sect emblems intricately embroidered on their training garbs, finding no familiar marks. Presumably, they hailed from sects outside the great martial dynasty. Despite being prodigies, they lacked the qualifications to be deemed a threat by Chen Qing. Among the over 100 individuals, the strongest among them barely reached the Golden Core stage. Even if a few older individuals were discreetly concealing their presence at the nascent soul and out-of-body stages, the disparity remained significant. With just a flick of his finger, they could be effortlessly dispatched. In the next moment, a shadow puppet detached itself from Chen Qing's own shadow, bearing the 7-star blade, and set forth to harvest their lifeblood, which would aid in hastening the illumination of the blade stars. The stronger the cultivator, the more lifeblood they could contribute. Although this small group was insufficient to illuminate the blade stars, Chen Qing understood the value of accumulation. He had no reason to refuse the lifeblood that presented itself. Having arranged everything, Chen Qing cast a glance at Xia Qingwei, who was seated across from him, engrossed in absorbing spiritual energy and diligently enhancing her cultivation. Soon, he too closed his eyes, entering a fervent state, voraciously consuming and refining the vast amounts of spiritual energy contained within the spirit spring pool. Meanwhile, the shadow puppet moved stealthily through the shadows, swiftly traversing the distance to the dragon trapping formation and merging into the shadow of one of the disciples. Unbeknownst to that disciple, who was gasping for breath, he exclaimed, "No, this can't be. With so many of us attacking in turns, we haven't even caused a hint of damage. It's too formidable." Perhaps we should return to our sects and summon the elders. Facing a formation master for the first time, they only now realized how greatly they had underestimated the formidable power of the formation. Little did they know that the formation had yet to be fully activated. If it were to open completely, a mere casual attack could send them into oblivion, leaving not a trace behind. Chen Qing refrained from such a course of action, concerned that excessive force would squander the lifeblood he was soon to obtain, hence the deployment of the shadow puppet. At this moment, the primary function of the dragon trapping formation was to prevent outsiders from entering, ensuring that neither he nor Xia Qingyue's cultivation would be disturbed. To put it bluntly, with the current strength of these disciples, they did not even qualify to trigger the formation's lethal mechanisms. As the crowd pondered the young man's words, hesitating on whether to return to their sect for assistance, a sudden terrified voice rang out. Why you? Who are you? The others turned to look, only to witness the shadow puppet springing forth from the young man's shadow, wielding the seven-star blade, swiftly and decisively slashing his throat, blood splattering onto those nearby. His eyes tightly shut, his body convulsing violently. They could distinctly feel the thick layer of blood splattered across their faces slowly trickling down. Immediately following, they beheld the blood, akin to drifting crimson silk, voluntarily flying towards the seven-star blade, being absorbed. Gradually, the young disciple's corpse visibly withered, transforming into nothing more than skin and bone. An evil cultivator. This is the work of an evil cultivator. An evil cultivator has invaded the heavenly origin secret realm. Quickly, inform the elders. These young prodigies, having never witnessed such a scene, unequivocally deemed the assailant an evil cultivator, and soon cries of terror erupted as they fled in panic. If their memories served correctly, the slain young disciple possessed strength at least at the golden core stage. If even a golden core cultivator could be so effortlessly dispatched by the shadow puppet, how could they dare to confront it? Yet, in the face of absolute power, all their struggles were utterly futile. The shadow puppet executed its deadly task with remarkable speed. Utilizing shadows to facilitate rapid transfers between disciples, each transfer signified another casualty, accompanied by a system notification. Wife pampered successfully. Congratulations, host. You have received a random reward, 104th grade Qishao pills. Wife pampered successfully. Congratulations, host. You have received a random reward, 100 longevity fruits. Wife pampered successfully. Congratulations, host. You have received a random reward, 10 dragon blood. Irritated by the incessant notifications disrupting his cultivation, Chen Qing opted to silence the system, allowing it to continue processing while he stored the rewards in the system's inventory for later examination. Back outside the formation, in mere moments, the once confident prodigies who had boasted about breaking the formation and seizing treasures had become nothing more than scattered bones. The lifeblood had been thoroughly absorbed by the seven-star blade, leaving them devoid of life. Any slight touch would reduce them to mere dust. One might wonder why the elders, who had been deliberately concealing their presence, did not intervene to halt the shadow puppet. Firstly, everything transpired too swiftly for them to respond. Secondly, although the shadow puppet had not revealed its true power, they could still discern the vast disparity. Recklessly intervening would only result in more corpses littering the ground. The lives of their disciples could not compare to their own, and they swiftly turned to flee, seeking refuge within their respective sects established in the secret realm, intending to report the incident and seek guidance from the elders. However, before they could even set foot outside, a chilling glimmer pierced through their chests. The shadow puppet strictly adhered to Chen Qing's orders, leave no one alive. Realizing they could not escape, the remaining elders had no choice but to reveal themselves, no longer expending energy on concealing their presence. One elder, breathless, implored, "We were reckless and disturbed your esteemed presence. Please, show mercy. I am the Dean of the Azure Dragon Pavilion's inner court." This plea was not intended for the shadow puppet, but rather for the Chen Qing behind it. Chen Qing had no interest in listening to his ramblings, and the shadow puppet had no intention of wasting time. It swiftly closed the distance, drawing its blade with lightning speed, and in an instant, a head soared into the air, blood gushing forth. Witnessing this, the other elders realized Chen Qing was a bloodthirsty killer unwilling to spare them. "Cursed demonic cultivator, I shall fight you to the death," one elder shouted defiantly, rallying the others to respond. Their collective might surged forth, spiritual energy radiating outward. The shadow puppet, however, calmly raised its unarmed left hand, gently bringing it down. A more potent pressure descended upon each individual, pinning their bodies to the ground as if held by an invisible, colossal hand, rendering them immobile and ensnared in the earth. Wide-eyed, trembling pupils, they struggled to articulate, peaking at the out-of-body stage. Following this, the shadow puppet systematically dispatched the sect elders, draining their lifeblood with the seven-star blade. After completing this grim task, it did not forget to gather the scattered spatial rings and storage bags from the ground to present to Chen Qing. In a realm teeming with opportunities, the treasures contained within these storage artifacts would undoubtedly be plentiful. It was akin to a treasure-seeking mouse, laboriously toiling, ultimately benefiting Chen Qing. Chapter 49. A woman who acts cute is the most endearing. As the shadow puppet returned with its spoils to Chen Qing's shadow, he slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, his cultivation had elevated by 2 minor realms, reaching the 9th layer of the spirit division stage. With only a single barrier remaining to cross into the combined body stage. Had it been another individual, the transition from one realm to another could easily lead to failure. A slight misstep might result in a fall from grace, or worse, a descent into madness. However, in such circumstances, had Chen Qing chosen to utilize his moments of enlightenment, he could have effortlessly transcended the bottleneck and ascended to a higher realm. Yet, given Chen Qing's current cultivation and comprehension, breaking through to the modest level of integration required no such expenditure of enlightenment. As he observed the shadowy figure kneeling before him, head bowed and hands cradling a substantial collection of storage bags and spatial rings, Chen Qing was poised to accept them when he suddenly sensed an unsettling aura. Turning to look, he noticed that the azure spiritual energy enveloping Xia Qingyue was now tainted with streaks of dark red demonic energy. This was alarming. She was on the verge of succumbing to madness. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, Chen Qing abandoned any thoughts of the storage items and immediately channeled his spiritual power to protect Xia Qingyue, stabilizing her energy. As the malevolent aura gradually dissipated, the frown etched on her brow began to ease. With the demonic energy completely vanquished, the spiritual energy surrounding her surged with renewed vigor. Chen Qing understood that Xia Qingyue had successfully avoided the brink of madness and achieved a breakthrough. Success in doting on my wife. Congratulations, host. You have received a random reward, a cultivation experience pack. Xia Qingyue slowly opened her phoenix-like eyes, only to find herself meeting Chen Qing's gaze, which was laced with lingering anger. Instantly, she averted her eyes, resembling a child caught in wrongdoing. Do you realize how perilous that was? If I hadn't noticed in time, you would have likely fallen into madness. Chen Qing admonished her. My lord, I was wrong, Xia Qingyue confessed, not attempting to defend herself. During the ordeal, she had indeed felt as if her body were mired in a swamp, sinking deeper with every passing moment, unable to extricate herself, just as despair threatened to overwhelm her. A strong hand reached out, pulling her from the mire. When she looked up, she saw that it was none other than Chen Qing. Noticing Chen Qing's silence and the lingering frustration on his face, Xia Qingyue felt a warm current flow through her heart, realizing that his anger stemmed from his concern for her well-being. However, calming Chen Qing's ire became a perplexing challenge for her. At that moment, a memory surfaced in her mind, something her mother had once told her. A woman who knows how to act coy has the best fate. With a mindset of trial and error, Xia Qingyue approached Chen Qing, took his hand, and gently shook it, saying, My lord, I truly understand my mistake. And I promise it won't happen again. As Chen Qing was about to respond, Xia Qingyue suddenly leaned in and placed a delicate kiss on his cheek. Then withdrew as swiftly as lightning, her voice sweetly pleading, My lord, please forgive me this once. One to you? Witnessing the future Empress of Destiny earnestly attempt to charm him, Chen Qing found it impossible to suppress a smile. However, he quickly composed himself and feigned seriousness, declaring, This shall not happen again. Thank you, my lord, Xia Qingyue replied with a radiant smile that could captivate nations. Had she not been a princess, she would have surely been deemed a femme fatale. Remember, this shall not happen again, Chen Qing reiterated firmly. Yes, yes, yes. Xia Qingyue nodded vigorously in agreement. Now, tell me, under such circumstances, how could you have been on the verge of madness? Chen Qing inquired, seeking clarity. Is it acceptable not to say? Xia Qingyue hesitated, feeling bashful. Absolutely not. You must explain. Without understanding the problem, how can we prevent it in the future? Chen Qing insisted, his tone resolute. All right, Xia Qingyue conceded timidly. It was because my lord cultivates too quickly. In my moment of panic, I lost control of my spiritual power, which nearly led to my downfall. Upon realizing the truth, Chen Qing was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. So, it was her desire to keep pace with him that had led to her loss of control. Do you wish to surpass me? Chen Qing asked playfully. I know that is impossible, Xia Qingyue shook her head. I merely do not want to be left too far behind by my lord. Foolish girl, I will always be by your side, Chen Qing reassured her, causing her heart to flutter as if a deer were bounding within. Her heartbeat quickened, resonating like a drum in her ears. In that simple statement, Chen Qing had struck a chord deep within Xia Qingyue's heart. My lord, I have a myriad of words stuck in my throat, yet I know not how to express them. Enough of this. I have something to present to you. Chen Qing raised his hand, his fingertip gently touching her forehead. Simultaneously, he accessed the system panel to select the freshly acquired Cultivation Experience Pack. Would you like to use the Cultivation Experience Pack on the target, Xia Qingyue? Use it. The Cultivation Experience Pack is now in use. Usage successful. In the next moment, Xia Qingyue's spiritual energy surged, expanding rapidly as her cultivation level ascended in leaps and bounds. I have broken through to the nascent soul realm. No, wait, I have also broken through to the out-of-body realm. Xia Qingyue was both astonished and delighted, gazing at Chen Qing with wide, bewildered eyes. It was clear to her that, even with the acceleration provided by the Spirit Spring Pool, such a dramatic leap in cultivation was unthinkable. Suddenly, two words flashed in her mind: transference. She recalled that among the various methods for elevating one's realm, transference involved one individual imparting their own cultivation to another, enabling rapid advancement. My lord, why would you diminish your own cultivation to aid me? I cannot accept this. Xia Qingyue protested, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Chen Qing's kindness was overwhelming, and Xia Qingyue felt unworthy of such generosity. Once given, cultivation is like spilled water. It cannot be reclaimed, Chen Qing stated. I genuinely wish to grow stronger, but I refuse to do so at the expense of harming you. Xia Qingyue expressed her sentiments earnestly. Do not worry, this level of cultivation is trivial for me, Chen Qing assured her confidently. Indeed, it was thanks to the system's reward for doting on his wife. Whatever cultivation he gave, it would be returned manifold. Success in doting on my wife. Congratulations, host, you have received a random reward, a double cultivation experience pack. If possible, Chen Qing wished to gift this double cultivation experience pack to Xia Qingyue. However, the option was grayed out, indicating the system's concern over potential glitches from repeatedly using cultivation experience packs to escalate levels. Nonetheless, for Chen Qing at present, a double cultivation experience pack was still substantial enough to elevate his realm significantly. Chapter 50. Another bottle, please. Confirm usage of the double cultivation experience pack. Using the double cultivation experience pack now. Usage successful. As the system's announcement concluded, Chen Qing's cultivation instantly reached the peak of the integration realm. And in the blink of an eye, it surged to the pinnacle of the tribulation realm. This double cultivation experience pack allowed Chen Qing's cultivation to ascend 2 major realms in one fell swoop. It was not merely a gain, it was an extraordinary profit. Not only had he deepened Xia Qingyue's affection for him, but he had also significantly elevated his own cultivation, achieving multiple benefits in one act. Next, Chen Qing opened the system's backpack to check on the rewards for doting on his wife, which he had received after eliminating those disciples. With one final glance, he recalled seeing the words dragon blood. Previously, Chen Qing had gifted Xia Qingyue the true phoenix body, which, though not phoenix blood, was still the bloodline of a sacred beast. Dragon blood could similarly enhance Xia Qingyue's constitution. Upon this realization, Chen Qing retrieved a vial of dragon blood encased in a transparent glass bottle. My lord, what is this? Summer Qingyue inquired curiously, observing the blood-red liquid with shimmering golden flecks as it gently swayed within the bottle. This is dragon blood. It can enhance your true phoenix sacred body, Chen Qing explained, extending the vial toward her. As Summer Qingyue accepted the dragon blood, and with a resounding pop opened the cork, she prepared to drink it in one gulp. Wait, this is not to be consumed. You must absorb and refine it instead, Chen Qing quickly interjected. Oh, I see, Summer Qingyue replied with an embarrassed smile. Following Chen Qing's instructions, she began to absorb the dragon blood as if it were spiritual energy. Chen Qing still held several vials of dragon blood and chose not to rush into absorption or refinement. Instead, he opened the system panel to check the reward for sending out a vial of dragon blood. Wife pampering successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward. Shadow Puppet Enhancement, Card 1. Chen Qing was somewhat taken aback by the notion that the shadow puppets could be enhanced. But just one. System, could you be a tad more generous? He silently grumbled. With a sigh of resignation, he consoled himself, thinking that one card was better than none. After all, everyone has their share of misfortune. He then clicked to use the Shadow Puppet Enhancement card. Using Shadow Puppet Enhancement card. Shadow Puppet Enhancement card used successfully. In the next moment, several lines of text appeared on the system panel before Chen Qing. Heavy Armored Shadow Puppet, Assassin Shadow Puppet, Archer Shadow Puppet. Following these were a series of numbers that totaled exactly the number of shadow puppets he currently possessed. Collective Enhancement. Chen Qing then realized he had misunderstood the system. The enhancement card could randomly alter the types of shadow puppets. The Heavy Armored Shadow Puppet prioritized defense. The Assassin Shadow Puppet was not only swift in action but also dealt astonishing damage, while the Archer Shadow Puppet excelled in long-range combat. Very good. Chen Qing expressed his satisfaction with this reward. My lord, Summer Qingyue, who had just fully absorbed the dragon blood, looked at him with a puzzled expression. I meant to say, my lady, your innate talent is extraordinary. You've refined the dragon blood so quickly, Chen Qing clarified. And how do you feel now? My strength has increased significantly, and my sacred body has undergone a qualitative leap. Summer Qing, still a novice in the realm of cultivation with a limited vocabulary, attempted to articulate her thoughts as clearly as possible. Then let's have another vial, Chen Qing said, retrieving yet another vial of dragon blood, eager to seize the opportunity to accumulate rewards for pampering his wife. Dragons, in Summer Qing's eyes, were sacred beasts long extinct from the lower realms. It was said that every part of a dragon was precious. Even a single scale from a dragon that lived 10,000 years ago could fetch an exorbitant price at auction. Yet here was Chen Qing, casually producing vial after vial of dragon blood. Suddenly, Summer Qing recalled witnessing Chen Qing commanding a dragon to soar through the skies at Xianxia sect. Clutching the vial of dragon blood, she tentatively asked, "My lord, this dragon blood, it couldn't possibly have come from that spiritual pet of yours, could it?" Spiritual pet? Chen Qing quickly realized that the spiritual pet Summer Qing referred to must be the nine-nether undying dragon, since she had already rationalized it for herself. Chen Qing seized the moment, saying, "Indeed, it is. It doesn't mind this little bit of blood. Feel free to use it, if you need more. I shall extract it again." Summer Qing pondered for a moment. With the massive form of the nine-nether undying dragon, it was indeed unlikely that it would miss this small amount of blood. The nine-nether undying dragon was a product of Chen Qing's earnest efforts. And given her urgent need to enhance her strength to repay him, Summer Qing nodded and began to absorb and refine the dragon blood once more. Simultaneously, her words inspired Chen Qing. The dragon blood from the nine-nether undying dragon should be of higher quality than that provided by the system rewards, right? If that were indeed the case, Chen Qing mused, if the dragon is undying, then wouldn't it mean he could freely access dragon blood? But then he reconsidered. Undying as it was, excessive extraction of dragon blood could undoubtedly lead to a decline in cultivation. Shaking his head to dispel such thoughts, Chen Qing reopened the system panel to check the rewards for pampering his wife. Wife pampering successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, 20,000 shadow puppets. Note, this batch of shadow puppets has automatically randomized types. 20,000 shadow puppets. Chen Qing felt that if this continued, he would soon amass an army of 100,000 shadow puppets. Most importantly, he had noticed that the enhancement card not only upgraded the types of shadow puppets, but also improved their cultivation levels. Now, the cultivation levels of the shadow puppets had risen from the peak of the out-of-body realm to the pinnacle of the spirit separation realm. 50,000 spirit separation puppets, all 100% loyal. Should word of this spread, Chen Qing could only imagine how the world, along with the various kingdoms and factions, would perceive him. Yet, he could never have anticipated that not long ago, Yi Feng, the destined protagonist, had been gleefully boasting about having signed in a death warrior at the out-of-body realm peak, believing himself to be nearing invincibility. "My lord." Before Summer Qing could finish her sentence, Chen Qing handed her another vial of dragon blood, insisting, "Here is another one. I see you are on the verge of a breakthrough." Chen Qing fabricated this claim purely to accumulate more rewards for pampering his wife. All right. Summer Qing accepted the dragon blood and complied. Wife pampering successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, longevity fruit 100. "My lord, one more vial." Chen Qing interrupted eagerly. "You're on the brink of a breakthrough." Thus, Chen Qing continued to rack up one reward after another for pampering his wife. Wife pampering successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, 10 comprehension opportunities. Wife pampering successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, Supreme Sacred Body. Time-Space Sacred Body 1. 3,000 Physique Ranking, 6. Another Sacred Body, and this one ranked among the top 10 Supreme Sacred Bodies. Just the mention of time and space made it easy for Chen Qing to envision its immense power and utility. However, his attention soon became irresistibly drawn to Summer Qing, who was deeply engrossed in her cultivation. He watched as flames erupted around her without warning. Chapter 51, The Undying Phoenix. Chen Qing did not rush to extinguish the flames, for he did not perceive the fire enveloping Summer Qing as a threat. Observing her expression, he could see no trace of pain. Could it be that he had inadvertently spoken the truth? Was she truly on the verge of a breakthrough? Chen Qing could not help but entertain such thoughts. As it turned out, he was indeed correct. Shortly thereafter, accompanied by a resounding phoenix cry that echoed through the heavens, the flames transformed into a magnificent fire phoenix, soaring into the sky and circling above. Witnessing this phoenix materialize in a grand spectacle illuminated by radiant seven-colored light, Chen Qing surmised that the dragon blood had activated the true phoenix sacred body. Before long, Summer Qing slowly opened her eyes, having fully absorbed the layer of orange-red flames that had once surrounded her. Standing up, she also noticed the seven-colored light cascading down from above. Upon lifting her gaze and seeing the phoenix circling in the heavens, she could not help but exhibit a look of astonishment. "A phoenix? Do not worry. This phoenix is born from your true phoenix sacred body," Chen Qing explained. The true Phoenix sacred body. So it was all real. Summer Qingwei realized, coming to her senses. What is real? Chen Qing inquired further. Summer Qingwei, without hesitation, recounted her experience during cultivation when her consciousness had entered a mysterious realm and she encountered the undying phoenix. In addition, Xia Qingwei has been graced with the blessing of the immortal phoenix. According to the phoenix, it seems I am afforded the opportunity for a rebirth through nirvana at the brink of death. Upon hearing Xia Qingyue's words, Chen Qing pondered, does this mean an additional life has been bestowed upon her? That is indeed a remarkable advantage. To be honest, even Chen Qing himself had not anticipated such a profound utility of the true Phoenix sacred body. He felt fortunate to have bestowed this sacred body upon Xia Qingyue. Otherwise, possessing an indestructible body himself, the chance for rebirth would have been utterly wasted. Were it not for her husband, Qingyue would not have had this opportunity. Xia Qingyue recognized that all of this was due to Chen Qing's efforts. She was convinced that without him, not only would she have never encountered the sacred body or the chance for rebirth, but she likely would not have embarked on the path of cultivation at all, leading a mundane life as an ordinary mortal. My lady, there is still a considerable amount of spiritual energy remaining in this spirit spring. Let us hasten to refine it and seek other opportunities, Chen Qing proposed. Agreed. Xia Qingyue complied, swiftly entering a state of cultivation. Chen Qing then retrieved the last vial of dragon blood, reserving a portion for himself. He decided to take a chance, hoping to gain a special enhancement akin to Xia Qingyue's after refining the dragon blood. Once he absorbed and refined the entire vial, he could not claim there was no improvement. His physique, vitality, and cultivation level had all risen significantly. However, it lacked the extraordinary enhancement akin to the opportunity for rebirth. Chen Qing understood the wisdom of contentment and did not dwell on it, focusing instead on absorbing and refining the spiritual energy contained within the spring. He aimed to elevate his cultivation from the 9th layer of tribulation to the Great Ascension before the energy was depleted. He was quite willing to contend for the title of the youngest emperor. Time flowed swiftly. Before the spirit spring ran dry, Xia Qingyue successfully advanced a small realm. She slightly opened her eyes and glanced at Chen Qing. Noticing he was still in a state of cultivation, she refrained from disturbing him, simply gazing at him, cherishing the rare opportunity to openly admire Chen Qing's visage. Words such as dashing, talented, and graceful surged forth in her mind. However, unlike before, Xia Qingyue no longer questioned whether her perception was merely biased by love. She could not deny that this was indeed a factor. But the other reason was undeniably that Chen Qing was exceptionally handsome, exuding an aura akin to that of a celestial being. As she gazed, Xia Qingyue became entranced, lost in thought, until Chen Qing finally opened his eyes, their gazes locking. In an instant, Xia Qingyue's face flushed crimson. She hurriedly spoke, feigning composure. Husband, how goes your cultivation? Yet, her underlying nervousness was evident. Chen Qing, seeing through her facade, replied, it's going well. I have successfully broken through. A question had been lingering in Xia Qingyue's mind, and seizing this moment, she inquired directly, might I ask, dear husband, what is your current realm? Do you wish to know, my lady? Chen Qing retorted, yes, yes. Xia Qingyue nodded eagerly. Chen Qing smiled lightly and released a trace of his pressure. Instantly, Xia Qingyue's pupils constricted as her entire being was overwhelmed by a formidable force, rendering her momentarily immobile. A profound sense of helplessness enveloped her, akin to being an ant facing a colossal elephant. Chen Qing, mindful not to overwhelm her further, withdrew his pressure. My lady, are you all right? He asked with concern. After a moment, Xia Qingyue excitedly exclaimed, 18 years old and at the Great Ascension realm. Husband, are you truly human? Genius. Prodigy, Xia Qingyue had heard numerous tales and read many descriptions in ancient texts. However, she had never encountered, nor even heard of, an 18-year-old cultivator at the Great Ascension realm. Many at Chen Qing's age were still struggling in the Qi refinement realm. In contrast, he was on the verge of becoming an emperor. This was why Xia Qingyue questioned whether he was indeed human, for in her eyes, this transcended the capabilities of any mortal. I am certainly human. I merely cultivate at a faster pace than most, Chen Qing replied. You call this merely a faster pace? Xia Qingyue had an abundance of thoughts she wished to express, but was at a loss for words. Just then, a booming voice echoed from a distance. Those within the formation, if you have the courage, do not hide in your shell. Come forth and meet your demise. If you do not emerge, once I break the formation, I shall flay you alive and scatter your bones. The raucous taunts continued. Chen Qing extended his consciousness and observed, lo and behold, there are quite a number of them, several hundred, in fact. Xia Qingyue was taken aback. With her current cultivation, she could not extend her consciousness as far as Chen Qing. Though she possessed the sacred body and was at the out-of-body stage, she was uncertain if she could contend with several hundred cultivators simultaneously. Her thoughts were clearly written on her face, easily discerned by Chen Qing, who asked, My lady, would you like to test your current strength against those individuals? I would like to, but there are so many of them. I cannot guarantee victory, Xia Qingwei replied, her confidence waning. Chen Qing, however, thumped his chest and assured her, fear not, I shall stand behind you. Should the sky fall, I will bear the burden. Xia Qingwei felt a wave of emotion wash over her. With her husband expressing such unwavering support, she no longer hesitated and merely replied with an affirmative. In her eyes, as a cultivator, most battles were fought against other cultivators. Relying solely on demonic beasts was insufficient for accumulating practical experience. Thus, this presented an excellent opportunity. Chapter 52, Bullying the Weak. Without delay, Xia Qingwei urged, husband, let us set forth quickly. More than fear, she felt a surge of anticipation. She craved battle. Indeed, compared to the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and the Confucian classics, cultivation was far more thrilling. Chen Qing grasped Xia Qingwei's wrist. Husband? Xia Qingwei paused, a look of confusion crossing her face as she gazed at him. Chen Qing did not rush to speak. Instead, he opened his system backpack and selected the time and space sacred body, confirming the binding. Binding in progress. Time and space sacred body, binding successful. Once the binding was complete, and relying on his exceptional comprehension, Chen Qing immediately grasped its usage. He then raised his hand and said, I possess a swifter method. Before Xia Qingwei could inquire about this faster method, she witnessed the space before them being forcibly torn apart by Chen Qing's fingers, transforming into a portal. There was no need for spirit stones or formations. He could effortlessly rend space asunder, creating a teleportation gateway. Was this the formidable power of a great ascension cultivator? Xia Qingwei gazed at Chen Qing's incredible strength with admiration, yearning to keep pace with him. Not only did she wish to surpass him, but she also desired to stand beside him with confidence, so as not to feel unworthy. Let us go, Chen Qing said, glancing at the contemplative Xia Qingwei. All right. Xia Qingwei shook off her distractions, nodded in agreement, and followed Chen Qing into the portal. Meanwhile, on the other side, the hundreds of cultivators preparing to break the formation also gazed upward, noticing the rift in space. They soon saw Chen Qing and Xia Qingwei emerging from within. Such a feat was certainly not the work of ordinary individuals. Everyone must remain vigilant. Upon witnessing the scene, the elders hastily cautioned their respective disciples. For the reason was simple. Even with their current levels of cultivation, such feats were beyond their capability. Upon hearing these words, the disciples, one and all, donned grave expressions, their grip on the hilt of their swords tightening with palpable intensity. My lady, these individuals are entirely yours. None shall escape, Chen Qing assured Xia Qingwei. His words implied that her life was at her discretion, which naturally incited displeasure among the crowd, and some were on the verge of retorting. The shadow puppets had already manifested in large numbers, forming a formidable encirclement, 3 layers deep, sealing off hundreds of cultivators in an impenetrable wall. What manner of beings are these? Where did they come from? Are you certain they are human? I sense not a trace of life emanating from them. How peculiar. Before they could grasp the nature of the shadow puppets, over 1,000 of them released a palpable pressure of cultivation. The words pinnacle of the spirit-severing realm instantaneously flooded the minds of all present. Their expressions morphed into one of sheer panic. These grotesque entities possessed the cultivation of the pinnacle of the spirit-severing realm. This meant 1,000 cultivators at that peak level. Faces filled with disbelief, they lamented. We are doomed. No one warned us of such formidable foes. I am merely at the foundation establishment stage. Chen Qing showcased his prowess. These individuals succumbed without a fight. The most powerful among them was merely at the second level of the out-of-body realm. Had there been only 1 or 2 shadow puppets, perhaps their numerical advantage might have granted them some confidence. Yet now, they faced 1,000 shadow puppets at the pinnacle of the spirit-severing realm. How could they muster any confidence in such dire circumstances? Many were left weak-kneed, collapsing to the ground, while cries for mercy echoed throughout the throng. Chen Qing remained indifferent, issuing a mental command. Retaliation was permitted. But if anyone dared to harm Xia Qingwei, even a single hair, they would face immediate execution. The desire to pamper his wife was one reason. The other, he simply could not bear to see his lady harmed. Why should anyone else have the audacity? My lady, it is time to act, Chen Qing stated, solidifying Xia Qingyue's resolve. After a moment's contemplation, she nodded and stepped forward, her palm coalescing into an ice lotus. What shall we do? It seems he has no intention of letting us go. We can only fight with all we have. Fight against these hundreds or even thousands of spirit-severing realm cultivators. Just the thought is utterly demoralizing. This thought lingered until a chilling scream sliced through the crowd. They turned to see a figure, limbs contorted and face frozen in terror, completely immobilized. Subsequently, ice spikes erupted from their body, piercing through their orifices, transforming into bloodied ice lotuses. In mere moments, the individual had lost all semblance of life. completely ensconced within the ice lotuses. The sight was grotesque and unsettling. Upon witnessing a death at Xianxiau's hands, even knowing their path was one of demise, they were compelled to draw their swords in resistance. To die with dignity? That was beyond their capabilities. To strike back, at least, might afford them a glimmer of hope. I will fight you, they declared defiantly. You are merciless. Do not blame me for my ruthlessness. The expressions of their adversaries, coupled with the words spilling from their lips, left Chen Qing at a loss for words. Those unaware might genuinely believe they were the victims in this scenario. Such a reversal of fortune. Having accompanied Chen Qing for several days, Xianxiaaudiobooks had steadfastly internalized his teachings. To show mercy to the enemy is to be cruel to oneself. Thus, she moved into action without a shred of hesitation, her methods decisive and thunderous. Xianxiaaudiobooks was acutely aware that, were it not for her superior strength, these individuals would not have shown her any mercy. Ice flowers incessantly formed from her hands, launching forth with lethal intent. Those struck found their bloodlines immediately frozen. The cold poison swiftly infiltrating their internal organs, sprouting like seeds into deadly blooms. During this time, Chen Qing remained silent, quietly drawing forth the seven-star blade, draining the life force from the fallen to illuminate the blade's celestial star. Xianxiaaudiobooks' speed of execution was astonishing. Before long, the original hundreds were reduced to fewer than a dozen. Most were elders of sects, clinging to survival by using their disciples as human shields, sacrificing many lives in the process. One elder, gazing at the myriad frozen corpses, cold sweat streaming down his brow, raised his hands in a placating gesture. Wait. You have already slain enough. Surely the wrath of heaven must subside. Why not sit down and discuss this? There is nothing that cannot be negotiated. Must it come to a fight to the death? Chen Qing sneered at this, unwilling to waste breath on him. It was evident that the old fool sought to compensate himself with treasures. Yet, Chen Qing maintained his stance. If there were treasures to be had, they would not be taken by the dead. They would all belong to him. Discuss? What nonsense. As Chen Qing remained silent, Xianxiaaudiobooks understood his intent and swiftly claimed the lives of two more with her ice lotuses. You have gone too far. I shall drag you down with me, even if it costs me my life. The elder's boastful words caught Chen Qing's attention. Noticing the elder brandishing a newly acquired artifact, it appeared to be a mere talisman at first glance, but possessed an earth-grade quality, exuding an aura of malevolence akin to the Yama needle. Spirit-devouring talisman, go. Before the elder could activate the talisman, Chen Qing's hand reached into the void, emerging to snatch the spirit-devouring talisman from his grasp. Wait. The elder's protests were futile as he realized the talisman was gone, and the portal into which he reached had already closed, leaving him grasping at air. Upon seeing his life-saving card from the secret realm in Chen Qing's possession, the elder was filled with despair, cursing, "You despicable wretch, return that to me. Who permitted you to wield such a dangerous artifact?" Chen Qing paid him no mind, stowing the spirit-devouring talisman away. "You wish to kill me? Am I not allowed to resist? You are far too arrogant." The elder raged, tears streaming down his face. "And what if I do?" Chen Qing's retort rendered the elder speechless, his face flushed with indignation, his eyes wide, as if he might faint from the anger. Yet he found himself unable to counter Chen Qing's words. Indeed, in an era that revered the strong, what could he do if he was being oppressed? With a single statement, Chen Qing made it abundantly clear. From the very beginning, he had been nothing more than their plaything, with the power to dictate their lives or deaths. They lacked even the right to struggle. Their fates were sealed. In the end, out of respect for the elders with greater strength, Xianxiaaudiobooks summoned a vast amount of spiritual energy, forming an even larger ice lotus above the heads of the remaining individuals. As her hands descended, the ice lotus plummeted swiftly. With a thunderous crash, a wave of cold air erupted, surging like a tide. When the dust settled, all the sect elders had been entirely encased within the ice lotus, their lives extinguished in an instant. It appeared they had been left unharmed. Yet they had perished in the blink of an eye. Wife-pampering successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward. Heavenly grade mid-tier cold moon sword. I have succeeded. After claiming the wife-pampering reward, Chen Qing glanced at Xianxiaaudiobooks, who was still awash with tumultuous emotions, and praised, "Well done. Such should be the fate of our enemies." "It is all thanks to your support, my husband, that I could achieve this," Xianxiaaudiobooks replied. Firmly believing that without Chen Qing, she would not be the person she was today, he had brought her a new lease on life. As husband and wife, it is only natural that we support one another, Chen Qing asserted with an air of certainty. He then retrieved the recently acquired Frost Moon sword, imbued with the essence of ice, and offered it to Xianxiaaudiobooks. "This sword is perfectly suited for your cultivation technique. Take it. Should it not suit you, I shall seek another on a future occasion." Chen Qing's intention was to further enhance the quality of his affectionate gestures towards his wife. As he did not practice any ice-based techniques himself, possessing the frost spirit root, he would be unable to unleash the sword's full potential, making its forced use a sheer waste. Affection for the wife successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward. Heavenly Grade Ice Spirit Root 1. Oh. Chen Qing had just claimed that ice attributes were beyond his reach, only to be swiftly contradicted by the system. Nevertheless, he would willingly endure such contradictions time and again. Thank you, my husband, Xia Qingyue said, accepting the Frost Moon sword with both hands. Was this merely verbal gratitude? Chen Qing began to seek more. This would not only draw him closer to Xia Qingyue, but also ease her mind after receiving his gift. Xia Qingyue, no fool, quickly grasped Chen Qing's underlying intentions. She first stowed the Frost Moon sword in her spatial ring, then stepped closer and planted a kiss on Chen Qing's cheek. Does my husband find this gesture sufficiently sincere? She inquired, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Indeed, it is sufficient, Chen Qing replied, though he deliberately kept her in suspense, awaiting her next question. But what? Xia Qingyue, as he anticipated, probed further. My lady has kissed me so many times. I wish to return the favor, Chen Qing confessed. There should not be so many conditions. Xia Qingyue blushed and shyly replied, if my husband wishes to, he need only proceed. Then I shall not hold back, Chen Qing said, leaning forward to bestow a gentle kiss upon her cheek, stopping short of overstepping boundaries. This was a crucial moment, and with ample time at hand. There was no need for him to take undue risks. You smell delightful, akin to kissing a soft cake, he remarked, and upon hearing this, Xia Qingyue lowered her head, her face burning crimson, her voice barely a whisper. Still maintaining a playful tone, Chen Qing suggested, come, my lady, let us embark on a heist. A heist? Xia Qingyue lifted her head, intrigued by Chen Qing's words. The disciples of various sects have spent considerable time in the Tianyuan secret realm, undoubtedly amassing numerous treasures. It would be far more efficient to seize them all at once than to flounder about aimlessly in search of riches, Chen Qing articulated more directly. Very well. Xia Qingyue nodded, feeling no disquiet about their plan. Instead, she was filled with anticipation and excitement. On their journey to rob the various sects, Chen Qing summoned thousands of shadow puppets to scour the secret realm for treasures, ensuring that even the smallest low-grade spirit stone would not be overlooked. With the command of thousands, they ventured forth into the Tianyuan secret realm. Soon after, Chen Qing and Xia Qingyue emerged from a void gate, arriving at the foot of a mountain belonging to the Evergreen sect. What grandeur! How could they construct such a sect within the secret realm? Xia Qingyue questioned in bewilderment. Chen Qing shared his insight, suggesting that these sects must have tirelessly sought the entrance to the Tianyuan secret realm, aiming to send more disciples to seize opportunities, establish early layouts, and delineate territories. But does the secret realm not impose a time limit? Xia Qingyue inquired further. The Tianyuan secret realm permits a stay of up to 6 months at most. The sects merely need to present it as a trial, allowing disciples to find the teleportation portal to enter and join the subsect, thus facilitating a continuous exchange of manpower. I see, Xia Qingyue comprehended fully after Chen Qing's explanation. So, when shall we strike? Having lived a life of compliance, Xia Qingyue was reveling in this newfound rebellious side that Chen Qing was gradually uncovering. Observing her eagerness, Chen Qing felt a flicker of concern. He hoped his destined empress wife would not veer into the realm of banditry. Yet, he responded, right now? Excellent. Xia Qingyue drew forth the Frost Moon sword, releasing her spirit energy, causing flowers and grass to freeze in her wake, shattering upon contact. The chilling aura made it difficult to approach her. Chen Qing was unfazed. The disparity in their cultivation levels, coupled with a plethora of sacred bodies and magical artifacts, rendered him immune to harm. Who dares to intrude upon my evergreen sect? A disciple guarding the mountain gate exclaimed, dropping his spear and pointing its sharp tip at Xia Qingyue. At the same time, he transmitted a message to the sect, alerting the elders and disciples to the intruders and requesting immediate reinforcement. Upon seeing Chen Qing and Xia Qingyue, he realized they were no ordinary adversaries. Chapter 54, Instant Annihilation. You have half a stick of incense to present all the treasures within the sect, or face death. Chen Qing's voice was frigid, devoid of any tremor. Xia Qingyue hesitated momentarily, glancing at Chen Qing, her eyes alight with admiration. Had this been uttered by another, she would have deemed it boastful. However, coming from Chen Qing, she harbored no doubts about his capability to follow through. She silently noted that this was far more impressive than the lofty status of an emperor. Upon hearing his words, the disciples' lips twitched. They had never witnessed such audacity. How dare these two challenge the authority of a sect? Even though the Evergreen sect was merely a subsect within the Tianyuan secret realm, it boasted hundreds of disciples and 7 or 8 elders in attendance. They wondered where Chen Qing derived his courage. In the next moment, countless figures descended like meteors from the mountaintop, rapidly converging towards the base. As fellow disciples gathered, The guard's confidence swelled, bolstered by the arrival of reinforcements. "Who dares trespass upon my evergreen sect?" boomed a voice from an elder, bringing reassurance to the guarding disciples. They could scarcely fathom what Chen Qing and Xia Qingwei could accomplish in the face of so many elders and disciples. "I do not wish to repeat myself," Chen Qing declared with unwavering clarity. "What an arrogant child." The elder's expression darkened. He turned to the guarding disciple, demanding, "What did he just say?" Returning to Elder Du. "This rascal claimed that we have half a stick of incense to surrender all the treasures within the sect, or face death." The guarding disciple hastily recounted Chen Qing's words with a bow. "Utterly contemptuous. Who gives you the audacity?" The elder, Du Changhe, erupted in fury. As the elder with the highest authority in the subsect, he had never endured such indignity. The pressure from his peak out-of-body realm cultivation washed over the scene, rendering the evergreen sect disciples breathless, as if an invisible hand were squeezing their throats. The terrifying presence of Elder Du Changhe was undeniable. Having been part of the subsect for many years, this was the first time they had seen Elder Du so enraged. Those two were doomed. They deserved it. To challenge the evergreen sect was to invite death. While most believed that Chen Qing and Xia Qingwei would not escape unscathed, a few voices in the crowd hinted at something different. Do you not find this peculiar? Despite such overwhelming pressure, they remain unfazed. Hiss, now that you mention it. It does seem strange. They must possess formidable cultivation, someone remarked. Surely not higher than Elder Du's. Another scoffed. The answer to this question was tacitly understood by all, with a unanimous consensus. It was a natural assumption that no matter how high the talents or how rapid the cultivation of Chen Qing and Xia Qingwei, they could never surpass their own elder. Their fates were sealed, unaltered. "Madam, it is futile to waste time on such a stubborn fool." Chen Qing dismissed the incompetent rage of Du Changhe, turning to Xia Qingwei to say, "Remember your husband's teachings." Xia Qingwei dutifully noted Chen Qing's words in her mental notebook, convinced that she would have the opportunity to apply them in the future. Arrogance. Seeing that he had unleashed his fury, Du Changhe was incensed that Chen Qing and Xia Qingwei still regarded him with such disdain, and his anger reached its zenith. Seeking death, with a swift step, his figure shot towards Chen Qing and Xia Qingwei like an arrow released from its bow. Gathering spiritual power in his palms, ablaze with fury, he intended to take their lives in a single stroke. Since Du Changhe was so eager to court death, Chen Qing saw no reason to refuse him and generously obliged. Raising his hand, he flicked his fingers lightly. A vast and overwhelming force surged forth, transforming into a ferocious torrent that swiftly engulfed Du Changhe, devouring his flesh and bones entirely. In an instant, the elder Du Changhe, who had been alive just a moment before, was obliterated before the eyes of all the disciples of the Chongqing sect. Those who had anticipated Du Changhe's powerful intervention to subdue Chen Qing and Xia Qingwei found their expressions frozen, rendered speechless. This outcome was indeed in line with their expectations of unilateral slaughter, but none had foreseen that the target of such slaughter would be their own elder. A monster. This young man is a monster. At the pinnacle of the spirit division, he had merely flicked a finger to annihilate. Something is amiss. We must flee. Run. What are you still doing here? The opportunity is but a fleeting moment, and Chen Qing would not grant a second chance. The pressure descended like a deluge from the heavens, violently sweeping through the entire Chongqing sect. Before they could even set foot on the ground, the disciples found their bodies crushed under the immense weight, their bones cracking audibly, as if gripped by an invisible hand. The realization struck them all, the great ascension stage. They could scarcely voice it. The answer resonated clearly in every mind present. Subsequently, all disciples and elders of the Chongqing sect, unable to withstand Chen Qing's overwhelming pressure, had their bodies burst apart, blood gushing everywhere. Wife's favor achieved. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, 300 in comprehension. After claiming the reward for vanquishing Du Changhe, Chen Qing dispatched a dozen shadow puppets, some to ascend the mountain to scour for treasures, while others remained to clean the battlefield. In this secret realm, Chen Qing was confident that these disciples harbored treasures, unwilling to surrender them to the sect. Once he had collected hundreds of storage bags and inspected them, he found no less than 10,000 spirit stones among them. Additionally, there were numerous heavenly materials, rare herbs, and elixirs. The shadow puppets that had ventured to search for treasures on the mountain brought back several 100,000 spirit stones. As for why the Chongqing sect hoarded such a wealth of spirit stones, Chen Qing learned from the maps returned by the shadow puppets that the sect had discovered and occupied a spirit stone vein. However, these hundreds of thousands of spirit stones were the last of its produce. Years of mining had already depleted the vein. Meanwhile, various subsects entrenched within the Tianyuan secret realm were being forcefully conquered and eradicated one after another by the shadow puppets. After annihilating the sects, Chen Qing adhered to the principle of leaving no loose ends, as he had stated, sparing not even a single spirit stone, all of which were stored in spatial rings and subsequently brought back to him. Xia Qingwei watched in exhilaration as the shadow puppets continuously presented various opportunities to her. To monopolize the resources of an entire secret realm, such an endeavor could only be accomplished by her husband, she mused. It was not difficult to imagine the dismay that would wash over the major sects upon discovering the collapse of their carefully cultivated subsects. Sympathy? Xia Qingwei felt none for them. Anyone daring to oppose Chen Qing was her enemy. A fleeting glance revealed something to Xia Qingwei. After confirming her observation, she tugged at Chen Qing's sleeve and alerted him. Husband, a shadow puppet has brought someone back. Chapter 55, Enlightenment. Ascending to Semi-Emperor. Brought someone back? Chen Qing, preoccupied with opening storage bags, initially failed to notice the situation from afar. Upon hearing Xia Qingyue's words, he was taken aback. He distinctly remembered issuing a command to all shadow puppets to eliminate any cultivators within the secret realm without exception. After all, the enmity was already established. It was better to eradicate all traces to prevent any leaks. Even if the news of the complete annihilation of the subsect were to leak out, with no survivors left, who could possibly connect it back to him? Once he decided on a course of action, he resolved to see it through without leaving any future troubles. Soon enough, the shadow puppet that had brought back the hostage knelt before Chen Qing, while firmly pressing the man's head down, forcing him to bow before Chen Qing. The man trembled all over, repeatedly pleading, "Do not kill me. Do not kill me. I will tell you everything. I know the location of the secret treasure." A secret treasure? Without waiting for Chen Qing to inquire further, the man's words immediately piqued his interest. "What do you mean by secret treasure?" Chen Qing pressed. "Please spare my life, and I will lead you to the entrance of the Tianyuan's secret treasure." The man implored hastily. His head remained pressed to the ground, unable to lift it. Chen Qing gestured, and the shadow puppet finally released him. "Lead the way." At this, the man scrambled to his feet, nodding fervently. "Yes, yes. Please follow me." He barely glanced at Chen Qing before quickly averting his gaze, afraid that prolonged eye contact would be seen as an offense. Despite merely a fleeting glance, the shock it instilled in him was profound and unyielding. He had never anticipated that the one who commanded such monstrous shadow puppets would be a seemingly youthful and inexperienced young man. Clearing his mind of all distractions, the man focused solely on the singular goal of leading Chen Qing to the entrance of the Tianyuan secret treasure in hopes of preserving his own life. After some time, under the man's guidance, Chen Qing and Xia Qingwei arrived at a valley flanked by sheer cliffs, shrouded in thick mist. Before them stood an artificially constructed stone platform, intricately carved with numerous mysterious runes. Even Xia Qingwei, well-versed in ancient characters, could not decipher their meaning. "This is the formation rune of a teleportation array," Chen Qing explained, perceiving Xia Qingyue's confusion. "Indeed, my lord is correct. By activating the teleportation formation on this stone platform, one can directly reach the location of the Tianyuan secret treasure." The man hunched over, humbly affirming. Just as his words left his mouth, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind, neither from Chen Qing nor Xia Qingwei. To be precise, this voice directly penetrated his consciousness. "Are you seeking death? Who allowed you to bring outsiders here?" Recognizing it as the voice of his ancestor, the man quickly responded in his heart, "Ancestor, spare me. I had no choice. The subsect was annihilated, and these two threatened me. If I did not comply, they would take my life. Death is certain. The living cannot escape. Thank you for your divine grace, ancestor. Please, take action and eliminate these two. Once they are dead, the location of the Tianyuan secret treasure will remain unknown to outsiders." The man's primary motive for bringing Chen Qing to the Tianyuan secret treasure was to use his ancestor's strength to eliminate both him and Xia Qingwei. Consumed by thoughts, he mused, "No matter how formidable you may be, can you truly surpass my ancestral guardian? Are we done?" Chen Qing's voice unexpectedly broke through the reverie, causing the man to instinctively reply, "Yes, we're done." Yet, as he spoke, his expression shifted abruptly, draining the color from his face. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, he hastily retreated, shouting, "Ancestor, save me." In that instant, he became horrified to see an icy lotus blooming upon his chest. Almost immediately, he felt the excruciating agony akin to 1,000 daggers piercing his heart, and before long, he was entirely encased in ice, frozen in the act of fleeing. To deceive one's husband comes at a price. With a mere flick of her finger, Xia Qingwei shattered the ice sculpture, revealing the gruesome sight of severed flesh and internal organs. What a remarkable young man, capable of perceiving my transmission art, quite impressive indeed. As it became evident that he had been discovered, the elder of Tianyang no longer concealed himself, his voice resonating from the void. "Will you come out on your own? Or shall I retrieve you?" Chen Qing inquired bluntly. "Youngster, I concede your talent, but with your mere foundational mastery, you lack the qualifications to boast before me." Through the elder's words, Chen Qing discerned the truth of the matter. The opponent's cultivation surpassed his own, perhaps even reaching the realm of quasi-emperor. Xia Qingyue quickly grasped this reality as well, her visage betraying a sense of panic. Qualifications? Why not test it and find out? Chen Qing's face bore no trace of fear. The elder of Tianyang remained unhurried, as a portal materialized upon the stone platform, and he stepped forth. With white hair, brows, and beard, he emanated the aura of a transcendent being. Standing there, he exuded an otherworldly presence, commanding respect without uttering a word. I believe you lack the necessary qualifications. Accompanying this proclamation was an overwhelming aura that crashed down like a mountain or a tsunami. In a daze, Xia Qingyue envisioned legions of soldiers, the atmosphere thick with hostility. The peak of the foundational realm. Fully aware of the elder's true might, Xia Qingyue felt an insurmountable despair envelop her, leaving her utterly powerless against such overwhelming strength. Unsure of how to respond. In that moment, Chen Qing swiftly grasped Xia Qingyue's wrist, pulling her behind him. Simultaneously, he activated his system panel, quickly locating and selecting the opportunity for enlightenment, deciding to invest it in his cultivation. Engaging in enlightenment. Enlightenment successful. Host's current cultivation has risen to the second tier of the foundational realm. Enlightenment successful. Host's current cultivation has risen to the third tier of the foundational realm. The system notifications continued to refresh rapidly before Chen Qing's eyes, blurring the text to the point that one could easily overlook its contents. Until finally, enlightenment successful. Host's current cultivation has risen to the ninth tier of the foundational realm. Enlightenment successful. Host's current cultivation has reached the quasi-emperor realm. With 9 opportunities for enlightenment effortlessly utilized, Chen Qing's cultivation soared from the first tier of the foundational realm to the quasi-emperor realm. Rather than being trampled upon, Chen Qing preferred to assert his superiority over others through cultivation. As a system antagonist, he would not allow mere bystanders to trample upon his dignity. If the protagonist did not possess that privilege, neither should they. Seeing Chen Qing, on the brink of death, still endeavor to protect Xia Qingyue, the elder of Tianyang chuckled mockingly, finding it laughable and childish. Yet, he did not mind facilitating their demise, allowing them to depart together into the underworld, deeming it a benevolent act. Chapter 56, The Emperor's Legacy. Believing that with his superior cultivation, he could rend Chen Qing and Xia Qingyue's flesh and bone with mere thought. He was taken aback when the overwhelming pressure that seemed poised to consume Chen Qing was abruptly shattered and repelled. Throughout, the elder's gaze never left Chen Qing. Yet he failed to notice the latter had not moved a single finger. How is this possible? The elder of Tianyang could not comprehend. Chen Qing was merely a foundational cultivator, while he was at the pinnacle of that realm. Chen Qing should have been akin to a mayfly before the vast sky. Yet why did his overwhelming thought not only fail to affect Chen Qing, but was instead countered? Could it be that this boy has concealed his true power? This thought quickly emerged in the elder's mind. His pupils shifted slightly, opening his eyes wider, intent on uncovering Chen Qing's true cultivation level. However, upon inspection, his eyes immediately constricted, the whites of his eyes flooding with blood. 2 streams of blood tears cascaded down. Ah, my eyes, my eyes. The elder of Tianyang raised his hands to shield his eyes, emitting a piercing wail. Blood seeped through his fingers. Xia Qingyue, witnessing this, felt her heart race. Bewildered as to why the elder of Tianyang had suddenly transformed into such a state, shedding tears of blood. Before long, she learned the truth from the elder's own lips. You are not a foundational cultivator. You are a quasi-emperor. The elder pointed in the wrong direction, bewildered. Impossible. With your youthful appearance. How could you possess quasi-emperor cultivation? Chen Qing had no interest in listening to the elder's nonsensical ramblings. He raised his palm slightly, and then brought it down with force. Xia Qingyue clearly observed the space above the elder's head twisting under an invisible force. In the next moment, the elder of Tianyang was crushed from head to toe, blood erupting and staining the entire stone platform, leaving behind only a tattered remnant of human skin. The elder, at the pinnacle of the foundational realm, had been obliterated by Chen Qing with a single strike. The shock of this scene left Xia Qingyue at a loss for words. Instantly, she realized a more terrifying truth. Glancing at Chen Qing with furrowed brows. Isn't my husband a foundational cultivator? How did he become a quasi-emperor? An 18-year-old quasi-emperor. Not only would such a claim be met with disbelief, but even Xia Qingyue, who witnessed the entire event unfold, could not help but question her own sanity. Before she could ponder further, Chen Qing activated the stone platform's formation, opening the portal and saying to Xia Qingyue, "My lady, stop dawdling. Let us enter swiftly." Xia Qingyue nodded in agreement. The astonishing truths surrounding Chen Qing were far too numerous for her to contemplate further. She longed to uncover what kind of opportunities lay hidden within the so-called Tianyuan secret repository. Treasures that would compel even a powerful ancestral figure to risk their life to protect. One could only imagine the elder of Tianyang, if he possessed any awareness in the afterlife, would likely defend himself by saying, "It wasn't that I wished to fight to the death. I simply found no opportunity to flee, despite being but a step away from quasi-emperor status." That step was an insurmountable chasm that countless cultivators would struggle a lifetime to cross. Below quasi-emperor, all are but mortal cultivators, is not merely a saying. From the moment Chen Qing resolved to act, the elder of Tianyang was destined to meet his end. Stepping through the portal, the pair arrived at the location of the Tianyuan secret repository. The expansive stone chamber felt somewhat vacant, easily accommodating thousands. In the center stood a towering statue, intricately carved, exuding a rich aura of Tao. This must be the creator of the Tianyuan secret realm, Chen Qing surmised. Xia Qingwei did not dispute his assertion. She had read in books that secret realms could be formed in two ways, one arising from the natural world, and the other created from the essence of powerful cultivators after their passing. Thus, it was often said that when a great being fell, it would lead to a whale falling, giving birth to myriad life. Little doll, your words ring true. I am indeed the creator of the Tianyuan secret realm. A strange voice emanated from the statue, its radiance intensifying. The sudden utterance startled Xia Qingwei, prompting her to instinctively hide behind Chen Qing. Chen Qing gently patted her hand, offering soothing words, "Fear not, for I am here. You need not panic. I have left a fragment of my divine soul solely to seek a worthy successor. If you too can pass my trials, you shall obtain the inheritance." The voice from the statue resonated once more. "Trials? Can't they be given directly?" Chen Qing inquired, intrigued by the inheritance but disinterested in the trials. He recalled that ancestor Tianyang must have been here for some time, undoubtedly aiming to pass the trials to claim the emperor's legacy and transcend to the quasi-emperor realm. Indeed, despite the statue harboring merely a remnant of a soul, the imperial might contained within was unmistakably genuine. "That does not comply with the rules," the statue retorted. "Rules are meant to be altered," Chen Qing countered. The statue hesitated, ultimately sighing and continuing, "Very well, a quasi-emperor at 18, with unparalleled talent. I trust that the trials will pose no challenge for you. Step forward, and I shall bestow upon you the inheritance." Seeing the statue relent and agree to directly grant Chen Qing the emperor's legacy, Xia Qingwei felt genuine joy for him. It was indeed a time where strength dictated respect. As long as one possessed enough power, one could shatter and redefine the rules. "My lady, please wait for me a moment," Chen Qing said. "All right." After receiving Xia Qingyue's response, he took a few steps forward and approached the statue. "Come now, open your sea of consciousness, and I shall grant you the inheritance," the statue urged, its tone laced with urgency and anticipation. However, as time trickled by, Chen Qing did not comply. "Open your sea of consciousness. Do you not desire my inheritance?" the statue questioned, perplexed. "Inheritance is inheritance. Why must I open my sea of consciousness? You do not intend to seize my body, do you?" Chen Qing raised his gaze, meeting the statue's eyes with scrutiny. In that instant, 5 iron chains emerged from the void, ensnaring Chen Qing's wrists, ankles, and neck, suspending him in a manner reminiscent of being torn apart by 5 horses. "My lord," Xia Qingwei sensed something amiss and hastily drew her Hanyue sword, rushing forward to sever the chains. One strike met the chains, which shimmered with runes, remaining unscathed, while the impact left Xia Qingyue's arm numb. "Futile. Do not waste your efforts. These chains are treasures personally forged by me. Even you, with your quasi-emperor prowess, are no match," the statue declared with pride. "If a quasi-emperor cannot, then what of an emperor?" Chen Qing asked, opening the system panel. "An emperor could easily shatter them. But what does that have to do with you?" Chapter 57, A Thought of the Emperor. The Tianyuan emperor could not fathom why Chen Qing, in such a predicament, would utter such nonsensical words. Despite Chen Qing possessing formidable quasi-emperor cultivation, the emperor believed that with enough time, he would inevitably pry open Chen Qing's sea of consciousness, seize his body, and replace him. He felt fortunate that, at the brink of death, he had created the Tianyuan secret realm, leaving behind a remnant of his soul. Now, he had finally found a suitable vessel for possession, an exquisite physique capable of achieving quasi-emperor status at merely 18 years of age. Just the thought thrilled the Tianyuan emperor. He believed that with such unparalleled talent, he could not only experience a second life, but also attain emperor status once more. As for why he did not seize ancestor Tianyang beforehand, the reason was simple. The Tianyuan emperor saw through the elder's imminent demise. His body was akin to rotting wood, riddled with flaws. Forcing a possession in such a state would be a waste of opportunity. Patience was paramount. Unfortunately, ancestor Tianyang was obstinate, determined to challenge the trials for a non-existent emperor inheritance. Had Chen Qing not appeared in time to decisively eliminate ancestor Tianyang, the Tianyuan emperor could only speculate how long he would have been entangled with him. Fortunately, it was evident that all the waiting had been worthwhile. However, Just as the Tianyuan Emperor intended to attempt breaching Chen Qing's sea of consciousness to effectuate possession, he suddenly sensed something was amiss. To his astonishment, Chen Qing's cultivation and aura were exponentially escalating. He briefly questioned whether he was seeing things. Looking back at Chen Qing, he noted the system panel rapidly refreshing with notifications. Comprehension successful. Host's current cultivation has reached the second stage of Quasi-Emperor. Comprehension successful. Host's current cultivation has reached the third stage of Quasi-Emperor. Comprehension successful. Host's current cultivation has reached the ninth stage of Quasi-Emperor. Comprehension successful. Host's current cultivation has reached the Emperor level. The reward for this sudden insight was formidable. Regardless of the cultivation realm, its use guaranteed a breakthrough. As Chen Qing ascended to the Emperor realm, the Emperors might surge through the stone chamber like a tidal wave, revealing the exclusive divine patterns of the Emperor behind him. The Emperor. Witnessing this scene, the Tianyuan Emperor genuinely felt as if he had lost his senses, questioning whether he was hallucinating. Just a moment ago, Chen Qing was merely a first-stage quasi-emperor. How could he ascend to emperor level in the blink of an eye? Impossible. This cannot be. Your innate talent is merely that of a 17 or 18-year-old. How could you possibly achieve the emperor realm? The Tianyuan Emperor vehemently denied. Even witnessing the event firsthand, the incredulity was too outrageous for him to accept. My lord, he has actually become an emperor? Xia Qingyue halted her attempts to sever the chains, the visual impact of this transformation staggering. Chen Qing's displayed strength left her feeling inadequate, igniting doubts about her ability to catch up. What is impossible? Chen Qing merely flicked his fingers, and the chains that constrained his neck and limbs, of a quality nearly equivalent to emperor weapons, shattered into dust. Seeing his divine treasure obliterated by merely a flick of Chen Qing's fingers, the Tianyuan Emperor's defenses crumbled, leaving him without the courage to question the authenticity of Chen Qing's emperor status. The evidence lay plainly before him. How could he refute it? Adhering to the principle that a man of honor must be adaptable, the Tianyuan Emperor hastily proclaimed, "Wait. I am willing to offer you everything I possess. Simply ask." With a mere thought, Chen Qing ruthlessly extinguished the last vestige of the Tianyuan Emperor's soul, regardless of whether the Emperor spoke any truth. Chen Qing had already ascended to the Emperor realm. The Emperor's paltry bargaining chips held no allure for him. In comparison to the so-called Emperor inheritance, Chen Qing preferred to eliminate him outright, ensuring the clarity of his own path. As the Emperor's remnant soul was eradicated, the statue's brilliance faded, shattering into fragments scattered across the ground. Suddenly, the earth trembled violently. Chen Qing swiftly moved to Xia Qingyue's side, encircling her waist and effortlessly lifting her while simultaneously opening a portal, stepping through it to escape the impending collapse of the secret realm. In the blink of an eye, Chen Qing and Xia Qingyue found themselves back in the bear cave. Once he ensured she was steady, he released her. Gazing at the shattered black stone tablet, Xia Qingyue lamented, "It is a pity about the opportunities within the secret realm." "A pity?" Chen Qing replied with a faint smile. "There is nothing to regret. I have commanded my shadow puppets to gather every opportunity, leaving not a single spirit stone behind." "Is that so? Then I shall rest easy." Xia Qingyue felt an increasing admiration for Chen Qing. Recognizing his meticulousness, her gaze filled with reverence. With such a husband, what more could she desire? Xia Qingyue understood all too well that she had unwittingly become unable to sever the bond of her feelings. Chen Qing evokes not only romantic sentiments between the genders, but also an awe-inspiring admiration for strength. At merely 18, he stands as an emperor-level powerhouse. One must ponder. In the vast annals of the Tianxian continent, has anyone ever achieved such a feat? The answer is unequivocal: no one. The records unearthed by Xia Qingyue reveal that the youngest emperor in history only ascended at the age of 100. Xia Qingyue finds herself at a loss, unable to determine how many extraordinary accolades she must bestow upon Chen Qing to adequately encapsulate his terrifying talents. A shadow of worry now looms over her. What if Chen Qing deems her unworthy and casts her aside with a letter of divorce? Gazing across the Tianxian continent, she realizes there is no one who surpasses Chen Qing. Yet, in her own eyes, she sees countless individuals who outshine her. Within the great martial dynasty, her beauty might command attention, but in the grand tapestry of the Tianxian continent, it scarcely registers as a mere tip of the iceberg. With this in mind, how could she possibly capture Chen Qing's heart? Suddenly, a steely resolve ignites within Xia Qingyue, amplifying her determination to cultivate her strength. Emerging from the bear cave, the night has already enveloped the sky. Before Chen Qing can utter a word, she senses an impending danger and discreetly draws her cold moon sword. She promptly declares, "Husband." There are individuals nearby, no fewer than 10. They are likely allies of the previous sect disciples. Chen Qing assesses the situation, surmising that these individuals, having discovered the demise of their fellow disciples, and with the teleportation portal rendered inoperative, are lying in wait outside the cave, hoping for an opportunity to ambush. Neither Chen Qing nor Xia Qingwei makes any effort to conceal their voices, their words crystal clear to the disciples and elders lurking among the foliage. As the elders reveal themselves, the disciples emerge from behind the trees, blades drawn, their edges gleaming coldly under the moonlight. Dare you slay members of our sect? If you willingly surrender your treasures, I may allow you to depart with your lives intact, the sect elder asserts, convinced that Chen Qing and Xia Qingwei, having ventured into the secret realm, must have acquired a plethora of treasures, otherwise they would not have emerged so hastily, fearing that remaining would lead to their treasures being seized by rival factions. Chapter 58. A palm that annihilates a sect from 1,000 miles away. Faced with these adversaries, whom he had previously dismissed as mere fodder, Chen Qing has no inclination to engage. Their only remaining value lies in serving as a means to accrue rewards. With a mere thought, he unleashes his imperial might. All hearts halt instantaneously. One by one, they collapse, lifeless and unseeing. Not even the elders, despite their higher rank, can react in the face of such overwhelming power. They do not even have the chance to comprehend their demise. Wife pampering successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward. Demon King, Sacred Body 1. Ranking of 3,000 physiques, 52. To slay a handful of insignificant adversaries and receive a top 100 Sacred Body is indeed a delightful surprise for Chen Qing. He glances at Xia Qingwei, pondering whether the only plausible explanation for this could be her growing affection for him. Husband? Xia Qingwei feels her cheeks flush under Chen Qing's penetrating gaze, which seems to pierce through to her very soul. My apologies, my lady. Under the moonlight, your beauty is simply enchanting, and I was momentarily captivated. Chen Qing offers a casual excuse. His words, though offhand, send Xia Qingyue's already fluttering heart into a frenzied race. She quickly turns away, too bashful to meet his gaze, wishing to conceal the expression on her face. Even without seeing, she can easily imagine how she must appear at this moment. Her voice trembles slightly as she responds. Even with such flattery, I can offer my husband no substantial benefits. As long as my lady does not forsake me, that alone is a monumental blessing. Chen Qing gently wraps his arms around Xia Qingyue's waist from behind, resting his chin on her shoulder and whispering tenderly in her ear. My husband has granted me a rebirth. How could I ever abandon you? Xia Qingwei responds without hesitation. Yet, my husband, should you encounter a broader world in the future, please do not find me wanting, she confides, revealing her innermost thoughts. With a smile curving his lips, Chen Qing guides her to face him, his demeanor earnest. In this life, I, Chen Qing, shall marry and love only my lady. Upon hearing this, Xia Qingwei raises her gaze, her beautiful eyes shimmering as they lock onto Chen Qing's. As he draws nearer, she does not flinch, gently lifting her chin and closing her eyes, surrendering herself to him. Husband, I can hardly breathe, Xia Qingwei murmurs, lifting her hands to rest against Chen Qing's chest. Blame me, Chen Qing replies, knowing when to hold back. This kiss offers Xia Qingwei an unparalleled experience. For the first time, she discovers that a kiss encompasses more than mere contact of lips. Initially, she feels a hint of discomfort, yet gradually, an exquisite sensation compels her fingers and toes to clench involuntarily. In a daze, Xia Qingwei notices Chen Qing waving his hand to open a teleportation portal. Initially, she believes it leads back to Chen's residence. Yet soon, she perceives a different scene materializing within the portal, resembling the grand hall of a sect, becoming increasingly vivid. Within the hall, the sect leader occupies a high seat, flanked by various elders. Suddenly, a flustered disciple rushes into the hall, kneeling and exclaiming, "Sect leader, something terrible has happened." Elder Wei and the disciples accompanying him have lost their soul lamps. Elder Wei? Xia Qingwei peers closer. Recognizing that the attire of the elder and disciples mirrors that of the group Chen Qing had swiftly annihilated with his imperial might. Astonished by Chen Qing's remarkable powers, she marvels at how swiftly he has uncovered the sinister forces lurking behind that group. Just as she contemplates this, she hears an enraged voice emanating from the portal. Regardless of who he is, anyone daring to seize our sect's opportunities and ruthlessly slay our elders and disciples must be punished. If we do not retaliate, how can we expect respect from others, who will regard our Tianjing sect? Upon hearing this, the responding elders urge the sect leader to take action, advocating for a direct assault and offering bounties, expressing their willingness to assist. The sect leader, reflecting upon their words, acknowledges their wisdom. Failing to avenge this affront would tarnish his authority and undermine the hard-earned reputation of the Tianjing sect. Xia Qingwei discerns that the sect leader's prowess falls short of her own and is about to step forward to propose that she eradicate this threat on behalf of Chen Qingwen. To her astonishment, Chen Qing raises his hand and strikes down once more. The scene within the portal shifts, golden light emerging, followed by a colossal golden palm shattering the heavens, descending upon the Tianjing sect. The vast Tianjing sect, under the weight of this palm, appears as insignificant as a speck of dust. With a thunderous roar, the entire Tianjing sect, along with Tianjing Mountain, is reduced to rubble in an instant. Thousands of lives extinguished in the blink of an eye. The only remnant is a vast palm print, resembling an abyss, a chasm. Gulping, Xia Qinghua closes her lips, swallowing back the words that almost escaped her. Even as Chen Qing's wife, she cannot help but feel a sense of dread. Previously, she had only heard of the terror of emperors, but no amount of hearsay compares to the profound shock of witnessing it firsthand. To obliterate an entire sect with a mere gesture from 1,000 miles away, that is a notion Xia Qinghua had never dared to entertain. So powerful, truly, overwhelmingly strong. Tianjingzong harbored intentions of annihilation not solely aimed at himself, but also at Xia Qinghua. Thus, this strike naturally activated the cherished wife reward mechanism. Wife pampered successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a random reward. Fortune Golden Dragon 1. Another dragon? The amalgamation of Fortune and the Dragon Clan piqued Chen Qing's interest. Upon glancing at the detailed description, it became evident that, in comparison to the 9 Nether Undying Dragon, the combat prowess of the Fortune Golden Dragon was markedly inferior. However, this was only in relation to the 9 Nether Undying Dragon. The true might of the Fortune Golden Dragon lay in its ability to transform an individual, or indeed many individuals, or even an entire faction's fortune. It could enrich the flow of spiritual energy, enhance the speed of cultivation, increase the likelihood of seizing opportunities, and adjust the difficulty of breaking through bottlenecks. Its benefits were manifold. It was akin to bestowing a blessing of good fortune upon everyone. Furthermore, as the master, Chen Qing possessed the autonomy to decide who would enjoy the augmentation of fortune and who would not, thereby preventing any from unjustly reaping its benefits. Naturally, the first to benefit would be himself and Xia Qinghua. Xia Qinghua turned towards Chen Qing, her delicate lips parting as she was about to speak. But her expression shifted to one of astonishment. After a moment, she responded with confusion. How strange, how did I break through? Her cultivation had inexplicably ascended from the second layer of the out-of-body realm to the third layer. Her gaze returned to Chen Qing, convinced that some connection existed between them. Chen Qing did not respond directly, but instead raised his head, gesturing for Xia Qinghua to look upwards. Chapter 59, Fortune Golden Dragon. Xia Qinghua, half convinced, looked up, and there, amidst the clouds, a colossal dragon was coiled. The most crucial detail was that this dragon was not the one Xia Qinghua had previously encountered. Its color alone made it distinguishable. Is this dragon also your spiritual pet? Xia Qinghua confirmed, her voice tinged with awe. Indeed, Chen Qing nodded affirmatively, feeling no need for concealment. A single individual possessing 2 sacred dragons as spiritual pets, Xia Qinghua wondered if anyone else in the world could achieve such a feat aside from Chen Qing. Yet, as new inquiries arose, Xia Qinghua earnestly asked, what connection do I have with this sacred dragon in my breakthrough? Chen Qing elucidated, this dragon is named Fortune Golden Dragon. It can assist individuals in enhancing their fortune and accelerating their cultivation speed. Fortune, Golden Dragon. Even for Xia Qinghua, who had only recently stepped into the martial cultivation realm, the combination of these 2 terms was astonishing, for she understood the profound significance they held together. Everything in this world hinges upon fortune. Individuals possess fortune, nations have national fortune. Whether it be a person, a nation, or the rise and fall of a sect, all are inextricably linked to the fluctuations of fortune. If this golden dragon can alter my fortune, does that imply it has the power to change even the national fortune? A bold notion surged through Xia Qinghua's mind. In response, Chen Qing conceived an even bolder idea. Madam, I intend to bestow this Fortune Golden Dragon upon the Great Wu Dynasty without charge, to enhance its national fortune. What say you? Chen Qing's words left Xia Qinghua momentarily speechless. She was acutely aware that his motivations were entirely for her benefit. She also comprehended the immense significance of a dragon capable of altering fortune. Not to mention a dynasty, such a treasure was an extraordinary opportunity coveted by many top-tier sections. Realizing her inability to repay him, Xia Qinghua felt deeply indebted to Chen Qing. She could only take a step forward, her hands entwining around Chen Qing's neck. Pressing her lips against his, she emulated Chen Qing's earlier boldness, her actions growing bolder still. A wondrous sensation surged through her heart once more. After a long moment, they slowly parted, her eyes, sparkling like the cosmos, gazing affectionately at Chen Qing as she spoke. On behalf of my father and the countless citizens of the Great Wu Dynasty, I thank you, my husband. Subsequently, Chen Qing transformed the Fortune Golden Dragon into a palm-sized figure and placed it in Xia Qinghua's hands. Sensing her eagerness to share this good news with her father and hasten the blessings of enhanced fortune for the entire Great Wu dynasty, Chen Qing decisively opened a portal leading to the Great Wu Imperial Palace. For him, possessing the time-space sacred body made such feats effortless. Xia Qingwe understood and, after bidding farewell to Chen Qing, stepped through the portal. Should Chen Qing wish to accompany her, he would undoubtedly do so without her needing to say more. As she entered and her figure vanished, the portal closed. Chen Qing immediately accessed the system panel, eager to ascertain what rewards would be returned for gifting a 100 fortune golden dragon. Should the rewards level be low, he would undoubtedly voice his dissatisfaction. Wife pampered successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a random reward, 1000 fortune golden dragon 1. Upon witnessing that gifting a fortune golden dragon returned another, Chen Qing was about to murmur a few words. Suddenly, he realized that this time, the reward bore 2 additional characters, 1000 zhang. And the fortune golden dragon he had previously given to Xia Qingyue was merely 100 zhang. To evaluate the strength of a demonic beast or sacred beast, one need only consider its size. The fortune enhancement effect of a 1000 zhang golden dragon was not merely a matter of being 10 times larger than its 100 zhang counterpart. Not only could it alter the fortune of an entire nation, but this 1000 zhang fortune golden dragon had the potential to transform the fortune of the entire Tianxian continent. Of course, Chen Qing was not altruistic enough to undertake such an action. Savoring the fortune of the 1000 zhang golden dragon with his beloved wife was far more appealing. Such matters of public and national welfare were concerns for his father-in-law, the emperor. Satisfied with this outcome, he closed the system panel and opened another portal, resolved to return to the Chen residence. Just then, atop Demang Mountain, Yifeng, having completed an entire day of cultivation, chose to briefly conclude his practice. Exhaling a breath of turbid air. At this moment, his cultivation had reached the 5th layer of the out-of-body realm, a leap of 2 entire realms. To elevate his cultivation by 2 realms in a single day with a high-grade spiritual root was a feat unlikely to be matched by anyone else in the world besides Yifeng himself. Yet, he lamented that if only the quality of his spiritual root were a bit higher, his cultivation speed would undoubtedly be even swifter. Nevertheless, Yifeng felt a sense of contentment. After all, before binding to the system, he had been a waste without even a spiritual root, subjected to ridicule. This high-grade spiritual root was a reward he had obtained through the system's signing-in feature. Taking a deep breath to stabilize his Dan-Si, Yifeng summoned the system panel, intent on commencing his daily sign-in. Heaven, grant me a grand prize. Despite having a sign-in opportunity every day, the 12 hours felt exceedingly long. He clicked sign-in. Signing in. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a low-grade heavenly spiritual root 1. What? A heavenly spiritual root? After confirming that he had not misread, Yifeng's eyes sparkled with excitement as he sprang to his feet. Rubbing his eyes and blinking, he confirmed without a doubt that it was indeed a low-grade heavenly spiritual root. Excellent. With a heavenly spiritual root, I am now qualified to be called an extraordinary talent. Yifeng's heart brimmed with elation. With such a fortuitous life, he could scarcely contain his satisfaction. In such a brief period, he had acquired a heavenly spiritual root and reached the out-of-body realm. After 30 years of signing in, who among the billions of beings would dare to claim invincibility? Who would dare to assert they were unbeatable? Time to cultivate. I must immediately explore the speed at which this low-grade heavenly spiritual root can enhance my training. Yifeng's eagerness was palpable as he anticipated the benefits this new spiritual root would bring. Xia Qingyue had traversed through the portal opened by Chen Qing, arriving at the imperial study, where she encountered her father, Emperor Xia Cheng. Upon seeing her, the emperor's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settled as he greeted her with a broad smile. He mused internally, it seems that Chen Qing, that young man, is treating my daughter quite well. He had anticipated that after marrying into the Chen family, Xia Qingyue would be perpetually melancholic, ultimately succumbing to despair. However, the reality was a stark contrast to his expectations. Each visit from Xia Qingyue to the imperial study brought her increasing joy, a genuine delight that radiated from her very being. What brings you here at this late hour? Emperor Xia Cheng inquired. Father, I have come to present you with a treasure. Xia Qingyue elucidated her purpose. A treasure? The emperor calculated. Surely it cannot be that you have conceived so soon. As a man of experience, he knew that even the finest physicians in the capital would require approximately 25 days to confirm a pregnancy through their extraordinary diagnostic skills. How long had it been since Xia Qingyue had wed into the Chen household? Thus, he promptly dismissed this notion with a shake of his head. Unaware of her father's thoughts, Xia Qingyue observed his curiosity piqued and decided against prolonging the suspense any further. Raising her right arm and spreading her fingers, the auspicious golden dragon materialized immediately in her palm. A serpent? The emperor's expression shifted dramatically as he focused intently, suddenly standing up in shock. No. This is a young dragon. Qingwe, where did you acquire such a young dragon? He urgently sought clarification, if his memory served him right. The dragon lineage had become extinct in the lower realms millions of years ago. Even in the higher realms, dragons were exceedingly rare, only accessible to unparalleled powerhouses and the most prestigious families, symbolizing status and strength. It is a grand gift from my husband to our entire Great Wu dynasty. Xia Qingwe added, before further explaining, Father, this is not merely a young dragon. Not a young dragon? Before the emperor could inquire further, Xia Qingwe gestured for him to leave the imperial study and follow her outside. Despite his curiosity about the true nature of her revelation, he patiently complied, leaving his throne to follow her. When the moment felt right, Xia Qingwe elevated her hand higher. The auspicious golden dragon understood her intention perfectly, releasing itself and soaring into the heavens, its form visibly expanding in a spectacular manner. 1 zhang, 10 zhang, 30 zhang, 50 zhang, until it reached a magnificent 100 zhang. 100 zhang holy dragon. Even the battle-hardened Emperor Xia Cheng, who had witnessed numerous grand spectacles, could not help but be awestruck by the sight of the majestic dragon soaring through the skies above. His legs trembled slightly beneath him. He had only heard tales of the dragon race. This was his first encounter, especially with a dragon of such immense stature. Boom. At that moment, an enormous sound erupted from behind him, prompting the emperor to turn around and behold a pillar of golden light shooting toward the heavens from the ancestral temple. His eyes widened in disbelief. The national fortune of our Great Wu has inexplicably multiplied. No. He quickly shook his head, refusing to accept that the national fortune could simply increase out of thin air. Thus, the only remaining possibility loomed before him. Looking up, his gaze was fixed upon the divine presence of the auspicious golden dragon. Sensing the opportune moment, Xia Qingwe began her explanation. This dragon is known as the auspicious golden dragon. It has the power to enhance the fortune and blessings of our entire Great Wu dynasty. Auspicious golden dragon. The emperor echoed in astonishment, emotions flitting across his face, predominantly joy. Understanding the implications of the increased national fortune, he comprehended the immense power of the auspicious golden dragon. Excellent. With this auspicious golden dragon augmenting our national fortune, our Xia royal family shall surely prosper. Emperor Xia Cheng exclaimed heartily, his delight unabashed in front of his daughter, casting aside the need to maintain the decorum of imperial authority. To think, by sheer happenstance, I have gained such a remarkable son-in-law. He reflected with a sense of gratitude. This gift was indeed monumental. Not even an emperor could refuse it. Under the protection of an emperor and with his beloved daughter, Chen Qing had chosen the latter, a notion that had not crossed Xia Cheng's mind. Qingwe, please convey to your husband that the cultivation treasury of the Great Wu dynasty shall always be open to him. He may take whatever resources he desires. Now, Xia Cheng harbored no concerns that Chen Qing would one day pose a threat to the Great Wu dynasty. He willingly offered the entire might of the nation to nurture him, ready to serve as one of many stepping stones on his path to becoming an unparalleled powerhouse. Father, on behalf of my husband, I must express our gratitude, but I believe he may not require the resources of our Great Wu dynasty. Not require? The emperor inquired, perplexed. He believed that regardless of Chen Qing's astounding talents, the treasury of a nation could hardly be deemed unnecessary. What level of cultivation does your husband currently possess? Since Xia Qingwe had asserted that Chen Qing did not need the resources, Xia Cheng pondered whether his cultivation had indeed progressed significantly. To be honest, my husband has now entered the realm of the emperor, Xia Qingwe revealed. Silence. A silence so profound it felt as if time itself had frozen. For a long while, Emperor Xia Cheng remained utterly still, not even blinking, as he stood there in shock. Just as Xia Qingwe was about to call out to him, he suddenly exclaimed, Qingwe, please, say that again. What realm is your husband in? He suspected he had misheard due to his momentary distraction. He couldn't fathom that Chen Qing, at merely 18 years of age, had reached the emperor realm. 18 years old, and already at the emperor realm? Xia Qingwe reiterated. This time, Xia Cheng remained frozen. But with the benefit of prior experience, he quickly regained his composure, hastily exclaiming, your husband, is he truly an emperor? Yes, Xia Qingwe confirmed without reservation, succinctly recounting the events that had transpired within the secret realm to her father. After listening, Emperor Xia Cheng staggered toward a nearby stone table, sinking onto a stone bench. Observing this, Xia Qingwe quickly followed, her concern evident. Father, are you all right? I'm fine, just overwhelmed by the sheer volume of what I've heard. I need a moment to process. He waved his hand dismissively, reassuring her not to worry. The mere notion of an 18-year-old son-in-law at the emperor realm was enough to leave Xia Cheng's legs weak, not from fear, but from sheer exhilaration. While he did not know how Chen Qing had achieved this, he felt no need to inquire. He was simply relieved that he no longer needed to fret over the possibility of the Great Wu dynasty fading into obscurity. What dynasty, blessed by an emperor, could ever face annihilation? He could hardly believe it. And it finally dawned on him why Chen Qing had so generously bestowed this auspicious golden dragon upon his daughter and the entire Great Wu dynasty to enhance their national fortune, rather than seeking to curry favor with another emperor. After all, he himself was an emperor. There was no need to ingratiate himself with another. In Xia Cheng's mind, the superiority of an 18-year-old emperor over an elder emperor was abundantly clear. Chen Qing, still youthful, has already reached what many cultivators consider the pinnacle of their craft as a starting point. It is highly probable that he will ascend to realms beyond the imagination of most, a celestial being. Were it not for the knowledge of Chen Qing's current prowess, he would scarcely regard the imperial authority of the Great Wu dynasty with any esteem. Xia Cheng even contemplated abdicating the throne in favor of Chen Qing. As for the other princes, though they possess considerable talents, none have yet attained a level that could rival the title of Great Emperor. To compare them is an affront to the emperor himself. Just as Xia Cheng was about to express further thoughts, he noticed that Xia Qing's smile had vanished, replaced by a countenance of grave concern. Chapter 61, The National Master in Existential Doubt. Xia Cheng followed her gaze and quickly fixed his attention on a distant crane. Upon closer scrutiny, he discerned an elderly figure clad in a robe adorned with golden patterns standing upon the crane. It seemed this individual had come in pursuit of the auspicious golden dragon. Xia Cheng voiced his observations, to which Xia Qingwen nodded in agreement. She had indeed foreseen that once the golden dragon was revealed, it would attract the scrutiny of other powers. However, she had not anticipated such a swift response. The imperial palace was equally quick to react, with thousands of armored guards hastening toward the study to protect the emperor. Additionally, there were numerous cultivators nurtured by the royal family, their powers ranging from the nascent soul to the out-of-body realm. For a minor dynasty like the Great Wu to cultivate so many nascent soul and out-of-body cultivators was no small feat, requiring substantial yearly resources for their training. Before long, the national master, Xiao He, arrived. He was the most formidable cultivator within the palace, standing at the pinnacle of the out-of-body realm, just a step away from the spirit-severing realm. Yet, this step had taken him over a decade, and he had yet to cross it. National Master, do you recognize this individual? Xia Cheng inquired. Xiao He shook his head, confirming only that the person was not a cultivator of the Great Wu and possessed strength superior to his own. Stronger than the National Master? Does that not imply they are of the spirit-severing realm? The color drained from Xia Cheng's face upon hearing this. However, the knowledge that he had a great emperor's son-in-law standing behind him quickly steadied his racing heart. He felt emboldened. Your Majesty, the newcomer bears ill intent. I advise you to contact the 10 major sects immediately to confront this formidable foe. Xiao He understood that, with merely himself and the individuals present, their chances of contending against the spirit-severing master were exceedingly slim. If the 10 major sects mobilized, their sheer numbers might intimidate the opponent. As Xia Qingyue prepared to speak, she suddenly noticed a shadow at her feet, rippling gently in the moonlight. After a moment's contemplation, she comprehended everything. Her husband always operated with such meticulous precision. A warmth blossomed in her heart. Meanwhile, before Xia Cheng could make a decision, a fierce wind descended upon them. He raised his arms to shield himself. Xiao He, ever quick on his feet, stepped in front of Xia Cheng and waved his whisk to dissipate the tempest. Looking up, they saw the spirit-severing cultivator descending upon the study, blocking out a significant portion of the moonlight. With hands clasped behind his back, he exuded an air of superiority, dismissively declaring that a trivial nation like theirs was unworthy of possessing a sacred dragon and should hand over control to avoid annihilation. May I inquire your esteemed name? Venerable Elder? Xiao He asked. You are not worthy to know my name, the elder retorted, showing no regard for Xiao He. My patience is limited, decide swiftly. In a bid to assist Xia Cheng, Xia Qingyue and the others resolutely prepared themselves, as the elder deliberately unleashed his spirit-severing pressure. Many of the guards, lacking significant cultivation, immediately buckled to their knees, their weapons failing to support them as the tips pierced the stone floor. Thousands of guards lost their combat effectiveness in an instant. If I were you, I would certainly refrain from such actions. You lack the qualifications to seize the dragon. Xia Qingyue struggled to speak against the overwhelming pressure of the spirit-severing realm. Lacking qualifications? Her words amused the elder, who swiftly morphed his expression to one of malevolence. Since you wish for death, I shall show you whether I possess such qualifications. As he spoke, spiritual energy coalesced beside him, forming a 3-foot-long sword. The blade descended, aimed directly at Xia Qingyue. With a mere thought, the sword locked onto her, hurtling toward her with blinding speed. The attack was aimed with lethal intent to sever her head from her shoulders. In the blink of an eye, the sword was mere inches from her brow, causing her pupils to constrict. Yet, that distance was insurmountable. The ethereal sword was caught by an outstretched hand. The hand belonged to the shadow puppet. I did not expect that in this desolate place, someone could withstand my blade. The elder was taken aback. However, he soon realized that the shadow puppet was not human. It lacked organs and meridians. The concept of a magical artifact dawned upon him, filling him with delight. Good, very good. I did not foresee that this journey would yield not only a golden dragon, but also a heavenly-grade humanoid weapon. The elder assumed that a humanoid weapon capable of withstanding his lethal strike must be at least of heavenly grade. The shadow puppet, however, had no time for idle chatter. It seized the sword, twisted its wrist, and returned the weapon from whence it came. To use my sword to slay me? How naive. The elder laughed scornfully, spreading his fingers wide to erect a massive shield of spiritual energy before him, intending to block the returning sword. Yet, what transpired next left him utterly astonished. His prideful defense was pierced as easily as a hot knife through butter. The sword flew back with a swiftness that far exceeded his earlier manipulation. Before he could react, a sharp pain shot through his chest. Uffed. The elder looked down to see a gaping wound and blood gushing uncontrollably from his mouth. Soon after, his eyes rolled back, and his body fell from the crane like a marionette with severed strings. A single strike to annihilate a spirit-severing cultivator. The national master Xiao He, witnessing the spectacle, gazed in disbelief at the shadow puppet nearby. Noticing Xiao He's confusion, Xia Qing took it upon herself to explain. This entity is known as the shadow puppet, a type of magical artifact, its power comparable to the pinnacle of the spirit-severing realm. It is my husband's puppet. Pinnacle of the spirit-severing realm. Upon hearing this revelation from Xia Qing, Xiao He sank deeper into existential doubt. He had devoted a century to cultivation, yet his prowess paled in comparison to that of a puppet. Overwhelmed by despair, he even contemplated abandoning his cultivation altogether, pondering that, with his talents, he would likely never catch up to a mere puppet. The blow to his self-esteem was profoundly disheartening. In his despair, he failed to notice that another shadow had dispersed from beneath Xia Qing's feet. Before long, that shadow returned, emerging from the gloom in a kneeling posture, presenting a spatial ring with both hands. Xia Qing regarded the ring, intuitively aware that it likely belonged to the elder who had just been slain by the shadow puppet. She remained calm and composed. In contrast, Xiao He's gaze flitted back and forth between the two shadow puppets, lost in self-doubt. Chapter 62. A single finger can annihilate 1,000,000 heroes. To possess such a shadow puppet is, in Xiao He's eyes, an extraordinary anomaly. A fortuitous opportunity that is exceedingly rare. After all, how many cultivators have devoted their entire lives, like him, only to find themselves unable to reach the pinnacle of the divided spirit realm? Yet, under Chen Qing's command, there exists not one, but two puppets at the zenith of the divided spirit realm. One must wonder, how can he avoid self-doubt and continue his cultivation, investing the little time he has left in what may not be the wisest choice? Clearing his throat to regain composure, Xiao He approached Xia Qing and tentatively inquired, "Might I ask, Your Highness, apart from these two shadow puppets, there are no others, correct? I am not entirely sure of the specifics, but there are certainly at least 10,000, Xia Qing reminisced. Xiao He's expression mirrored that of Xia Cheng upon learning of Chen Qing's ascension to the Emperor realm. Despite the precedent, Xia Qing's countenance was hardly more favorable. 10,000 puppets at the peak of the divided spirit realm. Chen Qing alone equated to a top-tier power, coupled with his imperial cultivation. Xia Cheng could not fathom who in this world could rival him. Meanwhile, Chen Qing's system panel promptly emerged. Wife spoiling successful. Congratulations, host. You have received a random reward, Heavenly Level Array Master Experience Pack X1. Array Master Experience Pack? As Chen Qing gazed at the reward notification, he mused that if this continued, it would not be long before he attained omniscience and omnipotence. While others exhaust their lives honing a single pathway to mastery, he could leverage system rewards to elevate all forms of cultivation to their utmost heights. Without further ado, he selected the Array Master Experience Pack and confirmed its use. Utilizing Heavenly Level Array Master Experience Pack. Usage successful. Much like the alchemist, upon the successful application of the Experience Pack, myriad arrays from the cosmos coalesced into a vast reservoir of memory, embedding themselves within his mind. Chen Qing consistently prioritized utilizing rewards that even he had yet to fully grasp, for no one could guarantee that, should he choose to utilize them for wife-spoiling endeavors, they would not go awry. Should fortune stray this time, who could predict when another opportunity would arise? Chen Qing understood the principle that one must forge their own path. He would not grow complacent simply because the protagonist still had decades of seclusion ahead of him. He was eager to witness, on the day the protagonist emerged, whether a being of omniscience and omnipotence could indeed be challenged by mere strokes of fate. At that very moment, thousands of miles away from the Great Wu dynasty, in a place known as the Qinglong Kingdom. Your Majesty, this is grave. I have observed that the soul lamp of the Tianyong Taoist has extinguished. What? Speak again. Upon hearing this, the Emperor of Qinglong Kingdom, Zheng Tian, sprang from his dragon throne. The Tianyong Taoist was a formidable presence at the divided spirit realm. Who among the Great Wu dynasty could contend with him? I do not know, but the soul lamp of the Tianyong Taoist has indeed gone out, a minister reported. Kneeling and too fearful to raise his gaze, Zheng Tian took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain composed. Observing the cowering minister, he deduced that even if given 10 lives, the man would never dare deceive him with such a matter. Thus, his ire swiftly turned towards the Great Wu dynasty. Very well. This insignificant Great Wu dynasty, merely fortunate enough to possess a fortuitous dragon, dares to oppose my Qinglong kingdom? I see they have grown weary of life. Come forth, assemble 1,000,000 troops, and march south. As Zheng Tian's command echoed, the Prime Minister stepped forward. Your Majesty, the Great Wu dynasty is currently under the protection of a fortuitous dragon. To engage in rash warfare may prove detrimental for our nation. What? Does the Prime Minister believe my 1,000,000 heroes cannot contend with a mere Great Wu? Zheng Tian challenged. I harbor no such thoughts, merely that the strength of the fortuitous dragon is beyond our imagination. The death of the Tianyong Taoist may be linked to it. Prudence would serve us well, the Prime Minister urged. Zheng Tian, however, dismissed the council. I am resolute. There is no need for further discussion. Moreover, how could they possibly control the fortuitous dragon? The sovereign of beasts would never heed their commands. Securing the dragon for my use is of the utmost importance. Zheng Tian disregarded the Prime Minister's words, choosing instead to trust his own convictions. Armed with a treasured artifact from his ancestors, he was confident that he could harness the fortuitous golden dragon for his own purposes. He was certain that once he subdued the golden dragon and enhanced the national fortunes, the Qinglong Kingdom would soon unify the entire lower realm. The Prime Minister hesitated, understanding that further discourse would change nothing. It would only bring trouble upon himself. He could only hope that Zheng Tian's assumptions were correct and that the fortuitous dragon had not yet been fully tamed by the Great Wu dynasty. This indeed appeared to be a promising opportunity. Should they breach the gates of the Great Wu and seize the dragon, it would yield nothing but benefits for the Qinglong Kingdom. Half a day passed. As dawn broke, 1,000,000 troops had gathered overnight. After confirming the readiness of his ancestral treasure, Zheng Tian donned a suit of golden armor, resolved to personally lead his forces to breach the Great Wu dynasty's defenses and seize the dragon. Unbeknownst to him, these unfolding events were being observed clearly by Chen Qing. Thousands of miles away in the Great Wu dynasty, through the celestial mirror he had conjured with his temporal sacred body, alongside Xianxia. These scoundrels are still unwilling to relent, wishing to seize the dragon. It is utterly detestable, Xianxia exclaimed, her teeth clenched in anger. From their divine perspective, observing the legion of ironclad warriors numbering in the millions, even she was forced to concede that the power of the Qinglong Kingdom was not to be underestimated. Should war erupt between the two nations, the casualties could easily surpass 10,000 within a single day. Just contemplating such a fate filled Xianxia with dread. Behind that seemingly trivial figure lay the potential for countless families to be shattered. Whether as the princess of the Great Wu dynasty or as a member of its realm, Xianxia wished fervently for such an occurrence to be averted. Simple enough, we shall annihilate them all, Chen Qing remarked nonchalantly. Annihilate 1,000,000 troops? Xianxia questioned whether she had misinterpreted Chen Qing's intentions. Indeed, Chen Qing affirmed, raising his hand and pointing. As for the Qinglong Kingdom, beneath the heads of 1,000,000 soldiers, the previously clear skies suddenly warped into a scene of chaos. Then, from the midst of that turmoil, an astonishingly large golden finger descended. Even with 1,000,000 soldiers, under that immense digit, they appeared as insignificant as mere specks of dust. Chapter 63, The Nation's Sacred Artifact. Shifting focus to the 1,000,000 soldiers, who, once brimming with fervor at the prospect of achieving merit and wealth through the Great Wu dynasty, now appeared utterly deflated. Fear radiated from their eyes, and their battle spirit had evaporated. Faced with a finger that seemed to pierce the heavens, most soldiers stood frozen, their very souls seeming to flee to the farthest reaches of the sky, unaccustomed to such grandeur. Even those seasoned warriors, steeled by experience, found their bodies unresponsive beneath the oppressive weight of that finger, as if they were no longer their own. One could only watch helplessly as the colossal golden finger drew ever closer, its brilliance growing increasingly blinding, until it filled one's vision entirely, rendering everything a mere haze of golden light. Thunder rumbled. The very heavens and earth trembled, waves of force cascading like a tsunami. causing the towering city walls to become riddled with spiderweb-like fissures as thick as a thigh. Although the golden finger vanished, it left behind a tempest of yellow sand, obscuring the view of the scene beneath the walls. The Emperor of the Azure Dragon, Zheng Tian, now found his legs weak and trembling, collapsing onto the ramparts. His eyes wide with terror. Beside him, his attendants stood frozen in place, too paralyzed by fear to offer support, their minds wholly consumed by the dread of the moment. Had their legs obeyed them, they would have fled long ago. They knew well the hierarchy of life and death. The Emperor's life weighed heavily against their own, and especially so for a ruler whose kingdom teetered on the brink of annihilation. They were not foolish. They could see that Zheng Tian, in his ignorance, had provoked the Immortal and was now facing divine retribution. Even amidst the swirling sands, they could easily envision the horrific scene that lay beneath the walls. Such cataclysmic power could only be wielded by an immortal being. This notion was shared not only by the soldiers and attendants, but also by Xia Qing, who bore witness to the events through the celestial mirror. A single finger, separated by thousands of miles, annihilated 1,000,000 armored soldiers. The shock this brought to Xia Qing far surpassed that which she felt when Chen Qing obliterated an entire sect with a mere palm. For a moment, she even questioned whether Chen Qing's cultivation might surpass that of an emperor, an existence beyond the emperor, the realm of immortals. Chen Qing, however, remained indifferent to how others perceived him as either an emperor or an immortal. More pressing for him was the question of what rewards he might receive for protecting the great Wu dynasty and his beloved wife by preemptively thwarting 1,000,000 soldiers. Upon accessing the system panel, he was greeted with the message, "Wife pampering successful. Congratulations, host, you have received a random reward. 50,000 shadow puppets." 50,000 shadow puppets? Chen Qing reflected, and with the newly acquired puppets, the number of his divine split shadow puppets had now surpassed 100,000. 100,000 divine split shadow puppets. He could scarcely fathom the upheaval it would cause among the myriad dynasties should this information come to light. Whenever he desired, he could establish an indomitable force with those 100,000 puppets. Unbeknownst to Xia Qing, her eyes remained fixated on the celestial mirror, where she saw the people of the Azure Dragon Kingdom summoning a gale to part the swirling sands, fully revealing the terrifying devastation left in the wake of that finger. What remained was a chasm-like pit of destruction, and as for the 1,000,000 soldiers, not even a bone or a shard of armor lingered. They had utterly evaporated, as if they had never existed at all. My 1,000,000 soldiers, just like that, gone? Who did this? Despite having anticipated this outcome, upon witnessing the reality, Zheng Tian could not suppress his fury and sorrow. The loss of 1,000,000 soldiers would severely undermine the Azure Dragon Kingdom's authority, and in the time to come, they would face countless predators. A moment's carelessness could lead to the complete dissolution and division of the dynasty. For Zheng Tian, who still harbored dreams of establishing the foremost dynasty in the Tianxian continent and becoming the eternal sovereign, this was akin to a devastating blow, shattering his aspirations. At that moment, a voice called out nearby, "Look, an immortal! An immortal has descended." An immortal? Zheng Tian glanced at the soldier who had spoken, adjusted his crown, and followed his gaze upward. Indeed, he beheld Chen Qing and Xia Qing emerging from the portal. Is this truly an immortal? Zheng Tian found it hard to reconcile the two. Regaining his composure, he resumed his imperial demeanor, lofty and unyielding. In terms of national strength, the Azure Dragon Kingdom far surpassed the Great Wu. It would be more prudent to pledge allegiance to us rather than serve a weak nation with no future. Such a fool's dream. As the princess of the Great Wu, Xia Qing vehemently rejected Zheng Tian's suggestion that she betray her homeland and father. In that case, do not blame me for being ruthless. Zheng Tian understood that the newcomers bore ill intent. If they could not be subdued, they must be swiftly eliminated. Drawing a dagger, he sliced open his palm, clenched his fist, and summoned forth the imperial bloodline. Simultaneously, he muttered ancient incantations in an incomprehensible tongue. In the next moment, a blue array unfolded, rapidly enveloping the entire capital. At the center of this array, a semi-transparent phantom of a dragon, towering 100 feet tall, materialized. It was unexpected to find a fragment of dragon soul nourished by the nation's fortune in such a place. Chen Qing had come to the Azure Dragon Kingdom precisely because he sensed an unusually massive energy within its borders, and it was becoming increasingly clear that this immense energy stemmed from the dragon's soul. The audacity of this boy to perceive such a truth. Zheng Tian's expression shifted to one of shock. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, he feigned calmness, saying, "I offer you one final chance. Submit or perish." As he spoke, the 100-foot dragon soul loomed behind Zheng Tian, its colossal form rising and bowing its head, its fiery eyes scrutinizing Chen Qing and Xia Qing, as if seeking to compel them into submission through sheer intimidation. For ordinary cultivators, facing such overwhelming dragon might would likely prove unbearable. Yet for Chen Qing, this dragon's might was of little concern. Even Xia Qingwei remained unfazed by the azure dragon soul. No words? Zheng Tian did not entertain the worst possibilities, believing instead that Chen Qing and Xia Qingwei were merely intimidated by the formidable dragon soul sustained by the century-long fortune of the Azure Dragon Kingdom. He wished to grant them a moment to collect themselves, to weigh the pros and cons. Nevertheless, he still felt compelled to give a symbolic nudge. My patience is limited. You must decide swiftly. With that, he signaled the dragon soul to apply pressure on Chen Qing and Xia Qingwei. The adage to bite the hand that feeds applied equally to the dragon soul. Thus, it opened its cavernous maw and unleashed a roar that reverberated through heaven and earth. A mere insect dares to bark? A mere insect? Upon hearing Chen Qing's derisive description of his national treasure, Zheng Tian's lips twitched, ready to erupt in anger. Yet the ensuing spectacle rendered him speechless. Chapter 64. Aspiring to become a dragon. The sky darkened suddenly, visibility diminished, and the clouds swirled like a tempest. This scene felt eerily familiar, reminiscent of the return of swallows. Zheng Tian immediately recalled the devastating finger that had annihilated his million soldiers. Indeed, this mischief was the work of that individual. At this moment, Zheng Tian could not help but direct his suspicions towards Chen Qing, compelling himself to remain calm. He intended to command the Azure Dragon Soul to fully counteract Chen Qing's onslaught, determined to prevent a recurrence of the previous catastrophe. However, just as those words reached his lips, he could not utter a single syllable. Instead, he beheld a gargantuan dragon head slowly descending from the eye of the storm, its golden scales gleaming like the sun. The resplendent golden eyes of the dragon seemed capable of piercing through one's very soul. And Zheng Tian found himself bereft of the courage to meet its gaze. A dragon's roar resounded, shaking the realms. The dragon soul, which had just attempted to intimidate Chen Qing with its might, immediately plummeted from the sky, prostrating itself, lowering its dragon head in a gesture of submission. Witnessing his national treasure capitulate without a fight, Zheng Tian was engulfed by a tumult of emotions, a sensation he could not articulate. As he raised his gaze once more, the sights and sounds around Zheng Tian suddenly illuminated the difficulties of the dragon soul. The auspicious golden dragon no longer concealed itself, fully manifesting its colossal form, casting a genuine shadow that obscured the sun. No matter where Zheng Tian directed his eyes, he was met with the sight of the dragon's body, its golden scales shimmering resplendently, a mere remnant of a holy dragon's soul. No matter the extent of its nourished fortunes, could never hope to rival the might of 1,000 zhang sacred dragon. Zheng Tian was genuinely taken aback. He had never anticipated that Chen Qing, who appeared so youthful and innocent, would be the true master controlling the auspicious golden dragon. Had he known this earlier, he would never have chosen to stand against him. Not only was Zheng Tian astonished, but at that moment, as she gazed up at the auspicious golden dragon, Xia Qingwei was equally dumbfounded. Initially, she believed that Chen Qing had transported the auspicious golden dragon of the great martial dynasty through a teleportation array to suppress the Azure Dragon Soul. However, upon closer inspection, she realized that the golden dragon above was not merely of a different size, but was indeed tenfold larger. Could it be that her husband possessed more than one auspicious golden dragon, and one even grander in stature? Xia Qingwei pursed her lips tightly, swallowing hard, struggling to regain her composure. Surrender. I know I surrender. I am willing to lead the entire Azure Dragon Kingdom to pledge allegiance to the immortal sovereign, never to betray. Aware that the tide had turned against him, Zheng Tian swiftly relinquished his royal authority, kneeling on the ground, bowing his head, curling into a ball to express his submission. What is royal dignity compared to the value of life? Once life is lost, everything is lost. Faced with Zheng Tian's capitulation, Chen Qing's fingers curled slightly. Zheng Tian's expression changed dramatically. One hand clutched his left chest, while the other rose in a plea for mercy. Chen Qing paid him no heed, nor did he intend to grant him the opportunity to speak. In an instant, as his fingers clenched into a fist, he crushed Zheng Tian's heart from afar. Zheng Tian's kneeling form collapsed to the ground, never to rise again, his eyes filled with blood, the expression of shock etched upon his face. The emperor of a nation, henceforth declared fallen. It was at that moment that Xia Qingwei truly comprehended the fragility of imperial power before an unparalleled powerhouse. Sensing the stirrings of numerous cultivators within the imperial palace, eager to seize power amidst the chaos, Chen Qing summoned his imperial might, suppressing them all. As for that dragon soul, Chen Qing found it of no use to keep, granting it to the auspicious golden dragon, which absorbed it, significantly enhancing its cultivation. Though the auspicious golden dragon was a reward from the system, it possessed the capacity for growth, allowing it to continue its cultivation, the higher its level, the greater the fortune it conferred upon Chen Qing. Husband, Now that the Azure Dragon Kingdom is without a leader, how do you plan to handle it? Xia Qingyue inquired curiously. Chen Qing hesitated momentarily. Considering Xia Qingyue's aura of a destined empress, he rephrased his question. My lady, would you like to become the empress? Empress. Had Chen Qing not mentioned it, Xia Qingyue would not have contemplated such an idea. It was rare for a woman to ascend to the throne throughout history. For Xia Qingyue, the allure was significant. Yet, her response was that if she were to become empress, she would have no time to remain by her husband's side. Observing Xia Qingyue's willingness to forego early ascension for his sake brought a modicum of joy to Chen Qing's heart. Stability. His father, the emperor, was already burdened with the governance of the great martial dynasty, not to mention the Azure Dragon Kingdom's considerable distance from it. The vastness of the heavens and the emperor's distance could easily lead to turmoil. It might be wiser to allow his father to ascend the throne instead, wouldn't it? Chen Qing was well aware that when Xia Qingyue referred to father-in-law, she meant his own father, Chen Xiong. The depth of Xia Qingyue's considerations surprised Chen Qing. She thought of matters he had not, without favoring one side over another, instead approaching the situation from a broader perspective. If one were to ask Chen Qing about his own aspirations, he had no interest in ruling a kingdom, since his father possessed the ability. Chen Qing thought it prudent to give it a try. After a moment's reflection, the idea of seeing his father achieve greatness seemed an appealing choice. With a wave of his hand, he opened a portal. This portal was different from those of the past. Both sides could clearly see one another. At that moment, Chen Xiong was savoring tea in the courtyard when he suddenly saw the portal open, mistaking it for an assassin, causing him to spout his tea in shock. Had he not seen Chen Qing and his daughter-in-law's faces in the mirror, he would have drawn his sword. Qinger, you startled your father. Chen Xiong returned to the stone bench, raising a hand to soothe his chest. Speak, what has happened? If there is anything I can assist with. Do not hesitate to ask, he inquired straightforwardly. Aware that Chen Qing used such a method to meet him was not merely for a casual visit. Father, Xia Qingyue and I have slain the emperor of the Azure Dragon Kingdom. Now, with no leader, we seek to find another emperor for the Azure Dragon Kingdom. Would you be willing to step forward? Chen Qing proposed. Oh, you and Qingyue have killed the emperor of the Azure Dragon Kingdom. His voice trailed off, and the motion of using the cup lid to brush away the tea foam froze. Then, he suddenly stood up, the porcelain cup slipping from his hand and shattering. Chen Xiong, however, paid no mind to it, hastily confirming, you mean to say that you killed the emperor of the Azure Dragon Kingdom? As a high-ranking official, Chen Xiong was well aware of the disparity between the great martial dynasty and the Azure Dragon Kingdom. He had considered that his son possessed great capabilities and would bring him numerous surprises, but this time, being asked to become emperor of another nation was somewhat shocking. Indeed, we did. Chen Qing presented an image to Chen Xiong, depicting Zheng Tian's lifeless body sprawled upon the city wall. Upon witnessing the lifeless form of Zheng Tian, terror etched upon his face, eyes wide open in death, dressed in imperial golden armor. Chen Xiong could not deny the truth of the matter. He understood that with his son's meticulous planning, if he had sought him out, it was evident he had prepared thoroughly for this. Given this, Chen Xiong no longer refused. When imperial power lay so readily available, one must wonder how many would have the resolve to reject it. Very well, I shall take up the mantle of emperor. Chapter 65. My son is the great emperor? A group of individuals arrived at the imperial palace. After a brief wait, when Chen Xiong made his entrance, he was clad in a black and gold dragon robe. How do I look? Does it fit well? Chen Xiong opened his arms, allowing Chen Qing a full view of the dragon robe. Never in his dreams had he imagined that one day he would ascend to the throne of a nation, aided by his son. Most importantly, this nation was significantly larger than the great martial dynasty. He thought to himself that his imperial in-laws could finally rest easy, no longer needing to worry about him staging a rebellion. Should Chen Xiong truly have such thoughts, it would not merely be a matter of rebellion against the Xia clan, but rather an outright annexation of the great martial dynasty. However, currently, Chen Xiong harbored no such intentions. With a genius son by his side, he could afford to be a little arrogant. He truly looked down upon the small great martial dynasty, rather than coveting its territory. Chen Xiong was preoccupied with the notion of not disappointing Chen Qing's expectations, determined to transform the Azure Dragon Kingdom into a dominant force. Losing face was trivial. Losing face for his son was paramount. It fits perfectly. This dragon robe is tailored just for you, father. Chen Qing praised without reservation. Xia Qingyue nodded in agreement, genuinely feeling that Chen Xiong's imposing presence, combined with the dragon robe, exuded a natural aura of imperial authority. Alas, noticing the smile fade from Chen Xiong's face, Chen Qing asked, Father, what troubles you? Chen Xiong did not conceal his thoughts, stating that with the recent demise of the old emperor and his father's ascension to the throne as an outsider, the likelihood of rebellion from the old ministers and residual factions was ever present. potentially disrupting the nation's fortune and causing unrest among the populace. Upon hearing Chen Xiong's concerns, Xianxiaaudiobooks felt that the probability of such an uprising was negligible, firmly believing that no one would dare to oppose a powerhouse of the emperor's caliber. This notion was simple enough for both Chen Qing and Xianxiaaudiobooks, who did not perceive it as a problem. Consequently, he ordered the gathering of all civil and military officials, as well as the esteemed cultivators of the royal lineage, into the Grand Hall. In supporting his father to ascend the throne, Chen Qing naturally sought to eliminate any obstacles in the early days of his reign. Before long, the civil and military officials hastened to the Grand Hall, including an elderly cultivator who exuded an otherworldly presence. Initially, Chen Xiong was apprehensive that among them, some might possess an unyielding spirit, preferring death to submission. However, the unfolding events soon made it clear to Chen Xiong that his worries were unfounded. Upon entering the hall, the officials, including the distinguished cultivators, knelt without hesitation, curling into a submissive posture as if awaiting judgment. Chen Xiong furrowed his brow, pondering why. In a vast nation like the Qinglong Kingdom, he could not find a single individual with a backbone. I hereby swear an oath to the heavenly Tao, pledging allegiance to Daqian and to the Emperor Qian. Those who pledge shall live, Chen Qing stated coldly. The Daqian he referred to was the new dynasty decided upon in consultation with Chen Xiong. The Qinglong Kingdom was no more. Upon hearing the words heavenly Tao oath, even the civil officials, who were not martial cultivators, understood the gravity of such a vow. To take it meant a lifetime of servitude, while to refuse would undoubtedly lead to death. Chen Qing was not inclined to grant them much time for indecision. With the might of the emperor's presence, he forcefully suppressed all in attendance, compelling them to recognize who was speaking. I am willing to swear the heavenly Tao oath, to serve Daqian and Emperor Qian for eternity, never to betray. Soon, some could no longer withstand the imperial might and hastily chose to pledge their oaths, confirming that the overwhelming aura was not an illusion. The realization that Chen Qing was indeed the emperor prompted the former cultivators of the previous dynasty to kneel even faster, eager to affirm their loyalty. To provoke the emperor was no jest. It was far more terrifying than the punishment of annihilating one's entire lineage. As they witnessed the growing number of pledges to Daqian, Chen Xiong's focus was solely on Chen Qing, utterly ignoring those who knelt before him in submission. My son is the emperor. At that moment, he finally comprehended why not a single individual among the hundreds displayed any defiance. No matter how resolute one's spirit, there was no room for display before an emperor. Even Chen Xiong, who had watched Chen Qing grow since childhood, had to acknowledge that Chen Qing had concealed his depth remarkably well. Now, my father can surely rest assured. Chen Qing inquired with a smile. Rest assured? I am more than reassured. Chen Xiong's heart, once heavy with worry, now found peace. While others sought to leverage their fathers, he, Chen Xiong, was prepared to champion his son. Embarrassment? Chen Xiong felt no shame. Others wished to leverage connections, yet few had such an opportunity. My son is the emperor. My son is the emperor. The more he thought, the more exhilarated he became, finding it difficult to remain composed. Subsequently, due to the prior annihilation of 1 million soldiers from the Qinglong Kingdom, Daqian found itself with minimal military resources. Chen Qing waved his hand and directly provided 10,000 shadow puppets, ready for Chen Xiong's command, standing upon the city walls and gazing at the 1,000 shadow puppets. Each at the pinnacle of the spirit separation realm, Chen Xiong began to doubt whether Chen Qing intended for him to be the ruler, as it seemed more akin to establishing a sect. No, even a formidable sect wouldn't possess such resources. It had to be a celestial sect. In Chen Xiong's view, these 10,000 spirit separation puppets were incomparable to any number of soldiers. With a multitude of words condensed into a singular sentiment, he proclaimed, Qing'er, rest assured. I shall endeavor to establish Daqian as a dominant force, becoming your steadfast support. Chen Qing naturally placed absolute trust in him. For the time being, he chose not to disturb Chen Xiong, as Daqian had just been established and numerous affairs awaited the new emperor's attention. Fortunately, Chen Xiong's prior experience as the regent allowed him to navigate these matters with ease. With his father-in-law's capabilities, it would not be long before the name of Daqian resounded throughout the entire Tianxian continent. Xia Qingwei did not exaggerate Chen Xiong's merits to curry favor with Chen Qing. She merely spoke the truth. In this regard, Chen Qing and Xia Qingwei shared the same sentiment. All he needed to do was to enjoy the fruits of their labor. With a martial emperor as his father-in-law, a Daqian emperor as his father, and a future destined empress as his wife, his background was undeniably formidable. Rather than personally wielding imperial power, Chen Qing preferred to elevate those close to him, adopting a hands-off approach. However, one might ponder the reaction of the main character upon emerging from seclusion, only to find that all factions in the world were under his command. With this line of thought, Chen Qing found the trajectory of such development rather intriguing. The overarching theme was, "They are all my people. What do you have to contest against me?" Chapter 66, The Furnace Body. Setting aside extraneous thoughts, Chen Qing prepared to open the teleportation portal with Xia Qingyue to return to the Chun residence in Dao. However, a voice unexpectedly called out, "Esteemed one, please wait." Had it not been for the respectful title, Xia Qingyue would have drawn her sword at the audacity of someone blocking Chen Qing's path. The humble Zhao Tianxing, sect master of the Qingting sect, pays respects to the esteemed one. Upon appearing before Chen Qing, the individual knelt without hesitation, performing a grand salute. Chen Qing had no recollection of the Qingting sect. However, judging by the person's cultivation at the spirit separation realm, it was not difficult to surmise that the Qingting sect held a position akin to that of the top 10 sects in Dao. "Let us speak of business," Chen Qing stated, getting straight to the point. "I am willing to swear the heavenly Dao oath, leading the entire Qingting sect to submit to you. I beseech you to grant me this opportunity." Zhao Tianxing, not daring to conceal his intentions, promptly explained his purpose. He had merely been passing through the imperial capital when he unexpectedly sensed a formidable imperial might, concluding that a quasi-emperor had descended. Thus, he rushed to the imperial palace to seek an audience with those quasi-emperors. However, upon arrival, he soon discovered that it was not a quasi-emperor, but rather an emperor. Moreover, this emperor appeared to be scarcely past adolescence. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Tianxing sought to submit to Chen Qing, eager to grasp the chance to ally with the emperor. Chen Qing had intended to incorporate the myriad factions of the Tianxian continent under his banner. To his surprise, before he could make a move, someone had already approached him voluntarily, and at the level of a sect master no less. There was no reason to refuse. He accepted the Qingting sect. "Thank you, esteemed one, for granting me this opportunity to serve you." Zhao Tianxing expressed his gratitude again, pledging the heavenly Dao oath. Subsequently, he extended an invitation for Chen Qing to visit the Qingting sect, hoping to strengthen the bond between himself, the Qingting sect, and Chen Qing. He also mentioned that there was a treasure he wished to present to Chen Qing. Upon hearing that Zhao Tianxing was to present a treasure, Chen Qing glanced at Xia Qingyue, noticing her resolute expression indicating that she would act according to her own volition. Consequently, he acquiesced. Observing Chen Qing's nod, Zhao Tianxing promptly summoned a flying artifact, dramatically magnifying it several times to cast a vast shadow. "Esteemed one, please," he gestured with a flourish. With such overt displays of deference, Chen Qing felt no inclination to decline, and together with Xia Qingyue, they ascended onto the enormous leaf. Zhao Tianxing took the helm, soaring swiftly through the clouds towards the Qingtung sect. In the blink of an eye, the flying leaf descended before the gates of Qingtung sect. Once the three disembarked, Zhao Tianxing immediately commenced his introduction to the sect, detailing every aspect from the number of disciples to the techniques and medicinal reserves, and even the sect's ranking within the realm of Deqian, articulating it all with remarkable clarity. "Very well, I have comprehended," Chen Qing mused, now a sovereign. Acknowledging the need to maintain a certain stature before outsiders, lest anyone mistakenly believe they could take liberties with him due to his amiable demeanor, he resolved to amend his self-reference from "I" to this emperor. As for the treasure Zhao Tianxing mentioned, Chen Qing harbored some anticipation, though not excessive. Regardless of its rarity, it could not possibly rival the rewards bestowed by the system. If it proved insufficient, he could always bestow it upon Xia Qingyue to accrue some wife-pampering rewards. "Esteemed one, please hold for a moment. The item will arrive shortly," Zhao Tianxing said, his countenance betraying obsequiousness, devoid of any of the confidence and authority befitting a sect leader. His thoughts were consumed with how elated Chen Qing would be upon viewing the treasure, thus elevating his own standing in Chen Qing's esteem and propelling him towards the pinnacle of success. Given Zhao Tianxing's insistence, Chen Qing was unperturbed about waiting a short while longer. Just then, at the summit of Yunu Peak among the 9 peaks of Qingtung sect, a young woman clad in a silvery robe rushed into the main hall. "Master, save me," she implored. "Ruo Shui, what troubles you? Do not rush, speak slowly." The peak master, Lu Lan, consoled her upon witnessing the unprecedented panic etched across her disciple's face. "Master, the sect leader has found a formidable figure from somewhere and intends to offer me as a tribute to curry favor with him." Lin Ruo Shui knelt beside Lu Lan, tears cascading like a rain-soaked pear blossom. "A formidable figure?" Lu Lan inquired, gently caressing Lin Ruo Shui's long hair. "What is their cultivation level?" "I do not know," Lin Ruo Shui replied, shaking her head. "But I heard from other disciples that the sect leader has been exceedingly humble before him and even said." "What else did he say?" Seeing Lin Ruo Shui hesitate to speak, Lu Lan urged, "Fear not, I permit you to speak. Anyone with objections may confront me." With her master's assurance, Lin Ruo Shui dropped her apprehensions and continued. "He said the sect leader is as humble as a dog before that person. A dignified sect leader, reduced to playing the role of a dog for another, is truly absurd. Shameful. Lulan fumed. If this matter were to leak, not just he, but our entire Qing sect's reputation would suffer immensely. Master, what should I do now? Lin Ruoshue's last glimmer of hope rested solely upon Lulan. Alas, since you possess the innate body of a furnace, capable of assisting in dual cultivation, that man has undoubtedly been contemplating how to offer you up to gain the protection of a powerful ally, Lulan lamented. Upon hearing this, Lin Ruoshue's tears flowed even more freely. Master, I do not wish to engage in dual cultivation or be treated as a furnace. I only want to remain by your side and honor you. Rest assured, all will be well with me around. I will stake my life to ensure they do not act recklessly. Lulan vowed. This child was under her unwavering protection. Regardless of the formidable figure, anyone daring to covet her disciple would pay a heavy price. Thank you, Master. Lin Ruoshue felt a profound sense of relief with Lulan's words, reflecting on how wise her decision had been to join Yunu Peak. No matter how powerful you are, I shall not engage in dual cultivation with you. Come, let us see, Lulan declared as she rose. Yes, Master. Lin Ruoshue wiped her tears and accompanied Lulan, departing Yunu Peak to head towards the sect leader's peak. Before long, sensing a familiar aura, Zhao Tianqing's expression darkened upon spotting the figure. Ugh, how did this troublesome fellow also arrive? Esteemed one, please wait a moment. Upon landing, witnessing Zhao Tianqing's obsequious demeanor before Chen Qing, Lulan scoffed. If you do not wish to be the sect leader, you may abdicate gracefully. Why must you degrade the sect's dignity in such a manner? Lulan had expected a transcendent figure, but instead, encountered merely a boy who had yet to fully mature. Let me make this clear. I absolutely will not permit my disciple to be offered as a dual cultivation furnace. Lulan proclaimed emphatically. Dual cultivation? Furnace? Upon hearing those four words, both Chen Qing and Xia Qingyue instinctively furrowed their brows in unison. Chapter 67. Master, I regret it. In this fantastical realm, not only Chen Qing, a reborn individual, but even Xia Qingyue was acutely aware of what dual cultivation and furnace entailed. Casting another glance at the enchanting woman standing behind Lulan, Chen Qing and Xia Qingyue suddenly comprehended. The treasure that Zhao Tianqing referred to was none other than Lin Ruoshue herself. Lin Ruoshue soon noticed Chen Qing's presence, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a hint of surprise. Initially, she had presumed that the person to whom the sect leader intended to offer her would be an elderly man, half buried in the grave. To her astonishment, he was so young and possessed a handsome countenance, exuding an air of refinement. It was no exaggeration to say that Chen Qing embodied the very essence of Lin Ruoshue's aesthetic preferences. He was her ideal type. Nevertheless, Lin Ruoshue remained resolute in her decision not to be used as a furnace. The man she chose must be an unparalleled genius, with the potential to become an unrivaled sovereign in the future. In her eyes, Chen Qing's allure to the sect leader must stem from the power he wielded behind him. Yet, regardless of the magnitude of that backing, if there were no corresponding strength to inherit or maintain it, it would inevitably lead to demise. Lin Ruoshue was unwilling to gamble her lifelong happiness on such uncertain odds. Peak Master Lu, concerning the future of the entire Qing sect, my decision is resolute. You need not speak further, Zhao Tianqing insisted. Do not attempt to lecture me. What do you mean by your decision is resolute? Ruoshue is my disciple, and her future is not for you to dictate, Lulan retorted. In terms of seniority, Lulan and Zhao Tianqing were fellow disciples. Despite Zhao Tianqing's current high position as sect leader, Lulan stood her ground against him. If necessary, she would escalate the matter to their master to see whom the master favored more. You, Zhao Tianqing seethed with rage. Unwilling to witness the opportunity to cling to the emperor slip away because of Lulan's interference, he hastily turned to Chen Qing, hoping for an extension of time. Chen Qing, however, preemptively raised his hand, interrupting Zhao Tianqing's impending words. Sect leader Zhao, there is no need for this furnace. This emperor requires none. This emperor. With that single phrase, Lin Ruoshue keenly detected the significance of those words. In her understanding, only those on the brink of becoming an emperor or actual emperors could rightfully claim such a title. Given Chen Qing's youth, could he possibly be a quasi-emperor? Unthinkable. An emperor? Even more improbable. Contemplating this, she couldn't help but feel a deeper disappointment in him, questioning the audacity he possessed to refer to himself as this emperor. Her initial fondness for Chen Qing, sparked by his handsome appearance, plummeted to the depths. Sensing the disdain in Lin Ruoshue's gaze, Chen Qing was unfazed by her thoughts as he reached out, wrapping his arm around Xia Qingyue's slender waist, and continued, This emperor has long been married. In this life, I shall recognize her alone. Upon hearing those words, Lin Ruoshue finally summoned the excess energy to thoroughly observe the person known as Xia Qingwei. To her surprise, even though she was widely acknowledged as the most beautiful of Qing sect, she could not help but feel a pang of inadequacy in the presence of Xia Qingwei. A sudden thought struck her. Perhaps Chen Qing had deemed her unworthy due to his stunning wife, leading to his rejection. This notion ignited a flame of indignation within Lin Ruoxue's chest as she coldly huffed, "Sect Master, since she looks down upon me, why must we persist?" With that, she declared, "We have matters to attend to. We shall take our leave." Chen Qing casually opened a portal, and before Zhao Tiansheng could plead for them to stay, he had already stepped through with Xia Qingwei. The ease with which he opened a portal astounded both Lu Lan and Lin Ruoxue. Lin Ruoxue quickly consoled herself, reasoning that Chen Qing must have employed some artifact to achieve such a feat. After all, the ability to open a portal is reserved for the most formidable of beings. Chen Qing? He hardly seemed like one of them. As the portal closed, and Chen Qing and Xia Qingwei vanished from sight, Zhao Tianxing turned to Lin Ruoxue and Lu Lan, exclaiming, "What can I say? You two have squandered such a splendid opportunity." "Sect Master, it cannot be said that way. It is she who looks down upon me, not the other way around," Lin Ruoxue retorted. Hearing the sarcasm in her tone, Zhao Tianxing scoffed, "You look down upon her? What right do you have to feel that way?" Seeing Zhao Tianxing belittle her, Lin Ruoxue, constrained by his status as Sect Master, sought assistance from her own master. "Senior brother, my Ruoxue is not as unworthy as you claim. In the entire Qinglong kingdom, who can rival her in talent and strength?" Not only was Lin Ruoxue displeased, but Lu Lan, as her master, was equally incensed by Zhao Tianxing's disparagement of her disciple. "She is exceptional. Can she not serve the emperor? To be of service to the emperor is a blessing beyond measure." At Zhao Tianxing's words, both Lu Lan and Lin Ruoxue were momentarily stunned. Lu Lan was the first to regain her composure, shooting him a glare. "What nonsense are you spouting? How did we get to discussing the emperor? The gentleman you just met, Mr. Chen, is indeed the emperor. I have sworn an oath to the heavens, pledging eternal loyalty to him along with the entire Qing sect," Zhao Tianxing proclaimed. "What?" Lin Ruoxue and her master gasped in unison. "I witnessed it firsthand. There can be no doubt," Zhao Tianxing dismissively stated, uninterested in debating further with the foolish duo, and took his leave. Left in a daze, Lin Ruoxue and Lu Lan exchanged wide-eyed glances. "Master, how could he possibly be the emperor? Surely the sect master is deceiving us," Lin Ruoxue questioned, still clinging to a thread of hope. "At least in my understanding, senior brother would not jest about such matters," Lu Lan replied, shaking her head. "Oh, what have I done?" Lin Ruoxue lamented. Had she known earlier that Chen Qing was the emperor, she would have willingly served as his personal attendant, even if it meant being treated as a mere vessel for dual cultivation. After all, he was the emperor. While being a foot warmer for someone else might seem shameful, doing so for the emperor would only evoke envy from the world. "Master, I regret it. Why don't you speak to the sect master? I am willing to be a vessel. I am willing to dual cultivate with Mr. Chen." Observing Lin Ruoxue's unfamiliar demeanor, Lu Lan found herself at a loss for words. Sighing, she lamented that such opportunities, once missed, could not be reclaimed. Though she cherished Lin Ruoxue as her beloved disciple, she had no intention of offending the emperor on her behalf. "Enough. This matter ends here. There is no need to discuss it further. You are not worthy of him. It is destined that you are fated to be apart." Though Lu Lan did not wish to sound so harsh, she merely sought to impart wisdom to Lin Ruoxue, encouraging her not to ensnare herself in a web of her own making that could ultimately harm herself and those around her. "You are not worthy of him." As Lu Lan vanished from sight, her words echoed profoundly in Lin Ruoxue's heart, crystal clear. Had these words been spoken at an earlier time, Lin Ruoxue would have fiercely contested them. Yet now, upon learning of Chen Qing's supreme prowess and his exalted status as emperor, she found herself devoid of any retort. Weakness overtook her, and she sank to the ground, filled with regret. Meanwhile, on the other side, wife pampered successfully. "Congratulations, host, on receiving a random reward, Sangtian Sword Domain." Sangtian Sword Domain? Chen Qing momentarily struggled to comprehend what this reward entailed. However, given that it was an unexpected boon, he had not anticipated its quality to be particularly high. Truth be told, he had never imagined that his refusal of other women in favor of Xia Qingwei would satisfy the standards of pampering a wife. "My husband, I find that Lin Xingnu possesses unparalleled beauty, and being a dual cultivation vessel would greatly enhance one's cultivation. Why do you reject her?" Xia Qingwei inquired while pouring tea for Chen Qing. One could easily surmise that by now, that pair of disciples had likely learned from Zhao Tiansheng that their husband was indeed an emperor and were regretting their earlier actions. Among the vast waters, "I seek only a single ladle for my lady." Chen Qing remained resolute. "Moreover, I have not yet reached the point where I must dual cultivate to enhance my cultivation. Even if I were to engage in dual cultivation, the benefits bestowed by the auspicious golden dragon would far surpass any gains from such an endeavor. No matter how exquisite she may be, in my eyes, she pales in comparison to a single finger of my lady. Chen Qing spoke candidly. Lin Ruoshue's beauty was of this world, while Xia Qingyue's transcended worldly beauty, akin to a celestial maiden gracing the mortal realm. Drink your tea. Xia Qingyue lowered her head, pushing the cup of tea toward Chen Qing. What had begun as a casual inquiry had left her blushing at his response. Suddenly standing up, she evaded, saying, I have had a sudden epiphany. I must go and cultivate. You enjoy your tea at your leisure, my husband. Before Chen Qing could respond, Xia Qingyue swiftly made her exit, disappearing into the bedroom. Chen Qing chuckled softly, lifting the tea to take a sip. Seizing the opportunity, he began to examine the Tsangtian sword domain reward, curious about what it entailed. Upon clicking to view it, a system prompt immediately appeared. Would you like to enter the Tsangtian sword domain? After a moment's contemplation, Chen Qing set down his teacup and clicked, confirm to enter. Instantly, his vision whitened. In the next moment, the scene shifted to an entirely different realm. The surroundings were barren, devoid of life, revealing only a desolate expanse scattered with long swords haphazardly thrust into the ground, stretching endlessly into the horizon. With a mere thought, the emperor's consciousness spread out, and Chen Qing swiftly discerned why this place was dubbed the sword domain. Within the Tsangtian sword domain, there lay a total of 200,000 swords. The lower quality ones were of yellow grade, while the finest reached the heavenly tier. It was akin to rewarding Chen Qing with an entire sword repository. It is indeed a commendable reward, perfectly suited for the cultivation of the 10,000 swords sacred body. Although the 10,000 swords sacred body allows one to command myriad swords, the perennial challenge that has vexed Chen Qing is where to find these swords to heed his call. While common weapons are relatively easy to procure, gathering a multitude of quality profound weapons is a daunting task. Even if one were to empty the treasury of the great martial dynasty, success is not guaranteed. As for common weapons, no matter how many are amassed, they are ill-suited for confronting martial cultivators against ordinary individuals. The need to employ the 10,000 swords sacred body is redundant. Thus, Chen Qing found himself in a quandary. Fortunately, the system has graciously bestowed upon him over 200,000 profound weapons. With these 200,000 swords at his disposal, paired with the 10,000 swords sacred body, Chen Qing can summon 1,000 swords at will. The sword domain has been successfully bound to him, allowing for immediate invocation. With his fingers poised, he made a swift motion. Instantly, the 200,000 swords responded to his call, rising from the ground in a torrent of steel, converging upon Chen Qing. From a distance, the sight of these 200,000 swords resembled silver dragons soaring through the sky, their blades glimmering like scales, exuding an overwhelming aura of intimidation. After a brief moment of play, he flicked his fingers downward. The sword dragons surged towards the heavens, exploding like fireworks, and the 200,000 swords swiftly returned to their original positions. Quite impressive, Chen Qing mused, nodding in satisfaction. With a mere blink, his thoughts returned to his original self. He lifted the still-warm cup of tea and resumed savoring its flavor, all while keeping a watchful eye on Xia Qingyue's progress in her cultivation. Her advancement was nothing short of astonishing. Upon finishing his cup of tea, Chen Qing retrieved the 7-star blade. Thanks to the reckless generosity of the Qinglong kingdom, which gifted him 1,000,000 soldiers to nurture his blade, the 7-star blade now boasts 5 illuminated blade stars. Only 2 more remain to be illuminated. With a thought, the 7-star blade instantly divided into 5, hovering in the air. Under the influence of his imperial-level spiritual power, manipulating these 5 blades was exceedingly effortless. Were it Xia Qingyue attempting this, she would likely succumb to confusion before even a single incense stick had burned down. The true strength of the 7-star blade lies in its ability to engage in battle independently, as long as one's mental power is sufficiently potent, thereby leaving enemies in disarray. Yet, the final 2 blade stars seem a distant prospect. Reflecting on the singular blade now returned to his hand, Chen Qing couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. At that moment, a voice came from outside the courtyard. Young master, there is a man outside claiming to be the sect leader of Zhengyi sect, seeking an audience with you. Zhengyi sect? If memory serves, it is the foremost among the top 10 sects of the great martial dynasty. It is puzzling why the sect leader would traverse such distance at this late hour. Chen Qing found himself perplexed. Dismissing his thoughts, he instructed his servant to escort the visitor to the main hall. In an instant, Chen Qing appeared in the grand hall of the Chen residence. Truly befitting of a top 10 supreme sacred body, this time-space body is indeed remarkable, Chen Qing remarked with a smile. Moments later, under the guidance of the servant, the sect leader of Zhengyi, Wang Haifeng, arrived in the hall. Upon seeing Chen Qing, he immediately knelt and paid his respects. Jingyi sect leader Wang Haifeng pays homage to the master. Rise, Chen Qing replied, gesturing for the servant to serve tea and take a seat. Thank you, master. Wang Haifeng, trembling, moved to a nearby seat and accepted the teacup. What brings you to me? Chen Qing inquired directly. Master, I am here to deliver an invitation. Wang Haifeng hastily set his tea aside and produced an invitation from within his robes. An invitation? Chen Qing's fingers beckoned, causing the invitation to fly from Wang Haifeng's hand and into his grasp. Heavenly Secrets Auction? The words materialized before Chen Qing's eyes, inscribed in golden ink. He had not heard of such an auction, as he, like Xia Qingwei, had only recently embarked on the path of martial arts. The Heavenly Secrets Auction is the largest auction in the lower realm of the Tianxian continent, held once every decade, co-hosted by the 10 major auction houses, featuring countless treasures. Wang Haifeng elucidated. He further noted that Jingyi sect had received only 2 invitations, and upon receiving one, he promptly set out to deliver it to Chen Qing, eager to demonstrate his loyalty. As Chen Qing examined the invitation in his hand, Wang Haifeng's words piqued his interest in the Heavenly Secrets Auction. He deemed it the perfect opportunity to pamper his beloved wife. Though the 10 auction houses appeared to collaborate, in reality, they seized the chance to showcase their respective strengths, ensuring a plethora of treasures. Should Xia Qingwei desire 1 or 2 items, purchasing them would undoubtedly count as an act of affection. You have shown great thoughtfulness. Chen Qing accepted the invitation. While contemplating how to reward Wang Haifeng for his loyalty, he shifted the conversation. Does your Jingyi sect possess any herbs capable of refining 9th grade elixirs? Since Xia Qingwei was currently engrossed in meditation, Chen Qing saw this as an opportune moment to concoct high-grade elixirs to enhance her cultivation, while also aiming for higher quality rewards. If he could procure several hundred, or even 1,000 9th-grade elixirs, it would be a lucrative endeavor. Master, we do have some. Wang Haifeng nodded, though his expression turned troubled. However, none of our alchemists can refine 9th-grade elixirs. I implore you for a moment's patience. I shall swiftly find an alchemist capable of this task. There's no need for such trouble. Take me to the alchemy room. Chen Qing stood. As you wish. Though unaware of Chen Qing's intentions for the Jingyi sect's alchemy room, Wang Haifeng, as a subordinate, had no choice but to comply with his master's commands. As Chen Qing raised his hand, a portal leading to Jingyi sect opened, prompting Wang Haifeng to inquire cautiously, Master, is this the renowned time-space sacred body? Ranked 6th on the 3,000 physique list? Ah, you possess keen insight, Chen Qing affirmed. Indeed, it is the time-space sacred body. Wang Haifeng's loyalty surged. Recognizing that his master possessed a supreme sacred body, he did not view submitting to another as a loss of dignity. After all, few were afforded the opportunity to serve Chen Qing. By aligning himself with such an extraordinary figure, Wang Haifeng believed that even if Chen Qing remained silent, he would ensure the Jingyi sect fell under his dominion. With the supreme sacred body and Chen Qing's previously displayed extraordinary talent at the Qing sect, Wang Haifeng firmly believed that Chen Qing would inevitably ascend to the realm of emperors. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Qing had already stepped into the emperor's domain. As for Chen Qing's self-reference as this emperor, Wang Haifeng innocently assumed it referred to emperor in the sense of royalty, rather than the designation of an emperor. In the blink of an eye, the two emerged from the portal, arriving before the Jingyi sect's alchemy room. Greetings, sect leader. Wang Haifeng dismissed the passing disciples with a wave, accompanying Chen Qing as he gestured, Master, this way please. Master. The disciples, hearing this term from their sect leader, realized the rumors were indeed true. Jingyi sect had become a vassal under another's command. If he were truly a formidable figure, they would comply. However, upon seeing that the one whom their sect leader submitted to was merely a fellow cultivator of the same age, they were filled with confusion. They could not fathom what qualities Chen Qing possessed to warrant such deference from the notoriously domineering Wang Haifeng. Have you come to an understanding? Someone queried. I still wish to know if you have, came the reply. The questioned disciple shook his head. I certainly have not. Alas, his visit to our esteemed Jingyi sect's alchemy pavilion is likely aimed at depleting its finest elixirs, leading us to a future where we must tighten our belts. Such thoughts prompted a chorus of sighs from the gathered crowd. Meanwhile, Chen Qing, under the guidance of Wang Haifeng, had already arrived at the exclusive alchemy chamber of the chief alchemist. With generous hospitality, Wang expressed, Master, feel free to take anything you desire from within. Should anything be lacking, I shall procure it immediately. Chen Qing, however, did not rush to respond. Instead, he enveloped the entire alchemy chamber with his spiritual consciousness and, shaking his head, remarked, This is more than sufficient. In an instant, he appeared before the exquisite earth-grade alchemy furnace, gently caressing its surface. Indeed, a fine furnace it is. If you like it, Master, please take it. Wang Haifeng quickly replied. In his eyes, anything belonging to the Villainy sect was inherently Chen Qing's. He could take whatever he wished without needing anyone's consent. Chen Qing offered no reply, instead opening drawer after drawer of herbs with a mere thought, gathering them before him. He then ignited the spirit wood and commenced the alchemical process. Observing this, Wang Haifeng suddenly grasped the situation. Was the master intending to personally concoct elixirs? Upon realizing this, another question surfaced in his mind. Could the master truly refine elixirs? If memory served him correctly, Chen Qing had previously mentioned the elixirs being of the 9th grade. A closer inspection revealed that the herbs selected by Chen Qing were indeed suitable for crafting 9th grade elixirs. Could it be that the master was a supreme 9th grade alchemist? Wang Haifeng remained uncertain. Chen Qing, however, paid no heed to his thoughts or perceptions, focusing intently on the formulation of the 9th grade elixirs. This endeavor was crucial for enhancing Xia Qingyue's cultivation and rewarding his beloved wife. Thus, he could not afford to be careless. What Chen Qing sought were 9th grade elixirs of the highest tier. Time passed unnoticed. The sound of hurried footsteps approached. Suddenly, the door to the alchemy chamber swung open, and the chief alchemist of the Villainy sect barged in. Wang Haifeng, sensing impending trouble, quickly stepped forward, declaring, "Master is currently refining elixirs. You must not disturb him." "Have you lost your mind, Peak Master? Allowing him to concoct 9th grade elixirs? Not only are these herbs exceedingly rare, but should he fail, the furnace may explode and reduce the entire chamber to rubble." The myriad issues at hand caused the chief alchemist, Lin Dan, to forget to voice his criticism regarding Wang Haifeng's address of Chen Qing. The leader of the foremost sect among the 10 great sects was actually referring to a mere youth as master? Nevertheless, Wang Haifeng's resolute stance remained. Since the master has chosen this course of action, he undoubtedly has his reasons. We need not say more, but should remain quietly and observe. Lin Dan furrowed his brow in confusion, wishing to delve into Wang Haifeng's mind to uncover what thoughts resided within. He harbored serious doubts about whether Wang had become ensnared in his own delusions. However, his perspective swiftly shifted. A rich fragrance of elixirs wafted through the air. A mere whiff sent his spiritual sea into a fervor of excitement. Lin Dan quickly lifted his gaze to confirm the source. What he beheld left him profoundly astonished. The elixir had indeed been successfully refined. Is it truly successful? As Lin Dan's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, Wang Haifeng's gaze shifted back to Chen Qing. Indeed, he beheld 7 brilliant 9th grade elixirs soaring from the furnace, imbued with profound essence. An intense sensation arose within him, suggesting that consuming even one of these elixirs could potentially shatter the bottleneck that had plagued him for over a decade. Suddenly, Wang Haifeng seemed to discover something anew and turned to Lin Dan, exclaiming, "Lin Dan, could it be that the elixirs possess flowing patterns?" Lin Dan remained silent, his expression frozen in disbelief. Through this revelation, Wang Haifeng was fully convinced that the radiant aura enveloping the elixirs was indeed the coveted alchemical patterns. Otherwise, how could Lin Hauren, a 6th grade alchemist, display such a dazed countenance? 9th grade elixirs, successfully refined on the first attempt. Moreover, they were undoubtedly of the pattern level, surpassing even the realm of a supreme 9th grade alchemist. After what felt like an eternity, Lin Hauren finally managed to utter, "Sect Master, where on earth did you find such a prodigy?" His expression remained one of utter astonishment. This revelation compelled Wang Haifeng to contemplate sharing with Lin Hauren that his original intent in approaching the Qing sect was to recruit Chen Qing to the Villainy sect. But he had been utterly overwhelmed by the latter's might, leading him to vow eternal allegiance. Yet, he found himself unable to voice it. Chen Qing, meanwhile, remained oblivious to their exchange, fully engrossed in his craft. 7 9th grade elixirs were merely the beginning of his aspirations. He sought to continue the refinement process. Throughout this endeavor, Lin Hauren's worldview and understanding were repeatedly reshaped by Chen Qing's prowess. For the first time, he realized that there existed individuals capable of achieving a 100% success rate in elixir refinement, producing top-tier alchemical patterns. Believing this alone was sufficient to demonstrate Chen Qing's strength, he was taken aback when Chen Qing, through his extraordinary comprehension of herbs and the principle of complementarity, shattered the impossible by refining 9th grade divine elixirs using 8th grade herbs. Even witnessing it firsthand, Lin Hauren could not help but doubt his senses, wondering if his recent nights of relentless alchemical work had led to hallucinations. Murmuring a calming mantra, he found the scene remained unchanged. Still unconvinced, he pinched himself sharply. Ouch! The pain jolted him back to reality, and he gasped in shock. Only then did Lin Hauren firmly believe that what he witnessed was not an illusion, but a genuine occurrence unfolding before him. The alchemy god. He was indeed the alchemy god of this realm, an existence poised to surpass even the ancestor of alchemy. No, I suspect he might even be the reincarnation of the alchemy ancestor. Listening to Lin Haoran's self-reflections and witnessing his recognition of his master's might, Wang Haifeng, as his loyal subordinate, could not help but puff out his chest and raise his chin, a look of pride adorning his face. It was as if the words, "Behold the might of my master," were inscribed upon his visage. Chen Qing remained steadfastly focused on his alchemical work, treating everything around him as mere air, wholly ignoring external distractions. At that very moment, Yi Feng, sequestered in the Damang Mountain, finally reached his moment of significance. "Would you like to check in for the day?" Faced with the system prompt that appeared before him, Yi Feng responded without a moment's hesitation. "Check-in. Initiating check-in. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the 3000 physique, celestial sacred body. Ranking 233. A physique, and one ranked 233rd at that." This was a stroke of fortune. Yi Feng had not anticipated that this check-in would bring him such immense joy. He understood all too well what it meant to awaken a physique. Even a lowly 3000 ranked physique surpassed countless mundane cultivators. Even the most mediocre physique was still a prodigy. Not to mention, this one ranked among the top 300. Fearing it might be a fleeting dream, Yi Feng opened his system backpack to confirm the binding. Celestial Sacred Body, binding successful. With the binding complete, Yi Feng eagerly commenced his cultivation. After a short while, he opened his eyes, fists clenched in excitement, exclaiming, "Indeed, it lives up to its reputation as a top 500 physique, doubling my cultivation speed." While others relied on heavenly favor, a rare opportunity to awaken a physique, he had obtained his through the system's check-in. Who else could boast such fortune? Yi Feng's heart soared with joy as he eagerly anticipated signing in for even more formidable physiques in the future. Perhaps one within the top 100, or even the supreme sacred body ranked among the top 10. The more he pondered, the greater his excitement grew. An uncontrollable anticipation swelling within him. He lifted his hand to wipe the drool from the corner of his mouth, admonishing himself, No, remain calm. Focus on your training. Enhancing your strength is paramount." He mused that perhaps once he attained the great emperor realm, he might be able to emerge from seclusion prematurely. He had been suddenly transported to Damang Mountain, and no one was aware of this occurrence. Although Yi Feng did not doubt Xia Qingyue's feelings for him, he feared that she might mistakenly believe him dead, and under the pressure from the royal family, consent to marry another. The mere thought that by the time he emerged, having become invincible, his childhood sweetheart might already be holding dragon and phoenix twins with someone else sent an unsettling tremor through him, nearly leading him to madness. Impossible. Qingyue would never betray me. Even if I were truly dead, she would certainly guard my tomb for life. Yi Feng was even concerned that upon confirming his death, Xia Qingyue, overwhelmed by grief, might do something foolish to follow him into the afterlife. "Qingyue, please do not act rashly. Wait for me, you must wait. When I emerge, I will take you to conquer the world." With such thoughts, Yi Feng found renewed vigor in his cultivation. At Jingyi's sect, in the alchemy chamber, Chen Qing surveyed the 103 ninth-grade elixirs in his possession and deemed it sufficient. He awarded one each to the alchemists Lin Haoran and Wang Haifeng, rewarding Wang Haifeng for his loyalty and consolidating Lin Haoran's allegiance, even if Lin Haoran was reluctant to pledge loyalty to him. The majority of the elixirs were his personal possessions. Having utilized so many of his elixirs, giving him a ninth-grade elixir was entirely reasonable. "Thank you, Lord Elixir God." Lin Haoran knelt in gratitude, genuinely treating Chen Qing as a reincarnated master of alchemy. "Thank you for your heavenly grace, master." Wang Haifeng was even quicker to kneel, his loyalty surging. Even if the heavenly oath were to falter, he was willing to follow Chen Qing wholeheartedly, never to betray him. "Rise," Chen Qing commanded. "Thank you, Lord Elixir God." "Thank you, master," they responded, standing up. Noticing the time had come, with dawn breaking, Chen Qing resolved to return to the Chun residence to see Xia Qingyue. After completing the elixir rewards, he intended to take him to the Tianji auction. However, the spatial teleportation portal had yet to be established. Suddenly, a panicked voice from outside interrupted, "Sect Master, it's bad. The demon sect has launched a surprise attack, aiming to assault our Jingyi sect." Chapter 71. The sword unsheathed, thousands perish. The demon sect, in essence, was either a faction that had conflicts of interest with the righteous sects or a true demonic sect that resorted to any means necessary, wantonly harming living beings as sacrifices to enhance their own power. The definition of righteousness was eternally held within the hands of the righteous. Yet did the righteous sects not harbor their own demons? Not necessarily. Upon hearing the news of the sudden attack, Chen Qing had already made his decision. It was undoubtedly a direct assault aimed at the ninth-grade elixirs he had concocted. The ninth-grade elixirs, combined with their sheer quantity and the quality of the alchemical patterns, were sufficient to incite a phenomenon in the heavens and earth, heralding an auspicious aura from the east. Had it not been for the fact that he had already brought the 10 strongest sects under his banner, he suspected that more than just the demon sect would have come knocking at this moment. Convey my orders. Assemble all disciples to fend off the demon sect. As the sect leader, Wang Haifeng responded swiftly, making a decisive move. However, just as he issued the command and turned to look, he found that Chen Qing, who had been by his side, had inexplicably vanished. He had already outpaced the Zhengyi sect disciple and appeared atop the pinnacle of the alchemy tower in an instant. With a single thought, his consciousness enveloped the entire Zhengyi sect's mountain territory. Wow, there are quite a few coming. Under Chen Qing's perception, the disciples of Zhengyi sect and the members of the demon sect were clearly distinguishable, their surrounding spiritual energy colors starkly different, one red, the other blue. The demon sect, eager to seize the elixirs, had brought over 10,000, while Zhengyi sect, despite having dispatched numerous disciples for worldly experience, still had tens of thousands remaining within the sect. Upon realizing the demon sect's arrival, the Zhengyi sect disciples reacted swiftly, gathering at the mountain gate, awaiting the elder's command, ready to engage in battle. Meanwhile, the members of the demon sect, led by their elders, approached with a palpable aura of bloodlust. A fierce confrontation was imminent. At that moment, a colossal change above them drew the attention of both factions. Heavens, where did so many swords come from? There must be at least hundreds of thousands. The quantity was secondary. These swords, at their very least, were of superior yellow grade, with many being of heavenly grade, who possessed such extraordinary capability to simultaneously wield so many divine swords. It was astonishing. Even with his current cultivation, to control a single sword required utmost concentration. To command tens of thousands of supreme divine swords demanded an extraordinary mental fortitude. Was this truly something a human could achieve? Before the Zhengyi sect disciples could ascertain the identity of this formidable wielder of countless swords, the 200,000 divine swords transformed into a massive iron dragon, radiating a sharp brilliance capable of cleaving through heaven and earth, hurtling towards the demon sect. The demon sect's proud rapid cultivation methods and their prowess proved utterly useless at this moment. Under the relentless downpour of swords, countless foes were reduced to mere fragments. In the face of absolute strength, there was no opportunity to resist, let alone retaliate. Over 10,000 members of the demon sect were obliterated in an instant, their blood staining the thousands of steps leading up to Zhengyi sect, creating a ghastly spectacle as it flowed downwards. The Zhengyi sect disciples, who had initially intended to eliminate the demon sect, felt their spirits plummet. It was not merely the loss of a chance for glory that saddened them, but rather the stark realization of how distant they were from true strength. Not just the ordinary inner and outer disciples, but even those who were typically hailed as prodigies felt their gazes dimmed. After a long pause, one managed to mutter, "This is far too exaggerated." The others chimed in, each one voicing their astonishment. What an impressive technique. This sword is something I could study for a lifetime. A lifetime? Be realistic. Even if given 10 lifetimes, you wouldn't master it. Is this what the pinnacle of swordsmanship looks like? Do such figures exist in our realm? After slaughtering over 10,000 members of the demon sect, the sword dragon retraced its path, and the 200,000 swords were collected into the celestial sword domain by Chen Qing through a black hole in his palm. Benefiting from this, the gaze of Zhengyi sect disciples, following the direction of the sword dragon's return, converged on Chen Qing. Look, atop the alchemy chamber tower, those swords were released by him. How can someone so young possess such terrifying mastery? You said it, he may look our age, but he could very well be an ancient sword master who has practiced for millions of years, perhaps even using a method to disguise his appearance or rejuvenate. This esteemed figure is so dashing, perfectly embodying the image of a sword immortal in my heart. How fortunate it would be to become his companion on the path. Become his companion? One fellow scrutinized her from top to bottom. You think you're worthy? Despite the fact that the sister being discussed held the title of the most beautiful in Zhengyi sect, none of the disciples found any fault in his words. While she was undoubtedly beautiful enough to match others, she fell woefully short of being a match for Chen Qing, the only sword immortal they revered. This world may not lack for stunning beauties, yet a powerful sword immortal was a rarity beyond measure. The senior sister, who had been reprimanded, wished to retort, but upon sensing the unanimous agreement from the crowd, she wisely chose to silence herself rather than embarrass herself further. She understood the logic behind it, yet vocalizing it felt rather piercing. Meanwhile, Chen Qing was quite pleased with the power of the sword he wielded casually. He had not deliberately summoned spiritual energy. He merely commanded the 200,000 swords to strike against the demonic sect. To his surprise, they were utterly annihilated in an instant. This experience granted him a clearer understanding of his own capabilities, leading him to realize that he had significantly underestimated himself. In the next moment, The sect leader Wang Haifeng appeared by Chen Qing's side and clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Master, for your assistance in eradicating the demonic sect." Though Wang Haifeng was not afraid to battle the demonic sect, a real confrontation would inevitably lead to casualties. Chen Qing's intervention not only eradicated over 10,000 members of the demonic sect, but also ensured that the Zhengyi sect suffered no losses whatsoever. It could be described as a miracle. Chen Qing waved off Wang Haifeng's gratitude, noting that the Zhengyi sect was, after all, part of his own domain, and protecting it was only natural. Through this exchange, the disciples began to realize that Chen Qing was indeed the legendary figure who had, through sheer strength, conquered the 10 strongest sections. Initially, when they heard their sect leader pledge allegiance to another, they felt humiliated and indignant, thinking it disgraceful for the foremost sect to submit in such a manner. However, after witnessing Chen Qing's formidable power firsthand, they regretted that their leader had not surrendered to him sooner. With the matter of the demonic sect resolved, Chen Qing felt it was time to depart from the Zhengyi sect. However, just as he raised his hand, he hesitated and let it fall again. Chapter 72, Refusal of the Demonic Sect Leader. Clapping resonated before the figure appeared. A stunning woman, clad in a flowing black gown adorned with patterns resembling the other shore flower, materialized before Chen Qing. To Chen Qing, who had been reborn, her appearance was akin to emblazoning the words, "I am of the demonic sect, I am the villain," across her face. Capable of casually refining 9th-grade elixirs and being a rare talent in swordsmanship, she remarked, "I find myself increasingly fond of you." Her smile was captivating, imbued with an alluring charm. While it had no effect on Chen Qing, Wang Haifeng, standing nearby, struggled to maintain his composure, his heart wavering under her enchantment. Regaining his senses, he vigorously shook his head, silently reciting a calming mantra to avoid looking into her eyes, striving to remain clear-headed. This further solidified his belief that she was indeed a member of the demonic sect, and that her status within it was significant, as she would not dare to refer to herself as the seat otherwise. Moreover, even Wang Haifeng, as the sect leader, could not discern her strength and cultivation level. An unprecedented sense of unease washed over him. "I am the leader of the Wuxin sect. Should you choose to submit and unite with me, all that I possess will be shared with you." She extended her hand toward Chen Qing, awaiting his response. If he took her hand, it would signify his agreement. The Wuxin sect? If there is no heart, how can there be talk of unity? Chen Qing's words pierced through her faade, mocking Qin Wuxin for betraying the very tenets of her sect as its leader. Qin Wuxin was momentarily taken aback before retorting, "As the leader, I alone determine the right and wrong within my sect. Moreover, for a man like you, should I betray the doctrine and be scorned by the world? What does it matter?" In short, Qin Wuxin was convinced of her hold over Chen Qing. Furthermore, the followers of the Wuxin sect had already been slaughtered by Chen Qing's sword. What was the point of adhering to the doctrine? The deceased would not rise again to hold her accountable. Qin Wuxin's reasoning was simple, as long as she could unite with Chen Qing. The loss of 10,000 followers was trivial, as she was confident in her ability to build an even grander empire. "So what is your decision?" She raised her hand once more, extending the invitation to Chen Qing. "I have no interest. I am already devoted to another." Chen Qing resolutely declined. Wife taming successful. Congratulations, host, for receiving a random reward. Heavenly Tier Ultimate Devouring Demon Technique 1. Chen Qing was slightly surprised. He had not expected that rejecting others in the absence of Xiaoqingwei would still trigger a reward. The notion that one could gain rewards simply by refusing was reminiscent of a system that rewarded rejection, a thought that crossed the mind of Chen Qing. A seasoned reader of various novels, he also realized that he had opened a new avenue for acquiring rewards. "Oh, am I inferior to her?" Qin Wuxin pressed on. Chen Qing shook his head. Before Qin Wuxin could reignite her hope, he stated earnestly, "You do not deserve to be compared to her." Qin Wuxin's lips twitched, then broke into a laugh, one born of fury. The coldness of her expression gradually morphed into a frenzied glee. The pressure of the tribulation realm surged forth like a tidal wave, engulfing Chen Qing and the disciples of the Zhengyi sect. "Fear not, even if you refuse. I have 1,000 methods to make you submit." Qin Wuxin intended to use her realm pressure to compel Chen Qing to acquiesce. She was also prepared with a backup plan, her fingers spread wide, conjuring a swirling black flame that resembled a ghostly figure in her palm. Heart-locking spell. Wang Haifeng recognized this sinister technique at a glance. It was a method to forcibly control a person using dark arts. If one dared to defy her, a mere flicker of the spell could inflict unbearable torment. "Quite the repertoire," Chen Qing remarked leisurely. Taking advantage of the brief display of Qin Wuxin's trump card, he had, through his supreme comprehension, cultivated the devouring demon technique to its mid-stage. High levels of comprehension genuinely allowed one to achieve great feats at will. What of a heavenly tier ultimate technique? He mused. As long as I continue to unleash my comprehension, I can grasp it in an instant. I will offer you one final chance. Will you unite with me or not? Chen Wuxin's tone took on a more commanding edge. Instead of answering verbally, Chen Qing directly invoked the devouring demon technique. Before the eyes of the onlookers, a vision of the world-devouring demon descended. From the roiling black clouds emerged a colossal hand, akin to the Buddha's palm, looming over Chen Wuxin's head, pressing down upon her. The esteemed leader of the demonic sect found herself utterly powerless beneath the might of the devouring demon technique. Her arms and legs spread wide. She was suspended in midair, unable to move. She could acutely sense her cultivation rapidly draining away, flowing toward that great hand. How could you, as a righteous sect, resort to such a forceful technique to devour another's cultivation? Chen Wuxin managed to utter through difficulty. What does it matter to me that the Jingyi sect claims to be righteous? Chen Qing scoffed, then further exposed her hypocrisy. You do not detest the demonic arts. You merely resent that they are not wielded by you. Being seen through in her thoughts was unpleasant, yet the sensation of losing her cultivation was far worse. Chen Wuxin's raven black hair, akin to his skin, was visibly losing its vibrant hue at an alarming rate. He cried out in desperation, "Ancestor, save me! Stop!" Just as Chen Wuxin's plea escaped his lips, a resonant and commanding voice thundered through the air. Chen Qing, keenly perceptive, discerned a figure clad in a blood-red robe swiftly approaching Chen Wuxin. He yearned to rescue Chen Wuxin, yet was halted by the battle cry of the sky-swallowing demon god. Such a malevolent technique. As he drew nearer, the ancestor found himself sinking into a quagmire, his cultivation uncontrollably spilling forth, drawn in by an invisible force. "Ancestor, save me." Chen Wuxin's voice grew increasingly faint. "Do you truly believe I am a mere sickly cat?" Realizing that Chen Wuxin would soon be drained of life, the ancestor's fury ignited. He unleashed a terrifying, earth-shattering might. The aura of a quasi-emperor. Wang Haifeng felt his legs weaken, nearly collapsing to the ground. Who could have anticipated that behind this insignificant Wuxin sect lay a quasi-emperor-level ancestor? Chapter 73. The Emperor Living Off Soft Rice? It was over. They were utterly doomed. In Wang Haifeng's eyes, a quasi-emperor was undoubtedly the closest embodiment of invincibility in this diminutive lower realm. He conceded that. Regardless of Chen Qing's earlier barrage of 1,000 swords or the life-draining sky-swallowing demon technique, they were indeed formidable. Yet to challenge a quasi-emperor with mere tricks? That was as daunting as ascending to the heavens. Today, I shall ensure that not a single soul from your sect survives. The ancestor's murderous intent was palpable. However, in Chen Qing's eyes, the ancestor's attempts to alter the world were laughably naive. With a mere flick of his fingers, he conjured a colossal hand that shattered the void, manifesting as a cage that ensnared the demon sect ancestor, tightening relentlessly. A trivial skill, initially dismissive. The demon sect ancestor soon found himself stunned when he attempted to wield his quasi-emperor's might, only to discover that his imperial aura and spiritual energy were beyond his control. Bewildered, he realized, this is imperial might? You too are a quasi-emperor. The ancestor's immediate realization stemmed from his understanding that only one emperor could exist in a realm. He had not heard of the demise of the heavenly profound emperor, and he was well aware of the emperor's visage, having seen it in paintings. Is my master also a quasi-emperor? And with greater depth than this demon sect ancestor? Upon hearing the ancestor's words, Wang Haifeng's gaze shifted to Chen Qing. Before he could comprehend, he was met with the ancestor's voice, now steeped in despair. No, this is not the position of a quasi-emperor. This is the genuine might of an emperor. Realizing he could not even qualify to strike back against Chen Qing's techniques, he was forced to confront this grim reality. No, it cannot be. The heavenly profound emperor has not fallen. How can you be an emperor? This defies the laws of heaven. Unfortunately, the demon sect ancestor would never grasp the underlying truth. In an instant, as the colossal fist clenched, his very essence, along with his 3 souls and 7 spirits, was obliterated from existence, so thoroughly that it was as though he had never existed. As for the ancestor of the demon sect, Chen Wuxin, he too was drained of both cultivation and vitality under Chen Qing's relentless onslaught. The most formidable aspect of the sky-swallowing demon technique lay in its ability to unconditionally devour anyone of lesser cultivation than Chen Qing. Upon reviewing the system's introduction, even he could not help but marvel. This technique was indeed more malevolent than the demon path itself. When the demon sect's threat was extinguished, Chen Qing concluded the use of the sky-swallowing demon technique, returning to the azure sky. The formidable demon sect leader, Chen Wuxin, and the ancestor had been unilaterally slaughtered by his master. Wang Haifeng perceived the annihilation of the demon sect's leader and ancestor as no different from the earlier slaughter of the demon sect's disciples and elders, an unmitigated massacre with no opportunity for retaliation. The only distinction was the disparity in cultivation levels, yet their powers were insufficient to intimidate Chen Qing, the emperor. Contemplating this, Wang Haifeng's loyalty to Chen Qing surged anew. He resolved to steadfastly follow his master for the remainder of his life. After the ordeal with the demon sect concluded, Chen Qing did not linger long at the Jingyi sect. Stepping forward, he shattered the void and, upon his feet touching the ground, found himself back at the Chen residence. Just in time to witness Xia Qingwei breaking through to the spirit separation realm. So, this is the spirit separation realm? Had I not been an anomaly myself, I would surely report Xia Qingwei to the heavenly laws for her remarkable advancement. Meanwhile, Xia Qingwei had keenly sensed an additional presence in the courtyard. Upon confirming it was her husband, Chen Qing, her previously furrowed brows relaxed. Opening the door, she hurriedly exited her room, her eyes glimmering with joy. Husband, I have successfully entered the spirit separation realm. Eager to share her good news with Chen Qing. Impressive, truly worthy of being my beloved. Even in such moments, Chen Qing did not forget to flirt with Xia Qingwei. Husband, you tease me again. Indeed, witnessing the future formidable empress, now blushing from his mere words, was a delightful spectacle. Chen Qing anticipated how the original protagonist, Yi Feng, would react when Xia Qingwei's heart and soul were entirely claimed by him. Would he desperately attempt to kill him as scripted, or would he crumble under despair and fall into madness? Knowing when to withdraw, Chen Qing produced the 109th grade pills he had recently refined, taking Xia Qingwei's hand and placing the vial in her palm. These are the pills I just crafted. They will aid you in enhancing your cultivation. Xia Qingwei was about to express her gratitude when she uncorked the vial, only to discover it filled entirely with 9th grade pills. All of the Danwen grade. This is far too precious. I cannot accept. 109th grade Danwen pills were not something easily offered, even among the highest echelons of the great martial dynasty, let alone throughout the entire heavenly profound continent. Why can't you accept them? Is it because you don't see me as family? Of course not. Xia Qingwei hastily denied, yet as the words lingered on her lips, she found herself at a loss for how to explain. Enough, just accept them. I am now an emperor. These pills offer little to my advancement. Besides, as a 9th grade alchemist, I can easily refine as many as I desire. I am counting on you to swiftly reach the emperor realm, so I can lean on your strength and enjoy the benefits. Chen Qing jested. What kind of emperor lives off soft rice? Xia Qingwei chuckled at Chen Qing's jest, ultimately accepting the vial of 9th grade pills. Although she feigned reluctance, Xia Qingwei secretly wished to experience what it felt like to protect her husband through her own strength. She felt her current weakness acutely, faced with formidable foes. She could only cower behind Chen Qing, trembling and unable to contribute. I care not for other emperors. I am determined to savor this soft rice from my wife. Chen Qing declared proudly. Seeing his earnest demeanor, Xia Qingwei laughed while affectionately saying, All right. I will strive to grow stronger quickly so that my husband can enjoy his soft rice. She felt that her seemingly invincible husband, so domineering before others, revealed a childlike side in her presence, which she found endearing and entertaining. In truth, she felt a swell of pride. Due to this aspect, thus far, Chen Qing has only revealed himself to a single individual. Most importantly, despite his exalted status as an emperor, endowed with unparalleled strength, Chen Qing has not succumbed to the whims of novelty as many other powerful beings do, indulging in numerous consorts. Previously, he even spurned a saintess's advances for his own sake. Little did he know, apart from that saintess, he had recently turned down the soft offerings presented by the demonic sect leader, Qin Wuxin, all for her. The saintess, you say? Xia Qingwei gazed at Chen Qing. With such a perfect husband, it seems that in the future, occurrences akin to the saintess of the Qingting sect will only proliferate, right? Surely, individuals even more remarkable than the saintess of the Qingting sect will also emerge. Chen Qing, lacking the ability to read minds, was oblivious to Xia Qingwei's current thoughts. Not to mention, at this moment, his focus was entirely absorbed by the system panel, preoccupied with thoughts of what rewards might come from investing hundreds of 9th grade alchemical pills. Chapter 74, Trillions of Premium Spirit Stones. Successfully pampered the wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward. 1 trillion premium spirit stones. 1 trillion. And they are premium spirit stones? Such a reward, even a fraction of it, would suffice to procure hundreds of 9th grade alchemical pills. To say nothing of a trillion premium spirit stones, even a trillion superior spirit stones would effortlessly elevate Chen Qing to the pinnacle of wealth in Tianxian. At the very least, from this point onward, Chen Qing need no longer be troubled by the concerns of wealth. Moreover, the system granted him 1,000,000,000,000 premium spirit stones. Not merely 1,000,000,000,000 in national currency. In the Tianxian continent, spirit stones possess far greater intrinsic value than gold, as they are the primary resource for martial cultivators to harness spiritual energy. The process of extracting spiritual energy from spirit stones is significantly less arduous than drawing it from the natural world and refining it into spiritual power. Coincidentally, Chen Qing intended to take Xia Qingyue with him to the Tianji auction house, utilizing her as a proxy to acquire treasures and thus amass rewards for pampering his wife. This conveniently resolved the issue of spirit stones, eliminating the need to access the Chen family treasury. 1,000,000,000,000 premium spirit stones, an amount far beyond what one could possibly expend. "My husband, I shall commence my cultivation now," Xia Qingyue declared, clutching the white jade pill bottle tightly. Her previous remarks about swiftly growing stronger to allow Chen Qing to enjoy the comforts of life were not made in jest. She was utterly sincere. Chen Qing had never spoken falsely to her, and Xia Qingyue felt compelled to reciprocate. Otherwise, how would she differ from a heartless wolf? She needed no one to look down upon or scorn her. If she were to do so herself, she would indeed hold herself in contempt. "Not so fast, before that. Accompany me to a certain place," Chen Qing interjected. "Where to?" Xia Qingyue inquired, her curiosity piqued. "The Tianji auction house. Earlier, a sect leader presented me with an invitation," Chen Qing replied, producing the invitation letter. Xia Qingyue took a glance, paused in contemplation, and then exclaimed with delight, "The Tianji auction house. Is it not the one held once every decade, led by the top 10 auction houses from the lower realms? My lady has heard of it?" Chen Qing countered, indirectly affirming her assumption. 10 years ago, the Tianji auction house had sent an invitation to my father. He had intended to take me along, but alas, I fell ill and missed the opportunity, Xia Qingyue recounted truthfully. "Given this, would you care to accompany me to witness the Tianji auction house? It would also serve to make amends for that regret," Chen Qing proposed. "Yes, I would certainly like to." Like Chen Qing had said, Xia Qingyue had long desired to rectify this regret. Very well. Chen Qing turned to activate the portal leading to the Tianji auction house. Having already learned its location from Wang Haifeng, traveling by airship would take at least 2 days, but Chen Qing, possessing the sacred body of time and space, could arrive with but a thought. In the blink of an eye, they reached Tianlong City. The Tianji auction house, held once every decade, always took place here. The reason was simple. Tianlong City lies at the heart of the 4 nations, Qinglong, Baihu, Zhuke, and Xuanwu, serving as a bustling commercial hub. Moreover, it is crucial to note that Tianlong City does not belong to any of these 4 nations, but stands as a neutral ground. Coupled with the presence of a quasi-emperor level powerhouse, the security is significantly assured, even standing outside the city gates. The towering walls could not obscure the imposing dragon coiled around the highest structure. A true dragon? As Xia Qingyue locked eyes with the dragon's gaze, a sense of trepidation washed over her, causing her to instinctively draw closer to Chen Qing, grasping his arm. Unlike the auspicious golden dragon, this black dragon exuded an aura of malevolence and a palpable sense of bloodlust. It is indeed a true dragon, yet it has long since perished. So there is no need for concern, Chen Qing gently reassured, patting the back of Xia Qingyue's hand. "Ah, I see." Upon learning that the dragon was a lifeless entity, Xia Qingyue felt a wave of tranquility wash over her. "Esteemed guests, please enter." Following their warm welcome from the guards at the city gate, Chen Qing and Xia Qingyue stepped into Tianlong City. Xia Qingyue glanced back and remarked, "Why were those individuals required to submit spirit stones to enter? While we could come in directly, I suspect it is because the portal is not something just anyone can activate." Chen Qing offered his insight. Indeed, Xia Qingyue realized, having overlooked that detail, the portal itself was a testament to their strength. Even if the portal was not opened through personal prowess, utilizing magical artifacts or formations to activate, it would still imply that one was no ordinary individual. Upon entering the city, Chen Qing learned that the Supreme Auction, featuring treasures from the top 10 auction houses, would not take place until the following day. However, their visit was not in vain. As the Tianji auction house did not solely showcase items from the top 10 auction houses, a total of 10 grand treasures were reserved for elite powerhouses and affluent merchants. The auction tailored for ordinary individuals and average cultivators had already commenced. Chen Qing extended his consciousness to envelop the entirety of Tianlong City, navigating it with ease as he led Xia Qingyue to the Tianji auction city. Such grandeur! Xia Qingyue marveled at the towering edifices that seemed to scrape the heavens, along with the dragon that adorned its pinnacle, swallowing hard. The awe was even more profound than when she had observed it from outside the city. "Rest assured, my lady, should that beast truly dare to awaken, it would not harm you in the slightest," Chen Qing softly comforted her. Chen Qing's words once again instilled in Xia Qingyue an endless sense of security. She felt that as long as Chen Qing was by her side, even if the heavens were to fall, it would be of no concern, for he would bear the weight. Esteemed guests, please proceed inside. Observing Chen Qing and Xia Qingwei, adorned in exquisite attire and exuding an extraordinary aura, a staff member from the auction house quickly maneuvered through the crowd to offer a warm welcome. Under his guidance, they entered the inner sanctum of the Tianji auction city. Lifting her gaze, Xia Qingwei noticed the presence of private boxes on the second floor. Chen Qing inquired, "How might one ascend to the second floor?" In response to your question, young master, becoming a valued guest of the Tianji auction city grants access to the VIP boxes, came the reply from the attendant. And how does one become a valued guest of the Tianji auction city? Chen Qing pressed further. Simple. By spending over 1 million superior spirit stones within the Tianji auction city, one earns the status of a valued guest, the attendant responded. Chen Qing glanced at the stage where the auctioneer was presenting a dazzling jewelry necklace. After an elaborate description, the auctioneer finally announced the starting price, 1 million superior spirit stones. Upon hearing this price, some were poised to bid, yet Chen Qing's voice resonated throughout the hall. 1 million premium spirit stones. With this declaration, silence enveloped the entire room. Those who had raised their hands were quick to retract, while those who had opened their mouths to speak found themselves utterly speechless, their jaws agape in astonishment. While they acknowledged the exquisite quality of the necklace, they were utterly unprepared for someone to bid a staggering 1 million spirit stones, and not just any spirit stones, but 1 million premium spirit stones, which represented a 1,000-fold increase from the original starting price. They had witnessed extravagance before, but never had they encountered someone as lavish as Chen Qing. Each person turned to glimpse the newcomer, eager to ascertain the identity of this remarkable individual. Chapter 75, Spending Money Like Water. What a young man, to make such an extravagant offer of premium spirit stones, and to the tune of 1 million. Does anyone know who this person is? I've never seen him before. Judging by his demeanor and the scale of his bidding, he must certainly be of immense wealth. It goes without saying. I've often heard the phrase spending money like water tossed around, but I have only ever seen it embodied by him. Ignoring their discussions about himself, Chen Qing tossed a bag of spirit stones to the attendant and commanded, "Lead the way." The attendant swiftly untied the cord, opened the bag, and was met with a sight that took his breath away. It was filled to the brim with azure premium spirit stones. Their purity so pristine that impurities were nearly invisible, clearer than crystal. Exactly 1 million stones. Yes, right this way, esteemed guests. Upon realizing Chen Qing's formidable wealth, the attendant dared not delay and quickly gestured for Chen Qing and Xia Qingwei to ascend to the second floor, into a private VIP box. As they climbed the steps, the auctioneer finally recovered from her astonishment and raised her voice, asking, 1 million premium spirit stones, going once. Is there anyone willing to match this bid? The moment the words left her lips, she regretted it. Who could possibly compete with such a sum? It was a mere waste of breath. 1 million premium spirit stones. Going twice. 1 million premium spirit stones, going thrice. The auctioneer hastily completed the process, striking the gavel to announce that the exquisite necklace had been successfully purchased by Chen Qing. Subsequently, a dedicated attendant was tasked with delivering the necklace to the third box occupied by Chen Qing. Upon receiving the necklace, Chen Qing rose from his seat and approached Xia Qingwei from behind. Understanding his intent without needing further explanation, Xia Qingwei casually swept her cascading hair aside, revealing her graceful swan neck, allowing Chen Qing to adorn her with the necklace. Gently cradling the radiant gem resting upon her chest, Xia Qingwei whispered, "It's beautiful." "Indeed. It is," Chen Qing replied, returning to his seat and admiring Xia Qingwei now adorned with the necklace. "Wouldn't you agree? The quality of this gemstone is such that even within the great martial palace, it would be exceptional." "I'm not referring to the necklace, but to you," Chen Qing interjected, shaking his head and interrupting Xia Qingyue's words. Xia Qingyue's pupils constricted slightly, her fingers gripping the hem of her skirt tightly as her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Her husband was teasing her again. Chen Qing, amused yet silent, effortlessly summoned the system panel to check the rewards for his expenditure of 1 million premium spirit stones. Successfully pampered wife. Congratulations, host, you have received a random reward, 100,000,000 premium spirit stones. This, while it wasn't as lavish as Chen Qing had anticipated, exchanging 1 million for 100 million premium spirit stones was certainly not a loss. He accepted the reward without hesitation, continuing to look forward to the forthcoming treasures that the heavenly mechanism auction city might bestow upon him. Turning to Xia Qingwei, he encouraged, "If there are any treasures that catch your eye, please do not hesitate to speak up. Do not hold back on my account." "Very well. Then I shall not be polite." Xia Qingwei nodded in agreement. In the midst of their conversation, The second auction item was brought onto the stage, a high-grade Earth-level weapon known as the Raging Tide Overlord Halberd, with a top-tier heavenly weapon already in his possession. Chen Qing naturally held no interest in this Earth-level weapon. He chose to forego bidding, allowing others to compete amongst themselves. Should I buy it as a gift for Xia Qingwei? Chen Qing pondered, but he found it difficult to imagine her wielding the Overlord Halberd in battle. It seemed utterly incongruous. Before long, the Raging Tide Overlord Halberd was acquired by a martial artist for 1 million high-grade spirit stones. The third item presented was a low-grade heavenly-level martial technique, a frost attribute skill named Frost Heaven Palm, perfectly aligned with Xia Qingyue's innate spiritual roots. As the auctioneer completed her introduction and announced the starting bid, Chen Qing interjected, 5 million premium spirit stones. He had a notion in mind. He wished to test whether the quantity of spirit stones expended would influence the quality of the rewards received for pampering his wife. His casual declaration of 5 million premium spirit stones sent shockwaves through the audience, leaving them in utter disbelief. I must have misheard. 5 million? Premium spirit stones? Just moments ago, he had refrained from bidding on the halberd, leading many to believe he had exhausted his funds. Evidently, they had underestimated him. Was it that his family owned a mine, or was it that there was a mine within his family for him to squander spirit stones so freely? Prior to this, many believed themselves to be quite affluent, but in comparison to Chen Qing, their assets seemed trivial. Several visiting merchants felt utterly disheartened by Chen Qing's audacity, feeling as though they were mere paupers in his presence. With a mere wave of his hand, he had spent what would be a lifetime of savings for them. Many began to contemplate the idea of befriending him, convinced that if they could earn Chen Qing's favor, they would surely rise to prominence in the future. 5 million premium spirit stones, going thrice. Congratulations to the esteemed guest in Box 3 for acquiring yet another treasure. As expected, Chen Qing easily secured the Frost Heaven Palm technique with his overwhelming bidding power, with the exchange of money and the delivery of the item. Upon receiving the Frost Heaven Palm, he merely glanced through it before comprehending it to perfection. Following this, he placed the technique on the tea table next to Xia Qingyue and remarked, "This technique is exceptionally suitable for your cultivation, my lady. Such a splendid technique is better left for my husband to cultivate first, and then I shall follow suit," Xia Qingyue suggested. Chen Qing raised his hand, and an icy chill swept through the entire box. Observing the frost enveloping Chen Qing's palm, a bold idea flickered in Xia Qingyue's mind. Tentatively, she asked, "My lord, you didn't merely glance at it and instantly comprehend the Frost Heaven Palm, did you?" "Indeed," Chen Qing confirmed with a nod. Xia Qingyue was left momentarily speechless, struggling to regain her composure. She hesitated, words failing her. A low-grade heavenly technique comprehended at a glance. Such talent was beyond even the most literate of scholars, leaving her at a loss for words. It felt as though all descriptions of genius paled in comparison to Chen Qing. After countless thoughts, she finally expressed, "Thank you, my lord, I shall accept it." Since Chen Qing had already grasped the Frost Heaven Palm, it held no value for him, significantly alleviating Xia Qingyue's psychological burden. With nothing else to do, she decided to peruse the Frost Heaven Palm technique, believing that even a little knowledge could prove beneficial, understanding the principle that diligence can compensate for deficiencies. However, the more she read, the more her heart, which had finally settled, began racing once more. Her hands trembled slightly as her gaze flitted between Chen Qing and the technique, as if confirming something. Successfully pampered wife. Congratulations, host. You have received a random reward. Insight 1000. Just after Chen Qing had received his reward, Xia Qingyue's voice chimed in, "My lord, you must have comprehended the Frost Heaven Palm to perfection with just that one glance, right?" Chapter 76, Endless Dantian. My lady has sharp eyes. Chen Qing knew that Xia Qingyue understood this from the description of the perfection stage within the technique and did not conceal the truth. Upon confirming the completeness of the heavenly stage cultivation method from Chen Qing's words, Xia Qingyue found herself utterly disoriented. Initially, she harbored the hope that through diligence and perseverance, she might catch a glimpse of Chen Qing's back in the realm of cultivation. However, it now seemed that such hope was but a fleeting dream. In the face of Chen Qing's formidable talent, Xia Qingyue truly saw no glimmer of hope. "My husband, do I truly possess the qualification to stand by your side?" With their eyes locked, Chen Qing extended his right arm, gently cradling her face, and offered a tender smile. "You may focus on your cultivation. As for everything else, leave it to your husband. Spirit stones, elixirs, magical treasures, and cultivation techniques, all will be abundantly provided." To put it more bluntly, even without the halo of the Destined Empress, Chen Qing could, with sheer resourcefulness, elevate her to the status of an emperor. Xia Qingyue tilted her head slightly, resting it in the warmth of Chen Qing's palm. rather than being troubled by the notion that her success was solely due to consuming Chen Qing's fortuitous opportunities. She was more concerned about losing her place beside him. If that day were to come, she would not hesitate to utter some audacious words, such as, "What of it if I rely on my husband's resources? He has no objections. By what right do you?" Perhaps they simply detested the idea of living off others? Had they been in her position, they would surely indulge even more voraciously. At this moment, rather than indulging in futile thoughts, the most pressing matter for Xia Qingwei was to strengthen herself and fulfill her promises to Chen Qing. She silently set a goal for herself, to ascend to the realm of the quasi-emperor as soon as possible. Currently at the spirit separation stage, she was still 4 major realms away from reaching the quasi-emperor level. However, with her innate spiritual root and the elixirs and techniques gifted by Chen Qing, she remained quite confident. Meanwhile, Chen Qing had also received 1,000 points of comprehension from the system that had just been returned. Now, when he claimed to possess the utmost comprehension in the world, none could dispute it. Not to mention a mere cold heaven palm. Even the finest heavenly stage techniques could be grasped by him in an instant. Furthermore, this reward of 1,000 points of comprehension confirmed Chen Qing's earlier hypothesis. The more money one spent, the greater the quality and quantity of the rewards. With this clarity, his objectives became exceedingly clear. With trillions of top-grade spirit stones at his disposal, he had every right to be extravagant. At that moment, the new auction item was introduced, an 8th-grade enlightening grass. After refining and absorbing it, one could enhance their comprehension. Chen Qing's face lit up with surprise. He had not anticipated such a treasure to be presented before the supreme auction. His anticipation for the next day's supreme auction only grew stronger, as that would truly be the main event. Xia Qingwei, upon learning of the grass's effects from the auctioneer, was equally intrigued. Not just her, but the crowd below was equally stirred, filled with excitement. A treasure. This is undoubtedly a true marvel. A legendary spiritual herb, rare in a millennium. How fortunate I am to encounter it. One man exclaimed fervently, "Do not compete with me. Even if it costs me my entire fortune, I will secure this enlightening grass." Yet, had he forgotten about the distinguished guest in box number 3? Upon hearing this, the once fervent crowd turned pale. They conveniently ignored that fact, not expecting someone would remind them and dampen the atmosphere, leaving them with no grounds to refute. Soon, the auctioneer seized the moment and announced the starting bid: 5 million top-grade spirit stones for the enlightening grass. Given that it could permanently enhance comprehension, this starting price was quite reasonable and not exaggerated in the least. I bid 6 million top-grade spirit stones. I bid 10 million, 20 million. In no time, the price had skyrocketed several times amid the frenzy of bidding, with the auctioneer hardly allowing Xia Qingwei a chance to speak. The prospect of a permanent enhancement to her comprehension was precisely what Xia Qingwei desperately needed. "Do not worry. I am here," Chen Qing reassured her, grasping her slightly cold hand and casting her a reassuring glance. As the price reached 50 million top-grade spirit stones, Chen Qing declared, 100 million top-grade spirit stones. He had no desire to engage in petty squabbles with the crowd. Once he made his bid, he intended to decisively end the contest. A stunned silence fell over the once boisterous hall, as all eyes turned towards Chen Qing. "Excuse me, did I just hear incorrectly? Did he just say 100 million top-grade spirit stones? I cannot speak for you, but I too heard 100 million top-grade spirit stones." Laughter erupted, filled with mockery. Even he could not convince himself, let alone others. "I told you, his family must control a vein of spirit stones, and not just one." The murmurs spread. How could one casually spend over 100 million spirit stones without substantial backing? They speculated about his origins. Was he from the Azure Dragon Kingdom, the Vermilion Bird, the Black Tortoise, or perhaps the White Tiger? "I have never heard of such a figure from the Azure Dragon Kingdom." Someone thought to themselves, "I must find an opportunity to befriend him. If I could befriend such a companion, my future would be boundless." Companion? If I could earn his favor, I would gladly serve him. Chen Qing's approach was straightforward: win people over with wealth. If that tactic failed, it simply meant he had not spent enough yet. 100 million top-grade spirit stones for the first time. 100 million top-grade spirit stones for the second time. 100 million top-grade spirit stones for the third time. Let us extend our congratulations to the esteemed guest in box number 3 for successfully acquiring this enlightening grass. After regaining her composure, the auctioneer was too exhilarated to even ask if any other guests wished to bid. Doing so would only waste time. Her excitement surged. As an auctioneer, a higher closing price signified greater strength. Chen Qing's presence had dramatically elevated her standing and influence within the auction world. How could she not be thrilled? How could she not be grateful? Had it not been for the enchanting beauty by Chen Qing's side, she might have considered a more personal approach. Afterward, upon delivering the 100 million top-grade spirit stones, Chen Qing immediately handed the enlightening grass to Xia Qingwei. The increase in comprehension brought about by the grass varied from person to person. However, one thing was certain, no matter how high it was, it could not surpass the vast comprehension that Chen Qing already possessed. He had no need for this enhancement. Instead, he would use it to earn the rewards for pampering his wife. While Xia Qingwei absorbed and merged with the enlightening grass, Chen Qing hastily opened the system panel to confirm the reward details. Wife pampering successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward. Endless Dantian 1. Endless Dantian. Chen Qing immediately clicked to view the detailed description, fearing he might misconstrue the system's intended message. After reviewing it, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had not misunderstood. The Endless Dantian referred to an infinite supply of spiritual power. This meant that from now on, Chen Qing would no longer need to worry about spiritual energy. Casting heavenly stage techniques hundreds or even thousands of times would not affect him in the slightest. Others, however, faced a different reality. Once their spiritual energy was depleted, they would lose the ability to move, let alone continue battling. Standing upright would become a challenge. Even for the current Chen Qing, spending a mere 100 million Supreme Spirit Stones to obtain such an extraordinary reward is not merely a profitable venture. It is an astronomical gain. Not to mention, even after expending 1 billion, he still possesses several hundred billion. Successfully pampered the wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward. 1 trillion Supreme Spirit Stones. Successfully pampered the wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward. A max-level experience pack for the Qing practitioner. Successfully pampered the wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward. 1 Supreme Fire Spiritual Root of the Heavenly Tier. In the subsequent time, Chen Qing, almost exclusively through private bidding, acquired numerous exquisite rewards. Utilizing the experience pack, he effortlessly reached the pinnacle of Qing cultivation, while seamlessly integrating the Heavenly Tier Supreme Fire Spiritual Root. Chen Qing calculated that, aside from the Supreme Fire Spiritual Root, he simultaneously possessed Heavenly Tier Supreme Thunder and Ice Spiritual Roots. He felt that if he continued at this pace, the day he achieved all attribute Supreme Spiritual Roots would not be far off. Due to Chen Qing's presence, the entire auction concluded even more swiftly than anticipated. There was no competition whatsoever. Who could rival him? With an opening bid of 100 million Supreme Spirit Stones, he left no opportunity for those wealthy merchants and formidable cultivators to even respond. The entire auction, without a doubt, devolved into a stage solely for Chen Qing. Who can tell me just how many Spirit Stones he possesses? He has already spent over 10 billion, and all of them are Supreme Spirit Stones. Compared to him, can I, the richest in my nation, truly be considered wealthy? It is utterly absurd. He must possess at least hundreds of spirit veins to dare waste such resources. From now on, the phrase spending wealth like dirt can only be rightfully attributed to him across the entire Tianxian continent. Countless eyes were fixed on the staircase, eagerly awaiting Chen Qing's descent from the second floor, hoping to ingratiate themselves with him. Unfortunately, they were ultimately a step too late. As soon as Chen Qing and Xia Qingwei left the private box, they were invited by the owner of Tianji Auction City, Zhao Wenxuan, to a special room. Welcome to Tianji Auction City, esteemed guests. I am Zhao Wenxuan, the owner of this auction house. Upon Chen Qing and Xia Qingyue's arrival, the man greeted them warmly and invited them to take a seat. He then hastily summoned someone to serve the finest spirit tea, fearing any oversight. May I inquire what business you have with us? Chen Qing immediately cut to the chase, unwilling to waste words with Zhao Wenxuan. He would rather take Xia Qingwei to explore Tianlong City. You two have spent lavishly at my Tianji Auction City. I have a small token of appreciation to present, and I hope you will not find it lacking. With that, he signaled to his attendant. The subordinate, understanding the cue, nodded and approached Chen Qing, presenting a Zeton wooden box. Upon opening it, they beheld 2 exquisitely crafted rings resting within. Spatial rings? Chen Qing recognized them, but was puzzled as to why Zhao Wenxuan would gift such items to him. Zhao Wenxuan did not keep them in suspense, explaining, "These are called Mandarin duck rings. The wearers can share the same storage space. I stumbled upon them, and to date, there are only these 2 in the entire world." Seeing that Chen Qing and Xia Qingwei were not only partners, but also deeply affectionate, he chose this particular gift for them. After all, someone who spent over 10 billion Supreme Spirit Stones at an auction could hardly lack treasures. Although the Mandarin duck rings may not compare to other divine artifacts, their intrinsic value is immeasurably precious. In addition to these 2 rings, Zhao Wenxuan also presented Chen Qing with a jade pendant. The bearer of this pendant is regarded as a supreme guest of Tianji Auction City, enjoying the highest level of service. To this day, in the hundreds of years since its establishment, only a handful have been bestowed. Then it would be disrespectful to decline. Acknowledging Zhao Wenxuan's goodwill, Chen Qing graciously accepted the gifts. Compared to the vast amount of spirit stones he had spent, this token was indeed but a trifle. Understanding Zhao Wenxuan's intent to curry favor, Chen Qing knew that refusing would only complicate matters. After agreeing to participate in the upcoming Supreme Auction the following day, he and Xia Qinghua bid farewell to Zhao Wenxuan and exited Tianji Auction City. As soon as they stepped outside, Chen Qing took Xia Qingyue's hand and adorned her with a mandarin duck ring. "Your hand is truly beautiful. It suits everything," he remarked, admiring the ring he had just placed on her finger. "It is merely a hand. What is there to admire?" Xia Qinghua blushed, yet she did not withdraw her hand, allowing him to play with it. "Have you ever heard that in certain places, couples wear rings to signify their bond?" Chen Qing inquired. "I have not." Xia Qinghua shook her head, "But as a token of our bond, the mandarin duck ring is quite nice." She gazed at the ring that Chen Qing had personally placed on her, momentarily lost in thought. "As long as you like it," Chen Qing replied. Realizing she had inadvertently revealed her feelings, Xia Qingyue's cheeks flushed even deeper. Not wanting to tease her further, Chen Qing took out some elixirs obtained from the system and placed them into the spatial ring, saying, "If you need any of these elixirs, feel free to take them." My lady successfully pampered the wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward. Comprehension 200. Storing cultivation resources in the ring could indeed be considered a form of pampering his wife. Chen Qing's thoughts were validated. Following that, with the same intent, he stored some cultivation manuals as well. Successfully pampered the wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward. 1 Heavenly Tier Supreme Cultivation Method, Poison Emperor Scripture. It truly worked. Does this mean that as long as I harbor good intentions for her and place resources inside, I can continuously receive rewards? Thus, he continued, my lady. When you are out and about, you likely do not carry spirit stones, do you? I have stored 100 billion supreme spirit stones in here. Feel free to purchase whatever you desire. 100 billion supreme spirit stones. Xia Qingyue's face was a picture of astonishment. She had initially thought that Chen Qing had nearly depleted his wealth at the auction, yet here he was, casually depositing another 100 billion supreme spirit stones into the mandarin duck ring for her, even without being a cultivator. Xia Qingyue understood the significance of 100 billion supreme spirit stones. It was more than sufficient to establish a vast power or even a nation. This realization further illuminated the depth of Chen Qing's love for her, a love that was utterly unreserved. It was hard not to be moved, even for Xia Qingyue. The prospect of spending 100 billion supreme spirit stones was something that no mere princess of a small nation, or even a saintess of a celestial sect, could refuse. Noticing the change in Xia Qingyue's gaze towards him, Chen Qing understood that the distance between them had significantly diminished. Everything was progressing favorably for him. All that remained to anticipate was what kind of pampering rewards this 100 billion supreme spirit stones would yield. Chapter 78, The Book of Life and Death. Summoning the System Panel. Successfully pampered the wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward. The Book of Life and Death. The Book of Life and Death. Although the concept of the King of Hell does not exist in the Tianxian continent, for Chen Qing, who was reborn from Blue Star, he was all too familiar with the terms King of Hell and Book of Life and Death. The Book of Life and Death is a supreme artifact that can dictate who lives and who dies. To eliminate someone, one merely needs to find their name and strike it out. Chen Qing could not help but wonder if such a monstrous artifact could truly be awarded to him by the system. Is this not a case of false pretenses? Click to view details. Book of Life and Death. Wielding the Book of Life and Death grants the power to sever life and death. Note, the names of countless beings in the Tianxian continent have been meticulously recorded. In this brief statement, combined with the system's annotations, Chen Qing was 100% certain that this King of Hell's ledger of life and death indeed bore the same meaning as the one he comprehended in his mind. Unbeknownst to him, the lives of the myriad creatures across the Tianxian continent were now entirely within his grasp. Whomever he wished to see live would thrive, and whomever he desired to perish would inevitably meet their end. No celestial decree could obstruct this. Even the Tianxian Emperor was no exception. His name was clearly inscribed in the ledger of life and death. With just a gentle stroke of his pen, this emperor would fall without delay. But wait, why was the protagonist's name absent? It wasn't that he felt particularly disappointed. If it truly cost 100 billion top-tier spirit stones to buy the protagonist's life, then the protagonist was rather inexpensive. In response, the system provided further clarification. The current world's protagonist, Yi Feng, is concealed and protected by the power of the domain, thus not existing in the same space-time, making it impossible for the ledger to lock onto him. The power of the domain. Was it the rule that bound the protagonist for 30 years before he could emerge? Indeed, the system affirmed. So, once the 30-year term concludes and Yifeng emerges, losing the protective concealment of the domain, will my ledger of life and death be able to take effect on him? Chen Qing pondered privately. Yes, the system replied instantaneously. Yes. This single word bestowed immense reassurance upon Chen Qing. Now, it was truly secure. No matter how formidable the opponent, with my ledger of life and death in hand, I could eliminate them with a mere stroke. Although possessing the ledger granted him a sense of security, Chen Qing did not let his guard down entirely. After all, 30 years was a long time, and who could guarantee that Yifeng wouldn't acquire some extraordinary rewards during this period? As a villain, to win, one must be even more extraordinary than the opponent. Darling, darling. Hearing Xia Qingyue's gentle call, Chen Qing abruptly snapped back to reality. What is it? I sensed several hostile gazes, Xia Qingyue whispered, lowering her voice to a tone only audible to her and Chen Qing. I suspect it is because of your extravagant spending in the auction city, which has drawn the attention of some ill-intentioned individuals. Chen Qing extended his consciousness, swiftly pinpointing those few malicious onlookers Xia Qingyue had mentioned. Simultaneously, he attentively listened to their conversation. The Great Wu Dynasty? Are you certain he hails from there? What is there to be uncertain about? That person is named Chen Qing, the son of the Prime Minister of the Great Wu Dynasty, notorious for his debauchery and bullying. Half a year ago, I had a brief encounter with him when he entered the capital. A mere son of a Prime Minister from the Great Wu Dynasty could actually flaunt over 10 billion top-tier spirit stones? There must be some great opportunity behind this. While the knowledge of this matter remains scarce, we must act swiftly. If we can seize the spirit stones from them, we shall never lack for wealth. Reclaiming his consciousness and concluding his eavesdropping, Chen Qing opened his eyes and gazed at Xia Qingyue. Indeed, my dear, we have attracted the attention of thieves. Let us go meet them. Chen Qing was just eager to test the recently acquired ledger of life and death on a small guinea pig. All right. Xia Qingyue was untroubled by the prospect of Chen Qing losing. After all, how could an emperor possibly lose? As for that Tianxian emperor, if he truly had arrived, Tianlong City would have been in an uproar long ago. How could there be no signs at all? Should he genuinely appear? When it came to the question of who was stronger between him and Chen Qing, Xia Qingyue would unhesitatingly stand by the latter's side. The two of them cooperated, feigning ignorance of their pursuers and deliberately walking towards less populated areas. Once they noticed the surroundings were nearly deserted, Chen Qing finally halted and declared, "You have been following us for quite some time. Do you not intend to reveal yourselves?" Upon hearing this, the group of pursuers widened their eyes in astonishment, realizing that their once proud tracking skills had been rendered utterly ineffective before Chen Qing, who had already detected them. Since they had been discovered, and with so few people around, they no longer felt the need to hide and gradually revealed themselves. There are so many. Glancing around, Xia Qingyue roughly estimated that there were at least 50 individuals present. Kid, we are already aware of your origins, son of the Prime Minister of the Great Wu Dynasty, Chen Qing. Though we do not know what kind of luck you stumbled upon to gain such an extraordinary opportunity, if you do not wish to die, you should obediently hand over this opportunity, and we may grant you a path to survival. One of them stepped forward to speak. Chen Qing slowly raised his left hand. As his fingers spread open, the ledger of life and death floated into his palm. The intense aura of death emanating from it instantly chilled the surrounding air several degrees. Everyone felt as if they had plunged into an ice cavern, the chills seeping into their bones. As Chen Qing turned his gaze towards the speaker, the ledger automatically flipped its pages, revealing the name inscribed therein, Lin Xiao. "You, how do you know my name?" The man trembled in shock. For his name was indeed Lin Xiao. It was needless to say that this was undoubtedly linked to the peculiar book in Chen Qing's hands. Chen Qing scoffed, disinterested in explaining much to this group. As he raised his right hand, a pen materialized out of thin air. Grasping the pen, he pressed it down over the two characters of Lin Xiao and drew a stroke. As the ink completely covered the name Lin Xiao, the man standing a distance away instantly collapsed to the ground, soft as cotton. "Lin bro?" The companions of the fallen rushed forward, attempting to call out to him. After receiving no response, they cautiously extended a finger to check for a pulse beneath Lin Xiao's nose. Moments later, the finger retracted as if shocked. Their faces filled with terror. "Dead. He's dead. Dead. How did he die? Don't look at me. How would I know? It must be that book of his playing tricks. Quick, seize it." At this proclamation, countless eyes hardened with determination. Though they had no idea what the ledger of life and death was, their priority was to seize it first. Zhou Tian, Zhao Quan, Li San. Chen Qing stood his ground, not retreating an inch, focused on his pen as he methodically crossed out one name after another. The others quickly followed Lin Xiao's fate, running only to suddenly collapse onto the ground, unresponsive. More and more individuals succumbed to the same fate. In the blink of an eye, from 50, only 4 remained. A heretic. He must be a heretic. Quick. Alert the Lord of Tianlong City, someone shouted as they turned to flee. Yet, despite their ability to run like the wind, they could not escape the judgment of the ledger of life and death. With a stroke of his pen, life extinguished. Chapter 79, Sign In. Observation Mirror. With just a few strokes, all those coveting the spirit stones were sent to meet the true king of hell. What a formidable artifact. It can snatch away lives without any fluctuation of spiritual power. It was only at this moment that Xia Qingyue failed to comprehend how the ledger of life and death could forcibly strip away another's life from dozens of meters away without any indication of spiritual energy. Send out shadow puppets to retrieve all the valuables from those corpses. Anyone who can attend the Tianji auction in Tianlong City must carry far more spirit stones and treasures than those disciples from the Great Wu dynasty. After gathering the spoils, noticing Xia Qingyue's intense gaze fixed upon the ledger of life and death, filled with curiosity and intrigue, Chen Qing preemptively began to explain. This item is known as the ledger of life and death. As long as a name can be found within, with a stroke of my pen, their lifespan will be immediately nullified. With a stroke of the pen, their lifespan is instantly nullified. When these words escaped Chen Qing's lips, they were far more astonishing than any conclusion Xia Qingyue could have drawn herself. Then how can one ensure that another's name appears in this ledger? Xia Qingyue pressed on. Regarding this matter, Chen Qing shook his head, indicating his lack of understanding, and then added, however, the names of all individuals across the Tianxian continent are contained within, including those top-tier powerhouses. The insatiable curiosity of Xia Qingyue was evident on her face. The same held true for the emperor. Chen Qing adopted a more straightforward approach in his response. The names of emperors are indeed included. No one else, no matter how formidable, could possibly surpass an emperor. Xia Qingyue remained silent, her astonishment fully reflected in her eyes. She had initially believed that the emperor's cultivation was the most terrifying secret of her husband. But little did she expect that the true horror lay within this enigmatic book that dictated life and death. Even the emperor could decide fate with a mere stroke of the pen, a reality that truly surpassed Xia Qingyue's comprehension. Surely, in this world, aside from my husband, one would be hard-pressed to find another who dares to claim they could slay an emperor with a single blow. Relishing the adoration in Xia Qingyue's gaze, Chen Qing basked in the moment. With a simple gesture, the book of life and death vanished. With time still remaining before darkness fell, Chen Qing and Xia Qingyue meandered through the city, engaged in delightful conversation, indulging in food and drink, accumulating rewards for his affection, spiritual stones, insights, and various attribute points until their hands grew weary. As night descended, rather than taking refuge in an inn, they utilized the temporal holy body to create a portal, swiftly returning to the Chen residence. No one could ever compare to the comfort of home. After a brief refresh, they embraced and drifted into slumber. Despite having harbored thoughts of never marrying not long ago, Xia Qingyue now found Chen Qing's embrace exceptionally warm and secure, a temptation she could not resist. Yet, when she glanced at Chen Qing, who was already lost in sleep, a sense of emptiness lingered in her heart. She had anticipated something to unfold tonight. Realizing she had harbored such a thought, Xia Qingyue's cheeks flushed with warmth. At Daming Mountain, within an unnamed cave, Yifeng remained blissfully unaware that his childhood companion was currently ensconced in the embrace of another man, sharing a bed. At this moment, he had just stabilized his boiling blood and was on the verge of a breakthrough, merely half a step away from the out-of-body realm. However, time was of the essence. Activating the system panel to commence a new daily check-in was far more crucial than breaking through to the out-of-body realm. He summoned the system panel. Would you like to initiate daily check-in? Check-in. Processing check-in. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received an observation mirror. An observation mirror? What on earth is that? Yifeng expressed his confusion. He clicked to view the details. Observation mirror can be used to freely observe visuals within a fixed range. The observation range expands as one's strength increases. So, it is a spatial probing artifact. Yifeng felt a twinge of disappointment. Rather than observing external situations, he had hoped for rewards that would enhance his cultivation, such as elixirs. He wondered if this observation mirror could peer beyond the barrier. Yifeng decided to give it a try. He retrieved the observation mirror, which stood half his height, and it floated before him. With a mere thought, the view shifted from inside the cave to outside its entrance. Further out, he beheld a picturesque forest scene. Even farther, he spotted a deer grazing. Blissfully unaware of the scrutiny it was under, it truly worked. Yifeng's spirits soared. Initially, he had feared that the observation mirror would be ineffective beyond the barrier, but his first-hand experience dispelled all doubts. Excellent. With this artifact, I can keep tabs on my father, little sister, and Qingyue. However, reality proved less smooth than Yifeng had envisioned. After crossing several mountain peaks, The observation range ceased to expand. How strange. Why is this happening? Puzzled. Yifeng's peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the system panel's explanation regarding the observation mirror. The observation range will expand with increased strength, he murmured. Realizing that to observe his sister and Qingyue, he needed to first enhance his own strength to broaden the coverage area. Yifeng was unfazed. He had confidence in his cultivation speed and knew it was only a matter of time. At the very least, with the observation mirror in hand, he could enjoy the beautiful scenery outside, alleviating the monotony of his training. He closed the observation mirror and returned to his diligent practice. As he delved deeper into his training, he found renewed motivation. Time swiftly passed, leading to the following day. Xia Qingwei opened her eyes to find Chen Qing still enveloped in slumber. Not wishing to disturb him, she quietly savored the sight of his face. How could there exist someone so exquisitely handsome in this world? The more she gazed, the more she felt that Chen Qing's visage struck a chord deep within her heart. Madam, your flattery makes me blush. Chen Qing suddenly opened his eyes. You were awake all along. Xia Qingyue's heart raced, akin to a startled rabbit. If I hadn't feigned sleep, how would I know my wife's thoughts? Chen Qing chuckled. Aren't you supposed to attend the Tianji auction? Rise and freshen up. Xia Qingyue quickly diverted the topic, realizing that if it continued, she would be subject to his teasing. I don't feel very energetic. Not feeling energetic? Just as Xia Qingyue was about to inquire whether Chen Qing was unwell, he added, perhaps a kiss from a certain celestial beauty would invigorate me. A celestial beauty? Xia Qingyue playfully glared at him. Understanding his intention, she lifted a strand of hair that had fallen by her ear, leaned down, and approached Chen Qing. Now, surely you must feel more awake. Xia Qingyue asked, her beautiful eyes shimmering. That kiss from my lady is worth 10 of the finest treasures. I shall procure them all for you later as a token of my gratitude. Chen Qing cleverly justified his desire to accumulate treasures. Chapter 80, Slaying the Qilin. It's not as exaggerated as you claim. Xia Qingyue dismissed Chen Qing's words as mere jest, not taking them seriously. Little did she know, Chen Qing was utterly sincere. After changing and refreshing themselves, they conveniently traversed through the portal created by the temporal holy body, instantly arriving in Tianlong City from the great martial dynasty. Upon reaching Tianji Auction House, the staff greeted them with radiant smiles, especially upon noticing the supreme VIP token adorning Chen Qing's waist. Even without this token, the staff would never dare to obstruct Chen Qing, demanding he present an invitation to prove his identity. The memory of Chen Qing's extravagant spending of billions of top-tier spiritual stones at the auction house the previous day still left the staff in awe. Roar. However, just as Chen Qing and Xia Qingyue prepared to ascend the steps into the Tianji auction house, a ferocious roar of a beast forcefully penetrated their ears. The sheer power of the roar distorted the very fabric of space, and as it coursed through their bodies, they felt a faint, tingling sensation akin to a gentle breeze. Many people covered their ears, halting in their tracks to gaze in astonishment. Is that the holy beast Qilin? A figure appeared to be riding atop the Qilin. Who could possibly control such a divine beast? Some squinted their eyes, casting a glance before widening them in realization. It's His Highness, the Crown Prince of the White Tiger Nation. Xiaolai. So it was the Crown Prince of the White Tiger Nation. That made sense. It was said that this young prince had already reached the nascent soul realm at such a tender age. A valiant warrior capable of slaying thousands with his beast and spear. Truly formidable. Observing the reactions of the crowd, Xiaolai felt immensely satisfied. He came to participate in the heavenly mystery auction on behalf of the White Tiger Kingdom, and it was only natural that he could not remain inconspicuous. It was imperative that the people recognize the White Tiger Kingdom and acknowledge the prowess of its prince. Thus, he commanded the Qilin to roar, drawing the attention of all and making his presence known, while simultaneously delivering a stern warning to those around. As a sacred beast, the intimidating presence of the Qilin wielded a significant impact on the mental fortitude of others. On Chen Qing's side, he noticed the slight furrow of Summer Qingyue's brow. In an instant, he appeared before the Qilin. You fool, are you seeking death? Get out of the way, shouted Xiaolai upon seeing Chen Qing suddenly blocking his path. Chen Qing raised his hand, his fingers curling in the air. Bang! The previously menacing Qilin, which had been baring its teeth and threatening Chen Qing, suddenly had its head explode, blood splattering against the wall. Xiaolai's eyes widened in shock, momentarily stunned, his words abruptly silenced. Following this, the Qilin's headless body collapsed heavily to the ground. Caught off guard, Xiaolai tumbled off the Qilin's back, landing in a most undignified manner. As he regained his composure and rose, he pointed a trembling finger at Chen Qing, exclaiming, You, how dare you kill my steed? You wretched beast have disturbed my lady. Chen Qing replied coldly, Wife petting successful. Congratulations, host, you have received a random reward. Recipe for the 9th grade Enlightenment Pill. The Enlightenment Pill, Chen Qing noted, was a potion that could enhance one's comprehension. The higher the quality of the pill, the greater the improvement in understanding. Perfectly aligned with his identity as a supreme alchemist. The pill could not only be used by him but also given to Summer Qingwei, thereby earning additional rewards. I am the prince of the White Tiger Kingdom. To kill my steed is a capital offense. Xiao Lai had intended to showcase the might of his kingdom through the sacred beast Qilan. Little did he expect to be publicly humiliated by Chen Qing. This affront was intolerable. He was determined to reclaim his dignity. The only way he could fathom to alleviate his humiliation was to demand Chen Qing pay with his life. What has happened to you, Brother Xiao? Came a voice amidst the sound of hoofs. Upon hearing this, Xiao Lai turned to see none other than Su Bai, the prince of the Xuanwu kingdom, a familiar figure. Just a minor issue. A fool has killed my steed, Xiao Lai replied. Given the close cooperative relationship between the Xuanwu and White Tiger kingdoms, their alliance was amicable, allowing for a courteous exchange. Oh, did you do this? Su Bai turned his gaze towards Chen Qing, inquiring. Chen Qing remained silent. Truly a brazen individual. Su Bai thought to seize the opportunity to do Xiao Lai a favor. Tightening the reins, he urged his fiery warhorse forward with a sharp neigh. The steed reared high and then stomped down heavily, unleashing a torrent of flames towards Chen Qing. Seeing that these princes enjoyed using their spirit beasts to intimidate, Chen Qing had no qualms about showing them what true spirit beasts could do. Summoned the nine-nether undying dragon. Boom. In the next moment, the heavens shifted, the previously clear skies turning dark with ominous clouds, enveloping the entire heavenly dragon city. Following this, the enormous head of the nine-nether undying dragon descended slowly from the center of the clouds. Its mouth agape, it unleashed a thunderous roar that reverberated throughout the city. Though the fiery warhorse was a sacred beast, it could not withstand the pressure of the dragon lineage and ultimately knelt in submission. The flames it had conjured were extinguished in an instant by the gusts of wind generated by the dragon's roar. 10,000 years. No. This was a creature with 100,000 years of cultivation. Xiao Lai could no longer endure the dragon's might and fell to one knee. Su Bai, too, was thrown from his mount, landing in a most undignified heap. Unable to rise under the weight of the dragon's presence, he found himself utterly humiliated, devoid of the regal demeanor befitting a prince. If these princes were so affected, one could only imagine the reactions of others present. Even those with greater cultivation than Xiao Lai and Su Bai displayed immediate signs of submission before this emperor-level beast, fearing to draw its ire. Only Chen Qing and Summer Qingwei remained standing. The nine-nether undying dragon was his spirit beast, thus he was unaffected. As for Summer Qingwei, as Chen Qing's wife, the dragon dared not exert its pressure upon her. You still do not kneel in submission? This is an emperor with 100,000 years of cultivation. Do you intend for the entire city to pay for your arrogance with their lives? Xiao Lai urged Chen Qing, his voice laced with anxiety. Fearing that Chen Qing's continued defiance might provoke the unknown emperor that had descended upon Heavenly Dragon City. Why should this emperor kneel? Chen Qing chuckled, dismissing Xiao Lai's words with disdain. This emperor? How absurdly arrogant. Xiao Lai thought, unable to fathom a more reasonable explanation. Yet the next scene unfolded as a profound shock to his psyche. The mighty emperor, who should have been aloof and untouchable, shrank to the size of a small arm and gracefully landed upon Chen Qing's shoulder. Chapter 81. Slaying the Emperor, Annihilating the Prince. Such occurrences were typically reserved for primary companions, and Xiao Lai and Su Bai could fathom no other possibility. However, an even greater question arose in their minds. Why would a dignified emperor with 100,000 years of cultivation submit to such an inconspicuous character? To them, if Chen Qing truly possessed the ability to tame an emperor of such caliber, he would have been a well-known figure, not someone unheard of. Were it not for the overwhelming pressure weighing down upon them, causing their bones to ache as if they might shatter, they would have suspected they were under some illusion cast by Chen Qing. Even two seemingly worldly princes were left bewildered. How much more so the other cultivators and wealthy merchants, whose shock was vividly reflected on their faces. Is this truly the emperor with 100,000 years of cultivation, capable of effortlessly obliterating a nation? How terrifying this beast is. How on earth did he manage to tame it? Why? Because he is exceptionally powerful. Just how formidable must one be to subdue an emperor of 100,000 years? Do you ask me? Who should I ask? I wish I knew as well. All I know is that he is extraordinarily wealthy, capable of casually spending billions of top-tier spirit stones. Who would have thought his true trump card was so terrifying? In an instant, the number of individuals wishing to ingratiate themselves with Chen Qing, those wishing to become his companions, surged dramatically. They all thought that by aligning with such a colossal figure, they would surely soar to great heights in the future. So this young man dared to refer to himself as an emperor because he possessed an emperor-level spirit beast. Having come to this realization, Xiao Lai could not help but concede that Chen Qing indeed held such capital. Thus, he said, This prince has indeed underestimated you. As the saying goes, one does not truly know another until they have exchanged blows. I shall overlook the death of the Qian. Let us be friends, shall we? In Xiao Lai's view, forging an alliance with someone like Chen Qing would be beneficial for both himself and the entire White Tiger Kingdom. Indeed. One does not truly know another until they have exchanged blows. Why create unnecessary discord when we can be friends, share a meal, and converse merrily? Su Bai chimed in, eager to agree with Xiao Lai. Chen Qing, however, bore a countenance of cold indifference. You think you are worthy? When faced with someone who once harbored murderous intent towards him, the notion of resolving conflict through peaceful means, as the saying goes, no pain, no gain, is utterly futile in Chen Qing's case. So, you intend to oppose not just me, the Crown Prince, but the entirety of the White Tiger Kingdom? Xiao Lai exclaimed, visibly irritated, feeling that he had extended ample courtesy to Chen Qing, yet received no acknowledgement in return. Did he truly believe himself to be a mere soft persimmon? Little Black, these two fellows shall serve as your meal, Chen Qing remarked, disregarding Xiao Lai's inquiries and turning to the nine-nether undying dragon perched on his shoulder. Upon receiving Chen Qing's consent, the little creature displayed evident excitement. As a mystical beast, consuming human cultivators would significantly enhance its cultivation level, with stronger humans yielding even greater benefits. This is a unique privilege bestowed upon mystical beasts, which explains the frequent assaults on humanity. Conversely, such actions among human cultivators are deemed as acts of evil cultivation. Hold it. Just as the nine-nether undying dragon was about to speak, a voice suddenly rang out. In an instant, an elder clad in black and white robes materialized before Xiao Lai and Su Bai, exuding an imposing aura that commanded the attention of all present. The presence of a quasi-emperor sent a wave of awe through the crowd. A quasi-emperor. I had my suspicions, in the chaotic realm of Tianlong City. How could the two princes venture forth unaccompanied without guardians? However, the lineage of these protectors is indeed astonishing. Two quasi-emperors, truly befitting of a dynastic power. Yet I wonder, in a battle between the two quasi-emperors and a demon emperor, who would prevail? It was likely that both parties would retreat, leaving the matter unresolved. As a great emperor, Chen Qing's perception enveloped the entire city, and he was already aware of the existence of these two hidden quasi-emperor protectors. As long as they remained passive spectators, Chen Qing would not take action against them. However, should they choose to intervene to protect those he wished to eliminate, he would not hesitate to spill more blood. Young friend, one should show mercy where possible. Why must one pursue absolute annihilation? One of the quasi-emperors spoke. The other quasi-emperor, however, intensified his pressure. Making their intentions unmistakably clear, they sought to intimidate Chen Qing, urging him to comprehend the gravity of the situation and to avoid a path leading to destruction. Silence. Chen Qing raised his hand, and with a mere flick of his fingertip, the once mighty quasi-emperors were obliterated in an instant, their bodies disintegrating into two clouds of blood mist that lingered in the air. The cacophony of voices was abruptly silenced, replaced by an eerie stillness, as if the very essence of life had been extinguished. They had envisioned countless scenarios, yet none anticipated that Chen Qing would so effortlessly slay two quasi-emperors, let alone with a mere motion of his finger. One could not help but wonder, were quasi-emperors truly so easily dispatched? Chen Qing drew forth the seven-star blade, absorbing the blood essence of the two quasi-emperors, which illuminated another star within the blade's core. Now, he was but one star away from igniting all seven. Dead? They're dead? Xiao Lai appeared utterly dazed, his pupils trembling in disbelief. It was incomprehensible that the formidable forces of the White Tiger Kingdom could be so swiftly annihilated by Chen Qing's casual gesture. Likewise, Su Bai was not faring much better, his expression ashen, resembling someone who had lost the majority of their very soul. An illusion. This must be an illusion. Xiao Lai attempted to console himself with such thoughts, yet it could not alter the fate that awaited him and Su Bai, as they were consumed by the nine-nether undying dragon. As the dragon opened its maw, a powerful suction drew their corporeal forms into oblivion, leaving nothing but wisps of smoke in their wake. Having dispatched Su Bai and Xiao Lai, the nine-nether undying dragon returned to its original place, patiently awaiting Chen Qing's next summons. Subsequently, Chen Qing surveyed the gathered crowd. All who met his gaze bowed their heads in submission, refraining from any resistance, kneeling in earnest to convey their lack of hostility towards him. Absolutely none. Madam, shall we proceed inside? Very well. Xia Qinghua placed her hand into Chen Qing's outstretched palm, and together they entered the Tianji auction house. Outside, a multitude of formidable cultivators and wealthy merchants remained kneeling at the entrance, too afraid to rise. Meanwhile, within the Lord's Manor of Tianlong City, in the Grand Hall, the city lord, Lin Tiantian, along with a companion, observed the events unfolding outside the Tianji auction house through a divination artifact. After a deep breath, Lin Tiantian took a while to recover from the profound shock and turned to his companion, inquiring, "My lord, what cultivation level do you believe this individual possesses?" The one being questioned was Zhao Tong, a quasi-emperor level expert whom Lin Tiantian had engaged with substantial resources to ensure Tianlong City remained neutral amidst the chaos. To slay a quasi-emperor with a mere wave of the hand, coupled with a demon emperor's spirit pet, this level of power is either approaching or may indeed be at the pinnacle of the quasi-emperor realm. Zhao Tong offered his assessment. At least from the perspective of an old quasi-emperor like myself, such a feat is unattainable. Not to mention dispatching 2 quasi-emperors. I could not even manage one. The pinnacle of the quasi-emperor realm. Upon grasping this realization, Lin Tiantian gasped in astonishment. "We are fortunate to have heeded your advice earlier. Had we intervened to protect the 2 princes, Tianlong City might no longer bear its name." The sensation of narrowly escaping death lingered, and despite no calamity having befallen them, the chill of foreboding remained palpable. Against such an individual, one can only show respect. To oppose him would only invite annihilation. Zhao Tong cautioned, "I shall heed your words." "My lord," Lin Tiantian replied, for even in his arrogance, he had yet to reach the point of daring to offend one who stood as the strongest beneath the great emperor. He believed that likely only the heavenly sovereign emperor would possess the power to eliminate Chen Qing, and even that was uncertain. Lin Tiantian sensed that a new era of emperors was on the cusp of dawning. Returning to the Tianji auction house, upon learning of Chen Qing's formidable strength, Zhao Wenxuan personally welcomed him into the first-class VIP room, even going so far as to brew exquisite spirit tea, serving it to both Chen Qing and Xia Qingwei with utmost reverence. The principle of respecting the strong was vividly illustrated in this moment. Regrettably, the 10 supreme treasures offered at today's highest auction came from the 10 major auction houses and bore little connection to Zhao Wenxuan himself, who merely provided the venue. Otherwise, he would have freely offered those treasures, eager to align himself with the towering figure of Chen Qing. He understood that a top-tier powerhouse like Chen Qing could easily secure his safety and ensure the eternal prosperity of the Tianji auction house with just a word. After attending to their needs and noting their lack of further requests, Zhao Wenxuan took his leave, saying, "Should you require anything, do not hesitate to call upon me." "What fragrant tea," Xia Qingwei remarked, savoring the delightful flavor. "If you enjoy it, I can have some prepared for you to take home," Chen Qing offered. "There's no need. The tea at home is quite good as well," Xia Qingwei replied, indicating that it was unnecessary to trouble himself. Chen Qing's meticulous care left her pleasantly surprised, though she remained unaware that even more astonishing events were yet to unfold. Chen Qing had previously stated his intention to procure all 10 supreme treasures for her, a promise made without jest, even if it meant exhausting his wealth. He was determined to acquire every single one. Such a splendid opportunity to obtain treasures must not be missed. Soon, the auctioneer took to the stage, commencing with some warm-up remarks. According to the original schedule, the auction was not set to commence for a while longer. However, the appearance of Chen Qing instilled a sense of urgency among the attendees, prompting an immediate advancement of the start time. Clearly, a figure like Chen Qing, who could lavish wealth with abandon and effortlessly eliminate quasi-emperors, was far more deserving of anticipation and flattery than any other. After a few brief remarks, the auctioneer proclaimed the commencement of the decade's grand auction. The first item presented was a mid-grade heavenly alchemy furnace, known as the Tianyuan furnace. Not only was it spacious, but it also possessed innate flame and enhanced the probability of successful pill creation. As soon as this furnace was unveiled, the crowd erupted in fervent discussion. Indeed, it was worthy of a once-in-a-decade auction, with the inaugural item being a mid-grade heavenly artifact. The Tianyuan furnace ranked within the top 100 on the furnace leaderboard, specifically at position 79, if memory serves correctly. Who would be the fortunate soul to claim such a treasure in the end? The excitement surrounding this first item only heightened anticipation for the subsequent treasures, particularly among the alchemists present. Each pair of eyes shone with fervor, their hearts racing with exhilaration. They firmly believed that acquiring this Tianyuan furnace would elevate their status in the alchemical realm to unprecedented heights. After elaborating on the myriad benefits of the Tianyuan furnace, the auctioneer swiftly announced the starting bid: 10 million top-grade spirit stones. "I bid 30 million. I bid 50 million. I bid 65 million. The pace of bidding was far more intense than the previous day. The financial capabilities of the attendees were markedly more formidable than those of the prior gathering. In the blink of an eye, the price surged from the initial 10 million top-grade spirit stones to a staggering 200 million. Having just finished a cup of tea, Chen Qing set the cup aside and, sensing the opportune moment, languidly declared, 1 billion supreme-grade spirit stones. The words that were on the tip of many tongues abruptly ceased, smiles fading in an instant. The merchants and sect elders, who had been weighing the pros and cons, all raised their heads in unison, gazing towards the skybox numbered 1 on the second floor. Did I hear that correctly? 1 billion. You must have misheard. I meant to say you misinterpreted supreme-grade spirit stones for top-grade spirit stones. Silence ensued. 1 billion supreme-grade spirit stones, going once. 1 billion supreme-grade spirit stones, going twice. 1 billion supreme-grade spirit stones, going thrice. Let us once again congratulate the esteemed guest of Skybox 1 for successfully acquiring this Tianyuan furnace. Indeed, the auctioneer responsible for this event was the same as yesterday's. One could hardly grasp the moment, confusing today's auction with yesterday's. Once again, but isn't this just the first item? Some murmured in confusion. They soon learned from attendees of the previous auction about Chen Qing's remarkable feats. Faced with such a wealthy, powerful, and capable individual, none dared to voice complaints. They were utterly convinced. With the offer of 1 billion supreme-grade spirit stones, Chen Qing secured the Tianyuan furnace. He immediately declared that the furnace was a gift for Xia Qingwei. This cannot be right. My husband is an alchemist. He is far more suited for this furnace than I. Xia Qingwei gently declined. Chen Qing promptly countered, My dear, there is no need for refusal. I have even greater plans. Moreover, he intended to impart alchemical skills to her in due course, and possessing such a furnace would greatly facilitate that process. Very well. Xia Qingwei conceded after some contemplation, no longer able to refuse. She had a genuine interest in alchemy, and considering the numerous pills Chen Qing had painstakingly crafted for her, she wished to reciprocate by producing pills for him once she mastered the art. Merely taking without giving back was not Xia Qingyue's style. A drop of kindness deserved a fountain in return. Wife pampered successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a random reward, the medicine god cauldron. Initially, Chen Qing had only mentioned that there was a superior furnace to the Tianyuan furnace to provide a reason for Xia Qingwei to comfortably accept it. However, now he truly possessed something even more extraordinary. The medicine god cauldron, a top-grade heavenly artifact, ranked first on the furnace leaderboard. It was renowned as a legendary alchemy furnace. With only fragmentary information gleaned from ancient texts, its existence having sparked considerable debate. Thanks to Chen Qing, that debate was now laid to rest. Chapter 83. 8 billion spent. Frantically acquiring treasures. With the Tianyuan furnace for my wife and the medicine king cauldron for myself, our future is indeed bright. Chen Qing mused to himself as he accepted the medicine king cauldron. Following this event, he could hardly contain his eagerness for the remaining 9 treasures and the surprises they might yield. The auction house operated with remarkable efficiency, not daring to delay even a moment. The top 10 auction houses were unwilling to waste any time either, having witnessed Chen Qing's terrifying financial prowess. They eagerly anticipated his interest in the treasures they had brought, hoping he would lavishly spend to acquire them. 100 billion supreme-grade spirit stones would take them a century to amass, if they could even manage it at all. Such a significant client must be treated with utmost diligence. Some even instructed their subordinates to prepare additional surprise gifts beyond the original plans, to be presented alongside the auction items. Although labeled as gifts, their quality was hardly subpar. Nonetheless, in the face of the staggering figure of 100 billion supreme-grade spirit stones, they still appeared somewhat trivial, merely serving to demonstrate their sincerity. As the auctioneer introduced the second item, the audience learned that it was named the Taichu Lingxiao sword, a top-grade heavenly sword. Just as the auctioneer completed her introduction, before she could announce the starting bid, Chen Qing's voice resonated throughout the hall. 100 billion supreme-grade spirit stones. He was determined to swiftly secure 10 treasures and reap the rewards of spoiling his wife. With that simple yet audacious statement, silence enveloped the room once more. Not to mention 100 billion supreme-grade spirit stones. Even 100 billion top-grade spirit stones would be beyond their means to contest. It was evident that challenging him would only result in a figure even more astonishing than 100 billion supreme-grade spirit stones emerging from Chen Qing's lips. At that moment, their greater concern was not whether they could obtain the Taichu Lingxiao sword, but rather if they would incur Chen Qing's ire. Tales of Chen Qing's ability to annihilate 2 quasi-emperors and his enslaved demon emperor spirit pet had spread, and more people were becoming aware of it. In the face of wealth, they could not compete. Against strength, they were equally outmatched, leaving them with no choice but to remain silent. 100 billion supreme-grade spirit stones. Going once. 100 billion supreme-grade spirit stones. Going twice. 100 billion supreme-grade spirit stones. Going thrice. Congratulations to the esteemed guest of Skybox 1 for successfully acquiring this Taichu Lingxiao sword. As expected, Chen Qing claimed the sword with ease. The moment he acquired it, He transferred it to Xia Qingwei, my husband, having just received the Tianyuan furnace. Now I find myself bestowed with a top-grade heavenly sword. It's quite overwhelming. Only then did she realize that her husband's earlier statement about purchasing all 10 treasures as gifts for her was no jest. Surely, you do not wish for me to become a man of empty promises? Chen Qing queried. Then I must thank you, my husband. Xia Qingwei understood that Chen Qing's intention behind his words was to reassure her about accepting the Taichu Lingxiao sword, so she decided not to refuse any longer. Ultimately, it was all at Chen Qing's discretion. What he chose to give her, she would simply accept. There was no need for further contemplation. In her heart, she couldn't help but envision a scene of Chen Qing adorned in the heavenly silkworm attire. She covered her face with a gentle laugh. Wife pampered successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a random reward, the nine-tailed fox Immortal bloodline. The nine-tailed fox? And it bore the title of Immortal? Without a moment's hesitation, he completed the binding. Simultaneously, the third auction item was presented on stage. It is a piece of soft armor exclusively for women, known as the Celestial Silkworm Garb, which boasts a formidable reputation among defensive artifacts. 100 billion top-tier spirit stones, Chen Qing declared with an air of nonchalance, as if such a staggering sum held no significance for him. Indeed, this was the unvarnished truth. Observing this, the auctioneer lost interest in soliciting further bids from the audience. With a mere flick of his tongue, he hastily completed the proceedings and announced that Chen Qing had successfully acquired the Celestial Silkworm Garb. I truly have no use for this garment. I implore you, madam, to accept it. Very well. Summer Qingwei accepted the Celestial Silkworm Garb with utmost sincerity, unwittingly assisting Chen Qing in efficiently amassing his rewards for cherishing his wife. Wife appreciation successful. Congratulations, host, for receiving a random reward, Celestial Demon Battle Armor 1. In exchange for a top-tier defensive artifact, he obtained a piece of armor that transcends the heavens and does not exist in the annals of the Tianxian continent's history. It could justly be termed divine armor, ensuring Chen Qing's profit was undeniable. Subsequently, the 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th items followed suit, without exception. All were claimed by Chen Qing for 100 billion top-tier spirit stones, turning the entire supreme auction into an event solely for him. All 10 treasures, none remaining, were presented to Summer Qingwei, aimed at further augmenting his rewards for adoration. Wife appreciation successful. Congratulations, host, for receiving a random reward. 10 consecutive draws for top-tier spirit roots of the heavenly rank 1. Wife appreciation successful. Congratulations, host, for receiving a random skill reward. Breathe once to earn a top-tier spirit stone. Wife appreciation successful. Congratulations, host, for receiving a random reward. 10,000 Dao Immortal Body, ranking first on the 3,000 physique chart. Wife appreciation successful. Congratulations, host, for receiving a random reward. Emperor level Shadow Puppet 1. Wife appreciation successful. Congratulations, host, for receiving a random reward. Enlightenment Tree 1. Wife appreciation successful. Congratulations, host, for receiving a random reward. Emperor level Cultivation Experience Package 1. Wife appreciation successful. Congratulations, host, for receiving a random reward. 100 instances of sudden enlightenment. Upon reviewing all these rewards, Chen Qing could only declare that this expedition to the Heavenly Mechanism auction was undeniably worthwhile. All premium rewards. Without hesitation, he selected the opportunity for 10 consecutive draws of top-tier heavenly spirit roots and confirmed the lottery, executing 10 consecutive draws. 10 consecutive draws successful. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a top-tier water spirit root of heavenly rank, a top-tier wood spirit root of heavenly rank, a top-tier thunder spirit root of heavenly rank, a top-tier wind spirit root of heavenly rank. Not only did this effortlessly complete all of Chen Qing's attributes with heavenly rank spirit root talents, but it also provided a surplus to be gifted to Summer Qingwei. The 10,000 Dao Immortal Body, ranked first on the 3,000 physique chart, directly bound. The Emperor-level Shadow Puppet joined Chen Qing's army of shadow puppets. As for the Enlightenment Tree, after reviewing its details, Chen Qing discovered that upon planting, it would bear fruits of enlightenment, which, when consumed, could facilitate random insights. This contrasted starkly with the instances of sudden enlightenment, where one could only grasp what they wished to realize. The advantage of the Enlightenment Tree lies in its eternal vitality. It would continuously yield fruits, unlike the limited instances of sudden enlightenment that would be exhausted once used. In contrast, Summer Qingwei, despite having mentally prepared herself, found herself engulfed in astonishment when all 10 treasures fell into her hands. Observing the distinguished guests on the first floor who had come to attend the supreme auction, they began to recover from the shock that Chen Qing had instigated. 100 billion for a single item. totaling 1 trillion top-tier spirit stones for 10 items. This was indeed preposterous. Even more astonishing was that after spending 1 trillion to acquire these treasures, he presented them all to the woman beside him. I heard him refer to her as Madam. Not only was she breathtakingly beautiful, but at such a young age. She was already at the threshold of becoming an emperor, and he was so devoted to her. Why could I not encounter such an extraordinary man? Extraordinary? No. He is utterly perfect, flawless. While they engaged in their discourse, Chen Qing's focus was entirely elsewhere, fixated on the emperor-level cultivation experience package within his system's inventory. He glanced at Summer Qingyue, deep in thought. Chapter 84, Supreme Emperor. Initially, Chen Qing had intended to present this emperor-level cultivation experience package to Summer Qingyue, assisting her in ascending directly to the status of an emperor. However, upon reflection, he reconsidered this notion. The rationale was simple. First, Summer Qingyue had not bound the system, and should she forcibly utilize this experience package to ascend to emperor, there was no guarantee that the celestial order stating that only one emperor could exist in a realm would not affect her. Secondly, the emperor-level cultivation experience package was itself a reward garnered from cherishing his wife, hence it could not trigger the reward criteria a second time. Once given, it was irrevocably bestowed. After weighing his options, Chen Qing concluded it would be more prudent for him to utilize it himself. If Summer Qingyue truly desired to become an emperor, directly passing down his knowledge to her would be far more convenient. Using the Emperor-level cultivation experience package. Emperor-level cultivation experience package used successfully. Current realm of the host. Supreme Emperor. Supreme Emperor? A realm surpassing that of an emperor. Chen Qing could not recall any mention of the term Supreme Emperor within the original cultivation hierarchy of the Xiantian continent. The absence of references was not due to a lack of desire to mention it, but rather a reflection that, upon reviewing history, the few who ascended to emperor were already exceedingly rare, let alone those who transcended to realms beyond. For Chen Qing, this proved to be an unexpected boon. As for the surplus heavenly rank spirit roots, Chen Qing planned to wait until they departed from Tianlong City and returned to the Great Wu Dynasty before presenting them to Summer Qingyue. The multitude of eyes present here made it an unsuitable environment for refining and absorbing the spirit roots. As soon as they exited the private room, the two were approached by the city lord of the auction city, Zhao Wenxuan, who had been waiting outside. Honorable patrons, in gratitude for your immense support of the top 10 auction items, we have prepared a modest gift and hope you will accompany us. Zhao Wenxuan elucidated his intentions. When others sought to bestow treasures upon oneself to increase the chances of garnering rewards, such gestures were naturally welcomed by both Chen Qing and Summer Qingyue. They allowed Zhao Wenxuan to lead the way. At this moment, outside the Heavenly Mechanism Auction City, a flying vessel emblazoned with the emblem of the Qing Tung sect arrived. Albeit belatedly. It's all the fault of those rascals from the Hanyu sect. Had it not been for their incessant meddling, we would have reached Tianlong City long ago. Master, once we return to the sect, we must not let them off the hook. Lin Ruoxue exclaimed in indignation. As her master, LV Lan shared her sentiments, believing it was high time to definitively resolve the grievances between the two sections. However, prior to that, attending the supreme auction was of greater importance to the two of them. Upon descending from the vessel, they arrived at the entrance of the Heavenly Mechanism Auction City. Lin Ruoxue mused that those attending the supreme auction must possess significant status and wealth. Perhaps she might encounter a suitable partner. She did not seek to match the one who had previously rejected her dual cultivation request, Chen Qing, but even a fraction of his caliber would suffice to satisfy her. Strange, master, didn't the supreme auction just commence? Why are they all emerging from within? Lin Ruoxue questioned, her curiosity piqued. LV Lan shook her head, indicating for Lin Ruoxue to inquire further about the situation. Lin Ruoxue nodded and approached a relatively handsome young cultivator, asking, esteemed Taoist, might I trouble you for information? What would you like to know? The young cultivator initially intended to decline, but quickly altered his demeanor after assessing Lin Ruoxue. Isn't the supreme auction still ongoing? Why have you all left prematurely? Lin Ruoxue inquired, recalling that the last supreme auction had lasted 3 days and nights as various factions vied for treasures. Ongoing. The young cultivator chuckled dismissively, waving his hand. You arrived too late. The supreme auction has already concluded. Concluded? How did it end? Lin Ruoxue pressed for clarification. Certainly. All 10 treasures have been purchased by someone. How else could it have concluded? The young cultivator found this question rather foolish. So soon? Who were the prominent figures that acquired them? Lin Ruoxue inquired further. The one who bought the top 10 treasures is the same individual. As for his name, I am not certain, but I know he possesses extraordinary power. Not only did he slay the princes of the White Tiger Kingdom and the Xuanwu Kingdom, but he also eliminated their quasi-emperor protectors in a single move. Before Lin Ruoxue could express her astonishment, The young cultivator continued. Moreover, he commands a dragon demonic emperor that is 100,000 years old. Enough, I want to elaborate further. I have matters to attend to, he said, bidding farewell to Lin Ruoxue as he hurried back to his sect to report the events of the day at the Tianji auction city to the sect leader and the elders. Once Lin Ruoxue regained her composure, she returned to her master. Master, did you hear all that? Indeed, Lulan affirmed, surprised that such a significant figure had come to Tianlong City. Master, do you think if I were to voluntarily reveal my dual cultivation physique, that esteemed individual would be willing to take me under his wing? Lin Ruoxue could not help but indulge in her fantasies. Having missed her chance with Chen Qing previously, she was determined not to let this opportunity slip away again. Observing her once proud disciple, who had vowed never to rely on her dual cultivation physique to curry favor with men, now completely transformed, Lulan found it difficult to reprimand her. Meanwhile, after accepting the offerings from the 10 auction houses, Chen Qing and Xia Qingyue exchanged a few casual words before taking their leave. As soon as they stepped outside, Chen Qing immediately gifted the 10 treasures to Xia Qingyue for the purpose of enhancing her cultivation. Successful in cherishing his wife. Congratulations, host. You have received a random reward, 100-fold cultivation space 1. Chen Qing briefly reviewed the description, which plainly stated that entering this cultivation space would grant a cultivation speed 100 times greater than the outside world, with limitless spiritual energy. Now, there was no need for him to impart his cultivation to Xia Qingyue to help her break through to the Emperor realm. Instead, he could directly let her cultivate in the 100-fold space. With Xia Qingyue's innate talent, achieving the Emperor's path was merely a matter of time. Shortly thereafter, Zhao Wenxuan eagerly followed them out of the room, claiming he wanted to see them off. Chen Qing and Xia Qingyue exchanged glances and, granting him this courtesy, did not refuse. However, they had not ventured far when they unexpectedly encountered 2 individuals who were neither familiar nor entirely strangers, 2 disciples from the Qingteng sect who had been inquiring about Chen Qing in the auction city. Is it him? Is it her? Xia Qingyue and Lin Ruoxue recognized each other almost simultaneously. Wait a moment. The individuals who spoke earlier about killing princes, exterminating quasi-emperors, and spending billions of top-grade spirit stones to acquire all the treasures. Could it be him? A terrifying thought suddenly surged through Lin Ruoxue's mind. The person beside them, if her memory served her correctly, should be the lord of Tianji Auction City, Zhao Wenxuan. Lulan's mention indirectly confirmed Lin Ruoxue's suspicions. Master, could it be? Lin Ruoxue hesitated to finish her thought. I believe you have guessed correctly, Lulan replied, affirming Lin Ruoxue's unvoiced thoughts. Chapter 85. The Sense of Crisis in the Main Palace. Upon confirming that the formidable figure who had annihilated quasi-emperors, slain princes, and lavishly spent billions of spirit stones to acquire the top 10 treasures was the same person whom she had rejected in the Qingteng sect, Lin Ruoxue felt a deep pang of regret. She wished she could travel back in time and slap her past self for even considering rejecting Chen Qing, admonishing her not to act foolishly, for this was an opportunity of monumental significance in her life. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Ruoxue suddenly lifted her gaze towards Chen Qing, her eyes now brimming with determination, as if she had made a profound resolution. Master, I shall go speak with him, she declared, setting off towards Chen Qing without giving Lu Lan a chance to respond. Throughout this, Lin Ruoxue's focus remained solely on Chen Qing, completely disregarding Xia Qingyue beside her. In contrast, Xia Qingyue, noticing Lin Ruoxue approaching, fixed her gaze intently upon her. From Lin Ruoxue's eyes, Xia Qingyue perceived unmasked desire. Her greatest fear had indeed come to pass. In an instant, Lin Ruoxue had reached Chen Qing and, with a flirtatious demeanor, said, "Young Master Chen, I am willing to offer my body for dual cultivation to assist your cultivation. Please accept me." The current Lin Ruoxue was a stark contrast to the resolute individual who had previously refused to become Chen Qing's dual cultivation furnace. Rather than seeing her as a saint of the sect, Xia Qingyue now viewed her more like a courtesan enticing patrons outside a brothel. This only intensified the weight of the principle of strength above all else in Xia Qingyue's mind. Simultaneously, a wave of unease enveloped her heart and mind. She genuinely worried that Chen Qing would not resist Lin Ruoxue's alluring advances and would agree to her proposition. Although having multiple wives was perfectly normal in the current era, how many women could willingly share their husband with others? Even if Xia Qingyue claimed to be indifferent, she still harbored some reservations. However, Chen Qing's subsequent words immediately calmed her anxious heart. I appreciate Miss Lin's kind intentions, but I, Chen Qing, shall love but one in this lifetime and will never betray my wife. Successful in cherishing his wife. Congratulations, host, you have received a random reward, lifespan fruit 100. I do not seek your love. Even being regarded as a mere tool would suffice, as long as I can remain by your side. Lin Ruoxue's declaration astonished not only Chen Qing and Xia Qingwei, but even her master, Lu Lan, who had never anticipated hearing such words from Lin Ruoxue. To cling to Chen Qing, she was willing to dehumanize herself to such an extent. That won't be necessary, Chen Qing stated firmly. Neither my heart nor body will betray my wife. This was directed at Xia Qingwei. Waves of emotion shimmered in Xia Qingyue's eyes, her face reflecting profound gratitude. Successful in cherishing his wife. Congratulations, host, you have received a random reward. Insight 500. My lady, let us return to the Dewu, Chen Qing said, taking Xia Qingyue's hand, determined to ignore Lin Ruoxue as they left Tianji Auction City. Very well, Xia Qingyue agreed, her fingers entwined with Chen Qing's. In that moment, Xia Qingyue felt incredibly fortunate to be bound to Chen Qing. She realized it was time to make a decisive resolution. She could no longer focus solely on enhancing her own strength. Certain matters needed early consideration. Xia Qingyue was convinced that given her husband's charisma, individuals like Lin Ruoxue would not be the last. In the future, with Chen Qing's rising fame, even more exceptional suitors would emerge. In Xia Qingyue's view, to monopolize Chen Qing, she must first claim his heart and body. She did not believe she possessed sufficient trump cards to keep Chen Qing perpetually captivated. The intensity of love at first sight, no matter how powerful, would eventually fade if there were no reciprocation. Chen Qing watched the two depart, his heart clenched with determination. But Lin Ruoxue remained undeterred. A wild impulse to consummate her life with Chen Qing surged within her. Unfortunately, before she could act, her master Lu Lan stepped in front of her, interjecting, "That is enough, let it end here." "Master, why do you obstruct my pursuit of happiness?" Lin Ruoxue questioned, bewildered. "Are you certain that you are pursuing happiness and not courting disaster?" Lan gently reminded Lin Ruoxue not to ensnare herself. "Master, how could I, Lin Ruoxue, not comprehend this principle? Yet, I find it impossible to let go." The perfect partner stood before her, so close, yet she could not grasp the opportunity. Abandon the thought. The bond between you two is destined to be one of fate without fruition. Lan raised her hand and lightly patted Lin Ruoxue's shoulder. Instantly, a wave of profound grievance surged within Lin Ruoxue, causing her to collapse to the ground, tears streaming down like a broken dam. "Why, oh why? Does heaven treat me so cruelly, allowing me to encounter him, yet denying me the chance to be by his side for eternity?" Hearing Lin Ruoxue's desperate cries behind her, Xia Qingyue felt a smirk tug at her lips, grateful for the bond she shared with Chen Qing, one that was both fated and substantial. Lost in thought, the two women had already exited the Tianji Auction City. As Chen Qing contemplated whether to inquire if Xia Qingyue wished to continue exploring Tianlong City or directly open the spatial portal to return to the Dao dynasty, a hurried footstep sounded from behind. "My lord, please wait. My lord, please." The voice was unfamiliar to Chen Qing. Turning to look, he found a man panting before him. Gasping intermittently, "My lord, please wait." "Who are you?" Chen Qing asked, taking the initiative to inquire about the stranger's identity. "To answer, my lord. I am Lin Tianlong, the lord of Tianlong City," the man introduced himself. "What business does the lord have with me?" Chen Qing asked directly. "Reporting to you, my lord. The city gate guards have relayed news that the White Tiger and Xuanwu nations are aware of your slaying of their prince and your confrontation with the quasi-emperor. They have dispatched over 100,000 elite troops surrounding Tianlong City, seeking an explanation from you," Lin Tianlong stated earnestly. "Seeking an explanation from me?" Chen Qing chuckled. "I haven't sought an explanation from them, yet they come to me. My lord, I am willing to serve you loyally, to brave fire and water, to repel the White Tiger and Xuanwu nations." At that moment, the quasi-emperor Zhao Tong appeared before Lin Tianlong. Both men were eager to seize the opportunity to forge an alliance with a peak quasi-emperor, convinced that establishing a connection with Chen Qing would greatly benefit their futures. "There's no need. This matter is one I shall resolve myself, without troubling you both," Chen Qing replied, as he pondered how to gather enough vitality to illuminate the last knife star. Just then, the vitality he needed was practically delivered to his doorstep. Chapter 86. 100 miles frozen with a thought, Chen Qing opened a portal, asking Xia Qingyue, "My dear, would you like to test your current strength?" "Yes, of course." Xia Qingyue instantly understood Chen Qing's intention and nodded vigorously. This was the perfect opportunity to draw closer to him. Eliminating those who sought to harm her husband was undoubtedly a way to strengthen their bond. "Then let us proceed." Chen Qing held Xia Qingyue's hand, and together they stepped into the portal. As their figures vanished, the portal dissipated. "My lord, is this portal opened by a magical artifact?" Lin Tianlong seized the opportunity to inquire. Before Zhao Tong could respond, Lin Tianlong added, "If that is the case, Why have I not seen that esteemed individual use any artifact from the very beginning? There are only two possibilities for someone to accomplish such a feat with mere thought. Either he is an emperor, or he possesses the time-space sacred body. Zhao Tong concluded. He too had not noticed Chen Qing using any artifact. The great emperor has not fallen. It appears that esteemed individual must have awakened the time-space sacred body. Lin Tianlong analyzed logically. Unbeknownst to them, Chen Qing possessed both. My goodness. At such a young age, not only has he reached the pinnacle of quasi-emperor status, but he also wields the 6th-ranked supreme sacred body, the time-space body. He truly is the most likely candidate to ascend as the new emperor in the future. Lin Tianlong spoke with awe in his eyes. Let us follow and see if we can be of assistance, perhaps earning that esteemed individual's favor, Zhao Tong suggested. Even as a quasi-emperor, he felt compelled to lower his head and find ways to please such a monstrous prodigy as Chen Qing. Indeed, Lin Tianlong agreed, and together with Zhao Tong, they hurried towards the city gate. Meanwhile, Chen Qing and Xia Qingwei had already emerged from the portal, standing atop the city wall. They gazed into the seemingly endless mass of armored troops, a dark tide stretching beyond sight. The oppressive aura of the army combined with the swirling yellow sand created an overwhelming sense of dread. My dear, unleash your power. I shall be here to assist you, Chen Qing said just as he retrieved the 7-star blade from his system pouch. With a thought, one blade transformed into 6. My husband possesses the talent of thought mastery. Had this been days prior, Xia Qingwei would have been greatly astonished. However, now it felt almost ordinary. No matter how extraordinary Chen Qing's talents were, they no longer surprised her. It felt entirely natural. Thank you, my husband. I shall proceed. With graceful steps, Xia Qingwei leaped from the 10-meter-high city wall. What is your relation to the one who killed my son? Demanded the White Tiger Emperor, Xiao Tianjun, clad in battle armor. Sword in hand. I am his wife, Xia Qingwei replied without hesitation, her voice filled with pride. Wife? Xiao Tianjun chuckled coldly, casting a chilling gaze towards Chen Qing atop the wall. Very well. You killed my son. I shall kill your beloved before your eyes. Whoever can sever this woman's head shall be rewarded with titles and riches. Xiao Tianjun was well aware of the principle that great rewards inspire great bravery. Seizing the rare opportunity for swift ascent, dozens transformed into a small squad, charging towards Xia Qingwei atop their steeds. Facing the thunderous hooves, Xia Qingwei remained composed. Drawing the Taichu Lingxiao sword, her palm released spiritual energy, enveloping the blade in a layer of frost. With a decisive swing, she unleashed a crescent-shaped sword aura that pierced through dozens of soldiers, turning their bodies, along with their steeds, into ice sculptures. As a cultivator, Xiao Tianjun sensed the instant those soldiers were encapsulated in ice, they had collectively perished. He realized that it was not merely their exterior that froze, but their blood and internal organs as well. What a vicious method. You and he are indeed well matched. Xiao Tianjun glanced back, his men still frozen in shock. What are you waiting for? Kill her. Whoever can harm this woman shall be rewarded with a fortune. He lowered the standards of his reward to incite more individuals to join the assault against Xia Qingwei. Faced with the pressure of the esteemed emperor and the allure of the high bounty, the multitude of soldiers surged forth, a tidal wave charging towards Xia Qingwei. In response, Xia Qingwei raised her sword to the heavens, conjuring a chilling lotus of ice, which expanded from the size of a fist to several meters, then to dozens of meters. In the next moment, the sword fell, and the ice lotus descended upon the million-strong army. A storm of frigid air swept through, freezing everything in its path. Arriving just in time, Lin Tianlong and Zhao Tong witnessed the terrifying scene of the million-man army ensnared within 100 miles of ice. Previously, they had only known of Chen Qing's unparalleled talent, but now they discovered that his wife possessed equally terrifying strength, decisive in her actions. What a terrifying cold wave. Zhao Tong gasped in amazement. Lin Tianlong stood frozen in place, unable to utter a word. His strength surpassed Xia Qingyue's. Thus he instantly recognized her as a cultivator at the Divine Mind realm. Yet, reflecting on the past, he had never seen anyone at the Divine Mind realm wield such formidable power as Xia Qingwei. Not only had Lin Tianlong not anticipated this, but Xiao Tianjun also had not foreseen that Xia Qingwei would annihilate the million elite troops he had brought with him in an instant. This is what you have forced upon me. Anger consumed Xiao Tianjun entirely, the flames of vengeance burning ever more fiercely within him. He withdrew a jade seal from his spatial ring, distinct from the ordinary seals adorned with sacred dragons. This one bore the intricate carving of a lifelike ferocious tiger. He was summoning the sacred beast, the white tiger, using the national fortune. Zhao Tong gradually grasped the gravity of the situation. In an instant, the national fortune of the White Tiger Kingdom transformed into a resplendent, towering phantom of a golden tiger, roaring with such ferocity that the very earth trembled, causing the city walls to quiver as if they might collapse under the overwhelming pressure. Chen Qing glanced at the phantom of the white tiger, bolstered by the national fortune, forcibly elevating its cultivation to 50,000 years. He then looked down at Xia Qingyue, noting that her previous strike had evidently drained a considerable portion of her spiritual energy. Her delicate lips parted slightly, her breath coming in quick gasps. With her mere spirit division realm cultivation, it was far too difficult to contend with a sacred beast of such formidable power. Chen Qing was determined not to let Xia Qingyue place herself in jeopardy. With a graceful leap, he landed beside her, wrapping an arm around her waist to provide her with support. "My dear, you have already performed admirably. Leave the rest to me," Chen Qing said with a gentle smile. Xia Qingyue nodded, refraining from putting on a brave front. "Leave it to you?" Xiao Tianjun scoffed coldly. "Today, you shall all perish. For my white tiger kingdom and for my son's burial. Kill." With the jade seal of the white tiger in hand, Xiao Tianjun commanded the sacred beast to advance toward Chen Qing and Xia Qingyue. His smile was one of confidence and savagery, as if he had already envisioned the bloody scene of Chen Qing and Xia Qingyue being ruthlessly slain by the sacred beast. As the massive creature charged forward, claws raised menacingly, Chen Qing also raised his hand, delivering a gentle swipe. In the next moment, the tiger's form dissipated like smoke, and the jade seal shattered. Chapter 87. Audience with the Emperor. As a national treasure, the remnant soul of the white tiger bore similarities to the dragon soul of the Azure Dragon Kingdom. Both were fragments left by ancient sacred beasts, the very essence upon which the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise kingdoms were founded. To serve as a national artifact, even in its residual state, its power was not to be underestimated. Yet, before the Supreme Emperor Chen Qing, this power was insufficient, barely deserving of the term strong. How could this be? Observing the cracks forming in the jade seal, Xiao Tianjun was left in a stupor, shaking his head and blinking rapidly. He sought to dispel the illusion. However, by the time he opened his eyes again, the jade seal had shattered into countless pieces, falling to the ground. The soul of the sacred beast, nourished by the national fortune for a millennium, had been so easily obliterated. For Lin Tianglong, this was no longer a matter of surprise, but rather of sheer terror. Sensing Lin Tianglong's gaze, Zhao Tong, a quasi-emperor, shook his head. "Do not look at me. I am incapable of such feats." If he possessed such capabilities, he would have already single-handedly stormed the White Tiger Kingdom, claiming the throne for himself, rather than hiding away in this small city of Tianlong. "Truly admirable, my husband. So powerful." Xia Qingyue gazed at Chen Qing's back with unrestrained admiration. To her, a formidable adversary that she could never hope to defeat was effortlessly vanquished by Chen Qing with a mere flick of his wrist. How could she not revere him as a fellow cultivator? You Chen Qing denied Xiao Tianjun the opportunity to unleash his desperate outcry. With a thought, an unseen force materialized as an invisible hand, grasping him entirely, shattering his armor. Blood and flesh erupted in all directions. With the demise of both the sacred beast and the emperor, the White Tiger Kingdom was rendered utterly defunct. Chen Qing intended to summon troops from his father, Chen Xiong, to seize the territory of the White Tiger Kingdom and incorporate it into the Great Qian. Rather than allow outsiders to benefit, it was better to enrich his own kin. Successful in winning the heart of my wife. Congratulations, host, you have received a random reward, a one-day experience card for tenfold cultivation speed. Tenfold cultivation speed. Upon seeing this reward, Chen Qing immediately thought of the 100-fold cultivation space, pondering whether this new boon could be combined with it. If it could indeed be stacked, would it not result in a staggering 1,000-fold cultivation speed? The system confirmed this possibility. Excellent. It seems the days of my relying on my wife are drawing ever closer, Chen Qing mused, feeling that with continued accumulation, it was not impossible for Xia Qingyue to achieve the rank of emperor in due time. "My dear, a large contingent of troops approaches from this direction," Xia Qingyue alerted as she approached Chen Qing. Chen Qing closed the system panel and raised his gaze. Amidst the scattered ice, he indeed saw a multitude of soldiers surging toward them like a tidal wave. With a slight change of expression, Chen Qing focused his vision, instantly extending his sight hundreds of meters to discern the armor worn by these newcomers, which was markedly different from that of the previous White Tiger army. It was far heavier, adorned with the emblems of the Black Tortoise. The Black Tortoise Kingdom. Upon learning the identity of the approaching forces, Xia Qingyue, although still recovering her strength, steeled her resolve, prepared to draw her sword and face a million foes alongside him. Wherever the eye could see, the ears naturally could reach as well. Chen Qing locked onto the figure of the Black Tortoise Emperor, Su Zhao, within the dragon carriage. "Old ancestor, this young man possesses extraordinary strength. I initially intended to exhaust some of his spiritual energy with the White Tiger Kingdom's assistance and then reap the benefits. But I never anticipated the White Tiger Kingdom would fall so easily to him. Following Su Zhao was the voice of an elder in that case. Why not recruit him into our Black Tortoise Kingdom? This young man, at such a tender age, possesses remarkable strength. I fear his ambitions are lofty. Persuading him to submit will be no simple task. Su Zhao expressed his concerns. First, entice him with benefits. If that fails, resort to coercion, the White Tiger ancestor continued. This is a divine object I fortuitously acquired in a secret realm. Once the curse is successfully cast, the cursed individual shall be unable to betray for life, becoming nothing more than a puppet. The two believed their plan was foolproof, unaware that all their actions were under Chen Qing's watchful eye. Their every word and deed laid bare to his scrutiny. Then what more is there to discuss? The last star of the 7-star blade was merely a drop of blood away from complete unlocking, ready to upgrade into a true divine weapon. Chen Qing raised his hand, his fingers half clenched like the claws of a tiger, and grasped the air. He summoned several multicolored strings seemingly from thin air. With a deft flick of his fingers, the strings resonated, and as the sound of the instrument filled the air, an invisible blade was unleashed instantly. The myriad soldiers, along with the emperor and elder of the White Tiger Kingdom, were severed in twain beneath the melody of the strings. Heads flew into the air, blood gushing forth. In the blink of an eye, thousands fell. This was the prowess achievable only by a master of the supreme Qin. On the city wall, Zhao Tong, witnessing this spectacle, could not conceal his astonishment. In the blink of an eye, thousands perish. The evidence lay plain before him. How could Lin Tianglong harbor any doubts? Not only the million-strong army of the Black Tortoise Kingdom, but even the two towering mountains behind them were similarly cleaved, collapsing with a tremendous rumble, stirring up a significant cloud of dust. My husband is indeed a master of the Qin. Moreover, a fully realized supreme Qin master. In that moment, upon realizing this, Xia Qingyue's admiration for Chen Qing surged like an unstoppable torrent. After annihilating the invading forces of the Black Tortoise Kingdom, Chen Qing unleashed the 7-star blade, absorbing every last drop of blood energy, draining it to illuminate the 7th star. As the 7th star ignited, the 7-star blade underwent a metamorphosis, experiencing a qualitative change from within. The formidable blade energy radiated outward, exerting pressure on all directions. Not to mention Lin Tianglong, even Zhao Tong, a quasi-emperor, felt the weight of it, his knees growing heavy. After a considerable amount of time, Zhao Tong finally managed to utter with great difficulty, This is the might of an imperial weapon. He actually possesses an imperial weapon. Imperial weapon? Lin Tianlong thought to himself that this made sense. If it were merely an ordinary celestial-grade weapon, how could it exude such astonishing pressure? However, in the next moment, he abruptly realized that something was amiss. No, it was not just slightly off, it was profoundly wrong. If his memory served him correctly, imperial weapons were divine artifacts that only emperors were qualified to wield. Moreover, even if one were to ascend to become an emperor, the awakening of a celestial imperial weapon depended entirely on fortune and was not guaranteed. Wasn't he, that venerable figure, merely a peaked quasi-emperor? Why then did he possess a celestial artifact? Immediately, a terrifying thought surged through Lin Tianlong's mind. Could it be? His gaze swiftly shifted to Zhao Tong, eager to confirm this notion. Yet, before he could discern the expression on Zhao Tong's face, he witnessed him no longer resisting the oppressive aura of the imperial weapon, willingly kneeling with a thud and exclaiming, Zhao Tong has eyes, but cannot see. I pay my respects to the emperor. Chapter 88, 1,000-fold cultivation speed. He truly is an emperor? Even if Lin Tianlong harbored doubts about Zhao Tong, he could not fathom that he would jest about such matters. He was now absolutely convinced that Chen Qing was indeed an emperor. Without pausing to ponder why the old emperor had not perished, yet a new emperor had already emerged, he decided that kneeling was the immediate course of action. Following Zhao Tong's lead, he faced Chen Qing and without hesitation, knelt down, raising his voice. Lin Tianlong has eyes but cannot see. I pay my respects to the emperor. Perhaps Chen Qing could not hear them. When confronting a being of emperor-level strength, simply avoiding offense was far from sufficient. One must ensure that the other party felt their profound reverence. Whether they bowed or not was their affair. Chen Qing showed no inclination to respond. Together with Xia Qingyue, after vanquishing the Xuanwu and Baihu nations, they stepped through a portal, vanishing from the front of Tianlong City. However, for Lin Tianlong and Zhao Tong, the absence of a response was the best possible reply. At the very least, their lives were preserved. After a lengthy pause, the two finally trembled to their feet, rising from the ground. Their first encounter with an emperor was far more oppressive than they had ever imagined, by 1,000-fold. If not more. My lord, if the Tianxian emperor has not fallen, How could a new emperor arise? Lin Tianlong cast a puzzled glance at Zhao Tong, hoping he could elucidate the matter. There are two possibilities. What are the two? Lin Tianlong pressed eagerly, yearning for an answer. The first possibility is that the Tianxian emperor has indeed perished, but the news has yet to spread. Lin Tianlong pondered this and deemed it highly likely. The second possibility is that the might of that venerable figure is sufficient to shatter the constraints imposed by the celestial order, Zhao Tong stated astonishingly. The notion that one could be powerful enough to transcend the limitations of the celestial order exceeded Lin Tianlong's imagination. He could not fathom the level of strength required to contend with the celestial laws. It was simply beyond his comprehension. Simultaneously, compared to the latter possibility, he leaned more towards believing the former. To validate his thoughts, he hurriedly dispatched someone to investigate matters regarding the Tianxian emperor. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chen Qing and Xia Qingwei had emerged from the portal, arriving in the Dacian kingdom. Qingwei, what brings you here? Chen Xiong rushed over upon learning of their arrival, immediately setting aside all matters at hand. Could it be that something has happened in the Dao dynasty? He inquired further, setting aside past grievances. Xia Cheng was still his in-law, and if something were truly amiss in the Dao dynasty, he could not stand idly by. Chen Qing shook his head. Father need not worry. All is well in the Dao dynasty. I have come to inform you that the foundations of the Xuanwu and Baihu nations have been eradicated, and you may dispatch troops to conquer them. Chen Xiong was well aware that his son had become unparalleled. However, he had not anticipated that just as he had completed the transformation of the entire Qinglong kingdom and firmly consolidated the people's hearts, he would soon be presented with the territories of the Baihu and Xuanwu nations. With a jest, he remarked, at this rate, I cannot imagine how vast the territory of our Dacian will grow. You have truly presented me with a significant dilemma. Isn't it true that you enjoy strategizing and playing with power dynamics? I am merely providing you with an opportunity, Chen Qing teased. Should I then express my gratitude? Chen Xiong raised an eyebrow. No need for that, Chen Qing replied, and upon hearing this, Chen Xiong and Xia Qingwei exchanged amused glances, unable to suppress their laughter. Fine. I concede. You have bested me. Chen Xiong waved his hand, then summoned his personal guard, issuing orders for him to lead the army and shadow puppets to the Baihu and Xuanwu nations, declaring, those who submit shall live. Those who resist shall be killed without mercy. No need for dialogue. Afterward, Chen Qing and Xia Qingwei chose not to interrupt Chen Xiong's governance and opened a portal to return to the Dao dynasty. Within the Chun residence, husband, you have worked hard. Let me brew you some tea, Xia Qingwei said as she turned. However, before she could take a step, Chen Qing grasped her wrist. Husband? Xia Qingwei looked at him in confusion. Not yet. Come with me to a special place, Chen Qing instructed. Very well. Wherever you wish to take me, I shall follow. Xia Qingwei now trusted Chen Qing completely, believing he would not harm her, and if he truly intended to, what could she do about it? Upon receiving Xia Qingyue's affirmation, Chen Qing tightened his grip on her wrist, and with a thought, they instantly arrived in a vast and boundless new realm. As far as the eye could see, there were endless verdant pastures. Where's this? Xia Qingyue wondered aloud, but the next moment, her expression transformed to one of astonishment. Such terrifying spiritual energy. Just a single breath, and I can feel my internal spiritual power surging. This place is known as the hundredfold cultivation space. Chen Qing believed that with Xia Qingyue's intelligence, the mere phrase hundredfold cultivation space would reveal the wonders of this realm. Hundredfold cultivation space. Xia Qingyue exclaimed in realization. No wonder the spiritual energy was so exaggerated. Stay here and cultivate. I shall protect you, Chen Qing said, opening his system backpack, selecting a one-day experience card for tenfold cultivation speed, and layering it with the hundredfold space, enhancing Xia Qingyue's cultivation speed to 1,000-fold. He also retrieved numerous medicinal pills for her to use at her discretion. All right. I will strive wholeheartedly to break through. I will not disappoint my husband, Xia Qingwei replied, following Chen Qing's instructions and sitting cross-legged. How about attaining the status of an emperor in a day? Chen Qing set a modest goal for Xia Qingwei. Become an emperor in a day? Xia Qingwei found it difficult not to suspect that Chen Qing was jesting. Yet, his expression was so earnest. Very well. I shall give it my all. Xia Qingwei, trusting in Chen Qing's confidence, resolved to test her limits. With that, she began to fervently absorb the surrounding spiritual energy, initiating the refinement of her spiritual power. Under the influence of the 1,000-fold cultivation speed, in no time, she broke through to the second layer of the spirit separation realm. The swiftness of her progress startled even her. Suddenly, she felt that achieving the status of an emperor in a day was not entirely impossible. She continued to cultivate, swiftly advancing through the second, third, fourth, and fifth layers of the spirit separation realm, ultimately reaching the integration realm. The tribulation realm followed, as she relentlessly ascended higher. During this period, Chen Qing also provided assistance by inscribing the Gathering Spirit Array, further enhancing Xia Qingyue's pace of ascension to the realm of cultivation on top of the thousand-fold acceleration. His identity as a master array mage played a pivotal role at this moment. Time passed gradually. Xia Qingyue had now reached the peak of the quasi-emperor realm. Husband, I am about to attempt to break through to the emperor realm. Xia Qingyue opened her eyes and spoke with a hint of worry. Chapter 89, The Invincible Domain. Madam, focus solely on your endeavor to ascend to the emperor realm. I shall take care of the rest, Chen Qing assured her, thumping his chest with unwavering confidence. All right. At Chen Qing's words, Xia Qingyue's heart, which had been racing with anxiety and unease, gradually found its steadiness. More than her own aspirations, she was determined not to disappoint Chen Qing's expectations. How could she, Xia Qingyue, be oblivious to the tremendous sacrifices Chen Qing had made since embarking on the path of cultivation on a whim? If she failed to attain the emperor's Tao, it would be a disservice not only to herself, but also to Chen Qing. The more she contemplated her breakthrough to the emperor realm, the more fervently she desired it, striving with all her might to achieve it, seeking only to honor her heart and not betray her beloved. As she made repeated attempts to break through to the emperor realm, in the outside world, atop a peak called Tai Ling Mountain, an elderly man sweeping the yard heard the sound of a door opening. He quickly set down his broom, hurried forward, and knelt in respect. Old servant pays respects to the esteemed one. How many years has it been? I never expected someone would still aspire to attain the emperor's Tao. The Tianxian emperor gazed into the distance, muttering, Someone seeks to attain the emperor's Tao? The sweeping elder was taken aback. But one would think that individuals from the upper realm would not possess such audacity. As a servant by the Tianxian emperor's side, he was acutely aware of the brutal fate that befell those who dared to challenge the emperor's authority. They were swiftly and mercilessly annihilated. After witnessing such occurrences repeatedly, the quest for the emperor's Tao became taboo, regarded as a challenge to the emperor's supremacy, unless one possessed absolute strength and confidence. Ordinary cultivators would not easily attempt to tread upon the emperor's path. It was far wiser to remain dormant, awaiting the natural decline of the old emperor. This individual was not in the upper realm, but rather in the lower realm, in a place called the Great Martial Dynasty. The Tianxian emperor precisely pinpointed Xia Qingyue's aura. The lower realm? It is astonishing that someone could aspire to attain the emperor's Tao from such a place. This was something the sweeping elder never anticipated. He had never even heard of the Great Martial Dynasty. In recent years, the emperor had focused solely on suppressing the upper realm, neglecting the lower realm. And it was only natural that such audacious individuals would emerge. With that, the Tianxian emperor turned his gaze back to the sweeping elder and commanded, You shall venture to the lower realm to resolve this matter. Yes, esteemed one, the sweeping elder replied, understanding that his master deemed it beneath his dignity to personally confront the lower realm's inhabitants, for word of such an act would diminish his stature. After all, the lower realm was viewed as a desolate land by those in the upper realm, hardly warranting governance. As a servant, particularly one bound by the slave seal, the sweeping elder had no choice but to obey the Tianxian emperor's orders. He set off immediately for the lower realm. For someone like Wei Kong, who stood at the pinnacle of the quasi-emperor realm, the journey from Tai Ling Mountain to the Great Martial Dynasty was but a fleeting thought. The array map materialized above the Great Martial Emperor's palace, and Wei Kong descended from it. Once he fully manifested, the array map dissipated. Rather than searching household by household, Wei Kong unleashed his quasi-emperor might like a torrential flood, exerting pressure across the entire territory of the Great Martial Dynasty in a remarkably short time. The purpose of this display was to pressure Xia Qingyue, making her aware of his arrival. While Xia Qingyue felt nothing, Chen Qing, however, sensed it acutely. As he had anticipated, Xia Qingyue lacked a system. Even though he could provide assistance from the sidelines, she remained constrained by the heavenly order. If she wished to attain the emperor's Tao, she would have to tread upon the corpses of her predecessors. Naturally, the old emperor, Tianxian, would not allow the fruits of his labor to be snatched away and would undoubtedly intervene to prevent it. Chen Qing could understand the Tianxian emperor's perspective. It was difficult for one in power not to create enemies. With the identity of an emperor, he could suppress those who opposed him. But once he fell, losing that identity, those ravenous wolves would likely pounce upon him, tearing him to shreds. Yet this did not justify his sending someone to hinder his wife's pursuit of the emperor's Tao. Chen Qing had no intention of indulging the other party. With a flicker of thought, he appeared before Wei Kong, a distance of 7 or 8 meters between them. Is it you who naively aspires to attain the emperor's Tao? Wei Kong asked bluntly. After speaking, he shook his head, realizing he had wasted words. He could simply kill Chen Qing and return to report. As his fingers opened and clenched, a long spear appeared in his hand, and the quasi-emperor's might surged forth like a relentless tide, mercilessly advancing towards Chen Qing, intent on demonstrating that despite their shared peak quasi-emperor status, their foundational differences were as vast as a chasm. Seeing that Wei Kong was a spear cultivator with quasi-emperor prowess, Chen Qing also drew forth the Wanlong spear. You are also a spear cultivator? Wei Kong was somewhat surprised. His gaze fell upon the Wanlong spear in Chen Qing's hand, scrutinizing it, and acknowledged, a fine spear indeed. After you perish, I shall make good use of it. Without delay, he seized the initiative to attack, a flash of cold light appearing first, followed by the spear shooting forth like a dragon. The intent of his spear coalesced into form, piercing directly towards Chen Qing, seeking to conclude this farce with a single strike, intending to shred Chen Qing's physical body to pieces in an instant. Observing this, Chen Qing casually countered with a spear thrust of his own. Wei Kong frowned, having never encountered someone who would respond so nonchalantly in a life-and-death struggle. He felt that Chen Qing was underestimating him. However, the next moment, Wei Kang's perception shifted dramatically. He no longer dared to entertain such thoughts. Chen Qing's spear thrust transformed into a 100-foot-long silver dragon illusion, instantly opening its abyssal maw and descending upon Wei Kong like a mountain. Faced with the silver dragon's presence, Wei Kong felt utterly powerless, as insignificant as an ant. The foundational disparity he previously believed was suddenly and ruthlessly laid bare. The spear intent he had unleashed had no qualifications to contest directly. Upon merely touching the lingering might of the dragon illusion, it was shattered. Counterattack? His Dao heart was in ruins. How could he muster any resolve? Even if he had the will, it was devoid of strength. The dignified peak quasi-emperor was obliterated by the dragon illusion unleashed by Chen Qing, crushed beyond recognition, leaving not even a fragment of bone behind. Is it truly so fragile? Chen Qing felt a tinge of disappointment. Throughout the encounter, he had not exerted even a billionth of his spiritual power. That single spear thrust was largely brute force. Yet it had been sufficient to overwhelm Wei Kong entirely. However, Chen Qing's attention was soon captivated by the system panel that had appeared before him. Successful spouse pampering. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward. Invincible Domain 1. Invincible Domain? How delightful. Without needing to delve into the details, Chen Qing could easily surmise its function merely from the 4 words Invincible Domain. Upon inspection, he learned that the invincible domain could extend several hundred zhang in radius. Within this domain, he would be invincible, no one able to conquer him. Even if an extraterrestrial demon stronger than the Supreme Emperor descended within this domain, they would be forcefully weakened by the power of the rules until they could be slain by Chen Qing in a single strike. The more he contemplated it, the more he appreciated it. Yet, before his elation could fully settle, a divine might far surpassing that of a peak quasi-emperor surged forth ominously. Chapter 90. Slaying the Emperor. The path to the Emperor's Dao. Chen Qing maintained his composure, fully aware that the dog had been slain and the master behind him could no longer remain seated, likely seeking to settle the score. Fear? What is there to fear? Even without the invincible domain in hand, Chen Qing is still the Supreme Emperor. Why should he regard an ordinary emperor with any significance? Rather than fear him, Chen Qing is more intrigued by the prospect that even a peak quasi-emperor can contribute an invincible domain as a reward. What, then, could this emperor offer? Additionally, by slaying the emperor and leaving the imperial throne vacant, Xia Qingyue's path to enlightenment would become considerably smoother. Such audacity! To dare to kill this emperor's people before even attaining the emperor's path. Do you truly think so little of me? The Tianxian emperor could scarcely recall the last time he felt such rage. Accustomed to his lofty position and convinced of his invincibility, he could not tolerate even the slightest hint of rebellion, especially from someone who had been a loyal follower for a century. Provided you possess the capability to warrant my attention, Chen Qing replied lightly, entirely dismissing the imperial might of the Tianxian emperor, which had no effect on him. Akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree. This emperor? The Tianxian emperor chuckled at Chen Qing's words. It had been years since anyone dared to refer to themselves so boldly in his presence. Well, how amusing. While speaking, he intensified his imperial aura, attempting to shatter Chen Qing's will and drive him to madness. Gradually, however, the Tianxian emperor sensed something amiss, no matter how he amplified his imperial might. Chen Qing remained unfazed, standing there as if nothing were the matter. Upon further inspection, a bold thought suddenly struck the Tianxian emperor's mind. Could it be that you have already successfully traversed the emperor's path? Seeing that Chen Qing did not deny it, and piecing together previous occurrences, the Tianxian emperor became even more convinced of this notion. Consequently, instead of growing angry, he laughed. You have managed to break through the heavenly order and forcibly attain the emperor's path. Speak, how did you accomplish such a feat? The Tianqian emperor believed that if he could extract the answer from Chen Qing, he too might break the laws and transform the mundane into the extraordinary. Noting Chen Qing's reluctance to divulge his methods, the Tianqian emperor added, "As long as you reveal to this emperor how you shattered the heavenly laws, all that has transpired previously will be forgiven." Like Wei Kong, he assumed that even if Chen Qing had succeeded in the emperor's path, his foundation could not compare to that of an ancient emperor like himself. Should a battle ensue, it would only lead to Chen Qing's own misfortune. Convinced that he had extended an olive branch, he thought Chen Qing would have no reason to refuse. "Have you finished your last words?" Chen Qing's subsequent remark caused the Tianqian emperor's expression to harden. The words he had been about to utter abruptly halted. "Since you are unwilling to speak, this emperor shall resort to more forceful means." The Tianqian emperor had no intention of killing Chen Qing. He merely sought to teach him a lesson, to make him understand that there are always those greater than oneself. Do not presume that achieving the emperor's path renders you invincible. Should Chen Qing remain unyielding and fail to disclose the truth, the Tianqian emperor would not hesitate to employ soul-searching techniques after slaying him, forcibly extracting the memories of how he broke the heavenly laws. However, just as the Tianqian emperor prepared to summon the might of heaven and earth to impart a lesson to Chen Qing, the emperor's divine patterns manifested behind Chen Qing, his imperial aura pressing down like mountains upon the Tianqian emperor. It forced him back to the ground, creating a massive crater beneath him. Despite his desperate attempts to resist this imperial might, his knees buckled, bending lower and lower. In disbelief, he exclaimed, "Impossible. This cannot be. You have only just attained the emperor's path. Why? Why are you able to overpower me?" No matter how unwilling the Tianqian emperor was to accept it, the fact remained that he had been crushed under Chen Qing's imperial might. His intention to illustrate the disparity between emperors resulted in his own humiliation. Chen Qing, disdainful of the need to explain himself to one destined for defeat, simply raised his fingertip lightly and let it fall. A resounding roar echoed. The Tianqian emperor, who had dominated the Tianqian continent for years, was violently obliterated by that invisible, intangible imperial might. His flesh shattered to dust, his bones ground to powder, blood erupting like mist. A generation of emperors had thus fallen. Wife pampered successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a random reward, 10 Emperor Shadows. Killing one emperor to gain 10 was indeed a profitable endeavor. Chen Qing nodded in satisfaction. After ensuring that he had eradicated the pests obstructing Xia Qingyue's path to enlightenment, he turned and returned to the hundredfold cultivation space, continuing to safeguard her journey. With his departure, the invisible hand that had loomed over millions in the great martial dynasty was lifted. Upon seeing the spy appear, the martial emperor Xia Cheng, slumped on the dragon throne, still wore an expression of shock. He hurriedly inquired, what was the outcome? The Tianqian emperor was slain by Chen Qing in a single thought. Even having witnessed it firsthand, the spy still found it hard to believe that such an event had truly transpired. An emperor, nearly invincible in his eyes, had been killed in an instant, slain in a single thought. Xia Cheng's already pale complexion became even more ashen upon hearing this news. He repeatedly reassured himself. He is my son-in-law. There is no need for panic, no need for fear, attempting to calm his racing heart. Returning to the hundredfold cultivation space, time passed swiftly. Boom. Hearing the commotion, Chen Qing looked up to see calamity clouds gathering, thunderbolts flashing like serpents. He understood that Xia Qingyue was but a step away from the emperor's path. Success or failure hinged on this moment. Boom. The first thunderbolt struck directly above Xia Qingyue's head. Nothing happened. Boom. The second, third, fourth, and fifth thunderbolts followed in quick succession. As the frequency and intensity of the thunderbolts increased, Xia Qingyue's brows furrowed tighter, and beads of cold sweat streamed down her face. Fortunately, with the constant influx of spiritual energy from the hundredfold cultivation space, and supported by the aura of the Destined Empress, she navigated the tribulation without significant peril. Once the calamity clouds dissipated, Xia Qingyue slowly opened her eyes, and the unique emperor's divine patterns manifested behind her. Husband, I have successfully achieved enlightenment. I have entered the realm of the emperor. Xia Qingyue exclaimed, springing to her feet, eager to share this joyous news, rushing into his embrace. Chen Qing wrapped one arm around Xia Qingyue's waist and gently stroked her long hair, saying, I always believed you could do it. Through further conversation, Chen Qing learned from Xia Qingyue that she not only had successfully entered the emperor's path, but had also awakened her innate emperor weapon. It would be a lie to say he felt no envy, but fortunately, Chen Qing had the system. Assisting his wife in achieving the emperor's path could certainly be deemed as pampering her. Chapter 91. The Reality of Marriage. Wife pampered successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a random reward, 10 consecutive draws for the heavenly Tao Emperor weapon. Confirming that he had not misread, realizing it was indeed a chance for 10 consecutive draws of the heavenly Tao Emperor weapon, Chen Qing could not help but believe even more strongly that sometimes his thoughts might influence the system's rewards. Even if the probability was low, it was certainly not zero. While Xia Qingyue was still solidifying her cultivation, Chen Qing opened his system backpack, selected the opportunity for 10 consecutive draws of the heavenly Tao Emperor weapon, and confirmed its use. Initiating 10 consecutive draws. 10 consecutive draws successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the heavenly Tao Emperor weapon. Chaos Bell. 10 consecutive draws successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the heavenly Tao Emperor weapon. Heavenly Punishment Sword. 10 consecutive draws successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the heavenly Tao Emperor weapon. Star Bow. 10 consecutive draws successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the heavenly Tao Emperor weapon. Heavenly Sorrow Guqin. Despite being a successful champion of the Tao, the likelihood of awakening an Empyrean weapon remains exceedingly slim. Yet, through a series of 10 consecutive draws, Chen Qing effortlessly acquired 10 such weapons. Little did Xia Qingyue know. After finally acclimating to the physical and spiritual enhancements bestowed by her imperial cultivation, she reached into the void to retrieve her awakened Empyrean weapon, the Hongmeng sword. Your Excellency seems not to have awakened an Empyrean weapon. I already possess the Taichu Lingxiao sword, and I wish to present this Hongmeng sword to you, she declared. Xia Qingyue could not recall Chen Qing ever having wielded or even mentioned an Empyrean weapon, which is why she felt compelled to offer her newly awakened treasure. Beyond this, she struggled to conceive of any other means to express her gratitude towards him. The Hongmeng sword was the finest bargaining chip she could muster. Believing that Chen Qing could wield its full potential more effectively than she could. Who says I haven't awakened an Empyrean weapon? Chen Qing mused. The sincerity in Xia Qingyue's heart was enough to satisfy him. It was perhaps better for her to retain the Hongmeng sword for her own use. Even setting aside the Qixing blade, Chen Qing had just obtained 10 Empyrean weapons through his draws. If one were to rank the emperors by their acquisitions of such weapons, Chen Qing would undoubtedly take the first place. Does my husband also possess an Empyrean weapon? Xia Qingyue inquired further, her skepticism rising. It was difficult not to suspect that Chen Qing had fabricated such a statement merely to encourage her to keep the Hongmeng sword. He had always been so gentle and attentive that she had never doubted his honesty. Noting her incredulity, Chen Qing was unperturbed and decided to showcase his prowess. A rift in the void opened behind him, revealing the Chaos Bell, the Heavenly Punishment Sword, the Star Bow, and the ancient chain of Heavenly Sorrow, all encircling him. Upon counting, Xia Qingyue was rendered speechless as she realized he possessed a full 10 Empyrean weapons. If memory served, even if an emperor could awaken an Empyrean weapon, no one had ever awakened 2. Yet her husband had astonishingly awakened 10. After a long pause, she finally stammered, "You truly awakened 10. There must always be a first." Chen Qing replied with a smile. Xia Qingyue had thought the first to awaken 2 weapons had set a precedent, while Chen Qing had shattered that notion with his 10. The contrast was indeed stark. How could one not marvel at the chasm that lay between ordinary individuals and the apex of prodigious talent? Realizing this, she decided it was best to keep the Hongmeng sword for herself and withdrew it into the void, no longer pressing the matter. Chen Qing returned the 10 Empyrean weapons to their original positions, sensing that Xia Qingyue had deeper thoughts. He gently cupped her face and said, "If my lady truly wishes to repay me, the journey of life is long. There is no need for haste." Indeed, Xia Qingyue nodded softly, acknowledging the wisdom in his words. With much of their lives still ahead, there was no need to rush. If my lady truly wishes to express her gratitude, I would prefer to raise a daughter rather than simply these divine weapons. Chen Qing suddenly shifted the topic, nearly causing Xia Qingyue to lose her composure. Coughing lightly, she managed to ask, "Is my husband serious, or is this a jest?" After a moment to regain her composure, she raised her gaze, seriousness etched across her face. Seeing her earnestness, Chen Qing felt assured. With Xia Qingyue's sincerity evident, he stepped closer, drawing her into his embrace, assuring her, "I have never uttered a falsehood to my lady. I am entirely unversed in such matters. I rely solely on you, my husband." She nestled against his chest, her intentions unmistakable. "All will be well." Chen Qing reassured her, no longer hesitant, and gently lifted her from the ground. Xia Qingyue offered no resistance, allowing herself to be cradled like a delicate porcelain doll. Thus, they exited the 100-fold cultivation space and soon arrived in their chamber. Chen Qing handled her as if she were a treasured work of art, being exceedingly cautious as he laid her upon the bed. Xia Qingyue turned her head aside, unable to conceal her flushed cheeks, avoiding his gaze in shyness. Before proceeding, Chen Qing activated the most powerful barrier to shield them from any interruptions. Having reached this juncture, as a villain sharing intimacy with the destined heroine, even the mightiest deity would have to wait outside. Anyone daring to disrupt his moment of bliss would be met with divine wrath. At this moment, Chen Qing valued not merely the rewards of imperial cultivation that accompanied their union, but cherished the very essence of Xianxiaaudiobooks herself. With their close companionship, it was undeniable that feelings had blossomed. Even without the system's influence, he would never allow the protagonist Yifeng or anyone else to take Xianxiaaudiobooks from him. Silken fabrics lay scattered around them, and the barriers between them vanished. Xianxiaaudiobooks bit her lip, her eyes gently closing as she grasped Chen Qing's broad shoulders tightly. Her brows, once furrowed in discomfort, now relaxed, surrendering to the moment with a hint of a smile gracing her lips. Everything was progressing steadily towards a favorable outcome. Not only Chen Qing, but also Yifeng was occupied. Though he had completely lost Xianxiaaudiobooks, he gained yet another opportunity for daily sign-ins, a trade-off of sorts. Wonderful. The sign-in count has refreshed. Yifeng exclaimed joyfully, realizing that as long as one was wholly immersed in cultivation, time passed swiftly. Yet, an inexplicable heaviness had settled in his chest since earlier, an unsettling sensation that was difficult to articulate. The more he tried to ignore it, the more pronounced it became. Akin to a cat scratching at his heart, leaving him restless. Could it be that the heavens were hinting at a treasure awaiting him with today's sign-in? Chapter 92. Childbearing and Ascending to Immortal Emperor. With this thought, Yifeng felt a surge of excitement, believing it to be an omen. He cast aside his wandering thoughts and promptly initiated his daily sign-in. Signing in for the day. Daily sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received the reward, 10 ninth grade Yuan Yang pills. 10 ninth grade pills. Yifeng felt a tinge of disappointment, not that the pills were subpar, but they paled in comparison to the extraordinary rewards he had envisioned. Moreover, even after consuming the pills and commencing his cultivation, the unsettling sensation within him remained. Uncertain of its origin, Yifeng felt powerless to address it. He could only force himself to calm his mind, focusing entirely on his cultivation goals. He still had to achieve his initial aim of ascending to the rank of emperor, with no time to waste on trivial matters. Perhaps he had been too eager in his previous training, causing his vitality to surge too rapidly. Before convincing others, Yifeng first sought to persuade himself. This strategy proved effective. Soon, he was wholly absorbed in his quest for the next realm. Meanwhile, Chen Qing remained equally busy. He pondered the implications of a villain and the destined heroine having offspring together. Would they be considered children of destiny or heirs to the villain's legacy? Enough, my husband. I truly have no strength left, Xianxiaaudiobooks murmured weakly, collapsing against Chen Qing's chest, her body glistening with fragrant perspiration, her breaths coming in labored gasps. Chen Qing extended his hand to embrace Xianxiaaudiobooks, feeling the moisture, stickiness, and warmth of their skin against each other. Madam, you truly astonish me. It is as if you are a completely different person, Chen Qing thought sincerely. Who would have anticipated that, despite her seemingly blank emotional history? Xianxiaaudiobooks could be so fervent and greedy in that regard. It was as if Pandora's box had been opened. From initial shyness to an almost reckless indulgence, there was scarcely any transition. The tender whispers of husband, I want more, made Chen Qing's ears grow weak with delight. Xianxiaaudiobooks, clearly understanding the implication behind his words, could not help but recall her prior performances, causing her already flushed cheeks to redden even further. She stammered a feeble defense. I merely wish to express my immense gratitude for your constant support and guidance. It is my duty as your wife to bear you children. In that case, I have misjudged you, madam. Your tireless efforts to fulfill my dream of fatherhood are commendable, while I, in my petty way, have thought ill of your intentions. I am truly remiss. Chen Qing jested. Goodness, why bring up such morbid thoughts? You must not speak of death, at the very least. Not before me, Xianxiaaudiobooks interjected, placing a finger on Chen Qing's lips to silence him. She simply could not bear the thought of parting from him in life or death. Chen Qing gently took her wrist and removed her hand, assuring her, very well. I shall heed your wishes. I will not die, and neither shall you. He then took out several longevity fruits, intending to enhance Xianxiaaudiobooks' lifespan and replenish her lost vitality. Simultaneously, he accessed the system panel, deciding to claim the rewards for the main quest. Though he did not particularly need the cultivation of an emperor, having it was certainly better than lacking it. The world was vast, and Chen Qing did not believe his only adversaries were the Emperor Tianshu and Yifeng. It was always prudent to remain vigilant and bolster one's strength. Main quest completed. Reward successfully claimed. Emperor cultivation is being dispensed. Emperor cultivation dispensed successfully. Current cultivation realm of the host. Supreme Emperor. Supreme Emperor? Then the next step must be ascension to immortality. Chen Qing pondered, uncertain. as he observed Xia Qing consuming all the longevity fruits in one breath. He picked up a handkerchief to gently wipe her lips. "Thank you, husband," Xia Qing replied with a sweet smile. Successful pampering of wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward, 100 grade 9 divine pills. It was fortunate that only Chen Qing could see this system panel. Otherwise, the protagonist, Yi Feng, would surely be infuriated to learn that merely wiping Xia Qingyue's lips had earned him 100 grade 9 pills, all of which were of divine quality. "Husband, it is getting late. We should rest," Xia Qingyue genuinely expressed concern, fearing that Chen Qing might wish to continue their earlier activities. She felt utterly drained after their earlier passionate encounter. "I beg for mercy, my dear wife. My back truly requires some respite. You are insufferable with such wicked thoughts." Xia Qingyue lightly pushed against Chen Qing's chest, though her lips remained curled in a smile. Subsequently, the two embraced and fell asleep. Upon awakening, the sun was already high in the sky. Chen Qing opened his eyes and looked down at Xia Qingyue, who was curled up in his arms like a delicate rabbit, a smile gracing his lips. He hadn't anticipated that, having acquired the role of the antagonist, he would actually win over the destined heroine, Xia Qingyue. Indeed, Rebirth is most enjoyable with a bit of luck. Chen Qing mused. Speaking of the system, he suddenly noticed a red dot notification in the upper right corner. If he remembered correctly, he should have claimed the main quest rewards last night. Curiously, he controlled his thoughts and opened the system panel. Main quest published. Would you like to view it? Another task? Chen Qing chose to view it. Main quest, to bear children with Xia Qingyue. Upon completion, the host will receive Immortal Emperor Cultivation. Immortal Emperor. From the very notion of immortal, Chen Qing could ascertain that beyond the realm of Emperor lay that of the Immortals. Based on the previous main quest reward, this Immortal Emperor Cultivation would likely represent the pinnacle of the immortal realm. The fantastical world was indeed vast. Chen Qing had even more reason to believe that this world held far more than just the Tianshu continent. Could one truly acquire Immortal Emperor Cultivation merely by bearing children? Chen Qing contemplated. If I were to have a pair of dragon and phoenix twins, would you then bestow upon me 2 portions of Immortal Emperor Cultivation? Analysis complete. The host's reasoning is quite sound. Reward rules updated. Chen Qing had merely spoken in jest, yet the system genuinely took his words to heart. Nevertheless, it was of no detriment to him. Hearing a sound, Xia Qingyue slowly opened her beautiful autumn-like eyes, rubbed her eyelids with her small hands, and sleepily murmured, "Husband? The sun is already shining," Chen Qing replied. "But I feel so tired. I wish to sleep a little longer, just for a moment." Xia Qingyue's voice dwindled until she fell silent, drifting back into slumber. Observing this, Chen Qing chose not to awaken her, recognizing that she had exerted herself the previous night and deserved more rest. The adage "only a dead cow cannot plow badland" did not apply to Chen Qing. He had long discovered another layer of the boundless Dantian's peculiar uses. In a flash, he sprang from the bed, retrieved his fallen garments, and dressed. In another instant, he stepped outside. Chen Qing stretched in the bright sunlight, marveling at the tranquility of life. Yet, this serene existence was short-lived, as tranquility soon gave way to disruption. Chapter 93, The Empress. While the Dahou dynasty enjoyed peaceful times, his father Chen Xiong and the Dacian faced formidable challenges. Through the celestial mirror, Chen Qing observed his father pacing in the imperial study, contemplating how to deal with the impending threat of the would-be emperor. Chen Qing stepped into the mirror and instantly arrived at the Dacian's imperial study. "Father, what is this would-be emperor?" Chen Qing asked, diving straight into the topic upon arrival. "Qinger, you are here." Chen Xiong turned at the sound of Chen Qing's voice, his eyes lighting up as if he had found a savior. He quickly commanded someone to offer a seat. Chen Qing learned from Chen Xiong that the Zhuge kingdom intended to employ a tactic akin to a mantis stalking its prey, dispatching a larger army to intercept before Dacian could send troops to the Baihu and Xuanwu kingdoms, planting their flags throughout the city. Naturally, Chen Xiong would not meekly concede land. However, with a would-be emperor stationed in Zhuge, he found it exceedingly difficult to combat with merely his current forces and shadow puppets. Chen Qing had not encountered anyone from Zhuge and Tianlong City, believing them to be averse to conflict and preferring quiet development. It now appeared he had misjudged them. They were not simply avoiding trouble, but rather sought to seize the fruits of others' labor. The audacity of such theft had encroached upon his own territory. This was intolerable. The loss of land was trivial. Chen Qing primarily wished to avoid allowing such minor issues to cloud his judgment. As a cultivator, maintaining a clear mind was paramount. Just as Chen Qing was about to retrieve the death note to swiftly end the would-be emperor's life, a voice interrupted from outside the study. "Your Majesty, I have urgent matters to report." "Speak," Chen Xiong commanded. "Your Majesty, the Empress of the Zhuge kingdom seeks an audience," came the reply from outside. It appears that their ambitions extend beyond merely coveting the territories of the White Tiger and Black Tortoise nations. They seem intent on not sparing even our great Qian. Chen Qing expressed his understanding, doubting that a female emperor would traverse such vast distances solely to deliberate on the fates of the White Tiger and Black Tortoise. The battle flag has long been planted upon the city walls. What further negotiations remain? This empress harbors quite the appetite. Chen Qing rose and declared, "Father, let us confront them. Indeed, with a great emperor standing by my side, what have I to fear?" Chen Qing asserted. "What of the quasi-emperors? No matter how many come, they shall never rival a true emperor." Previously, Chen Qing struggled to comprehend why so many preferred seeking allies rather than enhancing their own prowess. But with Chen Qing at his side, he finally grasped the exhilarating sensation of having a formidable backing. Meanwhile, within the Grand Hall, the Empress of the Zhuge nation, Lin Ruanyu, upon being ushered into the hall, made no attempt to take a seat, but instead strode directly toward the steps leading to the imperial throne. Observing this, the guards of Great Qian attempted to intervene, but a Taoist practitioner beside Lin Ruanyu swiftly intimidated them into retreat. Even seasoned guards, accustomed to the battlefield, found themselves paralyzed by the oppressive aura emanating from the formidable figure before them, managing only to stand in disbelief. Once assured that the guards lacked the audacity to defy her, Lin Ruanyu turned, extended her arms, and gracefully settled onto the imperial seat of Great Qian. "Old Yan, what do you think?" Lin Ruanyu inquired of the Taoist by her side. "This seat suits your majesty perfectly, as if it were tailor-made for you," Zhao Yan replied. At this, Lin Ruanyu laughed heartily, though she was uncertain why that powerful being had chosen to act against the White Tiger and Black Tortoise nations. Nevertheless, it had inadvertently aided her in realizing her grand ambition of unifying the lower realms. Now, only the Azure Dragon nation remained, and the four sacred nations would all be under her control, rendering the vast lower realms incapable of opposing the Zhuge nation. "Let me correct you. This place is no longer known as the Azure Dragon nation, but rather Great Qian," Chen Qing's voice interjected, witnessing Lin Ruanyu's unabashed audacity. As she disregarded Great Qian and claimed the imperial throne for herself, Chen Qing felt his ire boil, and it was inconceivable for him to grant her any semblance of respect. Lin Ruanyu had anticipated Chen Qing's grievances, yet she remained indifferent to his thoughts and refused to rise from the throne. She continued, "Whether referred to as the Azure Dragon nation or Great Qian is of little consequence. What matters is that this land shall soon belong to the Zhuge nation. If you willingly surrender the imperial seal and proclaim it to the world, I shall not treat you unjustly." In the face of Lin Ruanyu's coercive persuasion, Chen Qing chuckled. "If your sole purpose for coming here is this, you may as well abandon all hope. Great Qian will never submit to anyone." Lin Ruanyu chose not to respond hastily, but instead glanced at Zhao Yan. Their eyes met, and Zhao Yan understood, stepping forward with an imposing demeanor, his gaze gleaming with menace as he scrutinized Chen Qing and Chen Qing. "You have no right to refuse." As he spoke, the overwhelming pressure of a quasi-emperor surged forth like a torrential river. Chen Qing unleashed a shadow puppet. Zhao Yan, however, dismissed it with disdain, recognizing its cleverness but deeming it insufficient. With mere spirit division cultivation, it lacked the standing to challenge him. Having previously clashed with shadow puppets, he possessed a fundamental understanding of them. Seeing Chen Qing, fully aware of his quasi-emperor status, still attempting to utilize a spirit division puppet against him, he found it naive and foolish. Yet, in the next moment, the unfolding events left Zhao Yan's expression frozen in disbelief. The shadow puppet merely stood there. When his quasi-emperor might collided with it, it was instantly torn asunder, vanishing into nothingness. Rather than being forcibly ripped apart, it was as if his own quasi-emperor might, in fear of the shadow puppet, had dissipated voluntarily. How can this be? Zhao Yan shook his head vigorously, striving to dispel this thought from his mind. Convinced that no mere spirit division could possibly pose a challenge to him, he attempted to activate his divine eye to probe and discern the nature of this shadow puppet, hoping to uncover any concealed secrets within. However, the moment he looked, his confusion deepened. He could not penetrate its essence, only perceiving the terrifying aura it exuded. Even as a quasi-emperor, Zhao Yan felt insignificant and diminished beneath this overwhelming presence. "No, this cannot be right." Zhao Yan vehemently shook his head again, convinced he had unwittingly fallen under an illusion. Resolute in his conviction, he decided to directly test the depth of this shadow puppet's capabilities. Could a mere puppet truly surpass his prowess as a quasi-emperor? As he approached the shadow puppet, ready to strike, an imperial pressure manifested as an invisible hand, mercilessly suppressing Zhao Yan, pinning him to the ground, rendering him immobile. With great difficulty, he managed to utter a few words, laced with fear and confusion. "Great Emperor?" Chapter 94, The Upper Realm. Before Zhao Yin could fathom the answer to this question, he vanished like smoke, leaving no trace behind. His departure was effortless, devoid of pain. Yet for Lin Ruanyu, who witnessed the ruthless annihilation of a quasi-emperor's trump card, her spirits plummeted, and laughter was far from her lips. Prior to her decision to strike against Great Qian, she had thoroughly gathered intelligence and had not heard of any quasi-emperor residing within its borders. Even if there were, Lin Ruanyu mused, Great Qian had only recently established itself in a realm where all possessed quasi-emperors. It could not possibly contend with the millennia of heritage possessed by the Zhuge nation. Little did she expect that a quasi-emperor would be effortlessly eradicated in a single strike. No, it was worse than that. She had not even seen the gesture before the annihilation occurred. Wait. Suddenly, amidst her panic, Lin Ruanyu recalled that Zhao Yin had mentioned 2 words before his demise. Great Emperor. Who is the Great Emperor? Is there a Great Emperor present? A cascade of questions flooded her mind. If a Great Emperor truly existed, it would explain everything for a being of such caliber. Eliminating a quasi-emperor would indeed be a trivial task. Yet, upon further reflection, she found it illogical. How could a great emperor-level being be present in the lower realms, let alone presiding over a diminutive nation? This was incongruous, no matter how she contemplated it. Before Lin Ruanyu could ponder this conundrum further, the shadow puppet appeared before her like a wraith, as the imperial might bore down upon her. She raised her gaze and distinctly observed the towering figure of the shadow puppet, adorned with the divine patterns of the great emperor. It was then that Lin Ruanyu realized Zhao Yin had not been jesting. Indeed, a great emperor existed. Moreover, this great emperor was a mere puppet. A great emperor puppet. Was such a thing even possible? Lin Ruanyu's mind wrestled with profound questions. Yet, more pressing than her curiosity was the imperative to find a means of survival. No, you cannot kill me. I have powerful backing. Yet Chen Qing had no interest in listening to Lin Ruanyu's empty threats, and with a mere residual force of the great emperor, he shattered her corporeal form, reducing her to a cloud of blood mist. This puppet possesses the might of a great emperor? Chen Xiong, having witnessed the entire affair, took a moment to recover from his astonishment before inquiring of Chen Qing. Chen Qing nodded, affirming, indeed, this shadow puppet's strength rivals that of a great emperor, perhaps even surpassing that of the average great emperor. Gazing at the returned shadow puppet, Chen Qing suddenly had a brilliant idea and turned to Chen Xiong. Father, our great Qian truly requires a powerful guardian. What do you think of this shadow puppet? Leaving the emperor shadow puppet within the great Qian, should any issues arise, one need not personally intervene. The rationale is simple. Currently, all the emperors across the Tianxian continent stand firmly by my side. No matter how fervently others strive to cultivate, they cannot surmount this chasm of power. However, with your current strength, it is likely that you will accumulate numerous adversaries in the future. Thus, retaining the emperor's shadow puppet by your side to bolster your strength is indeed prudent. More than his own safety, Chen Xiong is deeply concerned for Chen Qing's well-being. If he were to perish, that would be one thing, but Chen Qing must not come to harm. Father need not worry. I possess many such shadow puppets, he reassured. As he spoke, numerous shadow puppets materialized around him, each adorned with the rotating divine patterns of emperors. What? In all my life, I have never seen so many emperors. Chen Xiong exclaimed, astonished, rendered momentarily speechless. After a considerable pause, he finally smiled in acceptance. Very well, I shall heed your counsel. With Chen Xiong's stance confirmed, a mere glance from Chen Qing caused the emperor's shadow puppets to dissolve into shadows, merging seamlessly with Chen Xiong's own shadow. The 10 emperor-level shadow puppets returned to their origins, lying in quiet anticipation for Chen Qing's next command. On another note, it seemed that in her final moments, the empress appeared to hint that she had backing beyond even the semi-emperors. Chen Xiong implied a question to Chen Qing. Should they eliminate the threat at its root, seizing the initiative? Rather than waiting for trouble to find them, it would be wiser to take the offensive and eliminate the threat entirely. Father should first dispatch troops to conquer the Baihu, Xuanwu, and Zhuge nations, integrating them into the Great Qian. That is the most pressing matter. I will handle the rest. Chen Qing articulated his plan. Very well, I will draft the imperial edict at once. Chen Xiong expressed unwavering trust in Chen Qing, prepared to act according to his directives. Not wishing to linger, Chen Qing took his leave, deciding to return to the Chun residence, contemplating that by this time, Xia Qingwei would likely be waking. As the portal opened, Chen Qing had not fully stepped through when he was unexpectedly embraced by a soft figure. Looking down, he saw that the person clinging to him was none other than Xia Qingwei. What troubles you, my lady? Chen Qing asked, enveloping her in his arms with a tender gaze. Noticing that Xia Qingwei remained silent, burrowing deeper into his embrace as if wishing to merge with him, Chen Qing jested. My lady, wouldn't he think I am the kind of man who loses interest once the game is played out? Abandoning my wife, would you? Feeling Xia Qing tremble at his words, he chuckled, realizing he had struck a chord. You seem to think too poorly of me, he teased, gently pushing her away. I did not, Xia Qing stammered, her spirit somewhat diminished. I do not believe you, Chen Qing declared, turning away to sit on a stone bench, sighing dramatically. I never imagined that my deep devotion would render me a selfish rogue in your eyes. Alas. Seeing this, Xia Qing appeared distressed and quickly approached, lightly nudging Chen Qing's shoulder, and playfully pleaded, Husband, I was wrong. I misjudged you. Please do not be angry. To witness a dignified emperor pleading for forgiveness would surely astonish any onlooker. Yet, Xia Qing cared little for appearances. Not even an immortal emperor could eclipse her concern for Chen Qing. My shoulders are somewhat sore. If only someone could massage them, she lamented. I shall do it. Chen Qing responded promptly, and without delay, Xia Qing energetically began to knead his shoulders. How is this, my husband? Is the pressure adequate? She inquired, bending down occasionally. Quite delightful, Chen Qing replied, visibly enjoying the attention. Then can you forgive me? She asked with a smile. Perhaps, Chen Qing replied, crossing his arms and feigning indecision. Xia Qing crooned, Please forgive me, my dear husband, the gentlest in the world. Such words warmed Chen Qing's heart, and he clapped his thigh in delight. All right then. I forgive you. Thank you for your magnanimity, she laughed, embracing him from behind and showering his face with affectionate kisses. After this brief interlude, Chen Qing recounted his departure from the Chen residence and his journey to the Great Qian to Xia Qing. Upon hearing this, she expressed her indignation, stating, The Empress of Zhuge truly brought this upon herself. Why provoke my husband and stand against him? She deserves her fate. One cannot escape the consequences of their own actions. Moreover, she concurred with the observation that if Zhuge lacked substantial backing, they would not be so reckless and should prepare accordingly. Stepping closer to Chen Qing, she placed her hand on her chest and continued, I wish to venture forth and uproot the forces behind Zhuge, ensuring a stable development for the Great Qian. Xia Qing, eager to test her newfound strength post-ascension to emperor, was resolute. With such determination, Chen Qing could not refuse her. With a grand gesture, he activated the heaven-viewing mirror. The mirror slowly revealed scenes from a sect, zooming in on the grand hall. Master, the Zhuge nation has fallen, and the young girl's fate is uncertain. Please allow me to lead a team to the lower realm. A figure dressed as an elder approached the dais, bowing to request permission. Before the sect leader could respond, another voice echoed from outside the hall. This time, a young disciple burst in, declaring, Master, it's terrible. What now? The sect leader inquired. The soul lantern of Elder Zhao Yin has extinguished. The disciple reported earnestly. What? The sect leader reacted with greater agitation than upon hearing of the elder's daughter's uncertain fate. He stood abruptly from his seat. The extinguishing of Zhao Yin's soul lantern implied dire consequences, and Lin Jian, another elder, felt his heart sink. He knew that Zhao Yin would not leave his daughter lightly. With Zhao Yin now deceased, it was likely that his precious daughter would also meet a grim fate. It seems the lower realm is on the brink of turmoil. Li Rui, the sect leader of Hantian sect, proclaimed. In my view, a great treasure must be emerging in the lower realm. Otherwise, those barbarians would not dare to act against members of Hantian sect. I urge the master to make a swift decision. Whether a treasure truly awaited in the lower realm was uncertain, but Lin Jian understood that for Li Rui to act, he needed sufficient incentives. After contemplating, Li Rui found merit in Lin Jian's words. Let it be known. All disciples of Hantian sect are to set out for the lower realm at once. After some reflection, Li Rui ultimately acquiesced to Lin Jian's proposal. Unbeknownst to them, all these events were being observed by the Chun couple through the heaven-viewing mirror. The upper realm sect. Xia Qing uttered those words. Are you intrigued by the upper realm, my lady? Chen Qing inquired. A bit, Xia Qing nodded. She had heard tales of the upper realm and wished to explore, to discern whether the disparities between the realms were as exaggerated as the rumors suggested. Then let us go and see, Chen Qing declared, rising to his feet. Chapter 95, Addicted to Protectiveness. In the grand hall of the sect, after briefing the disciples and the elders, sect leader Li Rui intended to depart when his peripheral vision caught a glimmer of light. Turning to investigate, he observed a portal opening in the hall below. Initially suspecting some elder's technique, he was taken aback when, moments later, two youthful figures emerged, a boy and a girl, both still bearing the innocence of youth. They appeared unlike any of his sect's disciples, as no disciple would ever don such attire. Interesting. Li Rui raised a hand, signaling the others to remain still and await his command. He resumed his place on the sect leader's throne, exuding an air of authority as he questioned. Who are you to dare intrude upon Hantian sect? Weren't you just boasting about killing us and seizing the treasures of heaven and earth? Xia Qing retorted sharply. Why do you suddenly not recognize me? Oh, you hail from the lower realms? Li Rui instantly confirmed their identities. What have you done to my daughter? Lin Jian interjected loudly before Li Rui could speak again. She was foolishly attempting to oppose my husband and has already perished, Xia Qingwei replied nonchalantly. If you dispute this, I am more than willing to engage. My lady, times have changed. You must refer to yourself as this emperor in front of outsiders, lest we be underestimated, Chen Qing advised. Indeed, Xia Qingwei absorbed Chen Qing's words, straightened her posture, cleared her throat, and reiterated, if you dispute this emperor is ever ready for a confrontation. You seek death. Upon hearing these words, Lin Jian was utterly enraged, the overwhelming imperial might enveloping the entire assembly hall of the sect. Observing the tense standoff, Li Rui, as the sect master, did not intend to intervene, wishing to gauge the true strength of Chen Qing and Xia Qingwei through Lin Jian's actions, to see if their claims of power were indeed as formidable as they professed. Seeing that the sect master was not inclined to stop him, Lin Jian decided to abandon restraint and launched an attack with a devastating force, charging towards Xia Qingwei. I will make you pay for my daughter's life. In the past, facing a quasi-emperor level opponent, Xia Qingwei would likely have been paralyzed with fear, unable to move. However, after successfully traversing the path of the emperor, Lin Jian's meager offensive tactics appeared to her as juvenile, truly too immature, with movements that were astonishingly slow. To put it bluntly, Lin Jian was not a worthy adversary for Xia Qingwei to take seriously. With a flick of her finger, she shot forth a diminutive ice lotus towards Lin Jian. Upon seeing the palm-sized ice lotus, Lin Jian's lips quivered, feeling humiliated. Today, I shall turn you to dust. He dismissed the ice lotus with a wave of his hand. Yet, the moment his fingers grazed the ice lotus, his entire right arm was instantly frozen. Lin Jian's eyes widened in alarm. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he decisively severed his arm at the shoulder, allowing it to fall to the ground. He believed this would halt the encroachment of the frost, but unexpectedly, even as his arm shattered upon impact, the freezing of his flesh was far from over. In mere moments, before Lin Jian could react again, his whole body, along with his internal organs, was completely encased in ice. Xia Qingwei stepped forward, raised her hand, and gently tapped atop his head. With a resounding crack, Lin Jian was instantly reduced to fragments, scattered across the floor. All the elders, including sect master Li Rui, stood in stunned silence, unable to utter a word. In terms of strength, Lin Jian was not the most powerful among the elders of the Cold Sky sect. Yet they could not fathom how he could be so easily and unilaterally slaughtered. But the undeniable truth lay before them, leaving no room for doubt. Who are you truly? Li Rui did not believe that such formidable beings could emerge from a mere lower realm, a barren land. Could it be that an extraordinary opportunity had indeed arisen in the lower realms, capable of birthing supreme powerhouses? Contemplating this, Li Rui shifted his tone. If you are willing to relinquish the opportunities you have gained, our sect can overlook past grievances and allow you both to join our Cold Sky sect, enjoying the status of esteemed elders. You think you are worthy? Xia Qingyue's gaze was as frigid as steel. Worthy or not, how will you know unless you try? As soon as Li Rui's voice faded, several figures descended around Xia Qingwei and Chen Qing. Chen Qing scanned their cultivation levels, without exception. They were all at the quasi-emperor realm. These ants are unworthy of my husband's attention. I shall handle this. Xia Qingwei stepped forward, positioning herself protectively in front of Chen Qing. In the past, she would have cowered behind him, trembling. But now she finally had the strength to stand and protect him. It was simply exhilarating. The corners of Xia Qingyue's mouth could barely contain her smile. Suddenly realizing how delightful it was to be protective, Chen Qing saw through her joy but chose not to point it out. He welcomed her newfound resolve. It would be best if, in the future, when faced with the protagonist, she could stand unwaveringly by his side and take decisive action against their foes. The ambiguous feelings of childhood friends paled in comparison to the intimacy forged through daily companionship over time. Hence, as quasi-emperors, it was the first time these individuals had been referred to in such a derogatory manner. Their lips twitched, barely able to contain their fury, which was evident on their faces. Sectmaster, just leave him a breath, right? One elder raised his gaze to Li Rui, inquiring. Li Rui nodded. As long as they left him a breath, he could ascertain what the opportunity was and where it resided. To him, the value of Xia Qingyue and Chen Qing was limited to this. This obstinate little girl, I alone can handle her. You need not intervene. Seeing his firm attitude, the two other elders exchanged glances, bitter smiles adorning their faces. Not wishing to provoke enmity, they decided to allow this opportunity to Elder Lin Kuan. Lin Kuan gathered his spiritual power in his legs and swiftly appeared behind Xia Qingyue, intending to launch a surprise attack. However, every move he made was under the watchful gaze of Xia Qingyue's divine sense. As he lifted his toes to strike, frost immediately spread in all directions, deliberately avoiding Chen Qing. Not good. Lin Kuan sensed the danger and attempted to retreat. Yet, the frost was swifter, encasing him entirely in an instant. The other two quasi-emperors could not escape the same fate, their figures frozen mid-retreat, their expressions forever trapped in fear and panic. What? As they witnessed all the quasi-emperor elders of the Cold Sky sect being effortlessly subdued by Xia Qingyue, sect master Li Rue felt an overwhelming weight on his heart. A sense of impending doom. He realized he had indeed provoked the wrong adversary. Did you not seek an opportunity? Why do you hesitate? Xia Qingyue directed her gaze at Li Rue in the hall. Gulp. Li Rue swallowed hard, forcing a strained smile. I was blind to your true strength and have greatly offended you. I hope you will forgive me. I no longer desire the opportunity. The Cold Sky sect is willing to honor you both as esteemed elders. No, supreme elders, on par with our sect. After witnessing Xia Qingyue's terrifying prowess, Li Rue dared not covet the opportunity any longer, terrified that he might be the next to be encased in ice. Compared to the opportunity, his mind was now preoccupied with seeking forgiveness from Chen Qing and Xia Qingyue. If he could recruit them into the sect, it would be a perfect remedy for the loss of 5 esteemed elders. You think you are worthy? Xia Qingyue repeated the same question, her gaze colder than before. This time, however, Li Rue could no longer respond with the previous confidence. If it displeases you, I am willing to relinquish the position of sect master and hand the Cold Sky sect over to you both. I need only serve as a humble vice sect master. He retreated further. In an era that revered martial prowess, faced with someone who could very well be the mightiest beneath the emperor, he had no other choice. Seeing Li Rue still so oblivious, believing he held the upper hand in negotiations, Xia Qingyue decided not to waste further words. Instead, she unleashed her imperial might, the divine patterns of the emperor swirling around her. The emperor, when Li Rue beheld the divine patterns, he was instantly paralyzed with fear, collapsing to the ground. Gone was the pride and arrogance of a sect master. He desperately tried to deny reality. No, the heavenly profound emperor has not fallen. How could you be an emperor? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Xia Qingyue remained silent. A chilling aura surged forth, instantly enveloping the entire sect hall, encasing every living being within her gaze in a frigid embrace. Those who had harbored murderous intent towards her husband were all left frozen, not a single one spared. Even if it had been but a fleeting thought. Chapter 96, The Making of the Empress. Within the sect hall, both inside and out, lay a realm of ice. The ferocity of the cold was such that even hundreds of meters away, one could feel its bone-chilling grasp. The disciples of the Cold Heaven sect dared not approach too closely. Those with a modicum of courage who ventured a few steps nearer found their clothing adorned with a thin layer of frost. Startled, they quickly retreated several paces, their faces etched with terror and confusion. It was akin to teetering on the brink of a swamp, ensnared in despair, with beads of cold sweat cascading down, pooling at their chins and dripping to the ground. Such a terrifying chill. They clutched their chests, still in shock. How could the sect hall be encased in ice? Could it be that an elder had gone awry in their cultivation? That seemed unlikely. I have heard that someone has intruded upon our Cold Heaven sect. Who possesses such audacity to invade the Cold Heaven sect? They must be courting death. Surely, this extraordinary spectacle is the result of our sect master or another elder's intervention. As the crowd engaged in animated discussion, a voice pierced through the clamor, shouting, "Look! Someone is emerging from within." Following the sound, they beheld a man and a woman stepping out. It was none other than Chen Qing and Xia Qingyue. Xia Qingyue, uninterested in banter with the onlookers, raised her hand. And with a flick of her finger, the ice sculptures of the sect master and the grand elders soared from the hall, hovering above the crowd. Initially, the onlookers found the icy figures unsettling, but gradually, as some peered closely through the ice, they discerned familiar faces. Wait, is that not the sect master and the grand elders? Upon this realization, more and more individuals recognized that those encased in ice were indeed their sect master and the grand elders, their expressions shifting to fear, panic, and bewilderment. With another flick of her finger, Xia Qingyue caused the ice sculptures to plummet from the sky, shattering upon impact. Witnessing their sect master and grand elders reduced to dismembered fragments sent a chill of terror through the crowd, leaving them in a state of disarray. Who wishes to experience the sensation of being frozen? Xia Qingyue raised her hand, conjuring an ice lotus, and inquired. In essence, she was conveying to the disciples of the Cold Heaven sect that submission would be their salvation. They were all astute individuals. How could they miss the underlying significance in Xia Qingyue's words? Even if they did not fully grasp it, seeing others kneeling while they stood would surely mark them as the outliers, the proverbial bird that sticks its head out. Such a position was not one to be aspired to. With this thought in mind, more and more individuals began to kneel in droves, pledging their allegiance to Xia Qingyue. Chen Qing, standing behind, was unperturbed by Xia Qingyue overshadowing him. In fact, he welcomed her growing strength, for it meant he could live a life of ease, basking in the rewards of being a devoted husband, all while strengthening his own hand against the protagonist. Ultimately, among the remaining elders of the Cold Heaven sect, the 13th elder, the one with the greatest voice, stepped forward to offer the entire sect's submission to Xia Qingyue. Xia Qingyue glanced at Chen Qing. With just a word from him, she would readily acquiesce. Chen Qing nodded, signaling for Xia Qingyue to accept the 13th elder's offer. For having multiple factions under her name would only serve to benefit her, let alone the small Cold Heaven sect. Based on Chen Qing's understanding of the term Destined Empress, the entire Tianxian continent would inevitably fall under Xia Qingyue's dominion. He was merely hastening the process. An empress as a wife. Indeed, for Chen Qing, who had enjoyed reading novels in his past life, it was a delightful fantasy to cling to the leg of an empress for a life of ease. Though he played the role of a villain, who said a villain could not marry a destined empress. If he were to follow the destined script, he might still be an unwitting villain, blissfully unaware of the impending death that loomed closer each day. By the time Chen Qing came to his senses, Xia Qingyue had already appointed the 13th elder as the new sect master of the Cold Heaven sect, for she had no intention of personally managing the sect. More often than not, she would serve as a formidable backing, embodying the role of a hidden power broker. Of course, this position of sect master was not to be conferred lightly. A heavenly oath of loyalty was required, a commitment never to betray. The 13th elder, without hesitation, accepted this arrangement, for he had long resigned himself to a lifetime devoid of being a sect leader. Now, he could not only become a sect master but also lean upon Xia Qingyue, a veritable pillar of strength. What was there to refuse? In a flash, the scene shifted to the Cold Heaven sect's scripture pavilion. Chen Qing and Xia Qingyue, having grown quite attuned to one another through their time together, found themselves in agreement without the need for words, both instinctively choosing to visit this place. They were curious to discover how the techniques of the upper realm compared to those of their own lower realm. Before they even crossed the threshold, Xia Qingyue was filled with anticipation. We shall find out once we step inside, Chen Qing remarked, pushing open the grand doors of the scripture pavilion, entering alongside Xia Qingyue. Upon learning of their intent to visit the scripture pavilion, the new sect master immediately issued an edict, instructing all disciples and staff to vacate the premises to avoid disturbing Chen Qing and Xia Qingyue, an exceedingly considerate gesture. Upon entering the scripture pavilion, Chen Qing and Xia Qingyue made their way directly to the topmost level, where the celestial grade techniques were stored. Surely there must be hundreds of celestial grade techniques here, Xia Qingyue mused, having anticipated an impressive quantity but never expecting it to be as staggering as this. From the new sect master, Xia Qingyue learned of the Cold Heaven sect's standing and influence in the upper realm. By the standards of the Great Wu, it barely ranked among the top 10 sects, classifying it as a minor sect. Yet, this minor sect possessed more celestial grade techniques than the entire Great Wu dynasty and even the 4 holy nations combined. A total of 548 volumes. Chen Qing stated with clarity. 548 volumes, Xia Qingyue echoed, a bitter smile forming on her lips. Now I finally understand why those from the upper realm look down upon us from the lower realm. The cultivation resources they possess are beyond what we can even fathom. Chen Qing wholeheartedly agreed with Xia Qingyue's assessment. It was not merely the techniques, but also the stark disparity in cultivation speed due to the varying thickness of spiritual veins between the realms. This disparity explained why so many quasi-emperors in the upper realm were lining up, waiting for the elder emperor's lifespan to dwindle so they might ascend. Without further ado, let us quickly memorize these techniques and make them our own, Chen Qing proposed. Indeed, Xia Qingyue nodded. She did not believe that merely reaching the level of an emperor would suffice without diligent cultivation, without seizing the time to advance. She would only become the next Tianxian emperor. Extending her hand, she picked up a celestial grade technique. Thanks to the numerous celestial grade spirit roots Chen Qing had gifted her earlier, Xia Qingyue was on the verge of achieving a complete array of celestial grade spirit roots, enabling her to grasp most of the techniques with ease. A lower grade celestial technique could be cultivated to perfection in about the time it takes to burn half a stick of incense. Higher quality techniques would naturally require a bit more time. However, Xia Qingyue soon sensed something amiss with Chen Qing. She observed him repeatedly taking down one technique after another from the shelves, skimming through them hastily before returning them. Unable to contain her curiosity, she asked, "Does my husband find the quality of these techniques lacking? Even I have yet to reach the point of looking down upon celestial grade techniques," Chen Qing replied, shaking his head. and once again flipping through a technique briefly before placing it back on the shelf. Upon witnessing this, Xia Qingyue slightly furrowed her brow. If that were the case, why did her husband merely glance at it before returning it? It was because he had already comprehended the ultimate perfection of the technique. Chen Qing, having spoken half a sentence, suddenly recalled that he had yet to inform Xia Qingyue of his extraordinary comprehension ability. Upon hearing this fragment of information, Xia Qingyue's expression transformed into one of astonishment. Her husband could grasp the celestial-level technique to its fullest with just a couple of glances? It was not skepticism, but sheer incredulity. Even now, having successfully embarked on the path of an emperor, she knew she could not achieve such a feat within a century. Indeed, Chen Qing affirmed with a nod. He then reached for a tome titled Cold Moonblade, briefly perused it, and returned it to the shelf. Taking a step closer, he wrapped his arm around Xia Qingyue's slender waist and said, "My lady, hold on tight." Xia Qingyue did not resist, naturally embracing Chen Qing. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived at the eaves of the technique pavilion. As Chen Qing raised his hand, the silver light above him intensified, and the single bright moon inexplicably transformed into two. Wait. Xia Qingyue scrutinized closely and realized that one of the moons was an embodiment of the cold moonblade technique, which Chen Qing had activated. Achieving such a state clearly indicated that he had cultivated to the great ascension realm. Truly, your comprehension is otherworldly. Xia Qingyue marveled. This spectacle was also observed by the new sect leader, who could hardly believe that within such a brief period, Chen Qing had grasped the sect's supreme technique to a profound level that even the former sect leader had spent a century attempting to reach. Initially puzzled by why such a formidable figure as Xia Qingyue displayed an icy demeanor towards others yet revealed her tender side so unreservedly to Chen Qing, the new sect leader finally unraveled this enigma. What could the reason be? Undoubtedly, it was due to the terrifying power of Chen Qing. To comprehend a celestial-level technique to its ultimate perfection in merely half a stick of incense was something that likely only peak quasi-emperors or true emperors could achieve. The new sect leader reflected. Little did he know that the celestial technique Chen Qing had comprehended to its ultimate perfection in that brief time was not limited to just the cold moonblade. Given Chen Qing a little more time, he would likely master all the celestial techniques within the Cold Heaven Sect's pavilion. Returning to Chen Qing's side, after demonstrating his extraordinary comprehension ability to Xia Qingyue, the two re-entered the technique pavilion. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him, and he conceived a novel method for imparting rewards. If cultivation could be transmitted, then why could techniques not be shared? Chen Qing decided to test this hypothesis and asked Xia Qingyue, "My lady, would you like to master these celestial techniques more swiftly?" "Of course. However, I do not possess the same prodigious comprehension as you, my husband. To grasp them all may require some time," Xia Qingyue replied. "As long as you desire it, I can make it happen," Chen Qing said, raising his hand and touching her forehead. He intended to transform the impartation of his cultivation into a method of sharing techniques. However, the practical execution proved to be far more complex than he initially anticipated. Lacking the patience to tackle it gradually, Chen Qing opted to use an epiphany opportunity instead. Epiphany opportunity in use. Epiphany successful. Congratulations, host, on comprehending an exclusive technique. This singular epiphany opportunity instantly endowed Chen Qing with the ability to impart techniques to others, offering them in their entirety without requiring gradual comprehension, attaining the realm of ultimate perfection in a single thought. "My husband?" Seeing Chen Qing lost in thought for an extended period, Xia Qingyue raised her gaze, her large, watery eyes filled with confusion. "Having not been prepared earlier, I am now ready," Chen Qing said, closing the system panel and returning to the task of imparting techniques to Xia Qingyue. The first technique he shared was the cold moonblade, which he had recently demonstrated. Xia Qingyue had witnessed Chen Qing use this technique not long ago, and she could hardly conceal her astonishment as she exclaimed, "My husband, I have also achieved ultimate perfection in the cold moonblade?" Beyond surprise, her feelings were predominantly bewilderment. Wife-pampering successful. Congratulations, host, on receiving a random reward, endless storage space. Do not rush, there is more. Chen Qing accepted the reward for pampering his wife and resolved to impart all 500+ techniques present to Xia Qingyue, thus enabling her to grow stronger rapidly while also reaping rewards, a perfect arrangement. Next came the star-refining divine method. In the midst of his words, Xia Qingyue grasped yet another celestial technique. Wife-pampering successful. Congratulations, host, on receiving a random reward, celestial great supreme weapon, God-slaying, Bao X1. 9 transformations of creation scripture. Wife-pampering successful. Congratulations, host, on receiving a random reward, Immortal Brew X100. Ancient Overlord Body Technique. Wife-pampering successful. Congratulations, host, on receiving a random reward, Demon God Bloodline X1. Thus, Chen Qing successfully accumulated over 500 pampering rewards. As their hearts intertwined, their mutual affection reached its zenith, resulting in rewards of equally high caliber. Chen Qing sensed that if this continued, he might achieve the path of the Immortal Emperor before completing the main quest. Meanwhile, Xia Qingyue wore an expression of utter disbelief, frozen in place as her worldview shattered. She had never imagined that in the span of half a stick of incense, one could comprehend over 500 celestial techniques, each reaching the great Ascension realm. Although this incredible occurrence was happening to her, Xia Qingyue still found it hard to accept. Chen Qing, however, was not overly concerned. After claiming the rewards, he meticulously selected which to retain and which to bestow upon Xia Qingyue, aiming to cultivate his Empress into an unrivaled force. At the same time, in the Great Mang Mountain, a powerful aura surged forth as Yifeng opened his eyes, clenching his fists in excitement, exclaiming, "Wonderful! I have finally broken through to the composite realm." The breakthrough to the composite realm took him a bit longer, preventing him from signing in at his usual time. Fortunately, the opportunity to sign in would not vanish if he was late, as long as it was used within the day. May heaven bless me with a miraculous reward. Yifeng clasped his hands in earnest prayer. Daily sign-in in progress. Daily sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, on receiving a Quasi-Emperor Cultivation Experience Pack X1. A Quasi-Emperor Cultivation Experience Pack? Yifeng hurriedly clicked to view the details. Quasi-Emperor Cultivation Experience Pack. Upon use, the host can directly ascend to the Quasi-Emperor realm. This, realizing the nature of the reward sent, Yifeng leaping to his feet in exhilaration. After confirming multiple times that he had not misread, a grin stretched across his face, nearly reaching his earlobes. Without further ado, he immediately used it. Quasi-Emperor Cultivation Experience Pack in use. Use successful. Host's current cultivation realm. First level Quasi-Emperor. Quasi-Emperor? Am I truly a Quasi-Emperor now? Yifeng could hardly believe the reality unfolding before him. After repeatedly refreshing his personal attribute panel and confirming that his cultivation status read First level Quasi-Emperor, he finally accepted that his ascension to Quasi-Emperor was no illusion. With hands on his hips, he laughed triumphantly, exclaiming, "An 18-year-old Quasi-Emperor. Who else can claim such a title? I challenge anyone to match my brilliance. Even the greatest geniuses must bow their heads before me." After the excitement subsided, the composed Yifeng did not rush into further cultivation. Sitting cross-legged, murmuring softly, "With my current cultivation level, the observation range of the viewing mirror should be sufficient to encompass the Great Wu dynasty. I wonder how my father and younger sister are faring? Qingyue, are you well?" Chapter 98. Childhood Sweethearts Matched with Good Partners. The thought of not having seen my beloved family for an extended period brought a slight sting to my eyes, moistening them. Wiping away the tear that had escaped the corner of my eye, I eagerly activated the observation mirror, directing its focus with my will, continuously pulling the imagery closer to the direction of the Great Wu dynasty. At last, I have arrived at Great Wu, having spent 18 years there. The place of my upbringing was instantly recognizable to me. Regrettably, aside from Xia Qingyue and my family, the Great Wu dynasty had left me with little but unfavorable impressions. When I was wrongfully accused, I had once fantasized that, given my relationship with Xia Qingyue, the future prince consort would surely intercede on my behalf. Yet, the greater my hopes, the deeper my disappointment. I realized that the Emperor of Wu had always looked down upon my humble origins, and I never anticipated that he would refuse to lend a helping hand in such dire circumstances. Fortunately, I, Yifeng, am favored by destiny. Not only did I survive my tribulations, but I also awakened a daily retreat and signing-in system. I am eager to see the expression on Xia Cheng's face when I emerge from my seclusion with unmatched prowess and descend upon Great Wu. Will he still dare to disdain me? As I observed the mirror's image draw back to Yi Manor, I hastily shook my head, clearing away unnecessary thoughts. I yearned to know how my father and sister were doing, and whether they had suffered due to my misfortunes. Soon, the scene shifted to the courtyard. "Sister." Upon seeing that familiar, radiant figure, excitement surged within me, and I raised my voice, stepping forward instinctively to reach for her. "Wonderful. You are still alive." I had long worried that my prior offense against the powerful would bring calamity upon my family. Now, witnessing Yi Linger practicing swordplay in the courtyard, my anxious heart finally found some solace. It must be that Qingyue intervened to protect Linger. I wished to believe this. Moments later, I was thrilled to see another familiar figure enter the observation mirror's range. My father. "Linger, you've been practicing since morning. Take a sip of tea and rest for a while. Don't overexert yourself." Hearing my father say this filled me with curiosity. Why had my sister suddenly abandoned her studies for martial pursuits? Was she seeking vengeance for me? Worry coursed through me as I thought, Sister, please do not act recklessly. Wait for me to emerge from seclusion, and I will eliminate all who dare to harm the Yi family. However, my sister's subsequent words brought me profound disappointment. Father, young Master Chen has bestowed great kindness upon our Yi family. If it were not for him, you and I would likely have perished at the hands of treacherous foes. Therefore, I must grow stronger swiftly, strong enough to repay his grace. Yi Linger declared, her determination evident. Young Master Chen, these words left me utterly perplexed. Who was this young Master Chen? I then heard my father, Yi Hai, continue indeed. Young Master Chen not only persuaded the emperor to release us, but also brought about the annihilation of the Zhao clan, who conspired against us, thereby restoring our family's honor. Such kindness cannot go unacknowledged. My confusion deepened as I struggled to recall any young Master Chen capable of such feats for the Yi family. With a huff, I muttered to myself, well, if my sister and father believe he has indeed done us a great favor, then so be it. Upon my emergence, I shall ensure he is not wronged. I understood clearly that at the current pace, when I emerge from my retreat, achieving the status of a great emperor is a certainty. At that time, a mere word from me could elevate this so-called young Master Chen and his family to the pinnacle of the celestial Xian continent. After all, I have always adhered to the principle of repaying even the smallest kindness with profound gratitude. Alas, the observation mirror serves merely for viewing, incapable of facilitating communication with those within its frame. Otherwise, I would have inquired about the identity of this young Master Chen from my father and sister. Just then, I heard my father say, in the Great Wu, everyone speaks of young Master Chen as a reckless wastrel, the son of a treacherous minister. It appears he has been biding his time, concealing his talents. Such temperament will surely lead him to become a formidable figure in the future. Young Master Chen is already a significant person, Yi Linger admired. If the term reckless wastrel failed to clarify young Master Chen's identity for me, the phrase son of a treacherous minister confirmed it. Chen Xiong's son, Chen Qing. The mention of Chen Qing brought an unmistakable frown to my face. Though I had no direct dealings with him, I had heard Xia Qinghua express her grievances regarding his previous advances toward her. Had it not been for Chen Xiong's overwhelming influence, I would have confronted Chen Qing with my sword to settle the matter. I am fiercely possessive of what is mine, be it possessions or women, and I cannot tolerate any intrusion. Yet, it is precisely this individual who has become a savior to my beloved family. A complex mix of emotions stirred within me. With a sigh, I acknowledged the truth. While he had indeed harassed Qinghua, he had also rescued my father and sister. In light of this, perhaps I could regard it as a balance of past transgressions, a clean slate. After weighing the pros and cons, I resolved that upon my emergence, I would neither seek gratitude nor vengeance against Chen Qing. As I contemplated visiting Xia Qinghua, a remark from Yi Linger caught my attention. I wonder how my brother is faring. Is he alive or dead? Do not mention him. If he had not been so arrogant and reckless, how could our family have suffered such unjust losses, leaving only you and me? Yi Hai's voice brimmed with anger. I could not refute my father's sentiments. I had indeed overestimated my abilities, seeking glory and inadvertently leading to the demise of many in the Yi family. Even if he were alive, after half a year without a word, I must assume him deceased. Yi Hai's tone was stern. My brother must have his reasons. Yi Linger spoke softly, sensing the tension. Reasons? What reasons could he possibly have? Fortunately, that girl Qinghua is now with a worthy partner. Had she remained with him, she would have endured nothing but suffering. Yi Hai's ire only intensified. Qinghua is with a worthy partner? My gaze sharpened at this revelation, extracting vital information from my father's grievances. For a moment, I questioned whether my ears had deceived me. Chapter 99, The Diminishment of Fortune. Father, clarify what you mean by Qinghua being with a worthy partner. Even knowing that Yi Hai behind the observation mirror could not possibly hear my cries, I rushed forward, grasping the frame in a frenzy, demanding answers. I had envisioned a future 30 years hence, where Qinghua and I would share a life of love, crafting our destinies together. Yet, in a mere 6 months, she had strayed. Father, speak quickly. Clarify. I shouted desperately, my eyes reddening with urgency as I yearned to discover the identity of this so-called worthy partner my father had mentioned. Unbeknownst to Yi Linger, who was blissfully unaware of her elder brother's prying gaze, she nodded with a smile gracing her lips, saying, Indeed, Sister Qinghua and young Master Chen are quite the match. Yet, she hesitated, her voice dwindling as she considered the possibility of her brother still being alive, returning to see Yi Linger wishing to avoid provoking Yi Hai. Little did she know, every word and action was meticulously observed by Yi Feng. There was no need for him to return. His mental state had already shattered. With spiritual energy enveloping his fists, he unleashed a flurry of strikes in a chaotic manner, venting the fury that raged within him. Fortunately, a protective barrier surrounded him. Otherwise, Given his current cultivation level, such uproar would inevitably lead to catastrophic landslides, reducing the entire cave dwelling to mere ruins. Panting heavily, Yi Feng closed the observation mirror. Utterly exhausted, he approached the wall and struck it with a fierce punch, his head bowed as he gritted his teeth, exclaiming, "Qingwei, how could you betray me when I love you so deeply? Have you forgotten the vows we once exchanged?" This lament seemed endless, tears streaming down his cheeks. The sensation of betrayal by both family and beloved felt akin to sharp daggers piercing his heart, rendering him desperate for existence. He even entertained the dark thought of ending it all. What purpose did living serve now? No, this cannot be right. Qingwei would never betray me. Suddenly, Yi Feng's expression shifted as he solidified his conviction. His father and younger sister's safety was assured, surely due to Qingyue's act of feigning affection towards that scoundrel to protect them. He could not fathom that the bond forged over more than a decade between himself and Xia Qingyue could be so easily usurped by Chen Qing. Yes, that must be the truth. I cannot allow myself to entertain further misconceptions about Qingyue. The pressing matter at hand is to expedite my cultivation, to grow stronger and find a way to emerge from seclusion ahead of time. Yi Feng feared that if he continued to dawdle, no matter how deep Xia Qingyue's feelings for him ran, she would inevitably fall prey to Chen Qing's insidious advances. In his mind, he imagined that Xia Qingyue was merely biding her time, extending a minor gesture of goodwill to Chen Qing, and that there remained a chance for redemption. Cultivation. I must cultivate immediately. Yi Feng seated himself cross-legged, pouring every ounce of effort into his training, even if it meant risking madness. As long as he could grow stronger and break through. He had inquired of the system about shortening his seclusion or being released for a day to resolve all matters before returning. The response was a cold, unwavering cannot. With no alternative, he resolved to tread the path of cultivation and strength. Hope, after all, was better than despair. Qingwei, wait for me. You must wait for me. Back at the Han Tian sect, after imparting all techniques to Xia Qingyue as a reward for his affection, the two left the technique pavilion and arrived at a pristine mansion, arranged by the new sect leader, which had never been inhabited. Chen Qing and Xia Qingyue decided to spend the night there. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Qing presented 1/3 of his previously curated rewards for pampering his wife, bestowing upon Xia Qingyue the complete attributes of a top-tier spiritual root talent, or perhaps the bloodline of the eternal phoenix, or an undying body. These items were either redundant or unusable for Chen Qing, yet their value was immeasurable. Each one was a treasure that even emperors and sovereigns could not overlook. Comparable to the rarest of divine artifacts, and should their existence be disclosed, they would undoubtedly incite the covetousness of numerous factions, leading to a cataclysmic conflict. Xia Qingyue already owed Chen Qing so much, and she was willing to accept even more, for only by growing stronger could she hope to repay him. As she began to merge her spiritual roots, the eternal phoenix bloodline, and the undying body, Chen Qing assisted her, accelerating the process. Upon completing the integrations, Xia Qingyue opened her eyes, her first words a declaration, "Husband, I feel as though I have entered a new realm beyond that of the emperor." Chen Qing replied, "The world may recognize the emperor as the pinnacle of strength, yet beyond the emperor lie the supreme emperors and the ultimate emperors. Even the ultimate emperor is not the end of cultivation." "Then, what is your current cultivation level, husband?" Xia Qingyue inquired, her curiosity piqued. "The ultimate emperor," Chen Qing responded. "The ultimate emperor. You are so powerful, husband." Xia Qingyue naturally nestled into Chen Qing's embrace. He instinctively wrapped his arms around her. Xia Qingyue smiled gently. "It is getting late. Let us rest early." After a moment, Chen Qing suddenly remarked, "Ah?" Xia Qingyue lifted her head, her expression tinged with disappointment. "Ah?" Chen Qing playfully echoed her tone. "And no, it's nothing," Xia Qingyue stammered, her gaze evasive. "I meant it in a good way. My lady truly is a little glutton. Insatiable and unquenchable," Chen Qing teased. "And no, I am not," Xia Qingyue retorted, fully aware of the implications of Chen Qing's words. Puffing out her cheeks, she playfully chastised him. "You were the one who mentioned wanting to raise a daughter. I was just. My lady is so considerate of me, yet I misjudged your intentions." "I truly should not have," Chen Qing replied. "In that case, let me make it up to you with actions." "Hey, that tickles. You are bullying me," as she protested. Her hands entwined around Chen Qing's neck like a serpent. As soon as he withdrew his lips, she eagerly pursued them once more, her eyes brimming with longing. At Demang Mountain, Yi Feng's expression shifted dramatically as he clutched his chest, expelling a mouthful of blood that splattered half a meter away. Strange. Why can I not find peace? Why does my heart remain so unsettled? He pondered, perplexed. Could it be that my eagerness for success has led me to the brink of madness? Yi Feng was no Chen Qing, not a reincarnated being. And having never read novels to gain wisdom, he remained unaware that his fortune had been compromised. After much contemplation, he found himself as lost as a monk in the dark. Resolved not to dwell on this inexplicable anxiety any longer, he forced himself to focus solely on cultivation. For aside from training, he was incapable of anything else. Chapter 100, Heartfelt Confessions. The following day, husband, why do you gaze at me so? Xia Qingwe blushed under Chen Qing's unwavering stare. I am merely curious about where my pure and innocent wife has gone, Chen Qing inquired with grave sincerity. Only to blame my husband for being too addictive, Xia Qingwe replied, inadvertently leaving Chen Qing at a loss for words. Who would have expected Xia Qingwe to turn the tables on him? Seeing Chen Qing speechless, Xia Qingwe smiled triumphantly. Chen Qing then flipped himself over, resting his hands beside her face as he leaned closer. No, I cannot let this go. As your husband, I must properly discipline you. No, Xia Qingwe protested playfully. Though it was early morning, the joys of marital bliss not only enriched their bond, but also increased the likelihood of conceiving, thus securing the main quest reward of attaining the cultivation level of an immortal emperor. Moreover, once Pandora's box was opened, Xia Qingwe's inner flame of desire grew stronger by the day. As her husband, Chen Qing had to shoulder the responsibility of extinguishing the fire. Furthermore, as a doomed antagonist, to share such daily revelries with the destined female protagonist was a profound satisfaction, both physically and emotionally. Wife pampering successful. Congratulations, host, for receiving a random reward. Heavenly grade top-tier treasure, God-suppressing stone 1. Once again, how could this not be considered pampering his wife? After their passionate encounter, until noon, the two remained ensconced in their bed, exchanging heartfelt sentiments and engaging in delightful discourse about their shared future. By the way, my dear husband, I am truly grateful for your intercession on behalf of Uncle Yi and Yi Ling. Not only did you seek justice for them, but you also ensured that the wicked were duly punished, restoring their honor. Xia Qingwe suddenly broached this subject. You are already aware of this? Chen Qing feigned surprise. In truth, he had long since received his reward for cherishing his wife, an effortless endeavor. By obtaining this reward, he also secured a significant favor from the Yi family, the individuals closest to the protagonist. Consequently, should the protagonist ever emerge from his seclusion and contemplate vengeance against him, Yi Hai and Yi Ling would undoubtedly intervene, leading to a dramatic rift. This would inevitably tarnish the protagonist's fortune. My father mentioned it to me. Xia Qingwe nodded. In addition, you have sent someone to locate him, correct? Rest assured, I merely dispatched someone to confirm Yi Xiong's safety. I have no intention of placing him in peril, Chen Qing clarified. I am not concerned about that, nor do I harbor any grievances towards you, my husband. I merely feel that you have done far too much for me, and I cannot fathom when I might repay such kindness, Xia Qingwe hastily explained, fearing Chen Qing might misinterpret her. As husband and wife, there is no need for such concerns about repayment, Chen Qing reassured her, urging Xia Qingwe not to dwell on such trivial matters. However, he was acutely aware that the more he insisted, the more she grappled with the desire to repay him. Qingwe, truth be told, should Yi Xiong still be alive, Chen Qing began, but was interrupted when Xia Qingwe raised her delicate finger to gently press against his lips. I share only a bond of life-saving gratitude with him, not romantic feelings. Even if he were to return safely, I would never abandon or betray you, my husband. Chen Qing did not rush to speak. Instead, he extended his arms and enveloped Xia Qingwe in a tender embrace. After a moment, he murmured in a tone of relief. That is wonderful. Feeling how deeply Chen Qing valued her, Xia Qingwe's affection for him intensified. As she had articulated, her feelings for Yi Feng had diminished to mere gratitude for saving her life. Time passed, the duration unknown. Uncle, you cannot enter. A voice suddenly echoed from outside the courtyard. Xia Qingwe discerned that it belonged to the new leader of the Hantian sect. The sect has been usurped. As a member of the Hantian sect, how could I not seek vengeance for my fallen brothers? Another voice retorted. You, on the other hand, have you forgotten who you are now that you have been elevated to the position of sect leader? Chen Qing and Xia Qingwe simultaneously recognized each other's intentions and cultivation levels. They come seeking trouble. The new sect leader was of the quasi-emperor realm. Just like the previous elders. Master, you have traveled abroad for too long. There are matters within the sect of which you are unaware. Above all, do not act impulsively. The new leader implored. If you dare to obstruct me again, do not blame me for being merciless and cutting you down as well. Chen Qing's voice grew steely. My husband, I shall handle this, Xia Qingwe declared, attempting to rise. However, Chen Qing firmly grasped her hand. There is no need for you to intervene with such insignificant figures. Insignificant figures? In Xia Qingwe's view, only her husband would deem the quasi-emperor realm as trifling within the vast Tianxian continent. Just as she was about to inquire how Chen Qing intended to deal with the small sect leader outside, she noticed characters materializing in the air. If her memory served her correctly, this was the book known as the King of Hell's Death Register. Though she had heard Chen Qing mention that this register contained the names of everyone in the Tianxian continent, and that striking a name would spell death for the individual. Xia Qingyue still yearned to witness firsthand whether the death register could indeed affect a quasi-emperor. As the register appeared, it began to flip pages automatically before halting abruptly, encircling the name Du Jian in red. Upon seeing this, Chen Qing picked up a pen. Meanwhile, outside in the courtyard, Uncle Du, I beseech you, return with me. And we can discuss this calmly. Will you? No. Step aside. Du Jian had drawn his sword and rushed to the door, dismissing anyone in his way. After uttering this, he raised his sword to break down the door. Yet, the sword remained aloft for what felt like an eternity, without any further action. As he stood frozen like a statue, Uncle Du, observing this, the sect leader presumed his uncle had reconsidered and taken his words to heart. However, despite calling out repeatedly, Du Jian offered no response. Uncle Du, puzzled, the leader tentatively approached and gently tapped Du Jian's shoulder. To his horror, he witnessed Du Jian, sword still raised, topple backward. With a thud, he crashed to the ground, producing a dull sound. And then, there was no further response. The leader crouched down, checking for a pulse beneath Du Jian's nose, finally confirming that he was indeed dead. Inside the room, Xia Qingyue, even without her eyes, could distinctly sense Du Jian's life force extinguished, leaving behind nothing but an empty shell. She marveled internally at the terrifying power of the death register. As for the sect leader, he remained baffled, unable to comprehend why his uncle had perished so suddenly. Just then, Chen Qing's voice emerged from behind the door. This is not a sight I wish to witness again. Upon hearing Chen Qing's voice, the Hantian sect leader immediately knelt, bowing his head and responding, Yes. I vow with my life that such an event shall never occur again. At that moment, the leader's confusion was resolved. He finally understood why his uncle had suddenly lost his life. It was the formidable presence behind his master that had acted. His respect surged exponentially. To eliminate a quasi-emperor power without a sound was reason enough for reverence, was it not? The Hantian sect leader, being a cultivator at the ascendant stage, had been completely oblivious to any fluctuations in spiritual energy throughout the ordeal. Such a feat, in his eyes, could only be accomplished by a peak quasi-emperor or an emperor-level figure. With the presence of the Tianxian emperor, the Hantian sect leader deduced that Chen Qing must be a peak quasi-emperor. Little did he know that the Tianxian emperor had long since fallen. Nor could he fathom that aside from emperors, there existed the supreme emperor and the unparalleled emperor in this world. Coincidentally, the only supreme emperor and unparalleled emperor were currently within their Hantian sect. Shortly after the Hantian sect leader departed with Du Jian's corpse, a question suddenly arose in Xia Qingyue's mind. My husband, I have a question I wish to pose to you. Speak freely, Chen Qing encouraged. Is it true that the supreme emperor and the unparalleled emperor, like the emperor, can only exist as one in any given realm? Xia Qingyue inquired, voicing her thoughts. Indeed, Chen Qing affirmed with a nod. Then does this mean that because my husband has become the unparalleled emperor, I now have the opportunity to ascend to the position of supreme emperor? Xia Qingyue asked further. Precisely, Chen Qing confirmed. Then, now that I have attained the status of supreme, does that not imply the position of emperor has been vacated? Xia Qingyue continued. Upon reading the certainty in Chen Qing's gaze, a frown of worry crossed her face. If that were the case, would the upper realms not descend into chaos? Upon hearing Xia Qingyue's words, Chen Qing pondered briefly before sharing his perspective. The heavenly emperor had long suppressed the Tianxian continent, during which numerous formidable individuals seeking to ascend to the rank of emperor had remained dormant. Now that the imperial throne lay vacant, it was inevitable that they would clash fiercely in pursuit of the fortune of heaven and earth. Shall we go and take a look? Chen Qing discerned Xia Qingyue's thoughts. She had always been fond of lively spectacles. Let us go. Xia Qingyue immediately nodded in agreement with a smile. Subsequently, the two donned their garments and, unnoticed, quietly departed from the cold heaven sect, setting their sights on a larger city, one that would be quickest to sense the changes from the higher realms. As they journeyed, Chen Qing inquired, Madam, have you yet learned the art of sword flight? He held Xia Qingyue in his arms, feigning ignorance. Not yet, she replied. I'll practice it when I have time. What else could she say? She could hardly confess that she felt more at ease being held by Chen Qing while sharing a sword. Noticing that Chen Qing seemed poised to speak further, Xia Qingyue quickly diverted the topic. Husband, there is a large gathering over there. This tactic proved effective, successfully redirecting Chen Qing's attention. Following the direction Xia Qingyue pointed, they indeed beheld a throng assembled before a stone tablet, which appeared to conceal some opportunity. Opportunity, Chen Qing discerned. For Xia Qingwei, as a cultivator, the allure of such a prospect was undeniably significant. Let us go and take a closer look, Chen Qing said indulgently. Yes. It would be splendid if I could find an opportunity suitable for you, my husband. Xia Qingwei expressed her thoughts aloud. Soon, they arrived at the stone tablet, landing smoothly amidst the crowd. From the periphery, they overheard a series of derisive remarks. Ha ha ha, is this the umpteenth failure today? If I recall correctly, it should be the 16th. Alas, this sword emperor opportunity has lingered for nearly 8 centuries, yet not a single individual has met the requirements for the inheritance. Blame the sword emperor for demanding too much. Many brilliant sword cultivators have lost their confidence here. Husband, it's the sword emperor's inheritance, Xia Qingwei exclaimed excitedly. I practice the spear arts. This sword emperor inheritance holds little value for me. It is better suited for you, my dear wife, Chen Qing declared, clearly stating his position. Indeed, Xia Qingwei readily agreed. Others overhearing their exchange sneered. This is the sword emperor's opportunity. Are you truly so courteous? Do you honestly believe you can claim it? At these words, Xia Qingwei shot the speaker a glare. The man, suddenly gripped by fear, scampered away like a dog with its tail between its legs, never having experienced such terror before. Oh, another challenger for the sword emperor's opportunity. Upon noticing Xia Qingwei's interest in the inheritance, the onlookers swiftly parted to create a path for her to participate in the sword emperor's trial. Do you think this lady has a chance of claiming the sword emperor's inheritance? I cannot ascertain her chances, but she is undeniably stunning. Like a celestial being descended to earth. She is a celestial being. Utterly beautiful. How fortunate one must be to become her Tao partner. This lady possesses an extraordinary aura. She is no ordinary person. Most importantly, I cannot perceive her cultivation level. What? You cannot see through her cultivation? Could it be she possesses strength beyond the spirit separation realm? Beautiful and powerful. How can one not be enamored? Hearing such praises for his wife, accompanied by tones of envy and jealousy, Chen Qing, as her husband, felt immensely pleased. As for the sword emperor's inheritance, in Chen Qing's eyes, Xia Qingwei was bound to succeed. How could a mere sword emperor possibly refuse a supreme emperor? Yet, merely stating such would not earn him the reward for pampering his wife. Hence, he resolved to assist her discreetly. Chen Qing subtly released a pressure towards the remnant soul of the sword emperor hidden within the stone tablet. The overwhelming aura of an unparalleled emperor. Old man, you had best comply and hand over the opportunity. Should my wife be displeased, you shall know the consequences. Indeed, he was intimidating the sword emperor. In an era where power reigned supreme, even the most formidable cultivators would dare not speak against a high-ranking one, lest they face dire repercussions. As a supreme emperor, Chen Qing's threat rendered it impossible for anyone to voice dissent. I understand. The sword emperor hastily transmitted his willingness to comply, his voice trembling. In his prime, he had once challenged emperors, but compared to Chen Qing, those emperors were pathetically weak. He surmised that Chen Qing had likely stepped into the legendary realm. Thus, turning his gaze to Xia Qingwei, he thought to himself that this woman was incredibly fortunate to be connected with such an unknown powerhouse as Chen Qing. Just a glance, however, made him realize something was amiss. Chapter 102, The Preeminent Sword Master. To the sword emperor, Xia Qingwei also appeared as an unfathomable figure. It was as if gazing into an abyss. One more glance could lead to a disorienting fall. In myriad unspoken words, it ultimately coalesced into a single thought. What an extraordinarily gifted couple. Of course, the term gifted here was not derogatory, but rather a testament to their extraordinary prowess. Hence, the sword emperor had no further justification to withhold his esteemed sword techniques from such paramount beings, recognizing it as an honor for his lifelong summation of swordsmanship to be inherited by such top-tier cultivators. Unbeknownst to Xia Qingwei, she approached the stone tablet of the sword emperor, raising her hand to touch its surface. She had mentally prepared herself to accept the sword emperor's trial. Unexpectedly, the anticipated trial did not transpire. Instead, a divine golden radiance surged from her fingertips up her entire arm. Witnessing this, the disciples from various sects, who had initially come to spectate, were taken aback. Wait, is she passing the sword emperor's trial and obtaining the inheritance? Such a powerful Tao rhythm could only belong to the sword emperor's legacy. How is this possible? Did anyone see her undertake the trial? Could it be that the sword emperor has taken a liking to her beautiful visage? Many speculated that Xia Qingwei had not genuinely acquired the sword emperor's inheritance. Yet the next moment, a formidable sword intent swept through like a tempest, forcing them back several steps, dispelling all doubts. They were convinced that Xia Qingwei had indeed secured the sword emperor's inheritance. This is unfair. This is simply unjust. Indeed, We have endured countless hardships for the Sword Emperor's inheritance, only to fail. Why should she receive such fortune without undergoing the trial? Sword Emperor, you are being exceedingly biased. Such actions will only tarnish your esteemed name. Hearing these grievances directed at him, the Sword Emperor's remnant soul felt utterly helpless. How could he refuse the inheritance to two powerful beings beyond the Emperor realm? He dared not reveal any information regarding Chen Qing and Xia Qingwei, fearing repercussions. Xia Qingwei cared little for their complaints. Acquiring the Sword Emperor's inheritance was all that mattered to her. She could sense that once she fully absorbed and refined this inheritance, her strength would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. Meanwhile, Chen Qing, having aided Xia Qingwei in obtaining the Sword Emperor's inheritance, achieved his desired outcome as well. Successful pampering of wife. Congratulations, host, for receiving a random reward. Max level swordsmanship experience package 1. Surrender a portion of the Sword Emperor's legacy and receive a comprehensive swordsmanship experience pack at maximum level. Chen Qing could hardly fathom a more lucrative endeavor. He swiftly clicked to utilize it, currently using the maximum level swordsmanship experience pack. The maximum level swordsmanship experience pack has been successfully activated. In the blink of an eye, Chen Qing's mastery in the realm of swordsmanship ascended to an unparalleled domain, one that had neither predecessor nor successor. He proclaimed himself the foremost sword master, with no one daring, nor possessing the qualification, to challenge his assertion. Even if the contemporary Sword Emperor were to arrive, he would be compelled to bow his head in reverence. Stop. Hand over the Sword Emperor's fortune. Someone like you is utterly unworthy of it. Upon hearing the voice before him, Chen Qing dismissed the system panel and raised his gaze. Discovering that Xia Qingwei was obstructed by a throng of disciples, they had already drawn their swords, baring their teeth with ferocious expressions, threatening her to relinquish the Sword Emperor's fortune. It seemed that, like the fated male lead, the destined female protagonist was also prone to attracting animosity and becoming a target. Chen Qing mused. This trivial matter certainly did not necessitate his direct intervention. As he had anticipated, Xia Qingwei had no intention of wasting words with this group. She wielded her finger as a sword and, with a mere flick of her hand, severed their heads from their bodies. The heads soared into the air, their expressions frozen in shock before blood gushed forth like a torrential stream. Witnessing Xia Qingwei's ruthless decisiveness, the other disciples who had harbored ambitions of seizing the fortune immediately withered in resolve. The three slain were no ordinary individuals. They were disciples of the Divine Sword sect, their prowess surpassing most among their ranks. If such prodigies could be effortlessly dispatched by Xia Qingwei, how could they muster the confidence to confront her? As Xia Qingwei approached, they hastily made way, creating a clear passage for her. Observing their prudence, she refrained from further bloodshed and gracefully strode to Chen Qing's side. With a departure from her previous icy demeanor, she beamed at him, saying, "Husband, although I am unaware of the circumstances, I have already acquired the Sword Emperor's legacy." The sight of the once merciless female demon now presenting herself as a delicate wife before Chen Qing caused the onlookers' brows to furrow, knitting together in a perplexed expression. Their curiosity deepened regarding the extraordinary individual that was Chen Qing, capable of taming a fierce figure like Xia Qingwei, who even allowed him to stroke her head and praise her strength. Most strikingly, Xia Qingwei herself relished this attention, leading the spectators to question their own perceptions. According to their understanding of the world, one would expect a formidable cultivator to possess an equally strong sense of pride, never exhibiting such vulnerability before another, unless that individual was even more powerful. Before they could unravel this conundrum, a terrifying pressure descended from above. Their knees buckled under the weight, forcing them to kneel, their bodies collapsing in submission, leaving no opportunity for resistance against such overwhelming might. Even without looking up, they understood all too well that this was the arrival of the Divine Sword sect. With elite disciples of the inner court slain, how could they, as a major sect, remain indifferent? Chen Qing and Xia Qingwei, however, remained unaffected by this oppressive force, completely disregarding it. They lifted their heads to face the figure riding the sword above. A third-stage quasi-emperor, Xia Qingwei identified the opponent's cultivation level. The sword-wielding cultivator, not surprised, considered himself a renowned figure among sword practitioners, believing it natural for Xia Qingwei, as a junior, to recognize and even admire him. The sword-wielding cultivator glanced at the three decapitated corpses, his brow furrowing slightly at the sight of their gruesome fates. "Who did this?" he demanded sternly. Xia Qingwei stepped forward. "Well done for having the courage." Her audacious demeanor earned her considerable admiration from the sword-wielding cultivator. He then proposed, "I observe your talent is remarkable. Would you consider joining my Divine Sword sect, becoming my direct disciple?" While this appeared to be an act of appreciation for talent, Chen Qing discerned a subtle, less than noble intent in the sword-wielding cultivator's gaze directed at Xia Qingwei. Chapter 103, The Uneducated. One might argue that the seemingly virtuous figure harbored no ulterior motives towards Xia Qingwei. Whether others believed it was inconsequential, for Chen Qing certainly did not. With a thought, spiritual energy coalesced beside him, forming a short sword. Once solidified, it swiftly shot toward the cultivator. To think you would attempt such tricks before me, you truly overestimate yourself. The sword-wielding cultivator was aware of the relationship between Chen Qing and Xia Qingwei and could surmise why Chen Qing would take action against him. Yet, this was irrelevant. What mattered was that Chen Qing's attack provided him with a perfectly justifiable motive to retaliate and eliminate Chen Qing. To the sword cultivator, Chen Qing was an unwelcome presence. Eliminating him would alleviate many complications. Thus, why not seize the opportunity? As tensions escalated and a battle loomed, the disciples kneeling on the ground felt pity for Xia Qingwei, who, despite having a chance to ascend to greatness, was nearly thwarted by Chen Qing. To be taken under the wing of such a top-tier sword cultivator and become a direct disciple was a dream beyond their wildest imaginings. Regardless of Xia Qingwei's fate, they could easily predict Chen Qing's outcome. However, when the spiritual sword reached the sword cultivator, he attempted to grasp its blade to crush it. Yet, a sudden turn of events occurred. His fingers merely grazed the sword's edge, resulting in an explosion that reduced his hand to a mist of blood, his bones pulverized. The sword cultivator's eyes widened in realization. Chen Qing's power exceeded all expectations. Yet, what the sword cultivator could do was limited to this. He could not withstand the onslaught of the flying sword, nor did he have time to evade. Boom. In less than a moment, the sword cultivator was torn to shreds under the might of the flying sword, exploding into a massive cloud of blood. This scene left those who had been certain that Chen Qing would undoubtedly perish at the hands of the sword cultivator utterly dumbfounded. No way. This must be a joke. A third-stage quasi-emperor, just like that, was annihilated? The sword appeared so casually wielded, devoid of any indication of profound skill. How could it possibly slay a quasi-emperor? If memory served, Jiangxi ranked among the top 10 in the entire Divine Sword sect. Yet so what? He was still dispatched in an instant. Rather than concern himself with how they perceived him, Chen Qing was far more focused on the system panel that had just appeared before him. Wife pampered successfully. Congratulations, host. You have received a random reward, Dragon Martial Dominance. 3000 physique ranking, 155. The emergence of this reward further solidified Chen Qing's earlier observations regarding Jiangxi's underlying desire targeting Xia Qingwei. He had not overthought it. Disaster. The Divine Sword sect is notoriously protective of its own. Not only have they slain disciples of the Divine Sword sect, but now they have even disregarded the Elder. The consequences could be dire. Could you refrain from being a harbinger of doom? This statement was not born from concern for Chen Qing or Xia Qingwei's safety, but rather from the fear that when gods battle, mortals suffer, dragging them into the fray as well. With 3 elite disciples of the inner court slain, along with an elder, it was easy to imagine the fury that would erupt within the Divine Sword sect once news of this reached them. Enough. Instead of wasting breath, we should hasten our escape to avoid becoming tools for the wrath of the Divine Sword sect. A voice urgently urged. It's too late. The people from the Divine Sword sect have arrived. At this reminder, the disciples slowly raised their heads, their gazes directed upwards. Indeed, they beheld dozens of elders, including the Supreme Elder and the Sect Master, along with thousands of disciples from the Divine Sword sect, who had stealthily appeared overhead. Forming a colossal entourage that obscured the sky, each individual mounted upon a flying sword. Reacting swiftly, some individuals fell to their knees, prostrating themselves, pleading for mercy. Esteemed ones, this matter has nothing to do with us. It is solely the doing of those two. Please discern wisely. Indeed, it has nothing to do with us. They echoed. Our Evergreen Academy has always maintained a cordial relationship with the Divine Sword sect. We implore you, esteemed ones, to spare our disciples from your wrath for the sake of our sect. As they desperately shifted the blame onto Xia Qingwei and Chen Qing, they did not forget to invoke their own sect's name to plead for leniency, fearing that the Divine Sword sect might treat them as mere insignificant adversaries. Given the influence of the Divine Sword sect in the upper realm, even if they were to act ruthlessly, they doubted their own sect would turn against them for their sake. Whether they were worthy of such protection, others might be uncertain. But surely they themselves were not oblivious to it. The sect master Zhao Wutian did not respond to their pleas. A mere cold glance sufficed to silence them, rendering them incapable of uttering another word. A fifth realm semi-emperor, Xia Qingwei possessed the cultivation of a supreme emperor, and Zhao Wutian saw through her strength at a glance. Unable to conceal it, like the sword cultivator Jiangxi before him, Zhao Wutian believed himself to be the master of a sect. The reason Xia Qingwei was aware of his prowess must have stemmed from those martial rankings, which was hardly surprising. There could be numerous explanations, yet it would never be due to Xia Qingyue's power exceeding his own. Hand over the Sword Emperor's legacy, and I shall allow you both to keep your lives intact, Zhao Wutian declared. He had not witnessed Jiang Zi's death firsthand, but speculated that the duo's ability to slay the Third Realm Semi-Emperor Jiang Zi was undoubtedly related to the Sword Emperor's inheritance. He knew the Sword Emperor's legacy was formidable, yet he had not anticipated that such a coveted legacy could annihilate a Third Realm Semi-Emperor. This only heightened Zhao Wutian's intrigue, making him eager to obtain it. He yearned to personally verify the terrifying nature of this so-called Sword Emperor's legacy. 2 lives for 1 intact body. Dear husband, is it truly so simple to be a sect master in the upper realm? Ignorance can be bliss, Xia Qingwei remarked, disregarding Zhao Wutian's threat and glancing at Chen Qing with a teasing smile. Such ignorance, Chen Qing retorted, his words cutting deeply. Ignorance, Zhao Wutian's lips twitched. Throughout his life, he had endured humiliation, but never had he faced such an extreme affront. How could a sect master tolerate being mocked for lacking culture? Kill. Subject these 2 to 1,000 cuts. Tear out their tongues. Rip out their hearts. Though Zhao Wutian's commands bore a hint of impotent rage, his authority as a sect master rendered him unassailable, and no one dared to resist. Upon receiving Zhao Wutian's orders, several eager elders surged forward. Watching the dozen figures rush towards Chen Qing and Xia Qingwei, the remaining onlookers realized they had missed their opportunity and could only stand by, awaiting the unfolding spectacle. Faced with the assault of the dozen elders from the Divine Sword sect, Xia Qingwei remained unfazed. However, upon witnessing Chen Qing retrieve the King of Hell's Death Book, she gradually lowered her arms, choosing not to vie for attention. Rather than seeking the limelight, Xia Qingwei preferred to stand aside, admiring Chen Qing's display of dominance. Chapter 104. He truly is an exceptional master. An unfamiliar book? Zhao Wutian, unacquainted with the King of Hell's Death Book, sneered as he observed Chen Qing take a floating pen and begin to scribble upon it. Isn't it a tad late to be composing your last words? As soon as he uttered these words, he witnessed the elders dispatched to seize Chen Qing's life suddenly lose their vitality, their eyes rolling back as they fell rigidly from the sky. With each name Chen Qing struck from the King of Hell's Death Book, more and more elders of the Divine Sword sect met their demise. Even Zhao Wutian, as formidable as a Fifth Realm Semi-Emperor, could not discern the reason behind this phenomenon. He extended his consciousness, sweeping across the fallen elders, and it dawned upon him that these individuals were not merely unconscious. They were truly dead. How could this be? Zhao Wutian pondered in confusion, maintaining an outward facade of composure. Could this be related to the Sword Emperor's legacy? Yet, this notion was swiftly dismissed. After all, he was a Fifth Realm Semi-Emperor, and no matter how powerful the Sword Emperor's legacy was, it could not entirely obscure the truth from his perception, could it? As the collective demise of the dozen inner elders from the Divine Sword sect unfolded, it incited considerable panic among the disciples. Did any of you witness how those elders met their end? Not to mention seeing anything. I didn't even perceive the slightest fluctuation of spiritual energy the entire time. This is utterly bizarre. Who are those 2? There are countless mysterious powerhouses in the upper realm. Could we have offended an extraordinary master? An extraordinary master at such a young age? They appear to be of similar age to us. Is it truly so difficult for an extraordinary master to possess the secrets of eternal youth and rejuvenation? Upon hearing these voices that bolstered others' confidence while undermining his own, Zhao Wutian's already irritated mood flared even further. Turning to glare at the group, the disciples immediately tensed, sealing their lips, terrified of invoking the sect master's wrath and suffering dire consequences. Seeing the disciples fall silent, Zhao Wutian inhaled deeply to calm his temper. Before speaking, he mentally communicated with a hidden supreme elder, instructing him to devise a method to seize that peculiar book from Chen Qing. Then he spoke. Boy, what sorcery have you employed? Speak truthfully, surrender the treasure, and I may consider sparing your life. He was already convinced that the deaths of the dozen elders from the Divine Sword sect were inexorably linked to the book in Chen Qing's possession. His intention in saying this was merely to divert Chen Qing's attention, providing an opportunity for the elders sent to snatch the King of Hell's Death Book. Successfully pampered the wife. Congratulations, host, you have received a random reward. Heavenly Grade Supreme Treasure, the Taiwan Divine Bell 1. Zhao Wutian believed he had arranged everything meticulously, unaware that, under the omniscient gaze of the Supreme Emperor, nothing could escape detection. As he struck out the name of the Supreme Elder, Chen Qing simultaneously claimed the reward for eliminating the dozen elders of the Divine Sword sect, effectively multitasking without compromise. A rift in the void opened. As Zhao Wutian beheld the Supreme Elder's figure emerge from it, A smile crept onto his face. Success. Yet, in the next moment, the reality that unfolded was starkly contrary to his expectations. The Supreme Elder's fingertips appeared to be mere inches from the King of Hell's death book, yet in truth, he could never catch up. His body, like that of the earlier elders from the Divine Sword sect, became rigid and fell from the rift, crashing heavily into the mud. Elder Lin was a third realm semi-emperor, yet he too had met a bizarre end, just like those ordinary elders. This is wrong. Something is terribly wrong. The methods of these two in killing are exceedingly strange, unheard of and unseen. They are truly exceptional individuals. What shall we do? Should we flee? The moment these words escaped, despite being uttered in a whisper, they were instantly silenced by Zhao Wutian, who with a mere flick of his hand, severed the speaker's life. The onlookers gazed in horror as the disciple, wearied with reluctance, plummeted from the sky. Zhao Wutian's chilling voice echoed in their ears. Cold as ice. Should anyone dare to utter similar sentiments and disrupt the morale of the troops, I shall show no mercy. From that moment forth, no one dared to speak out, their thoughts stifled within. They understood all too well that in Zhao Wutian's eyes, their lives were as insignificant as blades of grass. When he wished to take a life, it was done without hesitation. All elders, exert your utmost strength to seize that book from the boy. After forcefully suppressing all the disciples, Zhao Wutian transmitted orders to the remaining ordinary elders and the Grand Elder. However, he received no response. The silence around him akin to a mausoleum. A sense of unease began to burgeon within Zhao Wutian, spreading rapidly and thickly. His countenance darkened, and he dared not turn back to look, attempting instead to sense the auras of the Grand Elder and the other elders. Nothing, not a trace. Successful in doting on his wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward. 100 times Cultivation acceleration card. Successful in doting on his wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward. 1,000 lifespan fruits. Successful in doting on his wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward. Supreme comprehension. Note, the host's comprehension is already at its peak and cannot be further enhanced. Supreme comprehension will adapt with the world forever at maximum level. Zhao Wutian was filled with dread on Chen Qing's side. As the names were crossed off, the rewards accumulated, making it no exaggeration to say he was overwhelmed. Soon, the Grand Elder and the ordinary elders brought by Zhao Wutian were forcibly dispatched by Chen Qing, transformed into a living harbinger of death, wielding the Book of Life and Death to end their lives. The Grand Elder and the elders are all dead. This fellow is not someone we can provoke. We must flee. At last, a disciple could no longer contain himself, turning to flee on his sword, devoid of any fighting spirit. The Grand Elder, in his eyes, was a peak powerhouse, yet such a formidable figure could be silently dispatched by Chen Qing in an instant. How could they muster any resolve to fight against such an incomprehensible opponent? They only lamented their inability to fly fast enough. Once these words were spoken, the disciples scattered like stars across the sky, fleeing without a care for the authority of their sect leader. In their eyes, Chen Qing had become far more terrifying than the sect leader. Moreover, that declaration had effectively extinguished the last flicker of hope residing in Zhao Wutian's heart. The Grand Elders were truly all dead. Zhao Wutian turned to look, and indeed, he found no trace of them. All he could clearly see were the disciples of the Sword God sect, falling like meteors, unable to escape the fate of death. At this moment, even with his immense pride, he had to concede that the Sword God sect had indeed chosen the wrong adversary this time. Just then, the Book of Life and Death turned its pages once more. Xia Qingwei caught sight of the name Zhao Wutian. Chapter 105, The Majesty of the Empress. Zhao Wutian was indeed a person who could not acknowledge the existence of heaven in his eyes. Upon hearing his name from Xia Qingyue's lips, a chill ran through his heart. He did not recall disclosing his name to her. Moreover, from the tone of Xia Qingyue, it did not seem as if she had known his name beforehand, but rather learned it from that book. That book bears my name. Reflecting back, Zhao Wutian arrived at a rather terrifying conclusion. Every time someone met their demise, it was accompanied by Chen Qing's pen stroke. As soon as he inscribed a name in that book, a life was immediately extinguished, regardless of their cultivation level, be it a quasi-emperor, a divine separation realm, or a tribulation crossing realm. Such a horrifying treasure exists in this world. Though hard to believe, the evidence lay before Zhao Wutian, forcing him to accept the truth. Before he could utter the word surrender, a curious Chen Qing, eager to see what rewards awaited for a sect leader in his doting on his wife, unhesitatingly inscribed Zhao Wutian's name in the Book of Life and Death. Zhao Wutian immediately rolled his eyes back in shock as his life was forcibly taken, plummeting from his flying sword. Thus fell the illustrious sect leader of the Sword God sect, successful in doting on his wife. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward. The Imperial Artifact of Heavenly Path, the Ghost King Seal. For Chen Qing. Exchanging a mere quasi-emperor of the Fifth Realm for an Imperial Artifact of Heavenly Path was undoubtedly a bargain. To put it bluntly, Zhao Wutian's life was his own. Even if he gained only a first-grade pill in return, Chen Qing would still not be at a loss. The Book of Life and Death truly was a terrifying artifact. Witnessing the entire event, Xianxiaaudiobooks couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. She then posed a long-standing question. Husband, since we have bound ourselves to the immortal body, could the Book of Life and Death pose a threat to us if it were to fall into another's hands? Of course not. Chen Qing had considered this issue long ago and had confirmed it with the system in advance. Although the chance of the Book of Life and Death being seized by another was minuscule, the system still provided appropriate safeguards. The Book of Life and Death was a reward Chen Qing acquired. As its master, he possessed the authority to establish a whitelist. Anyone listed therein would suffer no harm, even if their name was struck from the book. As for whether it could kill other enemies who possessed immortal bodies, the answer was affirmative. Any name inscribed in the Book of Life and Death could not escape the laws of power. That's a relief. Xianxiaaudiobooks patted her chest, exhaling a sigh of relief. It was difficult to imagine how terrifying it would be if such a supreme treasure were ever stolen and used against herself and Chen Qing. After understanding the nature of the Book of Life and Death and feeling reassured, Xianxiaaudiobooks inquired, "So, how does my husband plan to deal with the Sword God sect?" Chen Qing pondered briefly before countering with a question. Does my wife have any desire to become the Empress of the Upper Realm? The Upper Realm Empress? To claim disinterest in those 4 words would be a lie. She then teased Chen Qing. This wouldn't be another part of your plan for soft rice, would it? Chen Qing chuckled. Indeed, nothing escapes your keen eyes, my dear. Then I shall leave it to you, husband. Xianxiaaudiobooks understood that Chen Qing intended to incorporate both her and the Sword God sect into his fold, expanding his influence. Watching the 2 figures vanish through the portal, the disciples of various sects still kneeling on the ground swallowed hard. After this incident, they suddenly realized why the Sword Emperor had so readily offered the Sword Emperor's inheritance. It was indeed a grave misjudgment on their part. Such a powerful being was undoubtedly the most suitable candidate for the Sword Emperor's legacy, without question. The Grand Elders of the Sword God sect and the sect leader were utterly powerless before them. Otherwise, do you think the phrase exceptional individuals is merely a jest? The term talented man and beautiful woman must surely refer to them. Witnessing their understanding of his plight, the remnant soul of the Sword Emperor within the stone could not help but smile in satisfaction. The Sword God sect, Chen Qing and Xianxiaaudiobooks had just emerged from the portal when they were surrounded by hundreds of disciples wielding weapons, tightly encircled. Xianxiaaudiobooks remained calm, waving her hand to cleave open a spatial rift. In the next moment, a cascade of corpses fell from within, piling up into a small mountain, all clad in the attire of the Sword God sect. These scoundrels had actually slain so many of my sect's disciples. How despicable. It is an affront to both gods and men. Today, I vow to slay you, avenging my senior brothers and sisters. How dare you harm the disciples of the Divine Sword sect? You truly are courting death. As the words hung in the air, an elderly man, clad in garments of unmistakable opulence, tumbled down from the mountain of corpses. Upon closer inspection, one could hardly suppress their astonishment. It was Elder Shao from the inner court. The fact that Chen Qing and his companion could inflict such harm upon so many elite disciples of the Divine Sword sect had already exceeded their expectations. Who would have thought that among them was not just one, but multiple elders? The disciples, who had initially been filled with righteous indignation and eager to avenge their fallen comrades, found themselves rendered speechless, one after another. This was due to the overwhelming strength of Chen Qing and Xianxiaaudiobooks, far surpassing their imaginations. Before they could fully comprehend the demise of these inner court elders, a terrified voice emerged from the crowd. Heavens! Could that be the Grand Elder, Lu Tian? Many turned their gaze in a hurried affirmation. Indeed, it was the Grand Elder Lu Tian. And just like the inner court elders, the fallen Grand Elder was not the sole casualty. As they looked further, they witnessed the frigid body of their own sect leader rolling down from the mountain of corpses. The rift in space closed, and witnessing the terror unfold, many could not even maintain their grip on their weapons, which fell from their hands. Xianxiaaudiobooks cast a cold glance and declared, "Whether you live or die depends solely on the choices you make." Upon hearing her words, the disciples of the Divine Sword sect exchanged wide-eyed glances and swiftly reached a unanimous decision. They cast aside their swords, knelt, and submitted. Observing this scene, Chen Qing understood that Xianxiaaudiobooks' path to becoming an empress had effectively commenced. The aura of imperial authority was beginning to take shape. Bold marauders, who dare to slay the disciples of the Divine Sword sect and covet our domain? Your hearts are deserving of retribution. A powerful, resonant voice suddenly pierced the heavens. This voice was unfamiliar to the disciples present. They had never heard it before. Even the Grand Elder and sect leader were no match for them. Who possessed such audacity to resist? Regardless, they thought it best to remain uninvolved and simply kneel in submission. After all, one's own misdeeds lead to inevitable consequences. They whispered to one another, their voices low. At that moment, sensing a tremendous pressure descending upon them, the core disciples gradually lifted their heads. Squinting their eyes and confirming repeatedly, they were struck with disbelief. The divine sword ancestor. He was still alive. As core disciples, they had seen his likeness in portraits. Chapter 106. An impostor of the emperor? Do not kneel, rise before me. Upon emerging from a secluded meditation lasting a millennium, the divine sword ancestor, Xianxiafan, was dismayed to find that, in his esteemed sect, not a single disciple could stand tall. He felt a profound sense of sorrow and lamentation. Yet, despite his status as an ancestor, few heeded his words. While he was indeed powerful, that was a bygone era, and most disciples had little familiarity with him. However, the corpses of the Grand Elder and the sect leader lay clearly before them, making the overwhelming might of Chen Qing and Xianxiaaudiobooks painfully evident. Seeing that his words went unacknowledged, Xianxiafan's simmering anger erupted uncontrollably. The towering pressure of a peak quasi-emperor enveloped the entire Divine Sword sect. A peak quasi-emperor. The disciples of the Divine Sword sect had speculated that Xianxiafan's strength must be formidable, but they had not anticipated he was a peak quasi-emperor. The thought that the Divine Sword sect had such an ancestor in its ranks slowly began to loosen the disciples' previously rooted knees. Eyes wide with astonishment. They seemed to await someone to break the silence, whether to continue kneeling or heed the ancestors' command to rise. As some began to believe that Xianxiafan could be their pillar of support, their knees cautiously began to lift. Xianxiaaudiobooks, however, showed no courtesy, like Xianxiafan. She unleashed her imperial might. The difference lay in the fact that Xianxiafan's was the power of a quasi-emperor, while hers was the authority of an emperor. Those few disciples of the Divine Sword sect who had previously wavered, upon sensing the distinction between the might of an emperor and that of a quasi-emperor, and clearly witnessing the divine imperial patterns manifesting behind Xianxiaaudiobooks, found their knees firmly planted to the ground. An emperor? Who could have imagined that Xianxiaaudiobooks would be an emperor? Equally astonished was Xianxiafan. No wonder I could not sense the presence of the heavenly profound emperor. It turns out you have replaced him and become the new emperor, Xianxiafan remarked, his words striking like thunder. A ripple of commotion surged through the crowd. What? The heavenly profound emperor has fallen? She has become the new emperor? Truly, one cannot judge a book by its cover, nor the sea by its measure. To ascend to emperor status at such a young age, given time, she could surely reach the realm of immortality. Should the Divine Sword sect follow such a formidable leader, it would undoubtedly rise to become a top-tier sect. In this age where strength reigns supreme, the disciples of the Divine Sword sect, having witnessed Xianxiaaudiobooks' prowess, felt an even stronger inclination to submit. However, Xianxiafan quickly shifted his tone, frowning and shaking his head. No, that is incorrect. The heavenly fortune of the emperor has not been seized. You are not the emperor. The reason he chose to emerge from his retreat after a millennium was not solely due to the invasion of the Divine Sword sect by external foes, but also because he sensed that the heavenly fortune, monopolized by the heavenly profound emperor for a millennium, had finally been freed. Xianxiafan had bided his time for this very moment. Once he successfully walked the path to emperorhood and claimed the heavenly fortune, what harm would come from sacrificing a mere Divine Sword sect? At that point, the entire heavenly profound continent would have to heed his command. And what significance did a trivial Divine Sword sect hold? Upon confirming that the heavenly fortune was indeed unclaimed and free, Xianxiafan remained convinced that Xianxiaaudiobooks was merely posturing, employing some kind of sorcery to fabricate the imperial patterns and the aura of an emperor. Compared to believing Xianxiaaudiobooks was truly an emperor, this conjecture was evidently more palatable for Xianxiafan. Or rather, he was willing to accept this as the truth. To dare impersonate an emperor was tantamount to seeking death. Xianxiafan resolved not to waste any more time. He must swiftly resolve this matter at hand. And before anyone else, contemplate how to embark on the path to emperorhood. Chen Qing and Xianxiaaudiobooks, these troublesome individuals, must be eliminated. Pointing skyward, a towering spiritual sword swiftly coalesced, manifesting before him. Die! With a swift motion of Xianxiafan's arm, the colossal spiritual sword descended heavily upon Chen Qing and Xianxiaaudiobooks. This strike, imbued with tremendous force, seemed intent on cleaving the very fabric of reality. Observing Xianxiaaudiobooks and Chen Qing standing motionless in shock, devoid of any reaction, Xianxiafan smirked, believing they had been so awed by his deadly technique that they had forgotten to resist. He thought it best if they would obediently perish. It would save him considerable time and trouble. Yet, soon after, that smirk faded, replaced by a look of utter disbelief. The gigantic sword, mere inches from obliterating them, suddenly became lodged. Before Zhao Qingshan could react, the spiritual sword was riddled with cracks and shattered instantaneously, transforming into scattered spiritual energy that returned to the cosmos. Witnessing this spectacle, Zhao Qingshan was utterly bewildered. It was important to note that he had utilized at least 50% of his power to propel that sword, as he could not fathom how Xia Qingyue had faked the might of an emperor. Without exaggeration, that strike was more than sufficient to effortlessly annihilate a 6th-tier quasi-emperor. Yet, such a confidently executed strike was effortlessly neutralized by Xia Qingyue without even a gesture to counter it. Zhao Qingshan found himself utterly confounded. Unable to comprehend the underlying principles at play, I shall eagerly observe how many more times you can employ such tactics. Regaining his composure, Zhao Qingshan remained skeptical and once more raised his hand towards the heavens. This time, a singular sword of ethereal energy transformed into hundreds, not only aimed at Xia Qingyue, but should these centenary swords descend, the entirety of the divine sword sect would be rendered a mere relic of the past, obliterated from existence. To reiterate, anyone who dared obstruct Zhao Qingshan's path to ascendancy must meet their demise, even if they were of his own kin. The realization that the ancestor was willing to eliminate even his own disciples sent shivers of trepidation through the ranks. Yet, Xia Qingyue maintained an unflappable demeanor, entirely unfazed. This composure irked Zhao Qingshan immensely, making him feel as though he had never truly captured Xia Qingyue's regard, but rather perceived as a rival. How could a man, once a dominating figure a millennium ago, endure such indignation? He could not swallow the grievance of sparing Xia Qingyue's life. He was tormented by restless thoughts. Kill. With a swift motion of his arm, hundreds of colossal swords surged towards Xia Qingyue, creating a spectacle akin to a meteor shower. Zhao Qingshan could not believe that this time, Xia Qingyue would adeptly evade his assault. He was supremely confident that even against a peak quasi-emperor, this strike would not merely threaten life but would inflict grievous injury, perhaps even diminish a century of vitality. His millennium of seclusion had not been in vain. Xia Qingyue, however, paid no heed to Zhao Qingshan's musings. When the blades were merely a yard away, she casually waved her hand. The hundreds of swords halted in midair. In the next instant, Zhao Qingshan's proud attack was riddled with web-like fissures before shattering simultaneously. Chapter 107. Quasi-emperors abound. Emperors are plentiful. Such a magnificent display capable of invoking celestial phenomena was effortlessly dispelled by Xia Qingyue's nonchalant gesture, leaving the disciples of the divine sword sect utterly bewildered. This was unequivocally the most compelling rebuttal against Zhao Qingshan's slander that Xia Qingyue was an impostor. The disciples' inclination to submit to her surged exponentially. In stark contrast, Zhao Qingshan's countenance fluctuated between pallor, green, and a hue akin to liver, a ghastly sight. What truly unsettled Zhao Qingshan was that Xia Qingyue had negated his lethal strike without the slightest fluctuation of spiritual energy. In other words, she had simply raised her hand without mobilizing any ethereal force, effortlessly dismantling his cherished technique. Consequently, Zhao Qingshan's previously resolute heart began to tremble with uncertainty. Could it be that this woman was indeed an emperor? Yet, he quickly dismissed this notion, reasoning it away as he had before. If Xia Qingyue were truly an emperor, how could the heavenly fortune remain at liberty? Such a boon was the exclusive privilege of emperors. Comforting himself, Zhao Qingshan concluded that Xia Qingyue could not possibly be an emperor and must have employed some hidden artifact. Determined not to squander time, Zhao Qingshan formed a hand seal and recited an ancient incantation incomprehensible to ordinary ears. Immediately, a colossal humanoid apparition manifested behind him, a manifestation of his external self. Towering hundreds of feet high, dwarfing the surrounding peaks, Zhao Qingshan wielded a sword, and that ethereal form conjured a celestial sword of its own. In perfect unison, they raised their swords, striking down towards the divine sword sect. In response, Xia Qingyue turned her hand over, summoning a colossal hand from the heavens to press down upon them. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, Zhao Qingshan hastily altered his attack, thrusting his sword towards the giant hand. Yet, he epitomized the folly of a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. The sword wielded by his external self shattered effortlessly. Seeing this, Zhao Qingshan abandoned his weapon and opted to use his hands for defense. The outcome was no different. His ethereal form was crushed and exploded. Gasping, he spewed forth a torrent of blood, his complexion paling significantly. How could this occur? You are clearly not an emperor, yet possess such formidable strength. The heavenly fortune is undeniably present. You cannot be an emperor. Zhao Qingshan continued to struggle against the odds. Who said that the strongest in this world must be emperors? Chen Qing, a benevolent figure, did not mind enlightening Zhao Qingshan on this truth, who said that the strongest must inevitably be emperors. Zhao Qingshan muttered to himself, echoing Chen Qing's words. In that moment, his eyes widened in realization, evidently grasping a profound understanding. Unfortunately, he had no opportunity to articulate this epiphany before being obliterated by Xia Qingyue's overwhelming might, vanishing into nothingness. Subsequently, all fell silent, returning to tranquility. Much like the Cold Sky sect, Xia Qingyue selected a leader to maintain order, simultaneously establishing a heavenly oath of allegiance, vowing never to betray, thereby officially claiming the Divine Sword sect, the esteemed elders, the sect leader, and even the ancient ancestors of the Divine Sword sect all met their demise at Xia Qingyue's hands, leaving no disciple unafraid to comply. They instead perceived allegiance to Xia Qingyue as an immense fortune, a stroke of luck for themselves and the entirety of the Divine Sword sect. Completing these endeavors, Chen Qing and Xia Qingyue hastened towards the scripture pavilion. They surmised that the Divine Sword sect, in terms of strength and heritage, surpassed the Cold Sky sect, and thus the reserves within the scripture pavilion must be astonishing. Indeed, reality did not disappoint Chen Qing and Xia Qingyue's expectations. Within the celestial tier of the Cultivation Tower, the stockpile of celestial-grade techniques exceeded 1,000. Moreover, most were of superior quality. My lady, you have worked hard to conquer the Divine Sword sect. Please take a moment to rest. Once I have comprehended all these 1,000 techniques, I shall pass them on to you. Chen Qing was not about to let this golden opportunity for reward slip away. He was also eager to test just how extraordinary his peak comprehension ability, adaptable to the world's standards, truly was. To peruse each one individually? Such an endeavor was beneath the capabilities of his exceptional comprehension. With a flick of his fingers, the 1,000 celestial-grade techniques autonomously extracted themselves from the shelves, flocking towards him like birds in flight. They opened on their own, rapidly flipping pages. Chen Qing stood still as his gaze darted across the texts, completing his perusal in an instant. In the blink of an eye, all 1,000 celestial-grade techniques reached their pinnacle of perfection. Following this, each tome closed and returned whence it came. Even Xia Qingyue, who believed herself accustomed to such spectacles by Chen Qing's side, could not suppress her astonishment at this moment. Tentatively, she inquired, my lord, you couldn't have comprehended all the celestial-grade techniques on this entire floor in just that brief span, could you? In mere breaths, 1,000 celestial-grade techniques understood. Despite Xia Qingyue's profound awareness of Chen Qing's otherworldly talent, she could not help but feel shaken. Chen Qing did not rush to respond. Instead, he stepped forward to stand before Xia Qingyue. Through action, he conveyed his intention, raising his hand to gently touch the center of her brow, resolving to impart the entirety of the 1,000 celestial-grade techniques to her in one go. For others, such an overwhelming influx of knowledge might be unbearable, crashing into their minds. However, Xia Qingyue was different. She was a supreme emperor, her consciousness boundless, requiring no concern for collapse. In the next moment, 1,000 perfected techniques surged into Xia Qingyue's mind through Chen Qing's fingertip. Xia Qingyue's pupils quivered. More astonishing than the 1,000 techniques was the realization that Chen Qing had truly grasped them all at once, and they were all celestial grade. Xia Qingyue harbored grave suspicions that Chen Qing had, unbeknownst to her, ascended from the realm of the supreme emperor to that of an immortal. Such matters, apart from the immortals, left her truly at a loss to conceive who else could accomplish them. How are you? Do you feel any discomfort? Chen Qing inquired with concern. No discomfort. Everything is well, Xia Qingyue replied, shaking her head to reassure Chen Qing. That's good, Chen Qing said, visibly relieved. Subsequently, Xia Qingyue seated herself cross-legged, intending to fully integrate the cultivation method that Chen Qing had imparted to her into her body and mind. Given Chen Qing's exceptional comprehension, such a process seemed unnecessary. Rather than dwelling on the intricacies of the cultivation method, he found himself far more intrigued by the prospect of having received 1,000 celestial tier techniques as a reward for his indulgence in pampering his beloved wife. Without further ado, he promptly opened the system panel to examine the reward for his affection. Pampering successful. Congratulations, host, you have received a random reward. 100 Emperor Shadow Puppets. What? 100? Upon realizing the nature of the reward, Chen Qing could not contain his astonishment. Husband? Xia Qingyue opened her phoenix eyes, casting a bewildered glance in his direction. And no, it's nothing, Chen Qing smiled and clarified, urging Xia Qingyue not to concern herself. Even if he were to share that he had gained 100 Emperor Shadow Puppets, Xia Qingyue might not believe him, potentially disrupting her cultivation. Unbeknownst to him, the phrase emperors are as common as dogs had become a reality for Chen Qing. Chapter 108. Further Observation. Unstable Tao Heart. This was no exaggeration. After all, it is an unyielding law of the heavens that only one emperor may exist in a realm. Countless cultivators strive tirelessly to become that singular entity. Yet, Chen Qing possessed more than 100 of them. Confined to the Tianxian continent, he could confidently declare himself invincible, with no one daring to question his supremacy. In the eyes of the majority, an emperor represents an invincible figure. Even if Chen Qing refrained from taking action, the mere presence of his 100 emperors would grant him absolute authority. The constraints of the heavens apply to others, not to him, thereby facilitating his grasp of invincibility. Before long, Xianxiaaudiobooks had fully assimilated the 1,000 celestial tier techniques. Observing this, Chen Qing closed the system panel and assisted Xianxiaaudiobooks to her feet. They held little interest in the earthly tier techniques. Given their current prowess, creating a formidable earthly tier technique would be a trivial endeavor. Comparatively, the enhancements afforded by celestial tier techniques were far more substantial. Once it was clear that there was no further necessity to linger in the technique pavilion, Chen Qing and Xianxiaaudiobooks departed together, stepping out through the main entrance. As they crossed the threshold, they encountered Zhao Li, the newly appointed leader of the Divine Sword sect, waiting at the door. "What brings you here?" Xianxiaaudiobooks inquired first. Zhao Li informed them that a 100 Alliance conference would be held in 3 days, and he came to ask if Xianxiaaudiobooks intended to attend in person. The so-called 100 Alliance conference refers to the coalition formed among various sections. The competition in the upper realm is far more brutal than in the lower realm, giving rise to various factions that vie against one another. The Divine Sword sect is but one member of this alliance, which includes the Cold Heaven sect. If any member is attacked by an external sect, it is incumbent upon the alliance to provide support. "Very well, I acknowledge the invitation to the conference." Xianxiaaudiobooks accepted the invitation letter for the 100 Alliance conference. As Zhao Li took his leave, Chen Qing turned to Xianxiaaudiobooks, "My lady, are you interested in the 100 Alliance conference?" "Not particularly," she replied. "However, it would certainly be more efficient to subdue them all at once in such a venue than to conquer them one by one." Xianxiaaudiobooks articulated her plan, fully aware that as the Empress of the Upper Realm, she must earnestly consider her commitment to Chen Qing. "You shall not be forsaken by me. I shall wholeheartedly assist you, come what may." "Thank you, my husband." As the sun began to set, the couple sought refuge in a residence. After erecting a barrier to shield themselves from the system, Chen Qing and Xianxiaaudiobooks entered the spiritual spring pool for a bath. As husband and wife, it was impossible for their bathing to be merely a mundane affair. Not only did Chen Qing yearn for a child, but Xianxiaaudiobooks also wished to deepen the bond and connection between them. Meanwhile, in an unnamed cave on Mount Dama, Yifeng found himself in what should have been a moment of great joy, yet he could muster no smile. His mind replayed the visions witnessed through the observation mirror within the Great Wu dynasty. He suddenly felt that acquiring the observation mirror was more of a curse than a blessing. Knowing the truth had shaken his Tao heart. Despite his unwavering belief in Xianxiaaudiobooks, leading to detrimental effects on his cultivation, he narrowly avoided falling into madness multiple times, his realm declining rather than ascending. Images of Xianxiaaudiobooks in affectionate embraces with other men haunted his thoughts. He could only repeatedly reassure himself that Xianxiaaudiobooks would never betray him. Never. With a heavy sigh, Yifeng expelled the stagnant air from his lungs and summoned the system panel, recognizing that continuing to torment himself served no purpose. At this point, his only recourse was to rely on the system to rapidly strengthen his combat prowess. He clicked sign in. Daily sign in progress. Daily sign in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received a reward, 100 loyal shadows. The arrival of 100 loyal shadows, devoted entirely to him, slightly alleviated Yifeng's earlier gloom. He looked forward to the day when he could sign in for shadows of the Great Ascension, Tribulation Transcendence, or even Quasi-Emperor and Emperor realms. Continuing to cultivate? He wished he could, but his Tao heart remained unstable, making it difficult to find his focus. He paced back and forth in the cave, ultimately unable to restrain himself, and summoned the observation mirror once more. Yifeng's emotions were tumultuous. He yearned for answers, yet feared what those answers might reveal. He worried he might witness something that would shatter his Tao heart, despite his self-proclaimed trust in Xianxiaaudiobooks. With a thought, the observation mirror displayed scenes from the Great Wu dynasty. Following the path etched in his memory, Yifeng maneuvered the view to the minister's residence. Gulp. He swallowed hard, steeling himself to pull the image into the minister's abode, searching for Xianxiaaudiobooks' presence. However, no matter how he switched rooms, he could not find a trace of her. Is Qingwen not in the minister's residence? At this point, Yifeng began to console himself, thinking that Xianxiaaudiobooks had only consented to marry Chen Qing out of necessity, and that she still resided in the palace, separated by distance. The weight on his heart eased considerably. As he embraced this thought and decided to visit the imperial palace of the Great Wu dynasty, a voice interrupted his plans. Young master, the mistress and master have departed, leaving the residence rather desolate. Indeed, being able to see young master's face daily was one of my few joys. Oh, you, as a maid, dare to harbor thoughts of the young master? Are you not afraid of the mistress's jealousy? Yifeng understood that the young master referred to Chen Qing, while the mistress denoted Xianxiaaudiobooks. Would Qingyue be jealous of that fellow? What a joke. Qingyue's heart belongs to me, Yifeng. He gritted through clenched teeth, deeply dissatisfied. Had it not been for the observation mirror and the confinement of the barrier, he would have undoubtedly taken action to teach those two maids a lesson for daring to insult Xianxiaaudiobooks. The mistress is far too kind to hold such trivial matters against me. Besides, if blame is to be assigned, it should be directed towards the young master for being so handsome and an extraordinary talent in cultivation. Who wouldn't be tempted? Upon hearing those words, Yifeng scoffed dismissively. Huh? A once-in-a-century cultivation genius? No matter how brilliant, in the face of the system, they are mere mediocrities. He believed that with his quasi-emperor cultivation, he was entirely justified in making such a statement. One must ask, can a mere lad like Chen Qing possibly compare to an 18-year-old quasi-emperor? Yifeng had no intention of lingering any longer to listen to the two maids' nonsensical chatter. However, one maid's subsequent remark sent a chill down his spine. Who could deny it? When the lady first entered the Chen residence, her face bore no smile, perpetually sullen, yet she eventually succumbed to the young master's charm. Calling him husband, Yifeng's expression turned incredulous. If his memory served him correctly, the Prime Minister Chen Qiong had but one son, Chen Qing. Thus, the lady referred to as husband by these two maids could only be Xianxiaaudiobooks. No, that can't be right. Given that Qingyue had feigned marriage to that fellow to buy time, it was only reasonable for her to refer to him as husband. If there were no progress, and he lost patience, he might resort to force. Yifeng, analyzing the situation from a man's perspective, believed his reasoning to be sound. Nonetheless, the mere thought that someone had preempted him in addressing Qingyue as husband further destabilized his already precarious resolve. Enough, let us not speak further. It is getting late. We should rest, he declared. As the two maids retreated, Yifeng continued to take deep breaths, striving to calm his tumultuous emotions. This incident had made him acutely aware of how much he truly valued Xianxiaaudiobooks. Since they were not at the residence, they were likely in the palace. Yifeng resolved to ascertain the truth. He could not bear to remain in the dark any longer. Continuing in this ambiguous state would only hinder his path and impede his cultivation. Thus, he swiftly maneuvered the observation mirror. In mere moments, he arrived above the imperial palace. Yifeng could not help but acknowledge that this observation mirror was indeed a formidable treasure, capable of disregarding cultivation levels and ensuring absolute secrecy, allowing him to know both himself and his adversaries, leading to certain victory. He first directed the observation mirror to the familiar princess's residence, yet found no trace of Xianxiaaudiobooks. Subsequently, he conducted a thorough search, but uncovered no sign of either Chen Qing or Xianxiaaudiobooks. Where could they possibly be? Yifeng felt his face flush with urgency. After much contemplation, the only location he had yet to examine was the imperial study. Could it be that they had been summoned by that wretched emperor? Regardless of the truth, Yifeng had no choice but to zoom in on the interior of the imperial study. To his disappointment, only Emperor Xiaocheng and National Master Xiao He occupied the room. Yifeng had no interest in the emperor and the National Master's clandestine affairs. However, Xiaocheng's next words prompted him to reconsider and refocus the image. National Master, where have the prince consort and Qingyue been recently? It seems I have not heard news of them in quite some time, Xiaocheng inquired while reviewing memorials. Ever since the four sacred nations fell to the prince consort, our spies have reported no sightings of the two, though rumors suggest they have ascended to the upper realm, Xiao He replied. The four sacred nations. As a denizen of the lower realm, Yifeng was well aware of the formidable power of the Zhuke, Xuanwu, Qinglong, and Baihu nations. They were terrifying forces that far surpassed and dominated the great Wu dynasty in terms of national strength. That fellow managed to subjugate all four nations single-handedly? Yifeng exclaimed in astonishment. But soon, he regained his composure, reassuring himself that with his current strength, achieving such a feat would be effortless. What? They have gone to the upper realm. That place is fraught with peril. What could they possibly be doing there? Xiaocheng expressed his concern upon hearing that Chen Qing and company had ventured to the upper realm. Your Majesty need not worry. The prince consort possesses quasi-emperor cultivation. Even amidst the throngs of strong figures in the upper realm, none can pose a threat to him. The princess will certainly remain unharmed, Xiao He reassured. Quasi-emperor cultivation. That wastrel? Were these words uttered by anyone else, Yifeng would have undoubtedly dismissed them as a jest. Yet, coming from the national master Xiao He, and directed at the emperor, they stirred uncertainty within him. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. A widely recognized pampered scion, and in just half a year. How could he possibly have ascended the path to emperorhood? Even with the national master's loyalty to the Great Wu dynasty, Yifeng found it challenging to accept such a reality. I have seen hidden talents, but never a transformation from wastrel to emperor so swiftly. Indeed, my prince consort is a powerhouse of the emperor realm. What of the upper realm? He is destined to unify the entire Tianxian continent. Xiao Cheng proclaimed with pride at the mere thought. An emperor prince consort. Who else possesses such a title? Only I, Xiao Cheng, can boast of this. Is that not something to take pride in? Most importantly, this prince consort doted upon his precious daughter. I believe the prince consort's journey to the upper realm is primarily to unify both realms, Xiaoyi speculated. Such is splendid. I am certain that before long, the names of he and Qingwei will resonate throughout the entire Tianxian continent. Just imagining it sent excitement coursing through Xiaocheng. As a father, his heart swelled with pride at his daughter's accomplishments. Meanwhile, unable to endure any longer, Yifeng abruptly shut off the observation mirror and stored the artifact in his system backpack. He then began to unleash a torrent of fury upon the barrier of his cave dwelling to vent his pent-up anger. He refused to accept that despite possessing the system, he had only just stepped into the quasi-emperor realm after half a year of signing in, while Chen Qing had ascended to emperorhood and forcibly claimed his childhood sweetheart. Once he had vented somewhat and regained his composure, Yifeng hastily sought confirmation from the system regarding a suspicion that had arisen in his mind. System, is there possibly another system in existence apart from you? The system offered no response. What a useless, unresponsive entity. Faced with such indifference from the system, all Yifeng could do was seethe with impotent rage. No, he may not necessarily possess a system. Could it be that the soul of an emperor had usurped his body? Yifeng found this explanation more palatable than the notion of the system. After all, if his daily sign-in system was so powerful yet failed to elevate him to emperor, how could Chen Qing achieve it? With this thought, Yifeng suddenly grew anxious for Xia Qingyue's safety. Suspecting that the emperor who had taken over Chen Qing's body was drawn to her due to some special physique that allowed for dual cultivation, prompting him to marry her. This notion filled Yifeng with a far greater sense of urgency than that of a mere pampered scion. I must devise a way to divert the other's attention and prevent him from fixating on Qingwei. In a realm, only one emperor may exist. If I become an emperor and seize the heavenly fortune, he will naturally shift his focus away from Qingwei. Yifeng believed he had devised a brilliant plan and was willing to strive toward it. With his current cultivation, his observational range could not reach the upper realm. Apart from thinking positively, he had no other options. Striving for the emperor realm became his sole choice, even if he could not divert Chen Qing's attention. At the very least, it would expand his observational range. Time swiftly passed, and 3 days later, Xia Qingyue was enjoying tea with Chen Qing in the courtyard. Initially engaged in pleasant conversation when she suddenly frowned and raised her hand to cover her mouth. Chapter 109, Pregnancy. The cultivation of the Celestial Emperor. There's nothing to worry about. It's likely just a minor choking incident. Upon meeting Chen Qing's concerned gaze, Xia Qingyue waved her hand dismissively, offering a reassuring smile to alleviate his worries. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Qing requested that Xia Qingyue place her hand in his. Although puzzled, Xia Qingyue complied, extending her hand towards him. Chen Qing grasped her wrist firmly, beginning to take her pulse. Your husband possesses medical skills? Xia Qingyue recalled witnessing the palace physician examine the martial emperor, Xia Cheng, and noted that Chen Qing's method mirrored that of the royal doctor. For cultivators like them, pulse observation was an exceedingly straightforward task. As Chen Qing meticulously examined her pulse, he confirmed the state of her health with utmost seriousness, refusing to be careless. Seeing Chen Qing's previously calm expression gradually furrow into concern, Xia Qingyue bit her lip and swallowed nervously, mustering the courage to inquire, Husband, is there something wrong with my body? She thought to herself that this shouldn't be the case. Having bound herself to the immortal body and possessing the cultivation of the Supreme Emperor, she was no longer a mere mortal and should be impervious to ailments. If I am not mistaken, the lady's pulse indicates that my husband is merely teasing. Is that so? Xia Qingyue asked, her expression grave. It is a joyful pulse. Chen Qing replied. At first, Xia Qingyue did not grasp the implication of the joyful pulse. Suddenly, her expression transformed, and she leaped up from the stone bench, exclaiming, What? A joyful pulse? Does that mean? I. She raised her hands to gently caress her abdomen, then looked up at Chen Qing, seeking confirmation. Am I pregnant? Indeed, Chen Qing affirmed with complete seriousness, devoid of any jest. Is that so? Xia Qingyue initially returned to her seat in a state of tranquility, but soon her face illuminated with joy, tears welling in her eyes. This is wonderful. I am finally carrying my husband's child. We will have a child together. Suddenly recalling something, she eagerly asked, Husband, Do you know if it's a boy or a girl? Chen Qing chuckled. We've only just conceived. It is too early to determine. Perhaps it could even be twins. Twins? That would mean one of each. How delightful. Observing Xia Qingyue's excited self-talk, Chen Qing refrained from dousing her enthusiasm. This development was indeed swifter than he had anticipated. However, upon reflection, it made sense. They had been inseparable for quite some time. And it would have been peculiar had they not conceived. At that moment, the system panel appeared unbidden. Congratulations, host, for completing the main quest. Rewards are being dispensed. Main quest rewards have been successfully distributed. Congratulations, host, for attaining the cultivation of the Celestial Emperor. Is this truly the cultivation of the Celestial Emperor? Chen Qing felt an unprecedented sense of security. With the cultivation of the Celestial Emperor, the immortal body, and the destined female protagonist by his side, he grew curious whether he could contend with the main character upon their eventual emergence. More so than that, he was intrigued by what kind of offspring would emerge from the union between him and Xia Qingyue. In a fantastical world, the bloodline fusion between strong beings had a high probability of resulting in prodigious offspring. Having lived a second life, Chen Qing, who had never even married in his previous existence, eagerly anticipated the day Xia Qingyue would give birth to their child. Meanwhile, in the Dama Mountain, Yi Feng, who was striving to break through to the third realm of Quasi-Emperor, suddenly changed color, clutching his chest as he spat blood several steps away. Damn it! Why did my vital energy surge backward? Failing to ascend, he nearly fell back to the first realm of Quasi-Emperor. Unbeknownst to Yi Feng, the luck that came with being the protagonist had already been significantly diminished without his awareness. After stabilizing his breath, he glanced at the system panel, noting that there was still ample time before the daily sign-in. Instinctively, he switched to the system backpack page, his hand hovering over the observation mirror. After a moment of hesitation, he shook his head and dismissed the system panel, with his mind already unstable. Looking further would only lead to a disastrous outcome fueled by curiosity. For Yi Feng, there was only one pressing matter: to break through to the Emperor realm. With renewed determination, he dove back into his cultivation to strive for the third realm of Quasi-Emperor. Little did he know, the rival he so desperately wished to defeat had already ascended to the realm of immortality, and moreover, to the most powerful state of the Celestial Emperor, far exceeding the power hierarchy of the Tianxian continent by countless magnitudes. Back at the Divine Sword sect, the 3-day period had concluded, and the 100 Alliance Conference was about to commence. Chen Qing initially intended for Xia Qingyue to remain at home to nurture their child. Yet she could not sit idly and expressed a desire to venture out. Moreover, having just become pregnant, Xia Qingyue playfully coaxed him, and Chen Qing, unable to resist, consented. Accompanied by sect leader Zhao Li, they made their way to the 100 Alliance Conference. Upon passing through the teleportation portal, they swiftly arrived at the designated location for the conference, the City of 10,000 Swords. Numerous cultivators emerged from similar portals, and the three of them did not attract undue attention. Occasionally, the roars of beast mounts echoed around them. Large shadows loomed overhead, and upon looking up, they saw celestial dragons, immortal cranes, divine birds, and countless flying vessels. Attending the 100 Alliance Conference was not only an opportunity to discuss the Alliance's future, but also a chance to demonstrate one's strength. No one wished to appear inferior. Furthermore, amidst the various sects that had long-standing rivalries, it was paramount not to lose face before their staunch adversaries. Indeed, this is the upper realm. Even a mere holy beast appearing can create a significant stir in the lower realm, Xia Qingyue mused. If we were to use those holy beasts to brew soup for the lady to nourish the fetus, it would undoubtedly strengthen our child's bloodline significantly, Chen Qing contemplated, his thoughts diverging sharply from Xia Qingyue's. Brewing soup with holy beasts? Xia Qingyue raised her hand to cover her face, laughing softly. That certainly sounds like something my husband would say. Do you truly believe the Divine Sword sect members would so thoughtlessly suggest such a thing? An unharmonious voice interjected from the side. Chen Qing and Xia Qingyue turned to see a stranger atop a Qilin horse, tightening the reins as he scrutinized them from above. Sensing Chen Qing's gaze upon him, Zhao Li quickly stepped forward, explaining, "This person is named Li Feng, the holy son of the Tianyan sect." Does the Divine Sword sect have enmity with the Tianyan sect? Chen Qing inquired further. If there were no animosity, I doubt Li Feng would come over to mock us for no reason, he reasoned. Months prior, the Divine Sword sect had a dispute over the ownership of a spirit stone mine, but ultimately, that mine did indeed fall into our hands, Zhao Li clarified. Humph, don't celebrate too soon. That spirit stone mine will surely be reclaimed once our wandering experts from the Tianyan sect return, Li Feng retorted, visibly displeased. Suddenly, he deliberately commanded his Qilin horse to rear up, letting out a fierce neigh to intimidate the three of them. Chapter 111. Slaying the Holy Sun, Annihilating the Guardian Path. Chen Qing instinctively pulled Qingyue behind him, a reaction born of reflex. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and, with a swift motion, severed the head of the Qilin horse with a single strike. The Qilin horse, being a semi-holy beast with sacred bloodline, caught Li Feng completely off guard. He tumbled from his mount, rolling several times before awkwardly rising, his face flushed with fury as he bellowed, "You dare to kill my mount." With that, he reached behind him, his fingers splayed wide, summoning a long spear that materialized in his grasp. Faced with the ignorant holy son who sought to confront him after such a failure, Chen Qing raised his hand. Pressing his thumb against his middle finger to lock onto Li Feng, and flicked his fingers lightly. Bang! Boom! In the next moment, Li Feng's head erupted. Leaving behind a headless corpse, his spear never even lifted in defense. This scene immediately attracted the attention of countless passers-by and disciples of the sect. A murder committed with a mere snap of the fingers. Such decisiveness. Who was the victim? Surely, one who could ride a sacred beast must possess an extraordinary identity. Indeed, the truth was not simple. He was the holy son of the Tianyin sect, Li Feng. What? The holy son of the Tianyin sect? How dare they kill such a person? Do they intend to oppose the entire Tianyin sect? The Tianyin sect initiated the provocation. Should they not be allowed to retaliate? Moreover, the Divine Sword sect and the Tianyin sect had been at odds for a long time. This conflict was inevitable. Nonetheless, today marked the occasion of the 100 Alliance Conference. And killing at this time seemed rather ill-advised. The crowd couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety for Chen Qing. It is worth noting that the Divine Sword sect ranked merely as a mid-tier sect within the 100 Alliance, not a top-tier one. Such disrespect towards the conference could easily lead to a display of power by the top-tier sects, establishing their authority. Chen Qing, however, paid no heed to these considerations. Once he confirmed that Qingyue was unharmed, he turned his attention to the system panel. Wife pampering successful. Congratulations, host, on receiving a random reward. Ancient Heart Protecting Mirror 100. Upon inspection, the so-called Ancient Heart Protecting Mirror differed from an ordinary one in a significant way. While the ordinary mirror could withstand a single fatal blow, it would still inflict considerable damage to the body, though not enough to endanger one's life. In contrast, the Ancient Heart Protecting Mirror could completely negate a single attack, disregarding any disparity in cultivation levels. Indeed, it could protect even an ordinary person from a strike by a celestial emperor without a scratch. Chen Qing deemed this to be a splendid item, perfectly suited to safeguard Qingyue and their unborn child. As the saying goes, a clear arrow is easy to dodge, but a hidden arrow is hard to guard against. Even though Qingyue possessed the cultivation of a supreme emperor and an indestructible body, caution is the mother of safety. If protection is available, why not utilize it? Saint, Holy Son, another voice echoed before him. Chen Qing closed the system panel and immediately recognized the man as Li Feng's protector, a quasi-emperor in strength. As the protector, the man had remained at Li Feng's side, not due to a lack of desire to intervene, but rather because Chen Qing's speed had left him no opportunity to react. You dare to kill our sect's holy son in broad daylight. The man glared at Chen Qing, his eyes bloodshot with uncontainable fury. The might of a quasi-emperor surged forth like a torrential flood, instantly filling the entire street. In the man's eyes, Chen Qing had to die, if he did not. The death of the holy son before him would be nearly impossible to explain to the sect upon his return. To put it bluntly, if Chen Qing survived, the man would also suffer severe consequences, becoming a pariah to his entire sect. It is no easy task to cultivate a holy son. Lin Zhantian, do not act recklessly. Zhao Li quickly stepped forward to intervene. What are you to dictate how this emperor should act? Lin Zhantian regarded Zhao Li, a mere minor character he had never heard of, with disdain. It was your Tianyin sect's holy son who provoked us first. We merely acted in self-defense. If you persist in your folly, you will only incite a war between our sects. Zhao Li attempted to reason with Lin Zhantian, urging him to remain calm and not act impulsively. Let it be war. Who fears whom? With that, Lin Zhantian launched himself like an arrow released from its bow, hurtling toward the murderer, Chen Qing. The crowd had assumed that with Lin Zhantian, a quasi-emperor, taking action, Chen Qing was undoubtedly doomed. However, the next scene unfolded in a manner they had never anticipated. Chen Qing raised his 5 fingers, gripping Lin Zhantian's entire face, lifting him off the ground as if he were weightless. Why did Lin Zhantian not resist? The reason was simple. His limbs had long been twisted and shattered without him realizing it. Blood gushed forth, staining his white robes, and upon closer inspection, numerous shards of bone had pierced through his flesh and emerged. Who on earth are you? Before Lin Zhantian could finish his inquiry, Chen Qing exerted a slight pressure with his fingers. In an instant, like the holy son of the Tianyang sect before him, Lin Zhantian's head exploded. blood spraying forth as he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Chen Qing found no trouble in dealing with such ignorant individuals. He would kill as many as came at him. The only regret was that Lin Zhantian had targeted him, not meeting the criteria for the wife-pampering reward. His death would merely serve as a momentary thrill. "Let us depart," Chen Qing said, lowering his arm and addressing Xia Qingwei. He then turned to Zhao Li, confirming, "The 100 Alliance Conference is this way, correct?" "Indeed." Zhao Li, snapping out of his astonishment, nodded vigorously. As Chen Qing and Xia Qingwei moved away, he hurriedly followed, leaving the rest of the crowd in a state of utter bewilderment. How could the holy son of the Tianyin sect be disregarded so easily, let alone a protector of quasi-emperor status, who had been swiftly defeated and killed? The most terrifying aspect was that none of them had even seen how or when he had acted. When did the Divine Sword sect acquire such a formidable young talent? No wonder they dared to overlook the Tianyin sect. While they might possess the confidence to disregard the Tianyin sect, here at the 100 Alliance Conference, could one individual truly stand against the combined might of the top sects? The crowd pondered this statement, finding it quite reasonable. No matter how strong one person might be, they could never surpass an entire sect, let alone the united front of the top 100 sects. They believed that Chen Qing was still too young and impetuous. Meanwhile, within an inn in Wanjian City, an elder surveyed the shattered soul jade token in his hand, then glanced at the disciple kneeling before him, visibly anxious and sweating profusely. "Speak again. What has happened to the Holy Son?" Reporting to the sect master, the Holy Son was murdered in broad daylight by the people of the Divine Sword sect. The disciple recounted the events as they had transpired. And Lin Zhantian, was he not the Holy Son's protector? The Tianyin sect master inquired further. Elder Lin also perished at the hands of that man. The disciple dared not conceal the truth. The Tianyin sect master fell silent. Isn't Lin Zhantian a quasi-emperor? How could he be killed by a junior? The Tianyin sect master pressed on, eager to understand. He soon learned the entire sequence of events from the disciple. In reality, it could have been summarized in just a few sentences, for the protector had not posed any challenge to Chen Qing, being utterly overwhelmed. A dignified quasi-emperor, vanquished by a character of whom we've never even heard. The Tianyin sect master, Huang Hengtian, couldn't help but laugh, a mixture of rage and disbelief. If word of this spread, the reputation of the Tianyin sect would undoubtedly plummet. Such a large sect could not even protect its own holy son. "Sectmaster, I suspect the Divine Sword sect has been deceiving us all along. That young man is likely the new holy son they have chosen after a century." The disciple voiced his suspicions. "Hiss." Huang Hengtian inhaled sharply, increasingly convinced that the disciple's words held merit. To kill a quasi-emperor indicated that the youth's cultivation must at least be that of a second-level quasi-emperor. If he remained unchecked, he would pose a significant threat to our Tianyin sect. As the sect master, Huang Hengtian was keen to maintain the balance between the sections. Once disrupted, he would be unable to rest easy. Constantly worried that the Divine Sword sect might perceive the Tianyin sect as weak and attempt a surprise attack to seize control of the sect. "Elder Xiao, do you have the means to deal with this young man?" Huang Hengtian gazed at the calm and composed Xiaohua beside him, who had remained silent throughout, savoring his tea with an air of tranquility. "Since the sect master has spoken, I shall personally take a trip, for the sake of the entire sect," he declared. Xiaohua put down his teacup, rose to his feet, and acknowledged the command. "I shall take care of everything, Elder Xiao." Huang Hengtian also stood, clasping his hands in a respectful gesture. Although he was the leader of the sect, he understood the necessity of showing due respect to an elder of such esteemed caliber. As he watched Xiaohua vanish without a trace, Huang Hengtian returned to his seat, his expression considerably more serene. He mused to himself. A quasi-emperor from the fourth realm should have no trouble dealing with a rising talent. After finishing his tea and placing the cup back on the table, a glint of malice flickered in his eyes as he crushed the cup in his hand. "One day, the Divine Sword sect will submit to my Tianyin sect. It is still too early to disrupt the balance." He felt no trepidation regarding the potential retaliation from the Divine Sword sect after eliminating Chen Qing, the Holy Son. Is it only permissible for officials to set fires while the commoners must not light lamps? "You kill my Holy Son, and I shall retaliate. That is true fairness. That is justice." Meanwhile, Chen Qing and Xia Qingwei had arrived outside the venue of the 100 Alliances conference. However, they were informed that entry was not permitted until the event formally commenced, which would take a while longer. "It seems we must find another place to pass the time," Chen Qing suggested to Xia Qingwei. "As long as I am with my husband, I am content to go anywhere." To Xia Qingwei, Chen Qing was undoubtedly her world. With him present, the sky itself felt secure. In the next moment, a piercing voice echoed from behind them. "You cannot go anywhere. This is your grave." An overwhelming pressure, emanating from a quasi-emperor, surged forth like a tidal wave, fierce and imposing. The presence of the quasi-emperor immediately drew the attention of numerous onlookers. A fourth realm quasi-emperor. What could those young people have possibly done to provoke such a formidable figure? They speculated, uncertain yet aware that the quasi-emperor seemed intent on their demise. It was a pity for the strikingly attractive pair. How many could survive offending a quasi-emperor, let alone one of the fourth realm? In the eyes of the crowd, Chen Qing and Xia Qingyue, facing Xiaohua, were nearly indistinguishable from the deceased. From the Tianyan sect? Chen Qing asked directly, unperturbed by Xiaohua's arrival. Indeed. Xiaohua replied candidly, revealing his origins without hesitation, allowing Chen Qing to understand the gravity of the situation. Enough of this banter. It is time for you to depart. True to his name, Xiaohua practiced fire-based techniques. With a swift motion of his hands, he unleashed a devastating flame palm that surged towards Chen Qing and Xia Qingyue, accompanied by a searing gale. The temperature of the flames was so intense that the very air seemed to boil, prompting the onlookers to instinctively distance themselves. Their throats dry as they repeatedly swallowed and licked their lips. A mere cat or dog is unworthy of challenging my husband. Xia Qingyue stepped forward, raising her hand. The seemingly earth-shattering palm attack dissipated in an instant. Oh, Xiaohua, initially squinting, widened his eyes in surprise. His lethal strike had been effortlessly neutralized by a seemingly fragile woman. Evidently, the information had been erroneous. The danger was not solely Chen Qing, but also her. Determined, Xiaohua resolved to send both of them to the netherworld. With a powerful gesture, flames erupted from his arms, coiling into the form of two colossal serpents. As he launched the two flames, they intertwined and charged towards Chen Qing and Xia Qingyue, merging into a fire dragon with an open maw, intent on engulfing them and reducing them to ash. Yet, what appeared to be a fearsome attack was merely child's play in Xia Qingyue's eyes. With a simple lift of her hand, she effortlessly blocked the fiery dragon and infused it with her spiritual energy, forcibly seizing control. The once orange flames transformed into a chilling azure, now obediently coiling beside her. What kind of technique is this? As a fourth realm quasi-emperor, Xiaohua had never encountered anyone capable of commandeering another's martial arts. However, he soon recognized an even more terrifying truth. Setting aside how Xia Qingyue could perform such a feat, the very fact that she could indicated her cultivation level far surpassed his own. Perhaps she was a fifth or even a sixth realm quasi-emperor. This was dire. Realizing this, the flames on his arms receded, mirroring his vanishing fighting spirit. Beads of cold sweat cascaded down his face as his heart raced in turmoil. What he initially thought would be a simple task to elevate his status had become exceedingly thorny. To continue clashing with Xia Qingyue was not an option. As an elder quasi-emperor, his mind was consumed by a singular thought: flee. He dashed away without looking back, striving to put as much distance between himself and the duo as possible. Unfortunately, Chen Qing would not afford him such an opportunity. All factors had converged. It was time to reward his beloved wife, an opportunity not to be missed. Chapter 113. The monstrous couple. Chen Qing raised his index finger and let it drop gently. Boom. An unparalleled force encircled Xiaohua, crashing down upon him. In an instant, Xiaohua had no chance to react, being crushed from head to toe, blood erupting as he painted a vivid crimson flower upon the ground. Wife-S favor successful. Congratulations, host, for receiving a random reward. Insight 500. Note, as the host already possesses top-tier insight, no further enhancement is possible. Subsequent insight rewards will be stored in the system backpack for the host's discretion. Chen Qing saw no issue with this arrangement. In fact, he found it quite humane. He intended to gift those 500 points of insight to Xia Qingyue to elevate her comprehension. My dear husband, why did you steal my prey? Xia Qingyue protested, having only begun to mobilize her spiritual energy when Chen Qing's mere gesture obliterated Xiaohua to mere dust. But I recall he was initially targeting me, Chen Qing retorted. Even so, such a creature is unworthy of my husband's attention, Xia Qingyue asserted confidently. For me, killing such a scoundrel would still soil my wife's hands. Chen Qing's words dispelled any lingering resentment from Xia Qingyue. The onlookers, who had anticipated an entertaining spectacle, found their smiles fading as the reality of the situation dawned upon them. Had it not been for their apprehension of Chen Qing and Xia Qingyue's formidable prowess, they might have already been spouting comments about the couple's affection, akin to a death sentence. As the two walked away, seemingly unfazed after dispatching Xiaohua, the crowd gradually emerged from their astonishment. I must have misseen. That old fellow was indeed a fourth realm quasi-emperor, right? But how could he be so easily vanquished by them? Why else? Clearly, their strength exceeds that of a fourth realm quasi-emperor. They could only marvel at the fact that this pair, appearing to be in their early 20s, displayed behaviors typical of youth. This new generation of prodigies had surpassed all expectations. They were stronger, more extraordinary. Such a prodigious talent is already terrifying enough. The fact that they have become partners in the Tao and united as a couple amplifies the potential for their offspring's gifts to an unimaginable extent. Who could argue otherwise? In the following moments, Chen Qing and Xianxiaaudiobooks meandered through the bustling streets of Wanjian City. Their first stop was a roadside stall, where they indulged in a delightful array of culinary delights, filling their bellies while simultaneously earning some affectionate rewards. Along their way, Xianxiaaudiobooks suddenly lifted her chin, as if catching a whiff of something divine. What an enticing aroma! Chen Qing followed suit, inhaling deeply and deducing, with confidence, that it was the fragrance of medicinal elixirs. Someone was concocting pills nearby, suggesting the presence of an alchemy chamber. So it was the scent of alchemical herbs. Xianxiaaudiobooks' realization dawned upon her. Let us go and take a look. I am planning to procure a batch of materials for you to refine into elixirs, she declared. Chen Qing thought to himself that in a place capable of hosting the 100 Alliance Conference and being part of the upper realm, they should be able to acquire a plethora of exquisite herbs, with an abundance of spirit stones at his disposal. He saw no reason to squander this opportunity to stock up on supplies. Very well, Xianxiaaudiobooks replied eagerly, stepping closer to link her arm with Chen Qing's, while the other hand held half a skewer of candied hawthorn. She popped one in her mouth and offered another to Chen Qing, exclaiming, "So sweet. You must have a taste, my husband." Chen Qing, naturally, did not hesitate to indulge, savoring the delightful treat. Before long, after enjoying the candied hawthorn, they arrived at the entrance of the alchemy pavilion. "May I inquire if you two are here to purchase elixirs or to refine them?" In response to their appearance, the attendant, noticing their distinguished attire and demeanor, promptly descended the steps to greet them. "We seek to buy herbs," Chen Qing answered. "Excellent. This way, please." The attendant gestured respectfully, leading them to the storeroom filled with medicinal herbs. "What kind of materials do you require?" he asked, returning to the counter with paper and pen ready to jot down their order. "I will take all herbs of grade 7 and above," Chen Qing stated decisively. The attendant was momentarily taken aback, hesitating to write. After a long pause, he finally looked up, incredulity etched on his face. "Sir, you must be jesting. We have a considerable stock of grade 7 herbs." "What? Are you worried I cannot afford them?" Chen Qing replied with a calm smile. Then, with a flourish of his sleeve, a small mountain of premium spirit stones materialized with a clatter as they cascaded from a rift in the void. "Is this sufficient?" Chen Qing asked, observing the attendant's jaw nearly drop in astonishment. "Indeed, quite enough. I shall arrange it for you immediately," the attendant exclaimed. Recognizing the extraordinary backgrounds of Chen Qing and Xianxiaaudiobooks, he wasted no time and hurried off to gather the herbs. After all, selling such a vast quantity of herbs would undoubtedly elevate his status within the alchemy pavilion. Approximately half a stick of incense later, the attendant returned to Chen Qing, now holding 3 storage bags. "Sir, this bag contains grade 7 herbs. This one holds grade 8, and the remaining one is filled with grade 9 herbs. Would you like to inspect them first?" "No need. I trust you," Chen Qing replied, waving his hand to store the 3 bags in his system backpack. "It is an honor to earn your trust," the attendant said, though he felt a thrill of pride within. Having acquired the desired materials, there was no reason to linger further. Chen Qing glanced at Xianxiaaudiobooks. "My lady, shall we depart?" "Yes," she nodded in agreement. Just as they turned to leave, voices from behind them echoed. Others were conversing with the attendant. Starry grass, evernight flower, stardust seed. A middle-aged man listed no fewer than 30 types of herbs in one breath. The attendant responded, "My lord, I regret to inform you that the evernight flower and stardust seed are already sold out." "Sold out? But you just said there was ample stock," the middle-aged man retorted, visibly displeased. "Indeed, they were just purchased," the attendant replied, struggling under the man's grip, beads of sweat forming on his brow. "Just purchased? Who bought them?" The middle-aged man frowned, suspicious that a rival was at play. According to the rules of the alchemy pavilion, the attendant could not freely disclose such information. However, the attendant's furtive glance inadvertently caught the middle-aged man's attention. Following the direction of the attendant's gaze, the middle-aged man quickly spotted Chen Qing and Xianxiaaudiobooks, who were already nearing the exit. Chapter 114. Disrespect demands execution. The master relied on refining elixirs to curry favor with the top-tier powerhouses, seeking a formidable backing for himself. Naturally, the master's support was tied to the middle-aged man's influence. Such a critical matter could not be jeopardized by a lack of herbs. With this thought, the middle-aged man released his grip on the attendant and turned to pursue Chen Qing and his companion. Just as they were about to step out of the alchemy pavilion, his movements accelerated, and he shouted, "You two halt." However, before he could finish his sentence, he disintegrated into wisps of smoke before the astonished eyes of the crowd. His expression frozen in terror. Chen Qing, experienced and wise to the middle-aged man's treatment of the attendant, knew that reasoning with such a person was futile and would only waste precious time. Thus, without hesitation, he decided to send the man from this world before he could cause any trouble. Xia Qingyue, catching a glimpse of the unfolding scene, held no judgment against Chen Qing's actions. Had she been in his position, she would have acted similarly. Once they exited the alchemy pavilion, the alchemists within the hall, stunned by the middle-aged man's demise, began to regain their composure one by one. Did anyone see how that man died? One asked. I'm not sure how he perished, but I believe his death is closely tied to those two young individuals, another speculated. If I recall correctly, he was the eldest disciple of Master Miaoshuan. With his disciple slain, Master Miaoshuan will surely not let this go unpunished. Miaoshuan, is he not the one just a step away from becoming a supreme master? Upon affirmation from others, the alchemist shared the same thoughts. Had he possessed Master Miaoshuan's strength and influence, it was inconceivable that he would remain idle upon learning of his disciple's death. In the eyes of the onlookers, Master Miaoshuan was a powerful figure. While Chen Qing and Xia Qingyue possessed considerable strength, they had yet to reach a level capable of contending with him. Yet, in the next moment, this notion crumbled. And no, this is terrible. Master Miaoshuan is dead. A panicked, terrified voice echoed throughout the hall. From this, the crowd learned that Master Miaoshuan's death was shrouded in mystery and peculiarity. Upon hearing of his disciple's tragic end, he, just as everyone had anticipated, did not intend to suffer in silence. He immediately ceased his alchemical work and rushed out of the chamber. However, before he could take more than a few steps, his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. An attendant rushed forward to confirm, only to ascertain that Master Miaoshuan had indeed passed away. As for who was responsible, the crowd's minds were clear. Who else could it be but the two who had just left? However, unlike before, after the demise of the mysterious alchemist, they no longer dared to indulge in reckless speculation. To speak ill of a powerful individual is a grave taboo. They did not wish to invite trouble upon themselves. Indeed, they were not mistaken. The one who had acted was none other than Chen Qing, who, anticipating the mysterious alchemist's intentions to confront him, had shattered his 3 souls and 7 spirits with a mere thought from afar. It seemed that, perhaps influenced by the destined female protagonist, he had developed a penchant for bringing his face closer to those he struck, increasing the number of people he had to deal with. Chen Qing, however, was indifferent. To him, taking a single life was no different from extinguishing the lives of multitudes, or even millions. With the cultivation of an immortal emperor, in a world still revering the great emperor as an invincible existence, he was truly free to act as he pleased. After procuring the medicinal materials and leaving the alchemy pavilion, he returned to the 100 Alliance Conference. At this moment, envoys from various sects were gradually arriving. The 100 Alliance Conference was about to commence. Chen Qing and Xia Qingyue exchanged glances, linked arms, and, blending into the crowd, gracefully entered the venue. Upon entering, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. Master, over here. Turning his head, he saw the new sect master of the Divine Sword sect, Zhao Li, rising from his seat to wave at them from his designated area. Let us go over, Chen Qing suggested. All right, Xia Qingyue replied, and they both swiftly made their way to the Divine Sword sect seating. Once seated, Chen Qing surveyed the surroundings. The entire venue was a circular structure, with no ceiling overhead, divided into 4 tiers of ascending steps. The higher the tier of the seating, the stronger the sect's influence. The Divine Sword sect was situated on a mid-level tier. As time passed, all attendees had gathered and taken their seats. On the distinctly separate 4th tier, 10 individuals occupied the area. Among these 10, aside from the Alliance leader, the other 9 were elders of the 100 Alliance Conference. Notably, all 10 hailed from the 10 most powerful sections. Ascending to be among the top 10 sects not only allowed them to replace the influence they held in the upper realms, but also to take the elder positions within the 100 Alliance Conference. To become the Alliance leader, one must be the most powerful sect among the 100 Alliance. The strength and heritage of a sect directly represented its status and authority within the 100 Alliance. Subsequently, the Alliance leader raised a cup, welcoming everyone and inviting them to partake in fine wine. Naturally, being with child, Xia Qingyue could not indulge in wine, and even as a revered supreme emperor, Chen Qing did not let her take that risk. He, however, sampled the wine in his cup and found it quite pleasant. Yet, compared to the celestial brew rewarded for pampering his wife, it could only be described as insipid. How could the wine of mortals ever compare to that of the immortals? What does it mean that the Divine Sword sect abstains from drinking? Do they harbor some discontent towards the Alliance leader? A voice rang out, instantly capturing everyone's attention. The speaker was none other than Huang Hengtian, the leader of the Heavenly Transformation sect. He had been eager for an opportunity to challenge the Divine Sword sect, and unexpectedly, Xia Qingyue had presented that opportunity to him. For the Alliance leader to toast, how dare a mere Divine Sword sect refuse? Their audacity is deserving of death. Does the Divine Sword sect believe they have gained wings and wish to confront the Heavenly Transformation sect? It is laughable that a mid-tier sect dares to challenge the foremost, and I doubt they even possess the qualifications to vie for the position of elder. In an instant, voices of dissent filled the air. The alliance leader's gaze then turned towards Chen Qing and Xianxia. My wife is with child and cannot consume alcohol, as it may harm the fetus. Chen Qing stated. As cultivators, how could a mere cup of wine harm a fetus? This is merely an excuse. Huang Hengtian would not let Chen Qing escape this crisis with such a flimsy justification. After speaking, he turned to the alliance leader and clasped his hands, saying, Alliance leader, I have important matters to report. Speak. The alliance leader permitted. Huang Hengtian immediately recounted the incident in which Chen Qing had killed the Holy Son and 2 elders of the Heavenly Transformation sect, embellishing the details. He implied that the Divine Sword sect's actions were a slap in the face to the 100 Alliance Conference and to him as the alliance leader. Such disrespect warrants death. Chapter 115. I, the Great Emperor, am you to speak of rules? In the realm of Tianxian, it has been a long-standing tradition to kill the weak who disrespect the strong. Furthermore, during the 100 Alliance Conference, the Divine Sword sect blatantly disregarded the rules and publicly slaughtered our sect's disciples. I implore the alliance leader to impose severe penalties and provide justice for the Heavenly Transformation sect. As Huang Hengtian spoke, he even went so far as to kneel in front of everyone, setting aside his dignity as a sect leader. Upon learning that even the 4th-level quasi-emperor, Xiaohua, was no match for Chen Qing, Huang Hengtian felt he had no choice. This act of kneeling, if it could indeed lead to the destruction of the Divine Sword sect, would be an undeniably profitable transaction for Huang Hengtian. If this matter were to be easily brushed aside, the Divine Sword sect would continue to thrive, boasting top-tier prodigies, while the Heavenly Transformation sect would suffer losses, having lost both their Holy Son and 2 quasi-emperors. The balance would inevitably be shattered. After the 100 Alliance Conference, there would be no guarantee that the Divine Sword sect would not seize the opportunity to strike at the Heavenly Transformation sect, even if, at that time, the Heavenly Transformation sect could fortuitously fend off the Divine Sword sect's offensive. The entire sect's foundations would suffer greatly. They would surely regress from their current mid-tier status to that of a low-tier sect. This was a scenario that Huang Hengtian, as a sect leader, could not bear to witness. What he spoke was indeed the truth. Upon learning everything, the alliance leader, Zhou Yong, was convinced, and the overwhelming presence of a peak quasi-emperor descended upon the assembly. Feeling the pressure above him, Huang Hengtian, with his head bowed, smiled instead of fuming, knowing that his position was now secure. No matter how eloquent Chen Qing might be, he would not escape unscathed. I report to the alliance leader that the reason the master acted was due to the provocation initiated by the Holy Son of the Heavenly Transformation sect. Furthermore, the Heavenly Transformation sect, undeterred, has repeatedly attempted to assassinate the master. I asked the alliance leader to see clearly. Zhao Li promptly added, Alliance leader, it is a fact that our Heavenly Transformation sect has lost a Holy Son and 2 quasi-emperors. It is also a fact that he disrespected the alliance leader. So I ask for your discernment. Huang Hengtian pressed on. Rest assured, I will provide you with a reasonable explanation regarding this matter. Zhou Yong naturally understood that Huang Hengtian's words could not be wholly trusted, yet they could not be dismissed either. For such a minor issue, exterminating the Divine Sword sect was certainly not warranted. A mere reprimand would suffice. And it would also serve as an opportunity to set an example and reinforce his authority as the alliance leader. It is a fact that you 2 killed the Holy Son of the Heavenly Transformation sect and 2 quasi-emperors. How do you intend to compensate? Zhou Yong inquired. In Tianxian, it has always been the custom to kill the weak who disrespect the strong. Xia Qingwei did not rush to respond to Zhou Yong, but instead reiterated Huang Hengtian's previous statement. She then asked Zhou Yong, I wonder what the alliance leader thinks. Are these words right or wrong? The rules that have been upheld for over 10,000 years are undoubtedly correct. Zhou Yong did not object. After all, his ascent to the position of alliance leader was based upon this ironclad principle. If that is the case, then the Holy Son of the Heavenly Transformation sect, as a weak individual, disrespected us, and we acted to kill him. What wrong was there? Xia Qingwei questioned again. This statement momentarily left Zhou Yong speechless. He realized that Xia Qingwei was cunningly digging a pit for him to leap into. No matter how disrespectful he was, it was still inappropriate to repeatedly resort to lethal measures. This would violate the rules of the 100 Alliance Conference, especially on the very day of its convening. Soon, Zhou Yong found a retort. It seems the alliance leader is resolutely choosing to side with the Heavenly Transformation sect? Xia Qingwei asked. This alliance leader only speaks of rules. Zhou Yong sternly rebutted. Upon hearing this, Xia Qingwei chuckled. Such rules, which can be twisted to suit one's personal interests, are worthy of being called rules? How utterly ridiculous. What did you say? Xia Qingwe's words utterly enraged Zhou Yong. The pressure emanating from her, now at the peak of quasi-emperor strength, was even more formidable than before. Exhausted from speaking and unwilling to waste her breath, Xia Qingwe gently raised her delicate arm. Just as everyone was puzzled by her intentions, she lightly lowered her poised index finger. Boom! Instantly, a wave of oppressive force enveloped Zhou Yong from head to toe, crushing him into oblivion. Everything transpired with such swiftness that the 9 elders present had no opportunity to react, becoming splattered with blood on their bodies and faces. Hiss! Chen Qing, witnessing this scene, felt an odd sense of familiarity. Wasn't this the very technique he had just employed? Indeed, Xia Qingwe was mimicking Chen Qing. As a junior, she believed it entirely reasonable to emulate her predecessor. After a brief moment of stunned silence, a profound terror filled everyone's hearts and minds in an instant. No one anticipated that Xia Qingwe, with merely a flick of her finger, could annihilate the leader of the 100 Alliance, a being of peak quasi-emperor caliber. Leaving no trace behind, the leader was dead? How could a peak quasi-emperor be so effortlessly slain? Was it possible that this woman was also at the peak of quasi-emperor? Given that both were peak quasi-emperors, instant annihilation seemed improbable. Unless she were, though the term emperor remained unspoken, it loomed in the minds of all. Xia Qingwe paid them no mind as she stepped through the air to stand before Huang Hengtian, who remained kneeling on the ground. Before the cold, sweat-soaked Huang Hengtian could utter a word, a divine pattern of the emperor manifested behind Xia Qingwe. In Tianxian, the weak do not honor the strong. Since ancient times, the customary response has been to kill. Xia Qingwe reiterated these words back to Huang Hengtian. Faced with the unmasked truth of Xia Qingwe's identity as an emperor, no matter how eloquently Huang Hengtian tried to argue, he lacked the courage to utter a single word. For a long time, he could only stammer, "This lowly one knows his error. Please spare me, your majesty." "I refuse," Xia Qingwe replied, and with those words, Huang Hengtian exploded into a mist of blood before the gaze of hundreds. A sect leader had thus perished. Following this, Xia Qingwe waved her hand, causing scrolls of the heavenly Tao oath to materialize before everyone. Without uttering a word, she made it abundantly clear in their hearts. They must either sign the oath or face death. Compared to the latter, submitting to an emperor was far more palatable for them. One by one, they unhesitatingly bit their fingers, drawing blood to inscribe their names on the scrolls, binding themselves to the heavenly Tao. Observing their compliance, Xia Qingwe nodded in satisfaction. As she turned, she suddenly noticed that, inadvertently, she had also issued a heavenly Tao oath to Chen Qing. Hurriedly, she approached and dispelled the floating text with her hands, distorting it. With an awkward smile, she exclaimed, "I'm so sorry, I made a mistake." Chen Qing teased, "That's good to hear. I thought you had awakened some peculiar penchant and wanted me to call you mistress. I'm not that twisted." Xia Qingwe shot him a playful glare. After this brief interlude, Xia Qingwe solidified her control over the 100 Alliance, assuming the position of leader. Initially, she had intended to observe the spectacle, but Huang Hengtian's obstinacy hastened her plans. Thus, Xia Qingwe had no choice but to seize power prematurely. In the aftermath of securing the 100 Alliance and garnering the loyalty of over 100 sect leaders, the 100 Alliance convened formally. As the new leader, Xia Qingwe needed not to engage deeply. Most of the time, she merely listened. The 9 elders primarily managed the discussions, weighing matters, and ultimately reporting to Xia Qingwe for her final decisions. With her relative inexperience in such affairs, Xia Qingwe often sought Chen Qing's counsel on how to respond, asserting that in the 100 Alliance, his words were as good as her own. Anyone who dared to oppose him would be opposing her. This forceful declaration left the various sect leaders and elders utterly bewildered. They could not comprehend why a dignified emperor-level cultivator would so readily defer to a mere youth, seeking his opinions on every matter. This stark contrast to their preconceived notions of an emperor, who typically commanded unquestioned authority, only deepened their curiosity about who Chen Qing truly was. Meanwhile, news of these events spread rapidly, transcending boundaries. The conflicts between the Tianyan sect and the Divine Sword sect were mere trifles compared to the birth of a new emperor and the fall of an old one. This was the real story. Notably, this new emperor was a woman. Throughout the millennia of Tianxian's history, female emperors were rarely heard of, existing only in unverifiable legends from ancient times. Soon, this news reached various sects, and the elders and high-ranking officials learned of their leader's forced signing of the heavenly Tao contract, submitting to the new emperor. Without a moment's hesitation, they convened a sect meeting. Taking the Dao Tian sect as an example, one of the 10 strongest sects and the former leader's faction, the high-ranking elders gathered together. "Our leader has been slain. What shall we do in the days to come? Will the new emperor take out her wrath on us due to the conflict with our leader?" Using the Dao Tian sect, as an example to establish her authority? Such a possibility loomed large. How could a woman, unheard of and unseen, suddenly emerge as an emperor in Tianxian? How long had she been lying in wait? Numerous questions were raised, yet few could provide answers. As the strongest sect within the Hundred Alliance, they were accustomed to wielding dictatorial power over myriad lives, yet now, faced with a sudden turn of events, they were left dumbfounded, unsure of how to proceed. Just as the atmosphere reached a freezing point, the appearance of a figure shattered the stalemate. It was none other than the previous leader, who had abdicated hundreds of years prior. Upon recognizing him, they quickly rose to pay their respects, honoring the formidable presence of the Dao Tian sect. The Dao Tian sect boasted two peak quasi-emperors, Zhou Yong and the former leader, Li Mo. As elders, they knew well that Li Mo had chosen to step down because he had touched the ceiling of quasi-emperor strength. However, faced with the towering mountain of the Tianxian emperor, he found himself unable to cross that threshold and opted for seclusion, waiting for the day when he could break through. Now, seeing Li Mo emerge from his retreat, the others felt no joy. They did not believe he had succeeded in achieving the emperor's path. They speculated he might have given up due to another failure to grasp the path to emperorhood. There is no need for alarm. The heavenly Tao's fortune remains unclaimed. This child, no, this woman, must have employed some unknown means or artifact to deceive everyone. Li Mo discerned their thoughts and spoke up. What? She hasn't ascended the emperor's path? At his words, the crowd's emotions surged, as if they had grasped the final lifeline. My emergence from seclusion is chiefly due to the summons of the emperor's path. You must quickly command the entire sect to act as my guardians, Li Mo ordered. Hearing of his impending ascension to the emperor's path, the smiles of the elders could not be contained, for the Dao Tian sect was on the cusp of birthing a new emperor. Once this endeavor achieves success, all of them shall stand invincible. In their perception, whoever possesses the great emperor is destined to be unmatched. Rest assured, once I successfully tread the path of the emperor, you shall not be deprived of your rewards. Those who dare to insult my Dao Tian sect must pay a grievous price. The person whom Li Mo referred to as having insulted the Dao Tian sect is undoubtedly Xia Qing. With this declaration, the elders felt reassured, each expressing their willingness to serve the great emperor, ready to sacrifice everything without hesitation. Unbeknownst to them, all of this was under the watchful eyes of outsiders. To be precise, it was Chen Qing who, through the celestial mirror, revealed everything in its entirety at the Hundred Alliance Conference. Drawing from his extensive reading of novels, Chen Qing was acutely aware that those old geezers would never simply acquiesce. The destined female lead, much like her male counterpart, would inevitably become a target of various intrigues. As the celestial mirror activated, many entertained thoughts of retaliation, and a good number aspired to ascend the path of the emperor ahead of time, inspired by Xia Qing's presence. Was the heavenly fortune still in play? Was she not the great emperor? The great emperor's divine patterns surely could not be a fade, could they? Don't look at me. I can't discern either. Upon hearing others express their uncertainty, Xia Qing, understanding Chen Qing's good intentions, was unperturbed and decided to clarify matters for them. From a distance of thousands of miles, with a mere flick of her fingertip, a chilling wave surged forth, instantly encasing the unsuspecting powerful beings and the numerous elders in ice. Such a formidable maneuver left all present speechless, not daring to breathe. It felt as though those frozen in ice were not within the mirror, but rather outside of it. They sensed that a fierce battle between the two sides was inevitable. Yet, as time trickled by, a lingering sense of unease permeated the atmosphere. The quasi-emperor powerhouses and the Elder Council did not shatter the icy prison and rush towards the Sword City as they had anticipated. Xia Qing possessed no mind-reading abilities. But if she lacked even this degree of perception, how could she aspire to be the Empress and have Chen Qing rely on her? With a mere thought, the ice sculptures shattered into countless pieces, extinguishing the aspirations of that group entirely. Shocked, they found themselves at a loss for words. They had not anticipated that those who, even in their own realm, ranked as peak powerhouses could be so effortlessly obliterated by Xia Qing's casual gesture. In the blink of an eye, a person had transformed into a heap of icy remnants. However, soon it became apparent that not everyone had been frozen. There were exceptions, judging by their robes. They belonged to the Dao Tian sect. Could it be that Xia Qing, lacking sufficient strength, could not contend with them? While others might think so, Chen Qing perceived a darker side to his wife's intentions. Chapter 117. Hope first, then despair. Others might fail to understand Xia Qing, but Chen Qing, having shared a bed and life with her, saw through her plan. She intended to first instill hope in the Dao Tian sect members, only to snuff it out entirely. This was to ensure that all would comprehend the authenticity of her great emperor cultivation. Unsurprisingly, Li Mo, oblivious to the tragedies unfolding in other sects, had already set up a grand formation, positioning himself at its center. Tens of thousands of disciples and sect elders stood outside the formation, channeling spiritual energy to him as he began to tread the path of the emperor. To validate the emperor's path with the strength of countless disciples was indeed an ingenious strategy. Moreover, the formation clearly bore the marks of extensive research, intricate and profound. A millennium ago, Li Mo had been the most renowned prodigy in the upper realm. He might genuinely become the new emperor. They endeavored to steer the conversation away from Xia Qingwei. Once Li Mo succeeded in his path to the emperor, it was evident he would target Xia Qingwei first. How could a sect leader tolerate the death of one of their own? Most importantly, eliminating a potential threat to his own position was paramount. Seeing Xia Qingwei seated in the leader's position, unperturbed and not exhibiting the same aggressive demeanor as before, they became increasingly convinced that Li Mo was likely to succeed in ascending to the emperor. "My husband, what expressions do you think they will wear later?" Xia Qingwei inquired of Chen Qing in a voice meant only for their ears. "I am uncertain, but it will certainly be amusing," Chen Qing replied. "Indeed, it shall be exceedingly interesting." Xia Qingwei began to anticipate the moment. Time flew swiftly. The dusk deepened. Xia Qingwei remained silent, and the leaders of various sects dared not utter a word, sitting obediently in their places. Undoubtedly, before Li Mo successfully ascended to the emperor's path, Xia Qingwei remained the strongest. Yet, what puzzled them was why she, with ample time to reach Dao Tian's sect and thwart Li Mo's ascension, remained inactive. Had she resigned herself to fate? It seemed he was on the verge of success, Chen Qing remarked suddenly. Xia Qingwei looked up, her eyes shifting slightly as she activated her divine vision. She could indeed perceive countless threads of heavenly fortune, akin to stars, flowing towards Dao Tian's sect. Not long after, the scene within the celestial mirror abruptly transformed. The previously dark sky was suddenly illuminated as if it were day, heralding a celestial phenomenon with purple chi rising from the east. A celestial phenomenon. This indicates success in the path of the emperor, someone exclaimed with excitement. Before others could chime in, the great emperor's divine patterns emerged behind Li Mo, affirming everything. The new heavenly Xian emperor had been born. In their efforts to facilitate Li Mo's ascent to emperor, the disciples and elders of Dao Tian sect had expended tremendous resources, depleting the spiritual energy stored in their Danci. Without relying on pills, they would require at least 2 to 3 days for complete recovery. Fortunately, their sacrifices had not been in vain. From this point forth, Dao Tian sect would possess an emperor. After a brief respite, they hastily adjusted their postures, kneeling in submission, proclaiming, "We pay our respects to the great emperor." Over 10,000 voices resonated in unison, their chorus so powerful it felt as if it could upend the heavens. Li Mo grinned broadly, his laughter growing increasingly raucous and unrestrained. After all the machinations of those old geezers, the position of great emperor had ultimately been claimed by me. No, by this emperor. Just as he reveled in his triumph, a portal of transmission suddenly appeared above Li Mo's head. Before he could react, the portal descended, enveloping him entirely and whisking him away. The remaining disciples of Dao Tian's sect stood frozen, their smiles fading gradually. They longed to inquire, where has our great emperor vanished? The attendees of the 100 Alliance Conference were equally perplexed, wondering where this portal had originated from and how it could have so stealthily taken a great emperor away. Soon, the mystery unraveled, for another portal materialized within the conference hall, and someone was ejected from within. No need for further examination. A glance confirmed it was none other than Li Mo, who had just succeeded in his path to the emperor. Enlightenment dawned on the crowd. Xia Qingwei had utilized the portal to take Li Mo to Sword City. Yet, an even greater question loomed in everyone's minds. Li Mo was indeed a true emperor. Why would Xia Qingwei bring him to such a place? Was that not courting death? Li Mo surveyed his surroundings, quickly realizing he was in the 100 Alliance Conference. Sword City. His gaze swiftly locked onto Xia Qingwei, not because he recognized her as the strongest present, but because she occupied the position that rightfully belonged to Dao Tian's sect's leader. Now that you have witnessed the great emperor, why do you not bow? Do you intend to defy this emperor? Li Mo declared, hovering in midair, his presence towering above. As the great emperor's divine patterns radiated behind him, shining brilliantly, rivaling the silver moon in the sky, the leaders of the 100 clans, bound by the covenant of the heavenly path, exchanged glances, caught in a dilemma, unable to advance or retreat. The emperor was in a precarious position. Neither could he bow nor refuse to bow. Then, unexpectedly, Xia Qingwei spoke with startling words. "Have you finished your last words?" "Last words?" Li Mo's lips twitched, and veins throbbed on his forehead as he struggled to conceal the fury boiling within him. As an emperor, how could he allow his emotions to manifest so easily upon his face? Yet, this did not diminish the intensity of his murderous intent towards Xia Qingwei. Chen Qing, upon hearing her words, recalled that it was a question he had previously posed to others. Is this your last word? Liu Mo retorted. Upon receiving such a response, Xia Qingwei fell silent. With a graceful wave of her hand, a magnificent ice lotus, towering 100 feet, materialized above Liu Mo's head. As the ice lotus descended, even those watching from the sidelines found themselves cloaked in a thin layer of frost. A chilling aura enveloped the arena. Even Liu Mo felt the bone-chilling cold. This was an icy sensation he had never experienced before. Simultaneously, goosebumps erupted all over his body, as if every inch of flesh and blood was warning him that he must take this seriously. Otherwise, the only outcome would be death. Maintaining a facade of calm, he let out a light chuckle, dismissing her technique as trivial and incapable of harming him. He drew forth a sword, unleashing a crescent-shaped blade of visible sword energy, intent on shattering Xia Qingwei's ice lotus offensive. However, before the sword energy could even graze the ice lotus, it was frozen and shattered. It can freeze even sword energy? Liu Mo was taken aback, a surge of crisis awareness flooding through him. He attempted to employ other techniques, only to find his body unresponsive. As he tried to lower his head, he suddenly realized that his neck, torso, and limbs had been completely frozen by the chilling aura, penetrating his blood and reaching his very marrow. This cannot be right. I am an emperor. I am an emperor. As the petals of the ice lotus unfurled, mere inches away, all Liu Mo, as an emperor, could do was scream in desperation. The onlookers watched in horror as the ice lotus engulfed him, then closed its petals, forming a prison. Chapter 118, Sign-in Failure. Once the lotus fully closed, the Emperor Liu Mo, trapped in the translucent ice lotus, maintained a defensive stance, his face etched with terror. This scene struck the hearts of the onlookers with a shock akin to the destruction of the world. As they understood it, they had always believed that the path to becoming an emperor was synonymous with invincibility. Attaining the status of an emperor meant one possessed an invincible form. Yet, Liu Mo's appearance had dealt them all a resounding slap, clearly demonstrating that even an emperor could be annihilated in a single blow. The new emperor is dead? I can sense not a trace of his life force. He is undoubtedly deceased. Her power is so formidable that even those at the emperor level are no match for her. Opponent? Are you certain that individual deserves to be called her opponent? To be able to contend equally with an emperor is already beyond imagination. To unilaterally slaughter an emperor suggests she has ventured into a realm uncharted by her predecessors. This revelation instantly enlightened all present. They comprehended why Xia Qingwei could display the emperor's divine mark, and why after she had ascended to the emperor's path, Liu Mo was still able to achieve his own ascension. Her strength transcended the simplistic notion of merely being an emperor. Should she choose, even with the title unoccupied, there would be no other emperor in this world. It was hard not to believe that Xia Qingwei had transcended the mortal realm, stepping into the domain of immortals. Even in the absence of the covenant of the heavenly path, those who grasped the truth would dare not harbor even a flicker of betrayal or defiance. Subsequently, Chen Qing waved his hand, opening a portal to transport the ice lotus, along with Liu Mo's lifeless body, back to whence it came. A multitude of elders and disciples, seated cross-legged in the plaza, were still rapidly absorbing and restoring their spiritual power. Upon witnessing the familiar portal open above, they assumed Liu Mo had returned after vanquishing the murderer of their sect leader, ready to lead the entire Daotian sect onto the path of invincible supremacy. However, they were only half correct. Liu Mo had indeed returned, but it was merely the cold, lifeless corpse he brought back. The path to invincible supremacy? The moment the Daotian sect chose to remain obstinate and continue opposing Chen Qing and Xia Qingwei, their future had already been severed. As the ice lotus fell to the ground, its ferocious chill instantaneously sealed the entire Daotian sect, along with all its life, in ice. Henceforth, the name Daotian sect would be irrevocably erased from the Tianxian continent, ceasing to exist. This scene was equally witnessed by all members of the 100 Alliance through the means of the sky-peering mirror. When the mirror faded, the crowd realized that both Chen Qing and Xia Qingwei had vanished without a trace. Despite their absence, the fear and shock they instilled had not lessened in the slightest. Rather, it continued to escalate. Immortals, perhaps no one is more deserving of the title than her. The mightiest sect within the 100 Alliance could be effortlessly obliterated by her mere thought. It was fortunate that we had not opposed her earlier, otherwise, we might have already turned into ice sculptures. Reflecting on this, those prominent figures from the upper realm wore expressions of lingering terror. Meanwhile, the news of the birth and demise of the new emperor could hardly be contained. Through word of mouth and the propaganda of organizations like the Jianghu Report and the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, it became increasingly known. Many sect leaders outside of the 100 Alliance, upon learning of this event, hurriedly scrambled from their beds. summoning elders to convene an emergency sect meeting to deliberate on how to respond to such a terrifying presence as Xia Qing, capable of effortlessly slaying emperor-level warriors. If they could not defeat her, joining the 100 Alliance and pledging allegiance to Xia Qing became the optimal choice. Major sects gradually opted to withdraw from their existing alliances, with sect leaders personally embarking on night journeys to the 100 Alliance to submit their applications for membership. In their eyes, joining the 100 Alliance equated to seizing an opportunity for survival. If even an emperor could not withstand her, what hope did they have as quasi-emperors? Sacrificing their entire sect would only mean a few more lives lost. In the face of absolute power, the majority could maintain rational thinking. The principle of respect for the strong was known to all. Xia Qing's path to becoming an emperor was expanding ever wider. At the same time, on Mount Damang, Yi Feng, after a day of unrelenting effort, finally elevated his cultivation to the 3rd stage of quasi-emperor. This was undoubtedly joyous news for him. Opening his eyes and stabilizing his breath, he gazed at the daily sign-in options, updated precisely on time. At this moment, Yi Feng brimmed with confidence in his luck. Would you like to proceed with the daily sign-in? Yes. He clicked without hesitation. Commencing daily sign-in. Daily sign-in in progress. The smile on Yi Feng's face faded. Something seemed amiss with the system. Daily sign-in successful. Upon seeing these 6 words, before Yi Feng could exhale in relief, believing it to be a temporary glitch, he noticed the system screen flickering, distorting, and glitching. After a struggle to stabilize, the panel displayed a line of text that weighed heavily on his mood, causing him great distress. Daily sign-in successful. Reward issuance failed. After a considerable amount of time, Yi Feng finally came to his senses and questioned, what on earth does it mean that the reward distribution has failed? He had successfully checked in. So why would the reward not be granted? Confusion enveloped him. He found it utterly incomprehensible. He assumed it was merely a momentary glitch in the system. Perhaps if he waited, it would rectify itself. Holding on to this notion, Yi Feng resumed his cultivation. After a while, he opened his eyes and summoned the system panel, only to find the displayed message unchanged. Daily check-in successful. Reward distribution failed. Beyond this, he was unable to perform any actions. The system evidently had no intention of compensating him with another check-in opportunity. Subsequently, Yi Feng repeatedly entered and exited his cultivation state, only to check the system panel again. Yet the outcome remained unaltered. This ordeal persisted until the next day when the daily check-in count refreshed. Was he happy? Yi Feng certainly did not feel joy. Why was that? Because the system had consumed one of his check-in opportunities without any semblance of recompense, as if nothing had transpired. Cursing would not alter the situation. Yi Feng could only sigh, resigning himself to the bitter reality, akin to a mute person consuming bitter gall. What else could he do? He could only continue to check in, fervently hoping that this time, no errors would occur. He clicked to check in. Daily check-in in progress. Daily check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received a cultivation experience package. Current cultivation level has risen to 5th realm quasi-emperor. Though he had only ascended 2 minor realms. The confirmation that the system had returned to normal, without devouring his rightful reward, allowed Yi Feng to breathe a sigh of relief. Yet, he remained perplexed as to why the system had initially failed to distribute rewards. Unbeknownst to him, his fortune had already waned. Check-in successful. Reward distribution failed. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have received 10 grade 9 pills, Yongdan. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have received a cultivation experience package. Current cultivation level has risen to 7th realm quasi-emperor. Check-in successful. Reward distribution failed. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have received 1 demonic pill. In the ensuing time, aside from relentlessly cultivating towards his goal of becoming an emperor, Yi Feng found himself caught in a cycle of rewards succeeding or failing. As days turned into weeks, he keenly observed that the instances of reward distribution failure were becoming increasingly frequent, sometimes occurring 7 or 8 times in succession. Strangely, he would occasionally receive demonic pills, which, while capable of exponentially boosting his cultivation, came with the grave cost of succumbing to the path of darkness. Even Yi Feng, despite his desire for power and to escape the Great Mang Mountain, never entertained the thought of consuming the demonic pill. Since it had been received through check-in, it remained stored within the system's backpack. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Following yet another failed check-in, Yi Feng unexpectedly discovered that the barrier within his secluded chamber seemed to exhibit some issues. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a minuscule crack, and before he could observe it for long, the fissure was repaired as if it had never existed. As 2 months elapsed, cracks began to appear more frequently, growing longer and wider, only to be mended once more. After 4 months, during which he experienced failure on more than half of his check-ins. Yifeng had fortunately advanced to the 9th realm quasi-emperor, merely a step away from his anticipated emperor status. Qingwe, you must wait for me. Gradually, Yifeng began to adapt to the frequent failures of check-ins, choosing not to rely on the system, but rather to depend on his own efforts to break through his limitations. When it came time to check in, he no longer approached it with the same enthusiasm, treating it as a mere task. Whether rewards were granted or not became inconsequential. He embraced a more serene mindset. Soon, the 7th month arrived. Yifeng had yet to achieve the path of the emperor, with several attempts at breakthroughs resulting in failure. He even fell back to the 8th realm quasi-emperor. But fortune smiled upon him as he reclaimed his 9th realm status through the rewards from the system and continued his pursuit of the emperor realm. The 8th, 9th, and 10th months passed in a haze of failure and relentless struggle. Yet, Yifeng did not perceive this as a misfortune. He believed his body and mind were being tempered, convinced that this was an essential stage on the path to becoming an emperor. Meanwhile, in the upper realm, after 10 months, Xia Qingwe had become the first everlasting empress of the Tianxian continent, establishing an imperial authority. The entire Tianxian continent, both upper and lower realms, now bowed before her imperial court. However, the changes extended beyond the realm itself. Xia Qingwe's belly was visibly growing day by day. Finally, the day of her delivery arrived. Chen Qing set up a barrier, while Martial Emperor Xia Cheng and Emperor Chen Xiong awaited outside. The entire birthing process unfolded far more smoothly than anticipated. Outside the chamber, Xia Cheng and Chen Xiong suddenly heard the sound of a baby's cry. She has given birth, Xia Cheng exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Before Chen Xiong could respond, another cry echoed. His eyes widened in disbelief. It seemed they had twins. Inside, indeed, Chen Xiong spoke the truth. There were twins, a boy and a girl. Chen Qing first administered a recovery pill to Xia Qingwe and then cradled one in each arm, smiling as he said, "Thank you, my dear, for bringing forth such a beautiful pair of children." His genuine joy shone through. As a first-time father, he was utterly thrilled. The more he gazed at the two children, the more he admired them. "Yes," Xia Qingwe replied with a smile, inviting Chen Qing to bring the children closer for her to see. Simultaneously, various celestial phenomena manifested in the upper realm. One moment, 10 suns appeared. The next, the moon seemed within reach. Then the stars twinkled as if they were within grasp, followed by a radiant aurora enveloping the heavens. In response, both the upper and lower realms were not surprised. Rather, they felt that the offspring of Chen Qing and Xia Qingwe were destined to be born as natural rulers, hence the extraordinary celestial displays. Indeed, the boy and girl were born with emperor-level cultivation, possessing supreme bones, dual pupils, and a holy physique that surpassed even the top secret realms. This was undoubtedly a boon from the rewards Chen Qing had earned by pampering his wife. Now, Chen Qing could not only enjoy the fruits of Xia Qingyue's labor, but also lounge lazily while adoring his son and daughter. One day later, the imperial court held a grand ceremony to celebrate the safety of mother and children, prompting joyous festivities throughout the Tianxian continent. However, soon someone noticed that the aura of the heavenly Tao seemed to be diverting elsewhere. Suddenly realizing that someone was about to embark on the path of the emperor, they recognized that the individual in question was none other than Yifeng, who was nestled within the Great Mang Mountain. After months of failures and trials, he had finally succeeded in breaking through to the emperor realm. As for the daily check-in system, not only had failures ceased, but he could no longer even access it. Furthermore, the cracks in the barrier of his cave had grown to the thickness of a waist and were no longer mending. Though the reasons behind the system's disappearance and the collapse of the barrier remain a mystery, Yifeng is presently unconcerned with such matters. His sole desire is to swiftly venture into the outside world to locate Xia Qingwe and confirm the truth with his own eyes. With the aid of his imperial cultivation, he soon discovers traces of Xia Qingwe and makes his way to the upper realm. Upon his arrival there, he learns that Xia Qingwe has ascended to the realm of immortals, becoming the eternal empress of the imperial court. My Qingwe, has she truly transformed into such an extraordinary being unbeknownst to me? Yifeng is taken aback, his anticipation for their reunion intensifying. As for the so-called realm of immortals, Yifeng does not regard it with any significance, believing it to merely be a title of reverence bestowed by mortals upon the mighty. The reasoning is simple. The emperor is the strongest, and he, Yifeng, is the emperor. However, when he employs the soul search technique and learns that the entire nation is rejoicing over the empress giving birth to a pair of dragon and phoenix twins, Yifeng is rendered dumbfounded, darkness enveloping his vision. He cannot convince himself that this revelation, gleaned through the soul search, could be anything but true. In a moment of desperation, he resolves to rush to the imperial palace. What he witnesses there shatters his heart. Chen Qing and Xia Qingwe are deeply in love. cradling their children in their arms. No, how could this be? This is wrong, utterly wrong. Staggering unsteadily, he feels as though he might fall at any moment. Yifeng suddenly perceives himself as a jest, having labored tirelessly over the past 10 months to elevate his cultivation, only to find that Xia Qinghua has spent those same 10 months bearing twins for another man. Through the walls, his gaze locks onto Chen Qing, his eyes instantly igniting with a crimson hue, filled with unbridled hatred. Today all must perish. He intends to bring down the countless lives across the entire Tianxian continent as a means to quench the flames of his fury. In Yifeng's view, as the emperor and the mightiest in the world, he is entirely justified in doing so. Meanwhile, Chen Qing, sensing a shift in the atmosphere, becomes aware of Yifeng's presence. He does not associate him with the protagonist, but instead perceives him as a newly ascended emperor, brimming with arrogance, seeking to challenge the authority of his empress. With a mere thought, Yifeng's 3 souls and 7 spirits are instantly obliterated, his physical form swiftly dissipating into dust, forcefully erased from existence. Xia Qinghua, however, is entirely focused on her children, paying no heed to the ignorant challengers who dare approach her. In her heart, she feels grateful to Chen Qing for silently resolving a troublesome matter without seeking any reward. Now, she is devoted to supporting her husband and nurturing their children, aspiring to be a good wife and a loving mother.